Life After Death. By Jonari Stargaryens. Summary. After Jon Snow killed his one true love, Drogon took her body to Essos. Meanwhile, Jon Snow went back to the Wall, then joined the Wildings. He thought he could start a new life. A new life without his love, but he couldn't get over his remorse. Chapter 1. Somewhere in Essos. She opened her eyes and tried to breathe, but she was hissing the air. She felt unbearable pain in her chest. Sat up, but it hurt her. She falls back to the bed and reached her wound. It was so deep and she still felt how that knife went across her ribs. She tried to sit up again, now she tried slowly. She held her wound. She was scared and had no idea where is she. Her heart was beating fast and strongly. She was confused. Her last memory was in King's Landing. In the throne room. She was kissing with Jon Snow. She offered him to rule together, and then he stabbed her. She shook her head, that is cannot be possible. She lowered her head and stared her wound. No, she said, and a tear came out from her eyes. Daenerys Targaryen. Welcome back. A red priestess walked into the room with a tray and put that to the counter next to the bed. I was not sure I can bring you back, but it seems the Lord of Light hasn't done with you yet. She sat down. Dany did not find the words for some seconds. She was just sitting there, in pain, and her heart was broken too. What? She finally tried to form some words. We met before. My name is Kinvara. Here, she handed a cup of hot soup to her. Drink. You need to be strength. Dany took the cup from her but did not eat or drink from it. She was just staring to nowhere. Do you? Kinvara leaned forward. Do you remember what happened? For an answer, Dany nodded slowly. Her lips were trembling. Do you want to tell me? How, Kin? I am here. She turned her face to her. I cannot answer to this. Only the Lord of Light knows the answer, but he gave me the power to bring you back. That means he has plans for you. He killed me. He stabbed me. The only man who I trusted. She tried to talk. Maybe it has to happen in this way. Maybe that was the price you had to pay. For what? Sooner or later we all get the answers. I had no idea why I had to stay here. I waited. I waited for years, to get my answer. Then a dragon landed in front of me, and handed your dead body to me. She explained calmly. I immediately recognize you. You are the queen who we choose. The queen who has to bring the dawn. I did what I think is good, and he murdered me because of it. Her eyes were in tears. But you are here, aren't you? You are here, and your future is here with you. She placed her hand to her stomach. It is also a miracle. You can't be pregnant, but you are. What? Dany thought it is just a dream, or she lost her mind. Maybe we were all wrong, about you and about the prince. Maybe it was not you, neither him. Maybe that child will be the prince who was promised. That was too much for her. She was frightened and her breathing became faster. She felt how her chest is squeezing. You better get some rest. Kinvara stood up and helped her to lay back to the bed. You need to sleep. Behind the wall. I swear you are more brooding than usual. Still don't want to talk about it. Tormund handed a mug of beer to Jon. It is irritating, watching your sad face all day long. He sat down opposite to him, and drank into his mug. I can't. He answered quietly. This is just an excuse. It cannot be that bad. Tormund laughed. You feel yourself a shit, because you left her there alone? Because you did not want to sit on that fucking iron chair? Move on. I wish it was all I did. Jon sighed. What else did you do? You fought with her until the last battle. I knew it when you left, that I see you again soon, because you don't belong to the south. No. I killed her. Jon stopped Tormund. He was not in the mood to hear his clever statements. I killed her. I stabbed her with a knife. He said again and looked to his eyes. Tormund remained in silence. He saw a tear in his eye. Why? Tormund asked after a minute. Because that was the right decision. Jon took a deep breath. In whose opinion? Everyone. He raised his voice. Everyone, but not yours. Tormund stated. She was dangerous. She had plans what would destroy the realm. She did not want to stop, not after she burned King's Landing to the ground. And what do you think? I just said. Jon frowned. No. You said what people told you. You said the things, what you want to believe to convince yourself, you made the right thing. What do you think? He leaned forward. I don't know. Jon lowered his head. Maybe. I should just love her back. I thought you love her. Tormund did not understand. I do. But I have to tell you something. He looked to him. But promise me you won't tell anyone. Jon started, and Tormund nodded. I am not a bastard. I am the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. My real name is Aegon Targaryen. I was, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. And Tormund clearly did not understand, and he gives no attention, to the fact who is he, or what is his title. He was just Jon Snow for him. Jon was happy about that. He just wanted to forget the whole thing. The thing what destroyed him. Rhaegar Targaryen was my father. He is Daenerys' brother. He continued. Daenerys is my aunt. Who cares? Tormund spread his arms. Me? Why? Because it is not right. Jon raised his voice. But it doesn't matter now. He drank into his mug. She died. I killed her. You are the biggest fool on earth, my little crow. Tormund patted his shoulder while stood up. You killed the woman who you love, because people said it is the right thing. Your morals will be the death of you someday. Somewhere in Essos. You can walk. Good Kinvara, smiled Daenerys, when she entered into the kitchen. Where am I? She asked quietly. She still couldn't believe she died and resurrected, and she couldn't believe she died by the hand of her love. That was too much. She felt destroyed and alone, and above all, she was pregnant. With his child. With the child of the man who betrayed and stabbed her. Volantis. The Red Woman answered. Not the best place, but at least you'll be safe here until the baby is born. Where is my dragon? She tried to think. Have been seen many times. Flying around. Not sure where he is now. Dany nodded. Drogon saved her. She had no idea how, or what happened. After Jon killed her, she saw nothing. Just darkness and cold. Are you hungry? Kinvara looked at her, and she just nodded. Take a seat. Dany sat to the table, and the woman gave her food. She started to eat, slowly. Do you know? Dany started. Where are my armies? The Unsullied did not come back. Some said they sailed to the Isle of Nath. She answered. Dany smiled a bit. She knew that was their plan. Miss Missandei and Grey Worm plan, to see Nath again. To live a happy life there after the war is over. It was her fault. Miss Missandei died because of her, and she couldn't change this thing. And the Dothrakis. They went back to Ves Dothrak. Where they belong. Dany nodded again. But you are still a queen. Kinvara raised her eyes on her. Mirren and the Dragon's Bay is still under your rule. I don't think so. She shook her head. You are. Kinvara took her hand. You'll always be. No matter what you do. You are a warrior, Daenerys Targaryen. A dragon. A queen. And nothing can change that. I failed. She sighed. I killed thousands of innocent people in King's Landing. I am not a queen anymore. The choice is yours. The Lord of Lights gave you a second chance, and you have to follow his patch. And what is it? She shrugged her shoulder. You will know when the time comes. Dany spent her days in Volantis in peace. No one knew who she is, no one recognized her. She could hide from the world. When she went to the streets, she hid her long blonde hair under scarves. She learned to take care of herself, and her child. Who grows in her belly. It seemed more day by day, but when she looked down to her belly, she also sees the wound. The deep wound, what Jon Snow caused. The father of her child. No matter how many time passed, she felt, she can never get over it. She trusted him. She would share the Iron Throne with him. She really felt, they can break the wheel and free all the world together, but he murdered her, in a way, she never thought. He kissed her and put a knife in her heart. Sometimes she tried to convince herself, it did not happen in this way. She tried to convince herself her memories are wrong, but the picture came back to her mind every night. She died every night in her dreams, in the arms of the man, who she loved more than anyone. Instead of her child, she had one family left. Drogon. She often sees him flying above, like he was watching over her as he always did. Soon it is the time. Kinvara was scanning her belly with her eyes, then placed her hand to it. He will be a strong and healthy boy. How do you know? Dany smiled a bit. It has to be in this way. Faith. She answered and left her there. Where are you going? Some people still need guidance. Maybe you won the Great War, maybe you won the last war, but the enemy will always be real. She nodded and closed the door. Sometimes Dany had no idea what is she talking about, but she did not want to understand it. Only one thing mattered for her, the little child, who was growing in her belly. She wanted to give everything to him, or her. She wanted to keep that child away from all the war, and intrigue what destroyed her family. She did not want her child to be a prince or a princess. She wants her child to be happy. Beyond the wall. Jon was hunting with Ghost. That was his favorite pastime. At least in those hours no one bothered him. He had enough of hearing, he should move on, and forget the past. He couldn't. Months passed, but he was still questioning, what he did was right or wrong. From his heart, he knew he made a mistake, but maybe it was really the only way to save people, to save Dany from herself. He often spent days alone, and those days he usually went back to the waterfalls, where they were happy. When they had no idea about his heritage and they were just two people in love. Master Iman words often came to his mind. What is a honor compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms? He guessed he'll never know. He couldn't love. He was not able to love again. Not after what happened to him. He killed his one true love, he doesn't even deserve any happiness in this world. That was his destiny. Ghost, come on boy. He turned back, but the dire wolf stood in one place. Hey! He turned to him. What is wrong? The wolf did not move, just stared one point in the horizon. John frowned but he did not see anything. Ghost started to howl, and in the next moment, John finally sees it. Something is flying towards them in the air. Something big. He took some steps forward and at that moment his eyes widen. Drogon, he whispered, and the giant beast landed in front of him, at that moment. Chapter 2. Northwest Eros. John couldn't move. He couldn't believe what he sees. Drogon landed right in front of him and roared. He never believed he will see him again. He had no idea what to think. Why the beast is there? What does he want? Maybe he came back to get his revenge on him because he killed his mother. The big creature leaned closer to him and smelled his body. John was standing stiff. He thought if he has to die in this way then letting it be. He has nothing important to live for. He came to the north, beyond the wall with free folks, they followed him but that was not what he wanted. He realized it in the past few months. He did not feel himself home. He thought he would but, when he stabbed her a part of him died with her. He was still not sure he made the right decision. He had doubts. Maybe Tormund was right and he did it because Tyrion told him that is the right thing. Maybe if he did not do it, Dany would kill his sisters, but that wouldn't be the queen he knew. Drogon roared again loudly. John glanced to Ghost. He was standing behind him but he looked calm. He did not want to attack the dragon. He just stood there watching them. John frowned and took a deep breath. He looked into Drogon's eyes. He could have sworn in the next minute Drogon bowed to him but that was nonsense. Drogon turned his side to him and let down his wing. What do you want from me? He frowned. The dragon stepped closer and that moment it was clear. He wanted him to get on his back. John shook his head. No. He took a step back. I am not the one who you are searching. He told to him. Drogon roared again straight to his face then just stared him. John stretched out his hand and placed it to his face. I know you are alone and you are alone because of me. I know it. A tear dropped from his eye. I am so sorry. I still don't know I've made the right decision or not. I see her face every night. I dream about the moment when she blew her last breath. John was crying. I wish I could take it back. He closed his eyes and in the next moment he released Drogon's head. But I can't. He took a step back. Drogon roared again and got up into the sky. John was watching him. He committed a crime. He killed the one he loved but he already suffered enough. He knew he could never forgive himself. We should go back, he told to Ghost, and when he raised his eyes to the sky again, Drogon was not there anymore. Volantis. I was pregnant before but I swear it was not that hard. Dany held her belly and sat to the chair. She was close to giving birth to her child and she worried more and more every day. Kinvara just laughed about her. What if I won't survive? She really worries about that. She wanted nothing more than this child but she heard many stories about giving birth and it made her worried. Then the Lord of Light wants it in that way. You did not calm me down. Dany stated and made a face. I am sorry my queen but I speak just the truth. We are in the hand of him. I always thought we control our own destiny. Dany answered. If that is the truth then you should be dead. Kinvara stated without any emotion. She saw it hurts her and went closer. Our Lord guided you out from the long night. Brought you back from the dead. And let this, she placed her hand to her belly. She felt how the baby moves happen. And you still don't believe in him. Dany felt ashamed. She was right. Even it was hard to believe. She is still breathing and carrying a child. She still couldn't decide it is a blessing or a curse to her. Thank to your God I met and fall in love in a man who betrayed and killed me. And you still love him. I don't. She hissed. How could I? He made the greatest betrayal. The betrayal of love. He took advantage of my trust and my love for him. I would never forgive him this crime. She answered with fire in her eyes. She meant it. She swore to herself if she ever sees Jon Snow again she will be the one who put a knife to his heart. We'll see. Kinvara smiled at her. Beyond the wall. A few days passed since Jon saw Drogon. He still doesn't know what to think about it. He was worried a bit. because he knew it is not safe. Not for the north, not for the Six Kingdoms and neither for Drogon. He did not want anyone to get hurt again. The war had enough losses. For everyone. Can I help? A red woman went to him. He was trying to sew his cape. Thanks, he handed it to her. My name is Valeria. I watched you for a while. She told him. John was looking at her. She had dark green eyes. Small nose. Long, disheveled red hair and maybe a too strong chin for a woman, but her smile was kind and sweet. She started to sew his cape slowly. So you are the hero who saved our people. John remained in silence. Hero. That word was not true to him. He was everything but not a hero. He was a traitor. A queen slayer. I know you are not mute. I heard you speak many times. She was smiling at him. No. No, I am not mute. He answered with a half smile. What is your name? John. Jon Snow. Snow? Are you a bastard? She raised her eyes to him. It is, complicated. He answered with a deep breath. It is just as complicated as we made it. I came here to talk to you because I like you. She leaned closer to him and as I said, I've been watching you for a while now. You are all alone. She continued. She was clearly flirting with him and that makes him embarrassed. You don't have to be alone. Valeria leaned closer and she wanted to give a kiss to his lips but he jumped up. It is done. She stood up and gave the cape back to John. I am sorry but... He frowned. People hear gossips here. Some say you still in love with a woman who died. Some say you killed her. Some say you like the boys. She giggled while she stepped closer to him. I wanted to know, maybe all of those are lies. She placed her hand to his chest. John gently held it and removed it. You are, really beautiful and kind. And thank you for the help but... He sighed. So it is true. She stared his face must be a very special girl. She was still flirting with him. She was. He swallowed. Was. Let me help you to forget her. She kissed him but in the minute her lips touched his, he jumped back. Valeria smiled. Don't be afraid. She stepped closer again but in that moment roar filled the air. John just left the girl and walked forward to see it better. It was Drogon again. Everyone started to scream while he was landing. Don't worry. Keep calm, John yelled but he understood. Drogon was big and scary and they all heard about the stories how he destroyed King's Landing in a half day. Everyone running away, and Drogon continuously roaring. John went to him and Drogon stopped finally. He let down his wings again and he wanted John to get up. What do you want from me? John asked him and he just let his wings more down. I cannot go with you, he stated. Drogon roared again to his face. It seemed the beast wanted something from him. Maybe he wants to take him to a place where he can easily burn him alive. After he burned the Iron Throne instead of him he was sure, the dragons are more clever than anyone ever thought. He turned back and looked determined. He shrugged his shoulder. John thought if he gets on and flies away with Drogon at least he could keep his people safe. He climbed to the dragon's back and the beast raised to the air in that minute. Volantis. Daenerys was walking around. She needed some air and silence. She was really grateful to Kinvara and to the Lord of Lights but she couldn't hear all those prayers, all day. It was harder for her to move. Her belly was so big, and she really counting down the minutes when she finally gets over this. She went to the market. Everyone loved and knew her in that place. They had no idea who she really is, they knew her as Dany, the smiling and kind pregnant girl. It was better for everyone in this way. Especially to her child and that was the most important thing. She changed. Pregnancy changed her. She did not want power anymore. She did not want the 7 or 6 kingdoms. She wanted the thing, what she dreamt about when she was a child. A house with a red door with lemon trees. Drogon landed in a field next to the city. John climbed down and almost shouted with him. Are you crazy? Where did you bring me? He looked around and he was sure he is not in Westeros anymore. No. The sun was warmer, the fields were drier. Are we in Essos? He looked to Drogon questioningly. The dragon just spread his wings and flew away. Great. John felt himself an idiot. It was even worse than he burnt him alive. He had no idea where he is, he had no money and he was on the other side of the world. He threw his cape to the ground and started to walk towards the city. Life was sparkling there. Everyone was smiling and laughing. It was so different than the north. It was filled with life. A life what he'll never have. It was his fault, he knew it, but at that moment he wanted it. He went deeper and deeper into the city. No. No, no, no. It will be a boy, I am sure. That voice. It was so familiar to him. He saw a woman covered with a scarf, talking in with a seller. She started to laugh and John's heart stopped. That laugh. He remembered clearly. That was his favorite laugh in all the world. He was staring at the women and tried to hear everything. He was far enough from her to hide. He could have sworn, but that was ridiculous. She died. He killed her with his own hands. Thank you. The woman finally turned to his direction, and at that moment his heart skipped a beat. He forgot to breathe. He forgot everything in the world. He frowned and couldn't believe his own eyes. It was her. It was Daenerys, and she. Jon lowered his head, then looked at her again. She was pregnant. No. No, it cannot be her. That was nonsense. In the next moment everyone heard a dragon roar and Drogon was flying over them. Dany looked up with a smile to the air and the scarf fall from her hair. Jon took a step closer. Her silver blonde hair. Her beautiful face. Her full lips. Her green-blue eyes. She quickly put the scarf back to cover her hair and walked away. Jon frozen. Daenerys is alive and she is pregnant, but that just cannot be possible. Or is it? Chapter 3. Volantis. Jon followed her home. He saw how she enters into a small flat. He wanted to talk with her, wanted to touch her. Wanted to know, it is real. She is real, but he was afraid. He was the one who stabbed her. He caused her death. He cannot just go there. He did not know, she'll ever be able to forgive him, he couldn't forgive himself. What he did was not right. That feeling was stronger in him day by day. He did not need 10 years to realize it. He knew it at the moment, after he did it, but that was too late. Sooner than I thought. The voice came from his back, and he turned to the direction. Kinvara was smiling at him. He was surprised. Dragons are really intelligent beings, don't you think? Who are you? He frowned. One of the same Red Priestess who brought you back from the dead, because our Lord wanted it in that way. Because despite your mistakes, the realm of the humans need you. Both of you, and your power. Jon was confused, and he knew it is possible. He was brought back from the dead too, but he could never dream about this. I put a knife in her heart. I killed her. He tried to breathe. Just as they did to you. But you are here. As she is. There is a reason why you both are here. Jon lowered his head. I shouldn't be here. Not after what I've done with her. Drogon should just burn me alive. But he didn't do it. He went for you, and took you here, because you have to be here. Because you made life. She answered and took a step closer to him. None of us knows what the Lord of the Lights wants from us. Not until he reveals his plans, but he gave you the power to make life. Your child is growing in her. And I killed both of them. A tear dropped from his eye. That was even worse than he thought. He did not kill just his love, but his child too with that knife. He murdered them. They are alive. Jon Snow. Kinvara placed her hand to his shoulder. Both of them. No matter what you did. Does she think this too? He slowly raised his head. You'll never know if you don't ask her. He took a deep breath. When Melisandre brought me back. I remembered everything. I remembered the feeling of how they stabbed me, I remembered the darkness and emptiness. I remembered the pain. How could I stand in front of her? She could never forgive me. I could not forgive myself either. You are as unbelieving as she is. Kinvara nodded. You are a part of some greater plan. You, she, and your child. If you love her, if you really love her, she'll forgive you, but you have to prove it. How? Only you can answer to this question. She told him, and walked towards to her home. Jon did not follow her. He was not ready. Not at that moment. That was too much. The child, the fact that she is alive. He was happy from the bottom of his heart, but he knew how it feels. He remembered how he felt himself, when he came back, and that was even worse. He was betrayed by his brothers in the Night's Watch, but she was betrayed by the one she loved the most. That is a sin, that cannot be forgiven. A day passed. He spent the last day in the streets. Sleep under the sky was not a new thing for him. He did it many times before. Thought he could sleep, but his mind was racing. He tried to imagine how he could stand in front of her eyes, what he could say to her. If she would put a knife into his heart, immediately when she sees him, that would be understandable too. He went back to the house, and tried to peek her through the window. Sooner or later you'll die of hunger or thirst. Kinvara stepped next to him here. She handed a cup of water and some food to his hand. Jon nodded with a smile. She is not here. The woman continued. Come Jon Snow. She walked back to the house. Jon followed her, and Kinvara pointed to the chair with her arms. I don't think it is a good idea. What if? She'll be away for an hour or two, but if you don't want to meet with her, why are you still here? She sat down to the other side of the table. I want to meet her, but I don't think she want to meet me. He looked to Kinvara, and faked a smile. She did not say anything for an answer, just sitting there and watching him. She knew he has many things in his mind and in his heart. He sighed and started. Yes. When I killed her, those words came out from his mouth so hard and Drogon came. I was ready. I was ready to die. I wanted him to burn me to the ground. Death would be a mercy for me at that moment. But he didn't. Neither Grey Worm, nor the Death Keys. They kept me as a prisoner. I was locked in a cell, and all I felt was guilt. Remorse. Then my family fought for me. They wanted me to live, so they sent me to the wall, then I break my oath again, and left with the Wildings. But there was no happiness for me anymore. I was often alone. In the past few weeks I planned how to kill myself. What would be the well-deserved death for a traitor, a murderer like me? Nothing is a greater punishment than live with the fact, you killed someone you loved. That will haunt you forever. No escape. It will haunt you forever. Even after death. Kinvara stated. But she is alive, she added. Not thanks to me. He lowered his head again and clasped his hands. She had to reborn. Just as you. Kinvara told him. Jon was staring at him. He admired her faith and belief. Maybe it would have been better if I stay dead. At the moment when he said it, he heard a glass broke behind his back. He jumped up and turned around. She was there. She was standing there, in front of him. She was just staring him and he can easily recognize every emotion in her eyes. The anger, the wrath, the fear. She was even more beautiful than he remembered. Dany was destroyed. The man who killed her was right there. At the moment she saw him, she just dropped everything from her hands. How did you find me? She was upset. Dany, he whispered her name quietly, it was a miracle. Do not call me that way. She yelled with him, and she grabbed a dagger from the counter what was next to her and get out. I don't want to hurt you, he took a step closer slowly. I said, get out. She pointed to him with the dagger. Jon's eyes were stuck on it. It was the same dagger, what he used, when he stabbed her. Dany, I am so sorry. I made a mistake. He tried to talk. A mistake? That was all I am to you. She stepped closer and still held the dagger towards him. A mistake. Her eyes were on fire. I did not mean that. What I did to you, that was what you did. You killed me. You made me believe you love me, you took advantage of that I am trusting you and you put a knife to my heart. She was angry, she hated him. Dany, I am. Do not dare to say how sorry you are. Dany yelled with him. I trusted you. You were the only person I trusted. I wanted to share everything with you. I gave you everything I had. I saved you. I saved you several times, and I sacrificed many things for you and you just killed me. You were not yourself. We thought you are dangerous for everyone. Get out. She yelled again. Dany, you killed thousands of innocent people and you did not want to stop. You did not listen to anyone. He told her with tears in his eyes. I listened to you but you clearly never loved me. You betrayed me, just like everyone else. I loved you. I still. He tried to not cry. Do not dare to say that. If you would really love me, if you ever loved me, you would never have done it. Get out, I don't want to see you ever again. She lowered her head. She did not want to give him the joy, to see her crying. I made a mistake. He continued, he was not afraid of her. He did not care about that dagger, I should have listened to my heart. He made a step closer. I swear if you step any closer I will do the same with you. She answered but her voice was trembling. Do it, he was staring to her eyes. I deserve it. He stepped one step closer again, and now the dagger touched his chest. Do it. The knife fell off from her hand and she couldn't hold her tears back anymore. Jon tried to get more close to her, but she stepped back. I never want to see you again. Go back to Westeros or wherever you want, and forget me. She told him, and started to walk away. You cannot deny from me, to see my child. He went after her. How do you know it is yours? Dany turned to him and looked straight to his eyes. It is. Kinvara quietly stated from the other side of the room. Dany gave her a killer look. You denied your own child, when you put a dagger to my heart. She told to Jon, and left him there. He sighed and he suffered. He knew she hates him, but that was worse than he expected. He lost her. No matter she is alive or not, she lost her at that moment, when he stabbed her. There is nothing to wonder about. Dany went back to her room and sat to the bed. She was crying. That was something she did not expect. She had no idea why is Jon there. How he found her. She was not ready to see him again. She was not ready to forgive him, no matter she carries his child. That was too much. His betrayal still the most horrible thing for her, and she couldn't let him closer. At that moment she thought, she'll never be able to let him close to herself, or her child. You knew she'll come back. John turned to Kinvara and he was mad. No, I didn't, but the Lord of the Lights wanted you to meet. Enough. John yelled, I have enough of all of this shit. He tried to leave, but before he could close the door Kinvara stopped him. You better sit down, Jon Snow. She'll need you sooner than she thinks. I don't think so. He answered, but they both heard a painful scream from her room. John immediately runs there and swung the door. Her face was white, and sweating. She held her belly and she had pains. John went to her and tried to help her to lay down to the bed. Do not touch me. She tried to speak, but he did. He helped her. You can hate me thereafter, but now our child is more important. He told her firmly and Dany tried to breathe normally. This is your fault. She added, then she cries out again. Help her. John looked to Kinvara, and he begged with his eyes. She nodded with a smile and went closer. John was holding Dany's hand. Now he got her back, he did not want to lose her again, even if she never forgives him. He wanted her to survive, he wanted to see their newborn child in her arms. Finally he understood why Drogon brought him there. Chapter 4. Everything will be all right. John was sitting next to her and caressed her forehead. She had pains. She cried out many times. It was the time. It was the time for this baby to born. John was staring at Kinvara. She helped Dany. He was really grateful to her. Without her, he had no idea what to do. Dany squeezed his hand many times, there were tears in her eyes. John was just looking at her and he felt himself the luckiest man in the world. He believed maybe this child, their child, can save them. Maybe that child can give them another chance. I can't. Dany suffered. Her face became so white and she doesn't look good. He started to worry about her. You can. He held her hand in front of his mouth and gave a kiss to it. You can, Dany. If. She tried to talk. If, you have to promise me. No. Dany. He was crying. He saw Kinvara worry and that made it even worse. You have to survive this. You survived many more things. Dany. A tear fall from his eyes. Promise me, John. Save her. John glanced to the Red Priestess. Save her. He yelled with her. Go out. She answered. No. Go. She told him louder, and at that moment they heard a noise from the other room. John jumped up. Go. Kinvara told him again. He hesitated. He looked to Dany, then the Red Woman, then back to Dany. He took a deep breath and placed his hand to his sword. Slowly opened the door and walked out. Someone entered. Someone is in the house. That was not a question. John looked around and tried to breathe quietly. He stayed at the door. A soldier came out from the kitchen at that minute. They looked at each other. John's hand was still on Longclaw, he was ready to cut him into pieces. What do you want? He asked them. It is none of your business, peasant. The soldier answered. John looked his armor. He was a soldier from Westeros. He frowned and he was sure that soldier is not alone. Get the hell out of my way. He took a step closer and that moment John slammed his sword. Where did you steal that sword, peasant? It is too costly for a dirty mumper. The soldier smirked. You really think you can beat a royal soldier? He laughed at him. I will try. John answered. He was calm and ready but also confused. That man, that armor. He was sure he is wrong. It cannot be what he thought. Two other men came out from the kitchen. They smirked too. If you let us do our task you have no harm. The other soldier told him. What is your task? He was upset and he knew he protect Dany and his child, no matter the cost. Maybe I agree and let you do it. We don't need your permission, pleasant. The other soldier answered and he attacked John in the next second. John easily dismantled him and beat him out. The other two continued. They tried everything but John was still the best swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms or in whole the world. He stabbed one, then he turned to the other. I ask one more time. What do you want? Maybe if you tell me I won't kill you immediately. He was commanding authority and no matter how he hated killing, sometimes he had to. Sometimes that was the only way. The soldier dropped off his sword and ran out from the flat but John grabbed the dagger what was in the floor and tossed it to his back. He fell dead in the middle of the street. He went to the one who he beat out at first and grabbed him by his neck. Why are you here? He was mad and fearful. By the king's command. He answered. Meanwhile John was choking him. Which king? He asked. Which king? He yelled. King Bran, the Broken. Please. John frozen. His eyes widen. He couldn't believe it. He tried to focus. What was his command? John's face was distorted while he choking him more. To kill the Targaryen girl and her bastard. At that moment John dipped his sword into his chest. He stood up and held his forehead. That cannot be possible. Bran knew about her. Bran knew she is alive and he wanted to murder her? He was his brother. He knew how she loved her. He sent him to the wall because he murdered her and he did not even let him know she is alive. Suddenly he came to mind and realized he has no time to think about it. Not now. Dany. He whispered and almost ran back to the room. At the moment he entered he saw a beautiful baby in Kinvara's hand. She was crying. He started to smile then looked to Dany. She was not conscious. He went closer and placed his hand to her forehead. She was so heated. He raised his eyes to Kinvara. He wanted to ask but he was a coward to ask it. The women stood up and handed the baby to him. He took the child and watched with admiration. The princess who was promised. Princess? John asked quietly with tears in his eyes. She is a girl. John placed the baby to his chest and he was crying. He couldn't speak. He turned to Dany. She did not react but she was breathing. She lost much blood. Kinvara stated. But she survives? Right. He needed her to confirm it. Only the Lord knows. Maybe that was her responsibility. To give birth to this child. No. John shook his head. He refused to believe it. We cannot do anything for her now. Kinvara placed her hand to his shoulder. John clenched his mouth and nodded. Kinvara stretched her hand for the baby and John gave his child to her. She smiled and walked out. John was standing there and looked the only woman he ever really loved in his life. He was in love twice. Both ended tragically. Years ago he was just so young and he had no idea what love is. He loved Ygritte but never the way how he loved Dany. She was different. She was his other half. He sat next to her in the bed and squeezed her hand. You. He started. You told me together we can do everything. I was a fool. I betrayed you and maybe you'll never be able to forgive me. But I love you Dany. I let myself manipulated by the people around me. After what you did. I thought it is the right thing. I thought it is the only way. He was crying but. I was wrong. I cannot lose you again. Even if you're not willing to see me ever again. You have to survive. You have to come back to me. To your child. To our child. She needs you. Everyone needs you. Please he begged her and kissed her hand. Please. Hours passed but John did not move. He was staying with her and hoped. Hoped everything will be all right. He heard how the door opened behind him. You should eat something. I don't want to. He answered quietly. My daughter. Sleeping. The Red Priestess answered you should give her a name. John was staring Dany. I don't have the right to give her a name. You do. You were here when they needed you. For what? To see her die again. He tried to speak. You have to believe in her. She answered and if she needs to go now, you have to protect your daughter. She is alone. And the world is a dangerous place. If you were not here we all be dead already. I don't understand. Those soldiers, they told me Bran sent them there. That is impossible. Why would he? He was still confused and tried to find the answers. She is a threat. She and her dragon. And now, her daughter is a threat too. They'll always be. They are the last Targaryens. No matter what kind of kingdom they made in Westeros until she is alive, they will be afraid of her. I am a Targaryen too. And they exiled you to the wall. They would kill you too in the minute when you want to enforce your right to the Iron Throne. Because of your name. They would never do this. John answered but he was not sure anymore. Are you sure Jon Snow? You should choose more wisely. Who do you trust? Last time maybe you trusted too many who just used you to achieve their goals. And you killed the woman you loved. Because they told you that is the right thing. And where are they now? She was talking so calm and she only spoke the truth. And where are you now? How much they lost and how much you lost? What did they sacrifice and what did you sacrifice? John was listening her quietly. Her words hurt him but only because those words made him think. Made him realize, he really made the wrong choice that moment. Tyrion knew what he has to say. Sansa, his own sister betrayed him. Maybe she wanted good but in the end it doesn't change in anything. And Bran. Those soldiers. The thing Bran did not send a raven to him. You could have broken this wheel together. She continued. Those were Dany's last words before he stabbed her. He turned to Kinvara. Now this wheel is just stronger. She finished and turned away. She walked out from the room but left the door open. John looked back to Dany and gave a kiss to her forehead. He heard the voice of his child. He stood up and walked out from the room. He was staring her daughter in the cradle. She was beautiful and small. She was a gift what he thought he'll never have. At that moment all words of Aemon Targaryen got meanings. Real meanings. What is honor compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms? We are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is our great glory, and our great tragedy. He wanted nothing else. He wanted to live his life with Daenerys. He wanted to raise their child together. He did not care about duty, that was all he wanted in his whole life. He was good at killing but he always hated it. How he was looking into the eyes of that little girl, everything what he thought about life was about to change. In the next moment he realized how hard it will be. They will be haunted forever and they cannot hide from Bran. Maybe, if he'll talk with him. Maybe if he can convince him Dany is not a threat anymore. Neither her child. Their child. A small smile appeared on his face. You are a miracle. You know that, right? He placed his hand to the baby head gently. And I will protect you from everything. I promise you. No matter the cost. Nothing can hurt you. He made an oath to his daughter at that moment. From now on he had only one duty. To keep her safe, and that place were not safe anymore. No place was safe for them until he can talk with Bran. He was his brother. He was his family. He never asked anything from him or anyone. You need to sleep. Kinvara went to him. I can't. He shook his head. I need to protect them. You already did. I don't think any more soldier is here by now. Jon looked into the room where Dany was laying. You cannot do anything for her now. She is stronger than you think. She is stronger than anyone thinks. I know she is. He agreed and looked back to his daughter. They will survive it. All of them. It has to be in this way. Chapter 5. Volantis. Jon was awake for late at night. The child cried a lot. They knew she needed her mother. When she finally falls asleep at dawn, Jon went back to Dany's bed. He sat down to the chair, next to her bed. Holding her hand, and slowly he finally falls asleep too. A few hours later she moved her hand. Jon's eyes immediately opened and he was staring her. Filled with hope. She slowly opened her eyes too. She was weak and barely conscious. Jon leaned closer to her. Dany. He whispered. Whe. She couldn't talk, but she knew what happened. She wanted to know. She wanted to be sure, her child is alive, and she is okay. She remembered when she gave birth to Rhaego, and she was so afraid, the same things happened now. Where? She tried to form words again. She was looking at Jon and he understood it from her eyes. He jumped up and went to the cradle and raised up his daughter. She was smiling, and he was smiling back at her. He went back to Dany's bed and showed the baby to her. Hi. Dany tried to breathe. She reached her hand towards her daughter, and Jon moved closer to help her. When she took those tiny hands she started to cry. Kinvara said she is healthy and strong, just as you. Jon fought with his tears too. Do not. It was hard for her to take a breath. Do not hurt her. Please. Jon's eyes widen. How could he? She was his daughter. She was a miracle in his life, she was the proof, that their love is truer than anything in this world. I would never hurt her. He answered quietly. Dany nodded slowly. She had no strength to fight, deep in her heart she was happy. She was happy because he was there, but she couldn't forgive him. He dropped a too deep wound in her. Not just in her body, but in her heart and in her soul too. She couldn't understand, how she could be still in love with him, after what he did, but love was not enough. Not anymore. She learned it for a lifetime. No matter how she loved him, he couldn't love her the same way. He chose everyone else above her. What she did in King's Landing was wrong. She realized it. She knew it. Maybe she understood it when she was dead, she did not remember, but she knew it when she was resurrected. And meanwhile, she still couldn't understand, how he could just stab her. She believed in them. She believed in their love. She believed in the world, together. She was watching the tiny little human in his arms. How he held her. Jon Snow was not a bad man. He never was, but that does not change the fact, he killed her. For the realm. For the innocents, no matter what was his reason. Jon took a deep breath. She needs a name. He raised his eyes to Dany. Missandei, Dany whispered, and she was caressing her little hands. Jon nodded. He expected some more specified names from her family line. Not sound a Targaryen princess to me, he stated with a small smile. She is not a. She took a deep breath. Not a Targaryen. Living with that name, is too dangerous. She talked slowly. Jon nodded and he just realized, Dany has no idea what happened, while she was giving birth to Missandei. It doesn't matter she bears the name of Targaryen or not, she was in danger. He was looking at her, and frowned. He saw how happy she is. He saw how calm she is. That was not the right time to tell her. She has to be better, and then he has to tell her everything. About the soldiers, about Bran, and they have to figure this out together. Later on that day, Kinvara sent John to bring some drugs and bandage. He did not want to leave, after what happened in the last day, he wanted to be next to them every minute, but she finally convinced him. He was walking around with an idiot smile, but he couldn't help himself. He became a dad. Not under the best circumstances, but he had a daughter. He remembered back, how many times he thought about the thing, having a child. He had dreams about it many times. He even thought about it, when he was in his way to Winterfell. With Dany. When she agreed to help him, defeat the army of the dead. There were mornings, when he was laying next to her while she was sleeping and he was just staring her. Dreaming about a family with her, because he was sure that which was wrong. He did not want anything else. He was so happy that time, he could forget the threat of the dead when he was with her. She was his happiness. He sighed and frowned. How he could kill her. He shook his head and blamed himself. Maybe Kinvara was right. Maybe everyone just used him to achieve their goals, and no one sacrificed more than him. He sacrificed his love, and his daughter even if he had no idea about it. How he could be that blind. Dany was holding her baby in her arms. She was amazed by her. She was the most beautiful thing what she ever saw in her life. Miss Sandai opened her eyes and looked straight to her mother's eyes. Dany just noticed she had the same placid deep brown eyes as her father. No matter how far away she'll send John, her daughter will always remind her of him. Sometimes life had cruel jokes. Here Kinvara placed a plate to the counter next to her. You have to eat. I haven't say, thank you yet. Dany smiled at her. Without you she won't be here. She caressed the baby arms. That was my mission. She sat down. But it is not me, you do not have to thank her, to me. She smiled mysteriously. I helped her birth to this world but it was not me who made this miracle. Dany sighed. Her smile disappeared. I hope he is gone. She answered gloomily. I don't think my child is safe if he is around. Not after what he did. Kinvara did not answer, just watched them. The newborn princess and her mother. I don't trust him. Dany continued. He saved you. He killed me. Her eyes were on fire again. The moment she told that sentence she spotted John at the door. He was standing there with his brooding face and he stared the floor. You brought everything what I asked. The red woman stood up and took the things from John while he just nodded. She raised her eyebrows and walked out from the room. John hesitated then went closer. Dany did not pay any attention to him. You look better. He said quietly, but she was still ignoring him. It is good to see. I was afraid you cannot survive. Why do you care? You already killed me once. Dany answered, but she still avoided to look at him. I did. And the remorse will haunt me forever. Good. At least now you feel remorse. You deserve it. She told him. And you? John asked quietly. Do you feel any remorse? It wasn't me who killed the one who was in love with me. She hissed. No. John frowned. But you killed many innocent people in King's Landing. They didn't deserve to die. They did nothing against you. Dany swallowed. You told to your soldiers, you'll free every people in Westeros. And destroy everyone who resists. He continued calmly. Because you want to create a better world. A better world with many innocent victims. It doesn't matter now. It matters, Dany. John crouched next to her bed. It matters because I want you to understand why I did what I did. There is no good explanation for that. Dany could kill him with her eyes. You kissed me, you told me I am your queen, and you stabbed me. She raised her voice. I thought I did the right thing. Until I did it. At that moment I regret it, but I thought, everyone thought it the only way how I can save people. Innocent people around Westeros. And you just did what everyone expected. In the name of the innocent people. You never thought maybe you should just love me? You destroyed me. Left me alone. Everyone was against me because everyone thought you would be a better king. They took everything from me and betrayed me. I lost Vice Ryan because of you. I lost Ser Yora because I loved you and went to fight in your war. I lost Regal. I lost Miss Sandai. The ones who left just wanted to see me dead. She had tears in her eyes. I was alone. And you were not there. You couldn't love me because Bran and Sam told you who you are. A tear fallen from her eyes. Wish I'd never meet with you. Don't say this. John placed his hand to her, but she immediately moved it away. Now he understood. She was never mad, or insane. She was never really wanted to destroy everything. She was just alone and lost. She had no love there. Just fear. And those fears were just growing in her when she was alone. And those fears made her make that horrible choice. Dany took a deep breath. Thank you for being here, but now you should leave. And live your life. We don't need you. She told him. She tried to sound as confident as she could. I can't. John stood up and sighed. You can and you will. Danny almost demanded him. No, I can't. I made an oath to my daughter. I swore her I'll protect her from everything. Until I can. So now you care about your oaths? You did not care about it when you put that dagger into. She was hostile, but John stopped her. You are not safe. Not anymore. Not here. You are not safe anywhere, to be honest. What are you talking about? No one knows I am here, just you and I see one enemy here and it is you. I am not your enemy, for fuck's sake. He yelled. I never was. I defended you until I could. Then I made a fucking mistake, yes. And I never forgive myself. Because, you were wrong and I had no idea what is the good choice. No one has. Neither you or me. Because the world is not just good or bad. John was confident, but right now. I know one thing. I won't leave you here, because no matter it is good or bad in others' eyes, I don't let anyone hurt my daughter. He stopped. Or you. I can. She searched the words. I can take care of her. No, you can't. Drogon is here. He'll protect us. He was not there yesterday. But I was. He took a deep breath while you were giving birth to our daughter. If I was not here, you would have been dead already. Both of you. What are you talking about? Danny frowned. She did not understand. She did not remember anything. That labor was hard and she knew, she almost died in it. But when she was looking at Miss Sandai, she was sure she worth all the pain. She would die for her without hesitation. John reached his hand towards her to take the baby away. She was scanning his face at first, then gave Miss Sandai to his arms. John placed her to the cradle and put the blanket to her tiny body. She was sleeping. She had no idea how cruel is the world around her. He wished he could tell the same. John. Danny was sitting in the bed and looking at him with fear and worry in her eyes. What happened yesterday? He walked back to her and sit to the edge of the bed. They know you are alive. He started. Chapter 6. I don't know what else can I say. John finished. I don't understand why Bran did this. Why he wanna, or they wanna kill you, but I won't let it happen. I promise. And we are at the same situation again. Danny stated sarcastically. It is not hard to figure out how it'll end. She took off the blanket from her body, and tried to stand up. John took her hand to help her. I don't need your help. You can stay because of your daughter, but I don't want you to touch me ever again. She wrenched her arms and went to Miss Sandai. She was moving slowly. John was watching every step of her. He was afraid, she may fall. What did you mean, first? John asked her. Her sentence was not clear to him. Do I really have to explain, why I don't want you to touch me? Not with that. John lowered his head. I mean, about the same situation. Danny rolled her eyes. Last time when you had to choose between me and your family. I think it is obvious who did you choose, and now we are here again. Your family wanna kill me. You are here with me, but when the honor and duty calls you'll kill me again, and maybe your daughter too. Because others will convince you, that is the good thing. There was irony in her voice. So, should I explain more why I don't like the idea, you wanna stay here, with us? John just nodded. She was right. She did not trust him, and she was so right, and he knew he cannot convince her with words. No. He has to prove it this time. I cannot leave now. I cannot just leave you here alone without any protection, but maybe, we should go Westeros together, and you can stay with the free folks in the north while I talk with Bran. He explained his idea. You cannot talk seriously. Danny raised her eyes to him. I won't take my child closer to the danger. What the hell do you think? You are in danger here too. He stepped closer. They were staring into each other's eyes, their face was so close. The tension was real and filled all the room. Danny felt how her heart started to beat faster. John breathed faster. Miss Sandai cried out. They both turned to her and Danny raised her up from the cradle to her chest. Bran probably already knows about the child. And he probably knows I am here. I don't think he'll try to kill you again, until you are with me. You have to stay with me, if you like it or not. Do you still trust him? Danny asked the right question. He had no answer. He was not sure. He did not trust anyone at that moment. After John told her what happened, Danny accepted she needs him. Her daughter needs him at least until she figures out how she can solve her life without John. She did not want him to be around. She was not ready to spend all day, every day with him again. She did not want to let him close. She hated the feeling what she felt towards to him. She was still in love with him. With the man who killed her. That was nonsense. Days passed. They did not communicate too much, or when they did they usually argued. Jon tried to prove she can trust her, but Daenerys did not make his life easier. They heard nothing about soldiers for weeks, no one tried to attack them again. They started to live together as some kind of family. They knew their opposites cannot affect their love for Missandei. At least they agreed on this thing. She was the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. Dany stopped at the door, and she was staring Jon. He was holding Missandei in his arms. Kinvara stepped next to her. He is a great dad. He is. Dany agreed and lowered her head. She hated to admit it, but Jon helped her a lot. The Red Priestess nodded and smiled, then left her there. Dany was still standing in silence. Promise me one thing, little princess. Jon whispered to her, promise me you will always love your mother. He continued. He had no idea Dany was standing there. She deserves to be loved. Your father didn't do this too well, because your father is an idiot. I screwed it. One of your ancestors told me love is the death of duty. I thought. I've always tried to put duty first, but what is duty against the feel of a newborn daughter in my arms? He smiled a bit and Missandei was holding his finger. I made the greatest mistake, when he swallowed when I betrayed your mother, but I am here. And I would never betray her again. Neither you. She has no idea how much I love you both. I don't blame her. I proved the opposite of her, but I pray. I pray every night for her forgiveness. Dany wiped a tear away from her eyes, and coughed a bit. Jon turned to her. She should sleep by now. She smiled a bit. Yeah. Jon nodded and placed her back to the cradle. He glanced to Dany then started to leave. Jon. Yes. He turned back to her. I would like to thank. I think that you are here. And. She tried to put together her thoughts. Yes. He took a step closer. I don't think it is a good idea. You, to go to King's Landing. I mean. Ever. You've been exiled to the Wall. I remember you told me once, when someone breaches his oath and leaves the Wall, they have the right to execute him. Dany slowly looked up to his face. I did not think you worry about me. There was a half smile on his face. I worry about her. Dany answered quickly, I don't want her to lose her father. And. She is not safe if you leave, and we cannot go with you. Bran is my brother. Samwell is in the capital too. And Tyrion is the hand of the king. I don't think they'll execute me. Dany shook her head, and took a deep breath. Samwell? He hated me since the first moment. Sure, I can't blame him, but Tyrion? Who convinced you to murder me? Manipulated you? And Bran, who forgot to tell you I am alive, and I'm carrying a baby. Do you really trust those people? She answered ardently, but then she lowered her voice. I had time. A lot of time to think, and read. I read many things about the three-eyed ravens. Those are just tales of course, but... She hesitated. But... Dany, what is wrong? I did not want to tell you this, because I was sure, you always protect your family against me, and. Jon stepped to her and placed his hands to her shoulder. Dany followed his moves. You are my family too. Dany bit her lip. She did not know it is a good idea to tell him what she thinks. Now, she did not want to lose him. She tried to convince herself it was only because of her daughter, but that was more than that. As the weeks passed she started to trust in him again even if she did not want to. Dany. Jon waited for her to continue. Their abilities are different. They are the memory of the living, but there were many precedents when they were able to see the future too. She frowned. The possible future, I mean. You never wondered about why Bran accepted the crown, meanwhile he refused to be the Lord of Winterfell. Jon stared her and his face changed. It was clear he couldn't believe this. It is impossible, he sighed. Is it? After everything what happened, you still believe it is just a random thing? You want to tell me that my brother played with me all time long? You want to tell me he knew what is going to happen, and he did everything in purpose? He became a bit angry. He is not your brother. Dany answered. Not since he became the three-eyed raven. He is. He answered immediately. Dany nodded. She knew him. She knew this will be his reaction. She thought maybe he meant his words, and he put them into the first place, instead of the Starks, but he was a Stark. He'll always be. See. This is why I did not want to tell you. Because it is surplus. She turned her back at him. You better go now. Dany. Good night, Jon Snow. She closed the conversation. Jon hesitated, then left the room. He left the house too. He needed air. Everything what Dany said was just too absurd, but what if she is right? Bran did not tell him, Dany is alive, but maybe he sent a raven to the wall, and he just did not get it. No. Dany must be wrong in this. He had no idea what to think. There were too many questions. Too many missing pieces. It is too late for a walk. Kinvara saw him in front of the door. The night is dark and full of terrors. Jon frowned, he never understood that sentence. I just needed some fresh air. I thought you two started to get along, well. She took a step closer. What do you know about the three-eyed ravens? He turned to the red woman. Very special creatures, they are not good and not bad. Not living and not dead. They are the memory of the world. Knowing everything is power. Power sometimes is dangerous, and sometimes it is stronger than its the owner. Overcome, and change the balance between good and bad. Sometimes I wish you would not talk in prophecies. Jon raised his eyes to the sky. It doesn't matter what I know about them. It matters what do you know about the one who lives now, and rules whole Westeros. He is my brother. Are you sure, Jon Snow? Kinvara asked him, and returned to the house. Jon was thinking all night long. He tried to recall the events in his mind. Everything went wrong when, after Sam told him the truth. About his parents. He told it because Bran saw it in the past. They figured out together. Dany was begging him to not tell his sisters, but he did. Bran did. It was his choice but, no. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept his brother, his little brother played this game, all time long. There must be some different explanation. Yes, Tyrion manipulated him. Yes, Sansa made the wrong choice when he told the truth to Tyrion, but those were just coincidences. Coincidences what led them there. Where they are now. Bran is the king of the Seven Kingdoms, Tyrion is his hand, Sansa is the queen in the north, meanwhile he was exiled to the wall. He felt that is wrong, but he accepted it, because he killed the queen. He killed the one he loved, but, there were so many questions, he had so many questions. He never wanted to rule, he never wanted to be a part of that game, and still without him, without his betrayal, things would be different now. Better or worse he had no idea. He had no idea, if he would not stab her at that moment, what kind of ruler she would be now. He heard a scream from Dany's room, and he rushed there. She was sitting on her bed and sweating. What's wrong? Jon stepped closer. Nothing. Dany shook her head and hugged herself with her arms. Dany. What happened? He was worried. Do you remember, when you asked me, do I feel any remorse or not? Because of the thousands of innocent people who I burnt alive. Her mouth was trembling. I do. Every night. I have the same nightmare every night. I hear their screams and see their burnt bodies, and it ends, with a dagger in my heart. Jon did not care about what she wants or not wants, he sat to the bed next to her, and pulled her close into his arms. She did not protest. His embrace was her safety at that moment. Chapter 7. Jon stayed with her that night. She was falling asleep in his arms. Her nightmares hurt, but she finally slept well in his embrace. When she opened her eyes in the morning and realized Jon is there, she was confused. Part of her wanted him to be there, but the other part was still hurt. She still couldn't trust him, she still couldn't really forgive him. She still had doubts, especially because of his family. Because of his brother, who sent soldiers to kill her. She still couldn't believe Jon would choose her and their child if he has to make the choice. No matter what he promised or said to his daughter. He always supported his Stark family, that was one of the things what caused their great tragedy. When she tried to escape from his embrace, he opened his eyes. He knew he shouldn't be there, but he did not want to leave her alone that night. She looked so scared and worried. He quickly removed his arms from her back. How are you? Jon asked her. You shouldn't have stayed here all night long. Dany told him, but she did not look into his eyes. I just stayed at dawn. Not all night. He tried to make fun in the situation, but Dany couldn't smile. Sorry. He frowned. You fall asleep, and after that I fall asleep too. He tried to explain. Can I? She wanted to wake up from the bed. Sure. Jon jumped up and let her move away from the bed. She went to the cradle. She is an angel. Dany was watching Miss Sandai. She was sleeping. Just like her mother. Jon sighed, but he regrets he said it loud in the next moment. He knew compliments just make the situation worse. Her mother is not an angel. Never was. If I would be, then those nightmares wouldn't haunt me. Continuously. We all made mistakes, Jon stated, and I am sure, we are going to make more mistakes in our lives. Because we are humans. Mistakes what cannot be ever forgiven. Dany sighed. Maybe can. Jon shrugged his shoulders. If we look back, and living in the past, we are lost. Dany frozen. She always told that thing to herself in the past. When she needed to be strong. She slowly turned to John. But we have future. Both of us. He continued, and we have a child. He went closer and looked to Miss Sandai. We must take a step forward. We must move on. For her. Wish it would that be easy. Danny took a deep breath. It is. He took her hand and caressed it. Danny was staring it. He placed his finger to her chin and raised her head. Ilo. Did you think about what I told you? She stopped him before he could continue about your brother. She was looking straight to his eyes. Danny. He frowned and sighed. He did, but that still sounds unreal for him. All her theory, about Bran. See. She told him it is not that easy. She took a step back and turned back to her daughter. John sighed. We have a problem. Kinvara entered into the room and she was worried. Danny glanced to her daughter, then followed the red woman out the room. John as well. What happened? Soldiers arrived from Westeros to Pentos. To Pentos. Danny frowned. I think they wanted to avoid attention, but they'll be here in a day, and they are searching for you. That is obvious. Maybe not. John stepped forward. Maybe there is something else, and this is why they arrived at Pentos and not here. She is the greatest threat for the kingdom. Kinvara answered. And her daughter. What did you say about your brother? That he won't send more army until you are here? And I'll be in save with you? Your daughter will be in save with you? Because he would never hurt you. Danny was staring John. I still don't believe he. You better believe it finally, and chose a side. Because you can't be in both sides. Danny. No. She was on fire. I picked a Lannister to my hand. I believed he really wants to take revenge on his family, but he never really wanted it. He betrayed me. Just as you. He chose to free his brother and tried to help his sister, my greatest enemy, to escape from the capital. I put my trust in you. I trusted you with all my heart. Then. You chose to kill me, to save your family. Now your brother wants to see me dead. If you are not with me, then you are my enemy too. She started to leave. Where are you going? John followed her with his eyes. I make them understand, it is better if they leave me and my daughter alone. With fire and blood, if they don't understand it in another way. She put the shawl to her head, slammed the door and left the house. Danny. John started to leave, but he realized her daughter is there. He hesitated. I take her to the Red Temple, she'll be in save there. Kinvara stated. John nodded and he ran after Daenerys. Danny. Danny, wait for fuck's sake. He grabbed her arms in the middle of the street. Wait for what? She hissed. You cannot just go there and burn them alive. It is not how it works. John answered. Then how it works? Let them kill me and my daughter? Or you will do it again for some greater good. She tried to shake his hands off from her arm, but he was squeezing her. If you do this again, you just prove you are dangerous. And more people will recognize you are here and alive. You wanted to keep it secret, but if you go there, to Pentos with Drogon, and burn them alive, that will just cause more problems and you'll have more enemies. Do you think people here did not hear what happened in Westeros? He was trying to convince her. You told me, you would have listened to me if I would have given you a chance. Now I give you the chance. Danny, please. You know this is not the best solution. She lowered her head. Danny. Trust me. Please. He continued and let her arm go. How? She raised her eyes to him. Please. At least try it. He begged to her. His eyes were honest and sad. He really wanted to prove his loyalty to his love, but he was looking at her in the same way, when he put a dagger to her heart. His eyes were filled with love, he kissed her and killed her. And after everything, he still wanted her to trust in him. She couldn't, but does she had a choice? When the army reached Volantis, the people hid and there was no one in the streets. They spotted a lone rider who was galloping from the city towards them. He stopped in a considerate distance. It was John. He was sitting on a white horse. Where is your commander? He shouted. The soldiers just stood there and watching him, then one of them rode towards him. They were staring at each other. You have nothing to do here, you can go home now. John told him. You don't command me. The king sent us here and we are not going anywhere until we are not done. You brought a bit too large army to kill a woman, who is dead already. John stated, without emotions. The commander clearly did not understand, how he knows about it, and he was confused. Daenerys Targaryen is dead. Our king told us. He told you she is alive. She was. Now she is dead, I killed her. Who are you? My name is Jon Snow. I am the king's half-brother. I serve at the wall. The threat of the dead is gone, so I came here to end the real threat. I don't believe you, the commander answered. Then kill me. I am wondering what the king will say, when he gets to know, you killed his brother. His brother, who finished with the real enemy. John continued. He saw how his words make him uncertain. And her dragon? That beast is still there and alive. He is a threat too. He flew away to old Valeria. You can go there and find him, but I do not recommend it. The stone men are dangerous. He was so emotionless and distinct. The commander rode closer to him. They were standing so close to each other. What if you lie? He asked. John stated he held his arm in his sword. Essos is not under the king's control. What do you want? Go around, and plunder? Humiliate and rape every woman, and kill every innocent to be sure, I am not lying? In that case, why would be King Bran, the broken is better than Daenerys Targaryen, who murdered innocents? We're going to rummage the city. If you speaking the truth you have nothing to fear about. He was scanning John's face. Do not expect a nice welcome. And be careful. The Lord of Light protects this city. We do not believe in superstitions and myths. He answered rudely. Says a man, who serves the three-eyed raven as a king. John stated. Take my advice, dear friend, and leave, until you can. He turned his back at them and rode back to the city. He went straight to the Red Temple, jumped down from his horse and entered. And Jon Snow finally learned how to lie. Kinvara welcomed him. Is she gone? He could barely breathe. No. Dany walked down in the stairs in a red, long dress. I told you, I won't run away. Your hair. Jon just stared her. Her hair was black and she looked like one of the Red Priestess in the city. He was staring her and he was speechless. So, does your plan work, Jon Snow? They go. Dany walked closer to him. I don't know. But why are you still here? He was worried. Because if your plan would have gone wrong. I did not want you to die. She lowered her head. So. I was ready to save you. Drogon was ready to save you. If it would have needed. Thank you, Dany. He smiled at her, and he spotted a small smile on her face too. But you know, your plan only gives us time, right? She changed her voice. When they got back to Westeros, they'll know you lied to them. And Bran will know too. Are you sure he still spare your life after? I don't care. He answered immediately. We won some time. Now we have to figure out what are our chances, and how can we keep you two and safe. He meant it. He did not care he is his brother or not, he won't let his child to be harmed. Where is she? Above. On the floor. With other children. Dany answered. They heard the loud knock in the door. Go. Dany looked at Jon. No, I won't leave you here. If they find you here. They immediately realize, you lied to them. And you, cause trouble for everyone here. She answered. There is a back door. That way. Kinvara pointed with her hand. The Lord of Light will take care of us. Dany. Jon did not want to go. Just go. She looked to his eyes and they heard the loud knock again. Open. They heard how a man shouted from outside. Jon still hesitated, he held her hand, then slowly left to the way, where Kinvara showed. Dany stood among the priestess. There was nothing what resembles herself. She easily merged them. Welcome to the house of the Lord of Lights, my lord. Kinvara opened the door and nodded towards the soldiers. We are looking for the Targaryen princess. Tell us where is she, and you don't get hurt. Watch out what you talk in this temple. Our lord hears everything. And he does not like when foreigners threaten his servants. She was calm, and turned her back at them. I am not afraid of your imagined god. He took a step forward. Truly. She raised her eyes to them and touched a torch which immediately lit up with a huge flame. Chapter 8. The soldiers took a step back. Meanwhile Kinvara went to another torch and set it on fire too. Her eyes went red like there were flames in it. Which? A soldier whispered. We better leave. The other soldier grabbed his shoulder. Daenerys Targaryen is gone. You can bring the news to your king. Kinvara told them and she did not take her eyes off of them. Now leave. Our god did not welcome you here. Two soldiers were stepped back but one of them went to Kinvara and grabbed her arm. The Red Priestess just looked into his eyes and his hands were burned. Slut, he pulled his hand quickly. Leave Volantis as quick as you came here. She stated and the soldiers were backing. The one with burned hand turned to her one last time. You'll regret it. Which when King Bran, the broken, conquer this shit land. He left the temple with those words. Dany frowned. What does that mean? Everyone thought she is mad and dangerous but now it was clear for her. Bran was not Jon's brother. No. He is something else and something darker now. Just as she thought at first. They're gone. Kinvara keeps her eyes on the soldiers until they disappeared from the street. We have to find John. Dani stepped forward from the line of the Red Priestess. You worry about him. Kinvara stated. I am not. He is the father of my child. And he proved he is loyal to you. She answered with a pleased smile. Dani wanted to answer something clever but she did not find the right words. The past is gone. Anger and disappointment are not good advisors. Mistakes have to be forgiven. She placed her hand to her shoulder. He will always be a Stark. He'll always be one of them. No matter what I feel for him. Dani answered. She wanted to trust in him. Wanted to forgive him but, her heart was still broken. The wound, the place where the dagger hurt her, it reminded her every day. Reminded her of his betrayal. A part of him, yes. But the other part? And which part of him is stronger? The wolf or the dragon? The wolf. Dani answered quietly and turned away. Without any more words she walked up in the stairs to check her daughter. A couple hours later John finally got back there. I saw them leaving. They went back to Pentos. And they'll come back with a larger army and they're going to destroy everything next time. Kinvara stated. We cannot stay here. John understood. No. But it has to be in this way. John stared at the woman. He had no idea sometimes what is she talking about. Kinvara started to walk into another room and John followed her. Daenerys Targaryen never be a normal woman. She'll never have a normal life. Until she lives their enemies will come after her. And now, after you helped the three-eyed raven to get the Iron Throne she cannot hide from him. If we find a way to keep them in safe I go to Westeros and he started. You still thinks your brother will spare her life and your daughter life because you ask him? You know nothing Jon Snow. He froze. He heard that sentence many years ago from his first love then from Melisandre. He did not expect to hear it ever again. He was looking at her. He is my brother. Is he? Kinvara asked him. I have friends there. Friends who easily let you banished to the wall. Friends who knew the truth about you and let the last Targaryen prince to bend the knee to a raven. I am not a Targaryen, prince. Maybe my father was but I raised as Ned Stark's bastard. I'll never be a prince. Kinvara nodded. Maybe she is right. You'll never be the man she needs. Because you always be a wolf. She walked out. John stood there. Defeated. He did not understand any of this. He just proved he is loyal to his love, to his daughter and they still questioning him. He lied for them. He was ready to die for them if his plan goes wrong and they still don't trust him. He sat to the stairs and placed his face to his hands. How they can expect him to turn against all his friends and family. His friends, who forget him. Who's never tried to search him after he banished. Who's never really stood next to him. His mind was racing. If he wanted to be completely honest at that moment, he had two real friends and one of them was a wolf. His family, the Starks. He frowned. Bran easily could cancel his banishment after the Unsullied left but, he never did. He had no idea what happened with the North and Sansa. She never tried to reach him. Arya. He smiled a bit. She was the only one who he could always count on. She was against Dany too but, she defended her sister. Maybe if they ever had a chance for a normal talk, he remembered how Arya adored the Targaryen princesses and their dragons when she was a child. She went through many horrible things maybe, his mind was still racing. He was tired and lost. Dany stood at the top of the stairs and watching him. She knows that look. She knew he was suffering. She slowly went down the stairs and placed her hand to his shoulder. John raised his eyes to her and a little smile appeared on his face. He placed his hand to her. Come. You have to sleep. Tomorrow we have to figure out what to do. She told him quietly. John stood up and she took his hand. Walked up in the stairs with him towards to a room where Miss Sandai was sleeping. She checked her daughter then went to the poor, small bed. There was one blanket on it and a pillow. Dany took off the red dress and only wore just one thin underwear. She laid down to the bed and covered herself with the thick blanket. John was standing there and he had no idea what to do. Are you going to sleep by standing there? She asked him and turned her back at him. John swallowed and took off his armor. He went to the bed and laid next to her covered himself with the same blanket. It was weird to feel her that close again. It was weird she did not send him away, and let him sleep with her. He placed his arms around Dany's body and she snuggled closer to him. Dany he whispered to her ear but she did not answer. She was awake but she just wanted a still night and every time they started to talk it always ended in an argument. In that they were both dragons, they couldn't easily accept the opinion of the other. Thank you he continued and gave a kiss to her head. Dany smiled a bit and did not move. That moment was perfect. She wished again, wished it would be that easy. Their faces were so close in the morning. Their nose almost touched. His arms were still around her and that was the first night for a long time when she did not have those nightmares. No. She had a much better dream with John and Miss Sandai. They were happy. In the sunshine. Somewhere south. A dream what, never comes true. When she opened her eyes she surprised. She was staring at him for a couple of minutes. She still couldn't understand why she can't just let him go. Why she still loves him. He did not deserve it. John opened his eyes and looked to hers. Hi. He told her quietly. Danny was still just looking at him. His eyes. John did the same. He slowly leaned closer to her. He wanted to kiss those lips again. He did not know she was ready or not but he wanted it. Wanted to feel her again. Wanted her to feel how much he loves her. Their lips almost met but she lowered her head and in the next minute Miss Sandai cried out. John caressed her cheek with his hand then gave a kiss to her forehead. I'll take care of her. Just stay. He told to Danny and stood up from the bed. Her eyes stuck on his body. She saw it many times but he still had the most amazing body. His abs, his butt, and his face. Her cheek went red when she thought back the nights what they spent on that boat. She did many things with him. Many things what a queen would never do. She never did those things with anyone else. But when she was with John she was not a queen. She was just a woman in love. And that caused her tragedy. Danny got up from the bed and took back her red dress. That hair. Is still weird. John stated and couldn't take his eyes off of her while she got dressed. He was holding Miss Sandai in his arms. Danny went closer and Miss Sandai started to cry. I think she doesn't like it. John told with a smile. It's me baby. Danny leaned closer and took her little hand. Don't be afraid. She was smiling at her. Miss Sandai was staring her with big wide eyes. She recognized her voice. Mommy should just wash out this from her hair right? John asked her little girl. You don't like me in this way. Danny looked at him. Your hair color does not change my feelings for you. He answered and swallowed. Danny felt she needed to go. She let him too close again and she did not want to. I go and find something to eat. For all of us. She was embarrassed and walked out of the room. Stopped at the door and looked back. It was good. Seeing her daughter in the arms of her father. Seeing how John loves her. Later on that day they were still at the Red Temple. It was the safest place for all of them. The army left the harbor. Now we have a few weeks until they come back. Kinvara told them. And we cannot be here when they return, John sighed. Maybe your plan was not that good. Danny told him. If you would burn them to the ground another army would have returned too. Stronger army and everyone already knew that you are here and alive. John answered firmly. They were staring at each other. They couldn't deny the passion between them. Kinvara sometimes wondered one day they would kill each other again or that will be the greatest love in history. The love of ice and fire. You have to leave. Fortunately, you have a place where to go. Kinvara continued. They were both looking at her but did not know what she meant. As I mentioned earlier, you still have friends in Miran. Friends who would fight for you. The red woman looked to Daenerys. No. She shook her head. You made a great choice when you left the Second Sons there. Their leader swore revenge for you. They are still fighting for their queen even if they think their queen is dead. What do you think? What would they do if they get to know you are alive? Kinvara continued. Are you sure? John asked her. If you want to protect your daughter you have to merge your army. The priestess told them. I want her to have a normal life. Danny answered. Then we have to create it. Fight for it. John turned to her. He was so protective. And when you are in save maybe I can go back to Westeros and Danny answered with a sarcastic laugh and rolled her eyes. Do you have any better idea? He sighed. Then go. Tell me. We have to. I have to make them understand you are not a threat to them anymore. I have to make him stop. I have to try. He won't stop. She yelled back. When will you finally accept he is not your brother anymore and he doesn't care about what you want? They're standing so close to each other. The tension filled the room. Both felt they wanted to choke or kiss each other. And they had no idea what will be the end. Chapter 9. Volantis. Are you ready? John knocked on the door and watching them. His love and their daughter. Danny was standing there, her eyes were filled with tears and just looking at Miss Sandai. I don't want to leave her here either but... He walked closer. Kinvara told me they can hide her from his eyes. She told me the three-eyed raven can't find her here. Danny sighed. John hated how she said it. She did not want to say your brother but it did not matter how they called him. He still couldn't believe his own brother is the one who is trying to kill his daughter. And do you believe her? John frowned. I don't know what to believe or not. Their God brought me back from the dead. Brought you back? Whatever was the reason. That. I never believed that is possible, but we are here. She answered with tears. Yes. We are here. He agreed with her. We have to leave her here until we make sure, she sighed. We are safe in Miran. She caressed her little head. John placed his arms around her and put his hand to her shoulder. Danny leaned to his chest. John surprised, but he was happy. She started to let him close again even if she had doubts in him. They were a family. And they were. The last Targaryens. King's Landing. We failed again. Bran's eyes turned to normal after he saw his army left Pentos. And someone betrayed me. He added and raised his eyes to Tyrion. He frowned and did not understand. Maybe we should just leave the dragon to live his life. I don't think he'll ever return. He is away and I don't care less about the dragon. He looked to Tyrion. He clearly did not understand. May I suggest focusing on our own lands? There are many people who are starving and we should. Daenerys Targaryen is alive. Bran told him without emotions. Tyrion's eyes widened and he tried to breathe. He was speechless. What was a rare moment in his life. We should kill that beast before he could have taken away her body to Essos. You met the Red Priestess who support her earlier. When you served her in Miran, but you did not mention it. I. Tyrion stuttered. Now she is more dangerous and she is not alone. Bran continued. Call the council together. He was staring Tyrion. The dwarf took a deep breath and nodded. He hesitated a bit. He turned away but stopped and turned back to Bran. What do you mean she is not alone? She won't stop until she gets back what is hers. We have to kill her once and for all. He answered, then looked up to his servant. He grabbed his chair and took him away from the room. Tyrion couldn't believe what Bran told him. He almost runs to Samwell. He was the most clever man in the capital. If anyone, he must know some explanation to everything. It is impossible. Sam told him after he explained what the king told him. Is it? Jon Snow came back from the dead too. They brought him back. The Red Priestess brought him back. Isn't she? I was not there. Sam answered quietly. There must be something in your books about it. He stepped closer to Samwell. And send a raven to the wall. We have to tell Jon. He is in the greatest danger if it is true. If she is alive and... He stopped and fear filled his eyes. What? Sam asked. God have mercy on all of us. He added and left him in the room with his books. Volantis. I promise you, my queen, we'll take care of her. Until you find the way what the Lord of Lights planned for you. Kinvara told them at the gate. You two are meant to do great things together. She nodded towards to them, but watch out. Because the night is dark and full of terrors. What does that mean? Jon sighed. Keep your queen safe, Jon Snow. Kinvara added, then turned and left them there. Are you sure you don't want to fly there? That would be easier and quicker. No, I don't want anyone to know I am alive. Not until we see with our own eyes it is safe. Dany told him. It is better if I go there as a priestess. They won't harm the servants of the god. One thoughtful decision. Jon smiled a bit. Drogon will watch us and take care of us from above. She said, and at that moment the dragon flew over them with a loud roar. And I. She hesitated. She wanted to say she is safe with him and he'll protect her, but she swallowed it back. And. Jon searched her eyes. We. Better go. The road is long. She lowered her face and went to her horse. They riding together. She and Jon Snow. The man who killed her. The man who betrayed her. The man who is the father of her child. The man who is her family now. But will he keep his oath now? Will he stand by her side no matter what happens? She still has many questions and doubts about him. No matter how she loved him. Because she did. With all her heart. King's Landing. What the fuck the king wants now? Bronn sat to the table. He left 3 girls in his bed because of him. He has some important news. Tyrion answered, and he was clearly nervous. He looked at Sam. I hope that important news affects people because things got worse and worse. We asked some help from the north, but it takes time until it arrives. Sir Davos mentioned. Because our new king only cares about his fucking visions. Bronn added. Watch your mouth. Sir Brienne looked at him scornfully. He is the king we chose. You. Not me. You gave him a huge eye. To a cripple. You take it for yourself. Bronn continued in his own style. Can you just shut your mouth for a minute? Tyrion raised his voice. Everyone saw clearly there is something wrong. Tyrion looked so annoyed and worried. That was not the usual thing. Podrick entered with Bran into the room and everyone jumped up. Long live Bran, the Broken. They said at the same time, but there was no cheer in their voices. Sit down. Bran started. They did and stared at him. Tyrion, did you inform them about our problem? No. No, I didn't. I thought you want to tell them. Right. He answered without any emotions. Daenerys Targaryen is alive. In Volantis. Oh fuck. Bronn stated. How do? Brienne started, then she realized he must saw her in one of his visions. She is alive and there is a traitor with her. A traitor who helps her to survive. A man who we banished to the wall. A man who broke his oath. He was speaking slowly. Jon. Samwell stated quietly. Jon Snow betrayed us and turned against us. He would never. Davos started, but Bran raised his eyes to him to shut him down. Jon Snow is there with her and with her child. What? Tyrion eyes widen. She has a child. He shocked. Now our task is to end this threat. Once and for all. Bran was talking so serious. Before she can merge her army to attack us again and take what she thinks is hers. We can't murder an innocent child. Davos answered. Maybe Jon Snow went there too. Samwell tried to save the situation. He is there to protect them. Because that child is his. That is impossible. She died. Jon Snow told us he killed her and Brienne tried to understand. There is no mercy for them. Bran continued and everyone shocked. We have to call our bannermen and end the Targaryen threat before they attack us again. Jon Snow is your brother. You cannot think serious. Davos tried to talk. He is not my brother. He is a traitor. He left the wall. He deserves to die anyway because he broke his oath. His calm was annoying, meanwhile everyone was in shock. Jon Snow is going to die. With the Targaryens. He raised his eyes to Podrick. He was also wordless and surprised. He needed some seconds, but finally, he grabbed his chair and took him out. In the room everyone was shocked. Especially Davos and Samwell. They knew Jon. They loved Jon. What Bran told was just unimaginable for them. I think you don't need me in this. I go and enjoy my life until I can. And fuck many women. Bronn stood up and walked out. The others were staring at each other. They were afraid to say their thoughts aloud. Well. Tyrion took a deep breath. You heard the king's command. Send Raven Samwell. He told him, but even he was unsure in this. Sam shook his head. We have to do what is necessary. No matter the price. He answered and stood up. Somewhere in Essos. Dany and Jon were riding on the horses. They saw Drogon a couple of times above them. Jon smiled every time about Dany and how proudly she was staring the big beast. No matter how big he gets, he is your child. Jon remembered back when Dany told it to him. He is. She smiled. The last one who left. Not the last. Jon answered quietly. Now you have a daughter too. True. She nodded and stared him for a couple of minutes. She has your eyes. She does. Jon laughed. I think her eyes are much prettier. I am glad she did. Life would be harder for her if she owns all the Targaryen features. In this way she may have a normal life someday. Dany answered. You've changed. Jon told her and she looked at him questioningly. You always spoke about the Iron Throne before. How you wanted it. That you want to change the world and break the wheel. And nothing could change your mind. Her face changed. Her smile is gone. Did I say something wrong? Jon frowned. I died for that throne. She answered. I lost everything for it. Everyone. She held her tears. Not everyone. Jon told her. I am still here. Now you are. But you were not there. I was alone. A Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing. Jon sighed. Master Aemon told him many things and he never imagined how important words were those. What? Dany frowned. I think I just understand. The Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing. He repeated. Aemon Targaryen told me this long time ago in Castle Black. He was right. I should have known when you needed me. I should have forgotten my morals and just do what my heart wanted to do. You did. No, Dany. He took a deep breath. If I would have done what my heart says. I never. He hesitated. I would never stab you. It doesn't matter. I mean. What I've done was horrible. What I've done is unforgivable. I still can't understand how could you do it, but I understand why you thought about it as the right choice. I never thought about it as the right choice. He answered and stared at her, but she avoided his eyes. Wish I've never done it. The past is written. We cannot change it. She pulled one on the bridle and rode ahead. She did not want him to see how it still hurts her. She did not want him to see her vulnerable. No. She was still a warrior. She'll always be, and now she had a more important thing to fight for than a chair. Her daughter, and if it is necessary she'll fight for her with fire and blood. Her horse stopped suddenly. She did not understand. He started to take steps backward. John caught her and they both were scanning the land around. Stay close. John told her and placed his hand to Longclaw. Chapter 10. Somewhere in Essos. Dany and John heard the loud noise and some clamor too. They felt how the land was moving under their feet. Daenerys looked to the distance and she saw what she expected. A Dothraki horde. They were galloping toward to them, quickly. John looked worriedly to Dany but she did not look afraid. She waited and kept her eyes on them. Waited for them to come closer. And they did until they were not around them in a circle. Daenerys analyzing them. There were some familiar faces, some blood riders who were with her in Westeros. They did not recognize her. How could they? They thought she is dead, and her hair was black. She looked like a red priestess and not their Khaleesi. A rider went closer to them and smiled. She did not know him. What a good day, the rider started in Dothraki 2 horses. Something to play with. He looked at John and smirked. Oh, and I am going to enjoy fucking this one. He raised his eyes to Dany. John frowned. He had no idea what he was talking about but it was clearly a threat. He was looking at Dany worriedly but she was so calm. Take them, the leader told the other. I wouldn't do it. Dany answered in their language and it clearly surprised them. He turned back to her. Who are you? I don't know you. She was a bit sarcastic and so confident. You don't have a word here which? You can be sure I have. Dany was staring him. You became their new Khal? How? Because you were too coward to go across the narrow sea with their Khaleesi. She stated. That bitch died. They failed because they followed a woman. They followed her because she defeated all their Khals in Dosh Kalain. You may heard about it. She continued. I am gonna fuck you and then cut your tongue then fuck you again. You are irritating and you have no idea who are you talking with. He yelled. With a Khal who became a Khal when he had no one to defeat. She answered. I swear. Blood of my blood. She started to shout. You all left Westeros when your Khaleesi defeated. You did not take revenge on her. But I forgive you. Because now I give you the chance to make the right choice. Because your Khaleesi is alive. That bitch is crazy. The Khal started to laugh but 2 of their blood riders rode closer to Dany. They were staring her. Dany took off from her horse and looked to John. He followed her moves. She gave her horse to John and took some steps forward. She was smiling. Take her, the Khal yelled but no one moved. At that moment Drogon appeared in the air above them with a loud roar and the riders scattered. Drogon landed next to Dany and roared. Everyone remained in silence. Blood of my blood. She continued. I am here. I am alive and I still need you. I don't want you to go across to the narrow sea with me again. I don't ask to give me back what is mine. I ask you to save this country from a foreign conqueror who wants to destroy it. She shouted. Who the hell are you? The Khal asked. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. The breaker of chains. The mother of dragons. And the Khaleesi of the Dothrakis. She answered and Drogon roared again. The blood riders went away from their Khal. They did not understand what is happening. This is her. No. It cannot be. I know that man. They were talking quietly with each other. He is the man who killed her. Are you with me? She still shouted. No one answered. You really thought we believe your tale? The Khal was still laughing. That bitch died. And you are just a liar. He started to ride towards her. Dany was staring him and she wanted to say the words. She wanted to burn him alive but she couldn't. The words just stuck on her throat. John was watching her and worried. He had no idea what to do and the Khal was almost there to kill his love. He stood in front of her immediately and pulled his sword out. The last moment Drogon breathed fire to the Khal and burned him alive. To protect her mother. He died screaming in a minute. Nothing left of him, just ashes. Dany was staring that remains of him and she was clearly shocked. The riders were looking at each other, then the ones who were with her in Westeros started to cheer her, and the others followed them. John placed his hand to her shoulder. Dany. He whispered. Blood of my blood. She looked up, went a step forward and tried to cover her fears. Are you with me? Again? Until your death? She asked and they were cheering her. Go back to Vys Dothrak and tell everyone your Khaleesi is alive. And she is here. I need you to save this land. I need you to defend our enemies. They cheered her again loudly. She smiled a bit while Drogon's voice filled the air. King's Landing. Samwell. Did you send the ravens? Tyrion entered into his room. He shook his head. What? The king commanded. Tyrion became nervous. I won't send ravens to call our allies to kill Jon. Sam answered. It not works in this way. Tyrion sat down. You know he sees everything. He talked more quietly. Yes, and he sees even if you try to whisper. He answered and looked at him. Do you believe everything he says? Samuel. He is our king. He has his reasons. If Daenerys is alive and how can we be sure she is alive and she wants to destroy Westeros again? And Jon is there to support her? You know him. We are talking about Jon. We don't have a choice. Tyrion continued. If she really has a child, it is Jon's child too. He is my friend. Sam told him. Mine too. No. Sam hit to the table. He never was your friend. You just used him like you use everyone to reach your goal. And now we are here. You are the hand of the king. A king who wanna kill his own brother. Tyrion couldn't answer. He never saw Sam in this mood. He was surprised. Tell me there was no other way. You knew he loved her and you used him against her. You used him to kill her. She killed many innocent people. She killed your father and your brother. Tyrion tried to convince him. She did. And you used my best friend to stop her and you did not care about the consequences because if he did not kill her, she would be the one who kills you. Sam was nervous. You are not better than her. Never was. Somewhere in Essos, Dany was caressing Drogon. Some Dothraki riders stayed with them that night to keep them in safe. Daenerys convinced them. More was Drogon who convinced them, but after their call defeated they had no other choice than follow her. She proved again she deserves it. Dany. Jon stopped next to her. Are you all right? Sure. She faked a smile at him and nodded. What you did today? I thought. You thought we are going to die. Dany stated. I did. He admitted, but you. You were not afraid. You. I was. She took a deep breath. But I knew if I let them to take us we're lost. They would have killed you sooner than we reach V's Dothrak. I had to do something. I have a reason now. Bigger reason what I ever had to stay alive. She explained and lowered her head. I miss her too. Jon answered and placed his hand on Drogon next to her hand. At the next moment a Dothraki growling behind them and walked past by. I have a feeling they don't like me. Jon stated. Most of them were with me in Westeros. You killed their Khaleesi and now you are here with me. They don't trust you. Dany answered and started to walk away. Jon sighed and followed her. And you? He asked her while they were walking side by side. Dany did not answer, just walking towards to a tent. A Dothraki stood in front of it and let her enter, but at the moment Jon wanted to follow her he stood in his way. No problem. Dany told him in their language. He can come. He has to leave his weapons outside. The man answered. Dany smiled a bit. What did he say? Jon frowned. Dany nodded towards the big muscular man. Please give your weapons to him. Dany told Jon and entered into the tent. Jon surprised, but he unties his belt and handed Longclaw to the gloomy man. He looked to the dagger and Jon's side. He handed it too and the man finally let him enter the tent. Was it really necessary? He asked Dany inside. As I said, they don't trust you and I can't blame them. She answered above her shoulder. Jon did not like her answer but accepted it. Dany started to get undressed. She only wears a think silk material below her dress, what was kinda transparent. Jon's eyes stuck on her body. You can sleep here or sleep outside. It is your choice. But I am not sure it would be a good idea to spend the night alone, with them. She smiled a bit but she stood with her back to Jon so he couldn't notice that. She laid down and covered herself. Jon swallowed and took off his armor. He laid next to her. She was laying with her back at him. After some hesitation, he put his arms around her. A couple of minutes passed in silence but they couldn't sleep. Dany. He sighed. What happened? Earlier? When that man wanted to kill you. Her mouth was trembling. And Jon felt how her heartbeats fasten. You did not order Drogon to burn him. He continued quietly. Why? He almost killed you and you just stood there. She still didn't answer but a tear rolled down on her face. Jon gently turned her to his direction. She avoided looking into his eyes. Dany. He wiped the tear away and stared her. I couldn't. I wanted but I couldn't. She answered quietly. When he rode towards me and I knew what I should do but she started to cry. Jon held her close to his chest. He understood. She was still worried about her actions. That she did in King's Landing. When she burned those people, those innocent people. He was not innocent. He wanted to kill you. Jon whispered to her ears. No one would blame you if you would have done it. She nodded but she was still uncertain. Her nightmares still haunted her. The screams of the innocent women and children. Look at me. He tried to lift up her face by her chin. Jon was looking at her face and she looked so innocent. Broken and hurt. You are not bad. You are not your father. You'll never be him. I was. I burned them. She was stuttering. I couldn't stop. I killed them. I became the person who I never wanted to be. I became a madman just as my father was. No. John shook his head. No, you made a mistake and you paid with your life for it. I knew. I did it. His eyes were in tears too. He was holding her face in his hand. But you are better than that. I know you are. I know the broken girl under the mask. And still you did what you did. Because maybe you don't know me at all. She answered inside, then turned her back at him again and moved a little away from him. Chapter 11. Somewhere in Essos. Dani was standing in the desert. There was no one around her. She was looking around. There was no life anywhere. The wind was blowing, the sand came up everywhere. She saw a dark shape flying towards her in the air. She was watching it. First she thought it is Drogon, but it came closer and closer. Dani frowned, and tried to figure what she saw. When the creature was close enough they flew apart. Those were hundreds of ravens, and those birds encompass her. She tried to find a way out, but she couldn't, and then one of them with white eyes flew right to her face. Dani jumped up from John's embrace, screaming. John shocked and sat up too. He looked around, but there were no one around them. Just the two of them. They were in the tent, and the morning comes. The first lights of the sun also made the tent so warm. John grabbed Dani's hand and leaned closer to her. She was distracted, and she could barely breathe. Dani. Dani. John tried to get her attention. He knelt in front of her, and held her face between his hands. Dani, calm down. I am here. He was scanning her face. They finally looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly a Dothraki entered into the tent with his weapon on his hand. He heard her scream. He was looking at John suspiciously. John was still kneeling in front of her. Heard a scream, he told them, but in Dothraki, and John did not understand. He frowned, then looked back to Dani. She did not say a word, just raised her hand, and tried to indicate everything is all right. The man hesitated, then left them there. John turned back to Dani. Calm down. Everything is all right. He continued. Dani nodded, while looking around. She was still breathing restlessly. John caressed her cheek with his finger, and staring her. The same nightmare? He asked. You don't have to be afraid. Daenerys shook her head, while John was still holding her, and he did not understand. It was something different. It was. What? John frowned. It was Bran. There was fear in her eyes when she told it. Dani. John sighed and pulled her closer. This would be the truth after all. John was thinking. Is Bran really chasing her? Sooner or later he had to accept, but he still tried to see the good in his family. He was his family. He was his little brother. He's never done anything horrible before. He wanted to know what changed, he wanted to know what happened, and he had no chance to know it from Essos. Maybe Dani was right all the time, and he shouldn't talk with Bran, but some way he has to figure out what is going on. He saw me. He saw me here. He knows I am here, and he knows where we're going. He knows it. She tried to talk. Miss Sandai. Was she in your dream too? John catches her eyes again, but she shook her head. John nodded. She isn't safe. He tried to calm her down. She is in the safest place. He hugged her close. He was not sure. He was not sure in anything, but he knew they have to believe in the Lord of Lights. He did not bring them back at a venture. There must be a reason. A reason what they have to find. If you. John started, if you want to go back and, to be sure she isn't safe. You can fly there with Drogon easily, and then you can catch us. No, Dani shook her head. No. I can't. Dani, they won't hurt me, if you tell them to not hurt me. John answered. You don't understand. Dani was looking into his eyes. I am afraid. From what? Since, she brought me back to life, I did not ride on him. She explained slowly. But a few days ago you wanted to burn those soldiers alive with Drogon. I wanted. Just as much as I wanted to burn their Khal alive yesterday, but I couldn't. She answered brokenly. You're afraid. You're afraid that happened in King's Landing will happen again. You're afraid you are going to lose control if you burn someone again or ride on Drogon. John said it loudly. Said what she was afraid to say. She was so broken. Her guilt made her weak. Her guilt made her afraid. Dani. You. He tried to find the right words. You did it because you were lost. Alone, and you did not see any other solution. You thought the only way is fear. You did not have love there. You've told me that. But now. He crawled a bit closer. You are not alone anymore. You have a daughter. You have me. You have love. He said it from the bottom of his heart, because he loved her. More than anything. More than anyone. You can control your fears, as you did it always before. I help. Just, let me help. He begged her. She held her tears back and sighed. John raised her head and staring at her beautiful eyes for some seconds. I love you, Dany. They were staring each other for some more seconds, but when she saw John wanted to kiss her, she lowered her head, and wiped her tears. She stood up quickly and took her dress. John jumped up and grabbed her arm. Turned her to himself. I love you, Dany. You can act like you did not hear what I say, but I love you. John told her again while their eyes were locked. Let me love you and we can defeat your fears and we can defeat everything. Together. As you always said. I can't. She turned away, and started to put on her dress, but before she could finish it John stood behind her. Why? What do I have to do, to trust me again? He asked her. She felt his breath on his neck. He placed his hands to her arms and held her close. Give me time. She walked forward slowly, away from him, tied her dress. John sighed. He really wanted nothing else, just made her feel, he loves her. He would die for her. He learned his lesson, but that lesson had a huge price, and maybe they'll never get over it. Maybe she'll never be able to let him close again. King's Landing. Sir Brienne Tyrion greeted her outside in the gardens. She was walking around there. The news what Bran told them, still shocking them. She was standing in the railing and watched the sea. Lord Tyrion. She nodded towards to him. What a beautiful view. Myself many times. What do you want? Brienne looked at him. I thought we have some talk. General things. He answered. Come on. She turned to him with her whole body. I know you. You did not talk with me instead of the council in the past few months. You did not even ask how I feel because of your brother died. You want something. What is it? Jaime was my brother. Talking about his death is, also difficult for me. He sighed, but I knew him. He died in the way he always wanted. He turned to the sea too. If you came here to humiliate me, you can go now. Brienne answered ardently. No, I wanted to know how you feel about our king's decision. He is our king. Brienne answered quickly. That is true, just some of his advisors don't really agree with him in that decision too. If Jon Snow is really there to support the Targaryen girl, he is our enemy. She is dangerous for all of us. And the Starks. Dangerous for Sansa and Arya. And you still intend to keep your promise, what you made for their mother and my brother. My oath is bound forever. She nodded. If Lady Sansa didn't want me to be here, next to her brother, I would be still in Winterfell. Next to her. But it was her command. I met a few, loyal people as you are. Tyrion admitted and turned his back. May I ask? Brienne continued, who are the ones who not agree with the king? Never mind. Tyrion nodded. Jon Snow has some close friends here. Maybe they are not happy with this decision. Sir Davos did not look unhappy. He happily left our shores, to get the Iron Fleet help to sail to Essos. Did he? Tyrion frowned. He did not mention it to me. He was in a hurry. He thought he can convince the Greyjoys with words more than with a raven. Brienne told calmly. Yeah, maybe he is right. If you forgive me. Tyrion nodded towards to her, and walked away. He has doubts. He has doubts about his new king, but he would never say it loud. He was more afraid of his life. And he worried. Sir Davos' sudden departure was an interesting thing. Maybe the king sent him away. Lately, Bran, the Broken does not announce his every decision with the hand of the king. Somewhere in Essos. You are speechless today. Jon told Dany, while they were riding towards Temirin. Some Dothraki riders were accompanied them in this road. They made Jon feel frustrated, even if he knows, they are there to support their queen, their Khaleesi. I am fine. Dany smiled at him. May I ask, why did you protest at first, to go to Meereen? Jon asked her. We have no idea what we'll find there. Maybe the Second Sons already left and Dragon's Bay becomes the Slaver's Bay again, I don't want to see it if the Masters take it back. She tried to explain, but that was not true. They were riding towards Meereen. Meereen, where she left the Second Sons and Daario Naharis. She was sure, they are still there. Daario loved her, he would kill anyone for her. He would do anything for her. He killed the other leaders for her. He proved his love for her many times, and she left him. She couldn't love him back in the way he loved her. And now they were riding towards Meereen. She and Jon Snow. The man who killed her. The man who she loved, no matter what he did against her. The man who was the father of her child. She knew that won't be easy for any of them. That is all. John stared her. Isn't it enough? Danny asked back. John nodded. Maybe his move in the morning was too much. Danny kept more distance to him than yesterday, and it killed him. He really wanted nothing else, just get her back. She was his life. He realized it too late, but she was the only one who mattered, and their daughter. They were his family. What are those? One of the Dothraki riders asked. Danny turned to them, and she saw they were looking at the sky. She looked up and John followed her moves. I never saw those kinds of birds here before, the other answered. Ravens. John's eyes widened when he saw what they are looking for. As in my dream, Danny looked at him and he frowned. The blackbirds just flew over them and went away. There were many. Too many, especially because those birds don't live in this country. They both knew what does that mean. We better hurry. Danny told to the Dothrakis in their language, then looked to John. We have to get there before the sun goes down. She huddled on the bridle and went forward. The Dothraki followed her while John falls behind and looking the birds. He had to admit Danny was right from the beginning. His brother wants to see her and their child dead. No matter he is there or not. Maybe he wants to see him dead too. He just couldn't understand how Samwell and Davos can help him in this. He thought they are his friends. He would have placed his life on their hands. He was so sure earlier if Bran changed into something else, it doesn't matter because these two would do anything to help him. Now it was more and more clear for him. He is alone, and he had no more friends in King's Landing. He couldn't count on anyone, just himself. Chapter 12. King's Landing. Bran's eyes turned back to normal and he was smiling. It was not a happy smile, but satisfied one. He saw them. He saw where are they going, and it was easier to plan anything against them in this way. Your Grace. Tyrion entered into his room and nodded towards to him. Finally, Samwell sent the ravens. Bran looked at him. He did. As I know. Tyrion hesitated. He did. Bran nodded. Not with the exact message as I requested, but he did. Bran told him. Can be understood. He walked closer. Jon Snow is his friend. He used to be my brother, but that doesn't save him. He is a traitor. The king answered firmly. Maybe we should do some investigation before we draw hasty conclusions. Tyrion swallowed. Are you questioning my visions? Bran raised his eyebrow. Tyrion hated the fact there were no emotions in his face. He can never read any feelings from his face. He was cold and unkind. No, I would never do this. I only wanted to recommend. Recommend what? Bran stared him. Jon Snow is not a bad man. He saved us when it was needed. If he is there, he surely has a reason for it. His child is the reason, nothing else. Bran answered with a grimace. The child who has to die. There isn't any chance to, her child is not responsible for her mother's sins. Tyrion continued. That child is innocent. That child is a threat. Bran told him immediately, and we have to stifle this threat. As soon as possible. Fortunately, Sir Davos is sane, and he already left to the Iron Islands to organize the attack from the sea. He was not blinded by his emotions as you or Samwell. You made an oath to the king. Keep your oath, or you're gonna die. Somewhere in Essos. It is better if we go alone from here. Danny turned to the Blood Riders. Khaleesi. You are not safe with him. He answered. Jon just stared them, and he saw how he was scanning him. There will be no problem, but I can't arrive at Mirren with you. I don't want them to know who am I, in the first minute. Stay here. She answered firmly. The rider nodded and waved to the others to stay. Jon went closer to Danny with his horse. What did he say? Jon looked back over his shoulder to the Dothrakis. That. She raised her eyes to him. He thinks I am not in safe with you. I can protect you. Jon frowned, but in the next minute he realized what the Blood Rider thought. They still think he is a threat to her. Danny was looking at him, and smiled a bit. You did not lose only my trust. Why should they trust you? Jon sighed and nodded. It was a new situation for him. He was always the noble one. He was Ned Stark's son and he always tried to do everything, to be as good as his father was. He got killed because he did the noble thing, when he let the wildlings pass the wall. When he saved them. He thought he did the noble thing when, he raised his eyes to Danny. No, that was not the noble thing, that was only fear. He did it, because everyone around them told him, that is the right choice, but it wasn't. He knew the right choice at that moment in the throne room, but he was afraid to do it. He was afraid to love her and help her, because they confessed him she is dangerous. Now, as he was looking at her, she wasn't dangerous. She was a mother. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, and he knows she has a good heart, and she was his love. The only one love, who ever really existed for him. He had no idea. He had no idea, how he could stab her. So he raised his eyes to the gates of Miran. This is where you came from. No. Dani shook her head. I've been many places in Essos before I sailed to West Eros. That was just another place. I never felt like it is my home. I couldn't really call any place my home, ever. Our home is where our family is, John answered with a small smile. Maybe that was the problem. I never had a real family. Her face became gloomy. And now? I don't know yet. She glanced at him. Their eyes met and they were staring each other for a couple of seconds. We should go. She continued and went forwards with her horse. They went straight to the pyramid. There were 2 soldiers at the entrance. They were Dario's people. Dani immediately recognized that. Where do you want to go? One of them stood in their way. Who is the leader of this city now? Dani asked them. Who is asking? The man was good-looking, almost charming, and also a shit-kicker. A red priestess from Volantis. She looked straight to his eyes. I brought a message to your leader. To Dario Naharis. At the moment she said his name, the soldiers looked to each other. They were surprised. She knows it. And this? The soldier nodded towards Jon Snow. I saved his life and now he has some debts to me. He is just a no one. Dani answered and did not take her eyes off from the soldiers. She knew them. She knew how to treat them. She knew their weaknesses. They were just men. Our leader doesn't have time for myths and legends. The other soldier took a step towards to them. I am sure he wanna hear this. Dani smiled. Let me in, and let him decide. She got off from the horse and walked closer to them. Since when Dario Naharis refused to meet with young ladies? She stood so close to the soldier and looked into his eyes. And since when the second sons refuse a woman? Maybe you also get something good. If you let me in. She was talking slowly. John wanted to explode. She was playing with them, but seeing this makes him mad. I ask what I can do for you. The soldier swallowed and turned his back to them, and walked into the pyramid. The other was still staring Daenerys. She turned back to John with a pleased smile. He immediately got off from the horse and went closer to Dani. He leaned to her ears. What the hell was that? He tried to whisper, but he felt how his blood boiling. I know them. I know how I can achieve what I want. Dani looked at him. I am sure about that. He answered. His eyes were darker than usual, and if it was possible he was even grimmer than ever. What does that mean? Dani turned to him and she was not talking quietly anymore. The soldier was staring them. John noticed from the corner of his eyes. Nothing, my lady. I serve you as I promised. He bowed and took a step back. Their eyes were locked for seconds. You can go. Our leader is waiting for you. The soldier arrived back. She smiled, and started to go. John followed her, but they stopped him. Only her. It is okay. Dani nodded towards John. You can wait for me here. She knew he hates the idea, but they had no other choice. While she was walking towards the entrance, the 2 soldiers were still staring her. I am going to fuck her when he is done with her. One of them laughed. As I know him, we won't see that woman for days. He is going to fuck her brains out. They laughed hard. John needed to concentrate. He wanted to cut their throat. His blood was boiling. He walked up and down, and he was nervous. Those soldiers were assholes, and he was sure, their leader is not different, and Dani was alone, with him. When Dani entered into the pyramid she immediately spotted Dario. He was sitting on the throne on the top of the stairs. Comfortably, casually. He immediately undressed her with his eyes. She knows him. She knows that look. My soldier said, you came here from Volantis, and you're gonna offer something, what I cannot refuse. He started. Looking at you, I believe him. Dani lowered her head, and she smiled sarcastically. As I see, you find your place, after your queen left you here. She started. She couldn't believe no one recognizes her with that dark hair. Of course, everyone thought she is dead, and Dario Naharis did not seem sad because of it. He leaned forward on the throne but did not say a word. Dani went some steps up in the stairs. Someone told me you swore vengeance for your queen, but it seems it was only a misunderstanding. She was talking slowly. It seems you enjoy your new role as the leader of Miran. He stood up and took a step closer. I've thought of you, Red Priestess knows everything. We only know things what our god wants. Well, he took another step towards to her. It is sad, your god knows nothing this time. Really? What should he knows? She raised her eyebrow. Why should I tell you? He was closer with every small step. Because I am here for a reason. She lowered her head, and she saw how he stopped in front of her. What reason? Daenerys raised her eyes to him and looked straight to his face. Her eyes were special. No one has eyes like her in the whole world. Those green-blue eyes. She saw how his face changed. He looked like he saw a ghost. He took a step back at that moment, but he was still speechless. Anything wrong? She asked him. It is impossible. What kind of game are you playing with me? Dario asked her. I did not want anyone to recognize me. It wouldn't have been safe. I came here, because a good friend of mine told me I still have friends here, in Miran. Friends and an army who are still loyal to their queen, and who wants to take revenge for her. She explained. No you. I was. She nodded. I died. They killed me. She sighed, she did not want to tell the truth. And still. I am here. Don't ask me how. I never knew it is possible, but one of the Red Priestesses from Volantis brought me back. And I am here, to know, are you still loyal to your queen? Dany took a step towards him. They heard a huge roar from outside. Drogon arrived, Dany stated it with a smile. A smile what Dario could recognize anytime. Daenerys. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't think. He just grabbed her and hugged her close. Dany surprised. He never did anything like this, but she just came back from the dead. Maybe she was wrong, and he was happy about it. I am sorry. He took a step back and kneeling in front of her. Dany smiled a bit. I swore we take revenge on you. I swore to the gods. I believe you. Dany answered. And I need your help, more than ever. Dario stood up and looked to her. He couldn't get used to her hair color. I needed to hide. This is why it looks like this. But, we have more important things to do. You have me. As you always had, he answered. First of all, your soldiers forgot to respect a woman. She stated, or they learned it from you. You know us. We have a big mouth, but we are addicted to love and women. He answered and smirked. The slavers. Dany asked him earnestly. The piece what you created is still alive in Dragon's Bay. He lowered his head. As you wished. You are a loyal soldier, Dario Naharis. Daenerys told him, and he took a step to her. I am loyal to my queen and my love. Now and forever. He answered and looking into her eyes. Dany felt embarrassed. Now she got Miran back, but she was not sure how long his loyalty will last if he meets with Jon Snow. There is another thing, Dany sighed. Chapter 13. Miran. This is Jon Snow. Dany presented him to Dario after he finally told his soldiers to let him in. When Daenerys mentioned she arrived with a friend, Dario was not pleased, and the situation even got worse, when they first saw each other. Jon slowly walked up in the stairs and stood close to Dany. So close, as he was protecting her. And Dany looked to Jon. This is Dario Naharis, the leader of the Second Sons. The two men just stared at each other, assess each other. Dany felt the tension in the air and she already hated it. She knew it won't be easy. She knew she was standing between two men who love her. The ridiculous thing was, one of them would never hurt her, no matter what the other people want or what is good for the world, meanwhile the one she loved more than anything killed her. For duty. She did not understand herself. I think you can leave now. The queen isn't safe. Dario stretched his hand towards him. Thank you, for bring her back here. I think you misunderstood something. Jon shook his hand. I am not going anywhere. Jon felt how Dario squeezed his hand, and there was a fake smile in both of their faces. You don't belong here. Dario continued. If she stays, I stay. He answered and pulled himself out. Dario was way taller than him, but in body structure and details. Jon was the winner. Dario wanted to continue. Have you finished? Dany gave them an angry look and walked to the throne. She placed her hand to it and waited any of them have something else to add, but they both remained in silence. Good. She sighed. I don't want revenge. I don't want the Seven Kingdoms anymore. She started. What? But. Dario started. I want to. She turned to him. I want to keep my daughter in safe. I want to protect her, and protect this country. I want to end this war. What did you say? Dario stepped closer. Jon just stood there with a small smile. He wanted to tell it to his face. Yes, she has a daughter, they have a daughter. He was proud. I have a daughter. She is, in save now, but we have to stop the new king of Westeros. She glanced to Jon. He wants to see us dead. Me and her too. And I need you, and my allies to keep her in save, and give her what she deserves. A normal life. Who is the father? He sighed and stared her. He was jealous, and he was sure in the answer, but he had to ask it. It doesn't matter, and that is not important in this situation. Dany lowered her head and walked down in the stairs. She felt how Jon looked at her. She felt his disappointment, but she did not feel right at that moment, to tell Dario. It was enough for one day. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs. And Dario. Do not tell anyone I am here. Not yet. The Dothrakis will join us. Soon. When they arrive I will announce it to the people. Not sooner. As you wish. He bowed. But. Yes. She looked to him. What about Drogon? He is here. I heard it. He wasn't here since you left. And he is a free dragon. She shrugged her shoulders. He can be anywhere he wants. She started to walk out, then she stopped at the door and looked back to John. Are you staying here? He did not say a word, just went down in the stairs, and followed her. He had many questions. He had many doubts. He hated the second sons already, but that was nothing compared to the feeling of what he felt towards Dario Naharis. That man was arrogant, irritating and pompous, and the way he was staring Dany. He wanted to kill him, at the first moment. Dany walked to her chambers. She smiled a bit, when she saw it was untouched. She did not expect it. She thought they already used this chamber to enjoy the pleasures. She always knew about their addiction to the women and sex, and she had no problem with it, until they respected the women, and did not rape them. She walked around and touched everything. There was a big map in the middle of the room. She smiled. She thought back how many times she planned the conquer of Westeros at that table. She heard how Drogon roared outside, and walked there. The dragon was flying around, as he rules the whole city. He was home. He belonged there. He belonged to Essos. It is beautiful. John stopped next to her and looked around. They saw the whole city from there. They were almost at the top of the pyramid. It looks like it. Dany answered, but there are people here too, who are starving, who have no home, no family. I wanted to help those people. You did. You ended slavery. John answered sternly. I did. She nodded. Do you ask it or let it drive you crazy? She glanced at him. She knew, it was not Mirren, what he wanted to talk about. No. Jon Snow's mind was in somewhere else. He was jealous, and if she wanted to be honest, she enjoyed it somehow. Seeing how protective he became, when he saw Dario, that was a new thing. A thing what she never experienced from him. Jon always hid his emotions very good, in front of others. Just as she. She was a queen, she couldn't seem weak. No one could see her weakness. Jon was not sure. He was not sure he wanna know it. He hesitated. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. He was. Dany answered immediately. You don't even know what I wanted to ask. Jon turned to her with his whole body, and he looked upset. He was my lover. Dany looked straight to his eyes. Before I go to Westeros. Before I met you. What happened? He swallowed. I left him here. I told him. She turned and started to walk slowly back to her chamber. I told him maybe I have to marry someone. In Westeros. To make alliances. She was staring at the map table. But you didn't. He went after her. He thought he should be the one. He should be the one who marries her, and instead of that, things just went wrong. No, I didn't. She answered quietly. The silence was huge. They both felt this situation is unpleasant. And what now? Jon asked after a minute. What do you mean? Dany looked at him. You know what I mean. He was staring at her. His face told everything. He was dying inside. He hated it. He did not want to lose her. They still had many problems, many differences, and he did not need Dario to be another one. It was enough already. No, Jon. I don't. She frowned. Do you love him? He asked finally. He asked the thing what he wanted to know the most. Even if her answer would hurt him and break him into pieces. Dany was staring him. I never did. It was never love. Just attraction. She sighed and lowered her head. But he loves you. He does. And he would do everything for his queen. She raised her eyes to him. And now I need everyone who supports me. Even if you don't like it. I need every ally to keep my daughter safe from your brother. She put a knife into his heart with her words. He knew he deserves it, but it still hurts him. He wished every day, he wished he could take it back. Now they are there. In Mirren, and now they did not have to worry about their enemies only, but for a man who would never do the same with her what he did. Why you did not tell him? Jon was still nervous. He couldn't hide it. He was nervous and jealous. Dany took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She waited for that question. If you don't feel anything for him, why you did not tell him? He took a step closer to her. Because as I said, it is not important in this situation. It is not important. Jon raised his voice. No. No, it is not. Dany yelled back, I need allies and not enemies. No, I did not want to tell it to the face of a man who loves me, that I have a daughter from you. And I did not tell him what you did with me either because I know him and you'd be already dead. She was on fire. Jon stepped closer. They were standing face to face. The anger, the passion, the tension between them was huge. Their hearts beat faster. Maybe you forgot I am one of the best swordsmen in Westeros. It is not that easy to kill me. He answered. She felt his breath in her mouth. His eyes were on fire too. He was different. He always told her when he doesn't agree with her but that Jon was something else. That Jon was a dragon and not just a wolf. That jealousy, that vehemence, she hated to admit it but she loved it. And you may forget we are not in Westeros anymore. Dany answered, her lips almost touched his, then she just turned away. Jon rolled his eyes and hit the table. He has to be sane or he'll gonna lose her. He knew it but he also knew he won't stop. Not until he gets her back. Volantis. Kinvara kept her promise. She took care of the little Targaryen princess. Every priestess adored and loved her. They all believed she is the princess who was promised. The princess who will bring peace to the world. The princess who will unite the realm of humans. She is so beautiful. Another red woman stated and looking at the child. And look. Her hair started to grow. Kinvara caressed her little head. Her mother won't be happy. Why? She wanted a dark-haired little boy or girl. With dark eyes. She talked about it many times when she was pregnant. I don't understand. The other priestess frowned. Because she was afraid. This hair is so rare. So recognizable. Almost only the Targaryens have this white blonde hair. And it can put her in danger. And she is already in great danger. Kinvara explained. They were playing with the baby when they heard a knock on the entrance door. Kinvara quickly put a cover to Miss Sandai's little face to cover her hair and placed her back to the room where the other children were sleeping. She was a bit worried. She had a bad feeling. Not because of the three-eyed raven. It was something else. Something strange. She was hurried down to the entrance and opened it. Welcome to the Temple of the Lord of Lights. She welcomed the stranger. It was a small woman, dressed as a man. Brown hair, grey eyes, cute face but she would not say she is beautiful. She was staring at her. She had a feeling she knows her in some way. What can I do for you? Kinvara smiled. I am searching for a child. Someone lost him months ago. And some says you receive the orphan children in this temple. She raised her head. I don't think the child you are looking for is here. Kinvara answered. Can I? I don't want to hurt them. I just want to take him back to his mother. She explained kindly. These children here are under the Lord protection. And as I said I don't want to hurt them. If the child who I looking for is here, I just bring the good news to his mother. Who are you, stranger? Kinvara was mistrustful. I haven't seen you here. I am Arya Stark from Westeros. And I just want to help a mother who lost his son. She answered with a kind smile. Chapter 14. Volantis. What a Stark girl from Westeros is doing here? Kinvara raised her eyebrow. She was surprised. She couldn't believe it was only a coincidence. Now, when Miss Sandai is there, alone, a Stark girl suddenly pops up from nowhere. That was weird for her. I left Westeros many months ago. I decide to travel around and find out what is west from Westeros. She was smiling. And what did you find? As you see I am here. There is nothing else from west of Westeros. Just Essos. Our world is round. At least we know it. Kinvara smiled. So? Would you help me? Arya raised her eyes to her. Kinvara nodded finally. They walked inside, but she was staring at her continuously. She had doubts. They went to the room, where the children were staying. Arya looked around and looked every little child closer. She did not stop next to Miss Sandai. It seems sadly I am wrong. He is not here. She stated after a couple of seconds later. May the Lord bring you here for another reason. Kinvara answered. Lord of Lights is not my lord. I serve the many-faced God. Arya answered. We all serve one God. He may have different names in different places. Arya frowned. Maybe she was right. She sighed, and at the next moment, her eyes stuck on Miss Sandai. She was smiling and walked to her. Kinvara followed her to the cradle. Her eyes are, remind me of. She was still smiling, remind me of, one of my family member. Kinvara stayed in silence. She was ready to defend Miss Sandai if it is necessary. Beautiful little girl. I don't understand how could her parents leave her alone. She stated. They'll come back for her. We just take care of her, until it is necessary. Thank you for your help. Arya walked away from the cradle and started to leave. Kinvara waited for a second, then went after her. Arya Stark from West Eros. I think you may find what you are searching for in Mirren. She told her. In Mirren. Our god keeps you safe on your way. Kinvara nodded towards to her, then went back to the children. Mirren. Daenerys had a horrible night. After her argument with Jon, they did not talk. He did not spend the night with her, and she hated it. Maybe he was right, and she should have told Dario that he is the father of her daughter. She was just not sure. Since he stabbed her, she was not sure of anything. That caused a huge fracture in her. My queen. Dario entered into her chamber. What are you doing here? Dany was a bit odious. I wanted to see you are all right. He lowered his head. He was wearing a semi-buttoned shirt. Casually. Is this your new uniform? Dany glanced at him. I was just in a hurry. I did not dress up totally, yet. I thought you may want to take a walk around Mirren. See, everything is fine and everything is in the way you wanted. Maybe later. Dany forced a smile. May I ask? He took a step closer. Where is your daughter? In Save. Less you know, less trouble it causes, she answered with a serious face. Dario nodded and turned to leave. He saw that is not the right moment, but there was a question what he had to ask. He needed to know. He stopped. Anything else what you want to talk about? Dany frowned. Is he your lover? Dario sighed. It is more complicated. But he is the father of your daughter, right? This is why he is here. He stared at her. Dany nodded slowly and lowered her head. Dario sighed. He knew it, but he needed to hear. What went wrong? Many things. She answered shortly, and in that minute Jon entered into the room. He took a deep breath when he saw Dario is there. His eyes stuck on his semi-buttoned shirt. His face changed immediately. He was mad, he had no idea what to think. It was early in the morning, and they were there, together. In her chamber. If you change your opinion, about the walk. You know where you can find me. Dario nodded towards to Dany, then turned to leave. He looked at Jon with a smirk on his face and placed his finger to the buttons of his shirt when he walked past by him. Jon looked away, he couldn't stand his smug face. Where were you? Dany asked him kindly. She was worried about him. She hated that he just left her. She hated to sleep alone, but of course, she would never tell this to him. Why do you care? As I see, you had a good company. He took a step closer. Dany rolled her eyes and sighed. She was not in the mood for this talk. She had to deal with many more important things than Jon Snow and his jealousy. The Dothrakis will be here in some days. After that, I want you to go back to Volantis and bring our daughter here. You'll have an escort. Dany answered and tried to be as calm as she could. Escort? Do you mean some blood riders who want to kill me, or a few from these irritating assholes who called himself Second Sons? Thanks, but I rather go alone. I can take care of her. He kept the distance from her. Dany took a deep breath. We both know it is dangerous. And I don't need any of your men to come with me. For fuck's sake, Jon. It is not about you. Not about Dario. She started to yell. It is about our daughter. If you can't bring her here, then I'll go and do it. I thought you want to help. Why do you want me to leave? He took a step closer. To stay here with him? Alone. He was mad. His eyes were darker than usual. He was the man who she needed, and she hated it from the bottom of her heart. You are ridiculous. Dany told straight to his face, then turned away, but he grabbed her arms and turned her back to him. Am I? Jon frowned. That woman drove him crazy. That woman brought out feelings from him what he never thought he has. He loved her, and that love easily could kill him. He knew it. Dany heard his breathing. I don't love him. Dany told him slowly and with power in her voice. Then why he was here? It is a bit early for discussion. He was still holding her close. Maybe because he cares about me. She shrugged her shoulders. Their eyes were still locked. Why you were not here? She asked angrily. She pulled her arm from his hands but did not move away. And just for you to know. I told him that my daughter is yours. She said, and turned away from Jon. He hesitated. I thought. His voice changed. You were right. It makes no sense to keep it secret. So he knows now. I hope you are satisfied. She answered above her shoulder. Thank you. He sighed and lowered his head. Dany started. I don't care about your cockfight with Dario. I don't need it. I cannot handle this right now. Right now I only care about my daughter's safety. I thought this is the most important thing for you too. But if not, you can leave the city. She slowly walked towards the table. You know I am not going anywhere. I swore to you, and my daughter. He went after her. Then finally, we can focus on our plans. She nodded. I don't know where are the Unsullied. Some say they traveled to Nath. They did. John nodded when they Bran exiled me to the wall, they sailed to Nath. I don't know they are still there or not. I did not hear anything from them since then. Well, we have to find out somehow. Dany. She gently took her hand and turned her to himself. I don't think Grey Worm would be happy to see me here. No matter you are alive or not. He was my most loyal friend. He was loyal till the end. I need him. I trust him. He would never betray me. He wanted my head. John sighed. I would have wanted it in his place. But he let you go, didn't he? It did not depend on him. I guessed that somehow. Dany admitted. John frowned and stared her face. Her lips. Sooner or later they'll all forgive you. She whispered. When they'll see how you protect us. I don't care about their forgiveness. He answered quietly and placed his hand to her cheek. Only yours. John, she whispered to his mouth when he leaned closer and gave a gentle, small kiss to her lips. She did not want to let him. She wanted to resist, she was not ready. She thought she is but she was not. At that moment, all her memories came back. All the memories from that day, when he kissed her with all his heart and suddenly put a knife to her heart. She jumped back. I am sorry. John lowered his head. I shouldn't. No. You shouldn't. Dany answered and looking at him. I love you, Dany. He raised his eyes to her. And you know what? I am not sorry about it. I love you and I wanted to kiss you. That is all I wanted since I saw you in Volantis, in that small house, alive and pregnant. Because that was a miracle. When Drogon came for me, I thought he wanna eat me or burn me alive. Take his revenge on me. But no. He brought me here. I lost you, but you were there. You are here. I know I don't deserve it. I know I don't deserve your love, but I would do anything for it. I would die for you. And he tried to search the right words. I know what you think, and I know you're gonna say again I made a mistake, and you think it is not true, and I don't really love you, and all those things what you think with your mind, but it is true, Dany. I am not myself since that horrible day. I lost a part of my heart, and a part of my soul with you, and I cannot be a whole without you. He took a deep breath. Does it make any sense what I say? He sighed. Dany nodded with tears in her eyes. She went closer to him and placed her arms around his body. Snuggled to his chest with her cheek. John closed his eyes and hugged her close. He gave a kiss to the top of her head. And I am jealous. Yes. And it makes me mad when he is around you. Because I know, he is better than me. I know he deserves you more than I ever will. After what I did. And I am afraid. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose my daughter. I don't want to lose my family. John continued. Those words came from his heart. He was broken. Dany barely could breathe. Her eyes were filled with tears. Those were happy tears, she needed those words. She needed to hear those words. No, she was not ready to be with him again. To give herself to him again, but they made a step to it. You are wrong. Dany finally formed some words, but she was still in his arms. No one is better for me than you, Jon Snow. She told him quietly, but those wounds have to heal. I want to love you. I want to let you love me. And where we are now is a development. She smiled a bit. Compared to the first moment when I wanted to kill you with my bare hands. Dany admitted. John answered with a peal of quiet painful laughter. So you don't want to do it anymore? He asked her. No. Her face was still on his chest. Just promise me. You'll never. I won't. I never betray you again, Dany. I promise. He knew what she wanted and answered immediately. Finally, he felt it too. They made a step. Maybe a small step, but an important step, and maybe someday she'll be able to love him again. Wish I can believe it. She told him but did not let him go. She was fighting with herself. Her mind and her heart were fighting with each other. Chapter 15. Miraen. We can defend the city from the lands, but seaside is a different thing. John analyzed the situation. They tried to figure out how they can defeat Bran and his army if he really attacks them. Dany was standing there between the two men who loved her. With crossed arms. She was wearing a pretty cut dress and John hated it and loved it at the same time. She was beautiful, but he also noticed how many times Dario's eyes stuck on her. John and Dario were on a different side of the table. You don't even know the city. I don't think you should be the one who decides our tactics. Dario mentioned and went a step closer to Dany. We have gained some ships. He was smiling towards Daenerys. Gained. She raised her eyebrow. Yet. Some masters tried to occupy the city after the news of your. He hesitated, death. When he said it, Danny looked at John. He frowned and lowered his head. Nice work. Danny placed her hands to the edge of the table and leaned forward, staring the map. Dario was so close to her and started to explain. The bay is narrow. He touched her frequently while he was talking, and we have a dragon too. If they come with the scorpions, Drogon is useless. John sighed. We can't risk his life. Maybe you should have helped her to keep the other 2 dragons alive. Dario answered immediately. You have no idea what are you talking about. John hissed. Actually I do. She left with 3 dragons. Friends. Advisors. And comes back alone. It is clear you did not do everything for her. He answered. They were staring at each other and the stress in the room just grows. It is easy to establish something while you were not there. Why you did not fight in her side in her war? John took a step towards him. Danny was still standing between them and tried to focus on the map. Because she commands me to stay here and keep the peace. I successfully have done my task. And you? He smirked. Enough. Danny raised her voice and looked at them. Seriously? If you can't say anything, what helps in this? Just shut up. She sighed. John and Dario still looking at each other. John. She continued. Bran, against Bran no matter what we plan. He'll know. He sees everything. Right. Not everything every time, if I understood his power well. He can find things in the past easily, but he needs to concentrate to see things in the present. And also a possible future. Danny took a deep breath. We need to know more about his powers somehow. There are no masters in Essos as I know. John stated. No. But we have the Red Priestesses. Dario answered and pointed to Volantis on the table. Maybe they can help. Maybe. Danny narrowed her eyes. Wish Samuel would be here. John stated quietly, but Danny gave him a killer look. He is a master. I am sure he knows. Fortunately, Danny smiled sarcastically. He is on the king's side. Not ours. We cannot be sure. John still couldn't accept his friends, his closest friends turned against him. Then why don't you go and find out? And fight on their side again, against me. She became upset. Dario smiled a bit. I did not say that. I just. John continued while Danny went closer to him. It is really time to decide which side you are. Mine or their. She told him angrily and looked deep into his eyes. You know I would never. He started then hesitated. I would never betray you. Really? Danny asked back. Dario clearly enjoyed the situation. He still had no idea what John did against Daenerys, but she doesn't trust him, and that was an advantage for him. When the Dothraki arrives. Dario started. Maybe if you want. I can bring your daughter here. She doesn't want it because I'll be the one who goes back to my daughter. You have nothing to do with her. John answered ardently. You don't command me. Only the queen. Let her decide. Maybe she wants her daughter to be in the hands of a man who she trusts. He answered. John moved towards to him, but Danny stopped him. Placed her hand to his chest. Her father will bring her here. When it is time. She answered, then started to leave. Where are you going? John turned to her direction. Away. From you two. She told them and walked out. She needed air. She was tired of them. She was worried about her daughter. She did not want to listen any more their arguments. And she was pissed. John came out again with this Samuel thing, and it just made her mad. She can't believe they were talking about this topic again. Samuel, Davos, everyone who was in his side in Westeros now, in the king's side. Against her and their daughter. I don't know what you did, but I do not envy you. Dario sat down and placed his legs to the table. I've never seen her acting like this way. John tried to let his words go of his ears. He did not want to fight with him. You've told, you have ships. Right. He turned to him. Why do you care? He started to play with his knife. She needs her army, and the Unsullied are in the Isle of Nath. Maybe if we send a ship there and inform them she is alive. They would, fight for her again. He was looking at the map. If she wants it, she'll tell me. Dario answered lightly. As I said, you do not command me. Only my queen. Stop with this for fuck's sake. You wanna help her or not? John raised his voice. Dario jumped up and walked to him. They were standing against each other. You are a no one for me. And you are a no one for her. She lets you stay because you are the father of her child. That is still weird for me. What she saw in you. Dario stated with a grimace. I can ask this too. John answered nervously. Well. I am extremely good in bed. Dario patted his shoulder, and I would never betray her. He walked out from the room while John's blood was boiling. He had no idea how long he can stand this asshole. Dani was walking around in Miran. She saw many smiling faces. Many happy families around. She just wished, she can live in that way with Miss Sandai. And John. But that was impossible. No matter she resigned of the Iron Throne. No matter she died for it once. Until she and Drogon alive they are a threat for them and won't let them live. She knew she needs to fight. For her. For Miss Sandai. She needs to find the warrior inside again. She needs to find the girl who frees the Slavers Bay. Who changed Essos. Who, she was before she burned many innocents in King's Landing. She saw Drogon flew over the city. She walked towards the great field where he landed. She needed to talk to someone who was not Daario and neither Jon Snow. She missed Miss Sandai, her closest friend. And Ser Yora. They were not just her advisors but her friends too. They would have known what to do in this situation. She was sure. Meanwhile Jon and Daario more cared about their cockfight than anything else. Why you brought him here? She was caressing the dragon's head. I was ready to start a new life without him. Or. I thought I was. She sighed. Drogon roared quietly. You like him? Even, after what he did. She raised her eyes to the big beast. I still don't understand why you did not burn him. I mean. I am glad you did not but. Dani took a deep breath. I am sorry. She smiled a bit. I am sorry to let it happen and neglected you. First I thought it happened because of you. But no. It was me. Just me. Drogon placed his head closer to her. I never say thank you. For bring me here. I don't know how you knew it, but you did. And saved my life. My life and my daughter's life too. While Dani was sitting next to Drogon and speaking to him a girl watched her from a little further. Arya couldn't believe her own eyes. She looked like Daenerys. And she was sitting next to a dragon and petting that beast. But Daenerys died. Her own brother killed her. She remembered back when she asked Jon how he survived a dagger in his heart and he said he didn't. But he did. He is alive. For a moment she was thinking what would Jon say if he would see what she sees at that moment. She knew she had to be sure before she does anything. If it is really Daenerys, then she has to do what his brother couldn't. When Dani stood up and started to walk back, Arya dug into her bag. She was still a faceless assassin. Now it was the time again to use the skills what she learnt. You still don't want to join us for some fun? The soldier asked Dani when she arrived back to the pyramid. I am afraid I can't. She lowered her head and went straight on. Hey! The guard caught a girl who wanted to go after her. A girl with long brown hair and brown eyes. Let me go, she told them, but they were squeezing her. Let her go, Dani turned to them. I said let her go. She commanded them. Or I will tell Daario Naharis you hurt innocent women in the streets. Fine. The guard pulled the girl away. Did they hurt you? Dani placed her hand to the girl's shoulder. No. She was staring at her. Analyzing her face. Are you all right? Yes. Ahm. Yes. Who are you? The girl asked Dani. She opened her mouth to answer, but at that moment she realized it is not safe if she tells her the truth. Just a red priestess from Volantis. She tried to avoid the answer. I was looking for them. To be honest, I followed you because I want to become one. The girl told her. I don't think you are in the right place. The Red Temple is in Volantis. Is that far from here? 2 days in a horse. Dani smiled a bit. I am hungry. She lowered her head and placed her hand to her stomach. I think I can help with that. Come. And tomorrow I'll give you a horse and my men escort you to the Red Temple. Dani answered kindly. The unknown girl followed her inside the pyramid. They walked in and the girl is amazed by the pyramid. They went to the Great Hall. Stay here. I bring you some food and find a place to stay for tonight. She turned her back at her. I saw you with a dragon. She told Dani after she looked around. There was no one there. Just them. Dani stopped suddenly and froze. You probably wrong. Daenerys told her above her shoulder. Yeah, I thought that first too. But now, after I saw you face to face. I know who you are. She was talking primly. Dani slowly turned to her direction. You should be dead. She continued. Who are you? Daenerys covered her emotions. She was scared but she did not show it to her. The next moment the girl taking off the face from her head. Dani's heart almost stopped when she recognized her. I am sure you remember me. Arya told her and placed her hand to her sword. Bran sent you. Arya did not understand but she did not really care about it. She took a step closer. She frowned. That means not. Dani did not take her eyes off of her. She felt how heart beat faster. What are you doing here? I just wanted to explore what is west from Westeros. But it seems she pulled out her sword. I can take my revenge in the name of the thousands of innocents you killed in King's Landing. Chapter 16. Miraen. Arya and Daenerys were standing face to face. I already got my punishment. I died. Dany told her quietly. And you are still here. It seems he lied. He was not able to kill you, she answered and approached her. He was. Dany looked into her eyes. He killed me. She took a deep breath. He did not do a good job. Arya pointed to her with her sword. Why you hate me that much? I was there. I was there in King's Landing when you burned thousands of innocents alive. I heard they screams. I saw them burn. You almost killed me. You are a murderer, nothing else. You don't deserve to live. Arya continued. Arya. I made a mistake. I know it. A mistake? You killed mothers and children. I know. She was still strong and looking straight to her eyes. I hear those screams every night in my dreams. I relive that day every night and this will haunt me forever. Then you should say thank you. Because I'll end your suffering. She took another step to her and at that moment Drogon landed on the pyramid. Arya hesitated for a moment. Put that down, she heard a voice from her back and turned. Daario was standing there. He was ready to defend his queen and his love. Jon went to the balcony when he felt the quake what Drogon caused. He looked up. Drogon was standing there and roaring loudly. Continuously. What's wrong? Jon frowned then looked around. He did not see anything outside. Drogon grumbled to him. Dany. He stated and stormed inside. He felt she is in trouble. Just let me finish my work and I don't kill you. Arya answered to Daario and they were walking in a circle against each other. Go home, little girl. Daario answered and smiled. I don't want to hurt you. Daario. Don't. Dany stepped closer to them. She was worried. Arya was right in many things, she knew it. She understood her anger towards her, but she knew if Daario kills her that would make things worse. She tried to kill you. He answered but did not take his eyes off of Arya. If he won't kill me, I'll kill you. Arya answered confidentially and at that moment she made the first step. They started to fight. Stop. Dany yelled but they did not pay any attention to her. It was a heated fight. Daario was clearly surprised how talented that small girl is. The combat was balanced. Dany looked around and saw the second sons coming closer to them. Drogon roared louder from outside. She knew if they won't stop this he will burn and destroy the pyramid to save his mother. A soldier walked past by her but she stopped him. Do not dare to kill her. She looked at him. He frowned and he was confused. He had no idea who is this woman but he would have sworn he knew her. Arya. Jon arrived at the hall and he shocked when saw his sister fighting there. She turned to his direction when she heard his voice and at that moment Daario caught Arya from the back. Stop. Don't, Jon and Daenerys yelled at the same moment and they went closer to them. Jon looked at Arya then Daario. Let her go. Dany stood right behind Daario and commanded him but he did not move, just stared at Jon. I said let her go. Dany repeated. Daario pushed her away towards to Jon then turned to Dany and looking her questioningly. She did not answer, just watched the Stark reunion. She was not sure what she can expect after this. Jon loved his family. Especially Arya. Now, he has to choose. She stayed close to Daario if things would go wrong. What are you doing here? Jon asked his sister. He was surprised and worried. Finish what you couldn't do as I see. She answered and she wanted to go again to kill Daenerys but Jon grabbed her arm and held her back. Wrenched the sword out of her hand and threw it away. She was looking at him surprised and mad. He was squeezing her arm. Everyone remained in silence and watching the scene between them. Jon raised his eyes to Dany. She covered her feelings well but he saw in her eyes how scared she is. If I let you go. Jon looked to Arya. Promise me you won't do any stupid things. Arya looked at his hand, what was still on her arms. Promise me. He insisted. His sister just nodded and at the moment he let her go she took a step back from him. They were staring at each other. Let me explain. He straightened. Explain what? That you lied to everyone. She was yelling with him. I did not. He swallowed. You've told us you. Arya continued but Jon cut in before she could finish her sentence. I did. I did it. Jon answered, I did not lie to you. But she is here for reason. If you trust me. If you've ever trusted me, just let me explain. He tried to convince her. Fine. She answered, picked up her sword and started to walk out but the second son stood in her way. Let her go. Dany told them but they did not move. You heard it. Daario nodded towards them after some seconds. Arya walked forward. Jon looked at Dany. She was clearly fighting with her tears. He turned away and went after Arya. Dany wanted to leave the hall but Dario followed her. Who is she? He asked her. His sister. She answered and left Dario there. He was shocked. That was a thing what he did not expect. Arya was pissed. She was walking forward and Jon followed her. What are you doing here? Bran sent you. He asked her loudly. She stopped and turned to him. And you? What are you doing here? A long story. And I want to explain. You betrayed your family. You betrayed your people. All of us. She hissed and turned away. I did not. He yelled. I killed her. As I said. I put that fucking dagger to her heart but the Lord of Light brought her back. Just as he has done with me. She should not have to die. You were there. You saw what she did, she answered loudly. And the remorse will haunt her every day. She repented it. Jon told her. Oh great. So if I start to kill innocents but I repent it is okay. I know you are confused but I cannot let you hurt her. I cannot let you kill her. He sighed. How could you still love her after what she did? Arya couldn't understand him. She is not the monster who you think she is. Jon took a deep breath and she is a mother now. The mother of my daughter. Arya frozen. She tried to find the words to answer but she was speechless. Jon went closer to her and placed his hand to her shoulder. Just let me explain. I really would like to understand what happened earlier. Dario slowly walked towards to Dany. She was standing at the balcony. Daenerys. She has every right to hate me. I did horrible things in Westeros. What things exactly? Things that cannot be forgiven. Ahm. She wanted to kill you. Dario was still confused. And you don't let me kill her. She is his sister. She answered quietly. What if I did not arrive on time? But you did. She smiled a bit. You saved my life again. Dario Naharis. Who killed you in Westeros? Dario had clues now. He was almost sure that bastard from Westeros did it but he wanted to be sure. Dany hesitated with the answer. Someone who I trusted. But it doesn't matter. She turned to him. It happened in the past and now I am here. We should focus on the present and the future. She walked past by him towards the chamber. Dario followed her. I sent 10 men to the Isle of Nath in a ship. To find the Unsullied. Dany surprised. I did not ask that. No. But you've told me you need every help. And I thought. That is the least I can do. He smiled a bit and walked closer to her. I would do everything to keep you and save. He told her quietly and he was standing right behind her. Closely. He placed his hands to her arms. You should respect your queen. Dany told him but she did not move away. I do. Every minute every day. He leaned closer and told it to her ears quietly. And I'll kill every man or woman who ever hurt you. I promise. Dany took a deep breath. She should be thankful but she was more worried. Now he suspects what Jon did and she knew he meant his promise. I would like to be alone. If you don't mind. She walked further from him. Dario nodded and left her room. A tear came out from her eyes. Now Jon was with Arya. What if she convinces him, he did the right thing? What if she turns him against her, and if it was not Bran who sent her, why is she even there? Jon and Arya were sitting in some rocks away from the city. He told her everything. About his life with the Wilding. How Drogon brought him there. The Red Priestess. Things about Bran, and how his soldiers tried to kill them. Everything. What is her name? Arya asked. Missandei. A beautiful little girl. Sadly she inherited my eyes. Jon smiled a bit. Where is she? In Volantis. The Red Priestesses keep her in save until we make this place safe enough for her. He was staring at the field. I think I saw her. Arya mentioned. I was in Volantis a few days ago. A priestess told me to come here because this is where I found what I am searching for. When I saw your queen with the dragon. I thought. I knew why. But. She shook her head. I am sure she did not send you here to kill her. Jon frowned. They brought her back. Arya remained in silence. Give her a chance. Please. Jon asked her. He almost begged her. I need you, Arya. You ask me now to fight against my brother. She raised her eyes to him. Your brother. I am afraid he is not the man we knew. He is not our brother. He told us many times but I never believed it. My brother. The Bran I know, would never try to kill me. Nor my child. No matter who is the mother is. How can you be so sure? What if it is just a manipulation? Her plan. I saw ravens. One had white eyes. I spoke with the soldiers when they tried to kill her in the birthing bed. They told me. Not Dany. I don't know Jon. Arya shook her head. I don't trust her. She doesn't trust us either. Not in me. John sighed. If that is true, what you said. That you killed her. No wonder. But, why are you still here then? Because I love her. Because I made an oath to my daughter. Because they are, my family. John raised his eyes to Arya. He had no idea what will be her reaction. We are your family too. We? Bran who tries to kill me. Sansa who, did not care about me since I exiled to the wall and she became the queen in the north. She told my biggest secret to a man who manipulated me to kill the woman I love. To be honest. In the past few months I had to realize, instead of you I had no family left. Then my daughter was born. Now I have. She and Dany. And here's the question. Are you still belongs to my family? The question hurt him too but he had to know. He had to see the things clear even if it hurts. Chapter 17. Miraen. Arya and Jon walked into the pyramid, but Daario stopped them. Where are you going? He asked them and it was clear, he did not trust them. Why would he? The new pieces of information only confirmed they cannot be trusted. To the queen. Jon stepped forward. Do you think I let you too close to her? Daario facing against him. She tried to kill her. She is my sister. Then it is a family trait, isn't it? He asked back. Jon hesitated. Let us go, to talk with her. He answered and sighed. I don't trust you. Daario did not move away. I won't let you or her close to her again. Do I have to remind you, it is not you who decides it. I want to talk with Dany. Now. Jon was definite. You think I am afraid of you? I killed more dangerous men than you. You are not an opponent for me. He grimaced with an irritating smile. If you threatening my brother, you are threatening me. I almost defeated you. Wonder how it would end if he did not interrupt us. Arya stepped close to Jon. If you touch her with one hand. Then what? Jon asked back. Both of you can say goodbye to your lives. He leaned forward and told it to his face. Daario turned around and led them to Dany's chamber. My queen. He nodded towards to her, then walked next to her. Dany turned to the direction of Jon and Arya. Daario stood so close to her. Jon couldn't concentrate anything else. Daenerys and Arya were looking at each other. Both of them waited for the other to say something finally. Dany noticed how Jon stared at Daario. You can go now. She turned to him. What? Daario frowned. Please, just leave. Dany told him again. She almost killed you, I am not going anywhere. He turned to her with his whole body. I am sure Jon Snow would have not brought her here if she still wanna kill me. Or am I wrong? She raised her eyes to Jon. He shook his head. Let me stay. I don't trust them, Daario told her quietly. Almost whispering to her ears. Jon felt how the jealousy filled his whole body. He wanted to go there. Arya looked up to him and she saw it. She never saw Jon acting like this. You have many other things to do. And I am sure, I am in safe. Dany answered to Daario and looked at her back over her shoulder. Drogon was standing in the balcony. You can go. She told him again and they kept the eye contact for some seconds. Daario frowned but then took a step back and started to leave. He gave a look to Jon when he passed by them then closed the door. The silence was huge in the room after Daario left. None of them knows how to start. I told her everything. Jon broke the silence finally. About your resurrection, Bran, and about our daughter. He finished with a big swallow. Dany surprised. She couldn't believe he told her they have a daughter. What if she came exactly because of that? To kill their daughter. And Dany tried to be calm. Jon looked to Arya. She was still looking at her suspiciously. He convinced me to give you a chance. She answered finally. At least he could convince you now. Dany raised her eyes to Jon. I am not sure you deserve it. Arya was serious. But I would never harm an innocent child, neither a mother. Even if she is not that innocent. We are different. I understand why are you hating me now. I accept it. I did horrible things in King's Landing. A horrible mistake. Dany started. You did, Arya agreed quickly. But I can't understand why you did not give me a chance. When I sacrificed my army to save Winterfell and humans. She finished. I had one sin then. I loved your brother. She raised her eyes to Jon and you did everything to break us apart. You and your sister. That is not an excuse for what you did. No. It is not. Dany raised her eyebrow, then sighed. And I paid a huge price for it. The man who I loved killed me. Past is in the past. Jon tried to distract the topic. No matter what we did. It happened already. We all of us made terrible mistakes. Even you, he looked down to Arya. He was right. He also killed people, but never innocents, but yes. She killed the whole Frey family, because of what they did. We learn to live with those mistakes, or we let those mistakes control our lives. He was standing between them. It not depends on me. Dany turned to them. I don't want revenge. I don't want anything. Just keep my daughter in safe. No matter what is the price. She was staring Arya. Jon walked to her and raised his eyes to Arya. And I will do the same. He answered. He was standing right next to Dany. She was surprised. Jon Snow was there, stood next to his love, and against his sister, if that was necessary. My daughter and my family are more important than anything. Dany felt how her heart beat faster. She looked to Jon, barely noticeable, and smiled a bit. She was proud, she was happy. She finally felt, maybe he really loves her. So? What is your answer? Jon asked Arya. If I stay, she walked towards them, that not means I trust you. She was talking to Dany, but I trust my brother. And his daughter is my family too. And we have to protect our family. And what about your other brother? The king? Who wants to see me dead? He wants to see him dead. She nodded towards to Jon, and our daughter too. Time will tell. Arya turned her back at them and walked out of the room. Jon took a deep breath and turned to Dany. She smiled a bit to him. You can trust her. He added. As she said. Time will tell. She answered quietly and walked a bit further from him. Dany. Yes. She turned to him. Thank you. To let her stay. 2. Stopped him to kill her. 2. Give her a chance, after everything. That means a lot. Jon lowered his head. She is your sister after all. She nodded. But I still don't understand, what is she doing here? She had adventures on the sea. Then she found Essos. And Kinvara sent her here. What? Dany raised her eyes to him and frowned. She went to the Red Temple and met with her. She told me, Kinvara offered her to come to Mirren. Maybe that means she is not a threat, or why the servant of the Lord would have sent her here. I don't know. I hope you are right. She sighed. Just keep your bloodhounds on a leash. Jon couldn't resist to mention it. How Daario acted with them. He was more worried about Arya now than Dany or himself. Maybe it is time to return. As their queen. Those bloodhounds, she walked to him. Close. Swore to protect me at the cost of their lives. Their leader swore to protect me at the cost of his life. If your sister doesn't try to kill me again. She isn't safe. Their eyes stuck. Jon narrowed his eyes. He felt again. He felt how he wanted to kiss her, and he wanted to choke her at the same moment. The jealousy what he felt towards Daario makes him mad, and how Dany defended him, it just makes those feelings worse. You can go now. Find a chamber for her. Iron Islands. 2 more days passed and Sir Davos finally reached the Greyjoys' castle. He went alone, on smuggling routes. He did not want anyone to find him or spot him. He already took a huge risk, and he knew it. He did not talk with anyone. Davos Gendry hugged his old friend when he saw him, and he did the same. I came here as soon when I got the raven. But I don't understand. You will. Just go. We have to talk with Yara. He went forward and Gendry followed him. What did I do to deserve the honor of your presence? Yara smiled at Sir Davos. Lord Baratheon, she nodded towards to him. Lady Greyjoy, Gendry smiled. I assume, you already got my message. Davos told her. I did. Yara turned her back at them and I am sorry if I caused disappointment to the king, but I won't go to Essos, to defeat a woman, who they think is Daenerys Targaryen. Why not? Davos asked back. Because even if it is true, if she is alive. She saved the 7 kingdoms from a tyrant. With fire and blood, yes. But she did not deserve the fate she got. If she is alive. Yara explained. She is. How do you know? Yara shrugged her shoulders. Because I saw with my own eyes when a man came back from the dead. After he stabbed by his heart. But he is alive. So if she is alive, and if she wanna fight for the kingdoms again, maybe I'll join her. Yara was honest. She did not care about Bran or his visions. This is treason, Davos answered. This is the truth. I was just honest. She stepped closer and they stared at each other. Jon is with her. Davos stated. To kill her again. Yara frowned and walked more close. To save her. And their daughter. He answered. Because the family is the most important thing. Isn't it? It is. Yara handed her arms towards to Sir Davos. He started to smile and Yara smiled back at him. They understood each other without any more words. Few hours and we can go. Yara walked past by them to get her men together. We can go to where? I don't understand. Gendry spread his arms. She just told, she won't help. Now she wanna go. He was puzzled. Davos went closer to him and patted his shoulder. Am I the only one who doesn't understand any of this? Gendry asked him. Sir Davos looked around then gave a small piece of paper to his hand. Do not forget, who gave you a new life. Now it is the time to repay. He told him, and left him in the middle of the room. He slowly opened the paper and there was only one word in it. Essos. Meereen. They arrived. Daario told Daenerys, who was ready to welcome the Dothraki army in Meereen. Her hair was blonde again. Fallen to her back. She made two little braids too in the top of her head. She took a deep breath. The second sons. I called them. They are waiting for the announcement. Daario answered and bowed towards to Dany. Where is Jon? Outside. With his sister. They are waiting for you too. She nodded towards to Daario and left the chamber. He followed her. Are you ready? Jon looked to her eyes. I am. She answered, but there were still fear in her eyes. Jon noticed it. Dany. He stopped her, taking her hand. I'll follow you, just a minute. Dany told to Daario. He looked down to Arya and they both left them there. He was facing her. Grabbed a pin of her hair and adjusted it, while he was staring her in silence. Jon. They are waiting for me. Dany told him. I know. I wanted to be sure. He hesitated. You are ready for this? You worry. Dany frowned. You told me not too long ago, that you are not ready, to get on Drogon again. He was still holding her hand. Of course I worry. He caressed her hand with his finger. I have to. She answered for her. They have to see me again as the powerful queen they all knew. You are. Jon answered. You don't have to prove it. I just want to get over this. And then you can go and bring Miss Sandai home. Where she belongs. To us. To us. Jon smiled. Maybe that was the first time when Dany talked about the three of them as a family. He caressed her hand one more time then placed one of his hand to her neck. Pulled her close and gave a kiss to her forehead. Chapter 18. Meereen. Jon walked with her to Drogon. He did not want to leave her alone. He saw no matter how hard she tries to hide how she fears. She was unsure of herself. That was a strange thing from Daenerys but also an understandable thing. She was looking at Drogon and placed her hand to him. As I said. Jon stepped next to her. You don't have to if you are not ready. He was watching her. When I'll be ready then. She looked at his face. I don't know. He smiled a bit. Power is a dangerous thing. But without power, we can't protect her. She answered and she took a step. Started to climb to the dragon's back. Jon stepped back and watched her. She closed her eyes and Drogon flew up to the sky. I love you Dany. He whispered and went to the field where the others were waiting for him. The armies were murmuring. Especially the second sons. They had no idea what is going on. Meanwhile, the Dothrakis wanted to see her. Wanted to know it is true. Wanted to know the queen is really back or that was just some scam. Where were you? Arya asked Jon when he arrived. I hate to stay alone with that. I wanted to be sure she won't burn them alive. Arya asked him. You can never be sure. Jon frowned. She hated his sister still makes such comments. You'll never forgive her. Don't you? I am not thinking with my dick and I keep my eyes open. She did not look at him. He wanted to answer, he wanted to argue with her, but that would make no sense. Nothing could change Arya feelings towards to Dany. Only time. Jon was glad some way because she is there but meanwhile he thought, her presence just makes things harder. He had no chance to spend real time with Dany since Arya was in Meereen and Daario was just constantly beside Dany. Jon hated it. And now he knows he has to leave. He has to bring back her daughter. Maybe that will help to make peace between everyone. She was a miracle. He had no idea where would they be if Miss Sandai doesn't exist. Maybe Dany would already put a stake to his heart. At the first moment when she saw him. Or maybe Drogon would have never brought him there. They heard the roar and the big enormous beast landed in front of the army. With Daenerys Targaryen on his back. Everyone remained in silence. They were in shock. They couldn't believe their own eyes. She slowly climbed down from Drogon and staring at the crowd. Jon noticed how her hand was shaking. He narrowed his eyes and took a step closer. Dany crossed her hands and walked forward while Drogon flew up and left her there with a loud roar. Jon and Daario were standing next to each other. Dany glanced back and saw them. Daario was smiling at her meanwhile Jon looked more worried. Dany sighed and turned back to the armies. Blood of my blood, she started in Dothraki. I told my blood riders to bring you here if you still believe in your Khaleesi. You are here and I promise you if you help me to save this country from the ones who want to destroy it, we'll make a better world. Not the other side of the narrow sea. Not in a foreign land. Here. For you. She shouted and the Dothrakis started to cheer her. She finally could smile a bit. Those people respected and loved her. She turned to the others. Second sons. You were mercenaries but years ago you decided to fight for me. For me. For Daenerys Targaryen. I came back from the dead because my fight is not done yet. You followed that man, she pointed to Daario. He straightened himself and gave a look to Jon, and you became heroes. You saved Dragon's Bay from the slaveholders and kept the peace. The peace what we earned. Together. Will you fight by my side again to keep this land safe from a foreign enemy? She took a deep breath while the second son started to cheer her. Now and forever. They cheered louder. They really love her. Aren't they? Arya looked around. As I said. Jon placed his hand to her shoulder. She is not that monster who you think she is. Maybe. But she just inciting them to win a war against our brother. Arya stated and walked away. He just sighed. He felt there will be never peace in this family. They both were his family, even if they hate each other. Jon was started to thinking. He did not feel safe to leave Arya behind while he goes back to Mirren. He did not trust his own sister. She was not that little innocent girl who he grew up with. She was a warrior. Just as Dany. He smiled a bit when he realized how similar they are. Strong women who never really needed a man to achieve their goals, and meanwhile they are more look like enemies from the first moment. At least Arya was a bit better than Sansa. Winter fell. Are we sure it comes from the capital? Sansa held Samwell's letter in her hand. Yes, my queen. The master nodded. Sansa read it again and again, but those words just cannot make sense. Daenerys Targaryen is alive and she is in Essos. Unites her army. She can't be alive. That was impossible. But the last lines bothers her the most. King Bran, the Broken, first of his name, the king of the Six Kingdoms, asked her help to defeat Daenerys and everyone who helps her. Even Jon Snow, the bastard son of Ned Stark. Who is there and support the queen to regain the throne? There must be some misunderstandings. Sansa sat down. Your brother has a rare ability. If he sees that, it must be true. But she incredulously. He is at the wall. We sent him there. He would never break his oath. Are you sure, my queen? The master looked at her. When was the last time you've talked with Jon Snow? Or got any news from him? Sansa frowned. Since they sent him to the wall, she knows nothing about him. She wanted to write to him. She wanted to ask him how his life going, but she did not have time for that. No, that was not true. She just felt guilt. Not because of Daenerys. Just because of Jon. Because he did not deserve his fate. He would have deserved more. Much more. He was a good man. He was her brother and he was a loyal and honorable man. She knew it. But at least the North is free. Thanks to them. She did not mind. She told the truth to Tyrion. She would do it again, but everything just went wrong. Because he falls in love with the Mad King's daughter. What is your answer? The master asked Sansa. I don't know. She shook her head. I have to think about it. Mirren. The second sons are happy that you are here. I knew they'll be. Daario told Dany, just as I am. He took a step closer. He was standing right in front of her and smiled. Jon entered into the room. He couldn't believe every damn time he is away that irritating asshole is always around her. Not just around but so close. Jon. Dany noticed him and took a step away from Daario. I did not want to interrupt. He lowered his head. He needed to control himself. He needed to keep himself back. Now Daario was not important. Only his daughter. It was time finally. Then maybe you can go away. Daario turned to him. I will. He raised his head. I go and bring my daughter here. Where she belongs. To her family. He was staring at Dany. She smiled at him. But I want you to come with me. He continued and looked at Daario. Daenerys' eyes widened. She couldn't find a word to answer. She was surprised. And leave her here with your sister? Do not even dream about it. Daario almost laughed about him. She is coming with us. He answered confidently. I don't think it would be a good idea to left her here either. He was still looking at Dany. You don't trust your own sister. That tells a lot. Daario continued. He clearly tried to humiliate him in front of Daenerys. No. No, I don't. Jon admitted. Daenerys finally saw the change. The change in him. Now he did not trust his family above everything and he wanted to keep her in safe from her. She knew, she would never harm an innocent child but she was still not sure she would not put a dagger to her heart if she would have a chance. Why? Dani started. Why do you want Dario to go with you? She asked him quietly. Because I need the best soldiers. My daughter life is the most important thing. What a lie. Dario answered immediately and turned to Dani. I won't leave you here. Maybe it is a plan to leave you alone and there will be no one to protect you. She has an army. 2 armies to be accurate. And Drogon. And she doesn't need a man all day around to guard her. She'll be in safe. Here. As long as we're away. Jon stated. He was so calm and serious. I won't. Dario continued. You will. Dani answered and raised her eyes to him. Because that is what I command. You. Arya and Jon are the best fighters. My daughter will be in safe with you. She was looking at his eyes. Now please. She lowered her head. I want to change some words with Jon Snow. She turned her back to Dario and walked further from him. Dario hesitated for some seconds. My queen. He bowed then left the room filled with rage. So. That is your best plan to keep him away from me. Dani glanced at him. She was standing next to the table. It would be a lie if I tell you. I did not think about that too. He admitted with a half smile. But, to be honest, no matter how I hate him. He is a great fighter. I have to admit this. And now only that matters. He took a deep breath. Dani did not answer, just staring the map in front of her. Jon went closer. I want to, hold her in my arms again. She told him quietly. You will. Soon. He stood next to her. He wanted to touch her. Hug her close but he understood. After he kissed him, and she pushed him away. He understood. She needed time and he wanted to give her all the time she needs. No matter how it kills him. Promise me, Jon. Everything will be all right. She looked up to him. I do everything for her. I promise. He frowned and suddenly Dani hugged him. He surprised but after a second he placed his arms around her. I know you will. She snuggled to his chest. You'll be okay if, all of us. He sighed. If you need him to stay. He hesitated. I understand. No, I need my daughter. And I need her to be safe. I trust your decision. If you think this is the best way. I accept it. Her cheek was on his chest. She felt his scent. Felt his arms around her. You really said you trust me? Jon asked her and raised his eyebrow. Maybe. She smiled a bit. What you did in the past few days means a lot. You stood by me. Against your sister. You proved your daughter is important. She was talking quietly. Not just my daughter. Her mother too. He placed his chin to her head. And I'll do everything that you finally believe it. Dani slowly let him go but still holding his hand and slowly started to walk towards her bedroom. He followed her without any question. Chapter 19. Miraen. Dani spent the night in his arms. Jon hugged her close and they were sleeping together. Nothing happened between them but feeling close to each other again meant more than anything. She was the one who wanted it. She was the one who wanted him to stay with her, and not because he had to. Not because he had no other place to sleep. She wanted him to stay because she wanted to spend the night in his arms. When she opened her eyes in the morning he was still there. His arms were around her body and his other arm were under her neck. She smiled a bit. His arms were around her as an armor, what keeps her safe from everything. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe Jon really repented what he did. Maybe he really loves her, and he made a mistake. Just as she did in King's Landing, but she would never hurt him. No. Yes, she killed many people but she would have never hurt Jon. She was in love with him. Since, she had no idea since when. She remembered back to the first time when he saw him. At Dragonstone. When he stepped into the room she already thought how handsome he is but slowly she started to get to know him. And more time she spent with him she fell more and more into him. She had no idea why. He was different than Drogo. Different than Dario. He was just a man. With his gentle heart, honest words, and he has those amazing deep brown eyes. She bit her lower lip. Not to mention the other things, she never experienced that kind of sex with anyone. Jon was the perfect man for her except the fact he killed her. While he was kissing her. She wanted to forget it. She wanted to erase this memory from her head because it haunted her. She started to caress his hand. His fingers, can they be a family? A real family someday? Is there any chance for them? With this new life. With her new life after death, she felt how he moved and turned to him with her body. He slowly opened his eyes and when he realized where he is, he smiled. Hi, Dani whispered. I don't feel my arm. John told her quietly. Oh. She raised her head and released his arm. He shook it a little. I've told you to not leave it under my head. Daenerys was giggling. I did not think your head is that heavy. He answered with a half smile. Hey. Dany poked him, but they were still smiling. Her giggles were music to his ears. He grabbed her hand and turned in the bed. He was laying over her. Their eyes locked. It was. He sighed and caressed her cheek a long time ago when I hear your laugh. He stated. I did not have much reason for it. Glad you have now. He did not take his eyes off of her face. When are you planning to leave? She broke the eye contact with him. He understood. That was the line. For now. The line what he can't cross. Not now. He laid back to the other side of the bed. Sooner is better. He sighed. Yes. Sooner is better. We don't know, when. She sat up on the bed. We don't know how much time we have. John placed his arms to her back and she looked to him at that moment above her shoulder. Are you sure you don't want to go and bring her here with Drogon? He asked her. No. She shook her head. I am not sure I am able to do that, and that would be too risky. Not safe. A dragon is too awareness. Too big. I am sure Bran. She hesitated. Every time they were talking about him she had to realize he is his brother. No matter what happens. So he has some men here too. She explained. John sat up too and pulled her to himself. Since when are you that careful? He smiled a bit. I don't know. I would do everything for her. I would die for her. It is not just about me anymore. No. It is not. It is about us. And our family. Our future, he whispered to Dany. Do you think we have a future? Daenerys asked him quietly while she was still on his arms. It depends on you. He answered and kissed the top of her head. King's Landing. Samwell? Are you leaving? Brienne found him at the gates of King's Landing. He was preparing to get on a horse. Yes, Sir Brienne. He nodded towards her. The king wants me to study more about red priestesses in Essos, and I don't have any books here. Just at the Citadel. Strange. Brienne frowned. I thought he knows everything. His ability is quite strange. I don't understand it well either. He told me they can block his vision some way. Or something like that. He lowered his head, and shrugged his shoulders. Not sure what he sees and what not. Brienne nodded, and Sam got to the horse. Sam. She raised her eyes to him. Did we get any answers for the ravens? Yes, yes. Dorne in the Vale supports the king. Gendry, AHM. Sir Baratheon left Stromsend, but he did not have an army, so it doesn't really matter. His master wrote to us, he wanted to travel around the 7 kingdoms. The Iron Islands also supports us, but they asked time to prepare themselves. And Lady Sansa? You mean Queen Sansa? Sam asked back. Yes, Queen Sansa. Did she send an answer? No. Not yet. Sam lowered his head. Also strange. The North is independent. If Lady Sansa wants to stay out of this war, she can do it. But he is her brother. The king. Brienne shook her head. Just as Jon Snow, Sam answered without any smile or emotion. He pulled the bridle. Bran was sitting on his chair, in his room. Did you take care of what I asked? Yes. Tyrion answered and nodded. He was not sure, he did it well, but he did. He was not sure in anything since the truth comes out about Daenerys. He considered himself a smart and compassionate man, but murdering an innocent child is something that he would never do. Good. Maybe in this way, we can avoid the war. Bran did not look at him. Your Grace, you heard or saw, when she said she wants to conquer Westeros again. You have doubts in me. No. No. Please, do not misunderstand me. Just. Daenerys always wanted a child. Now she has one. I just don't understand. Tyrion tried to explain his thoughts. Why would she risk the child life she always wanted? Because she is mad. Just as her father was. A madman never thinks with a clear mind. Tyrion nodded. He accepted the king's answer, but something was strange. Jon Snow killed her when she was mad. Or acted as mad, as her father was. But if it is true, Jon Snow now is there with her in Essos. Supports her and protect her. If she would be mad, these things together just couldn't make any sense in his head. Or maybe the love, what Jon feels towards Dany really took his mind. He had no idea. He had no choice but to trust his king. Who he chose. The king was raised by him. Meereen. They were walking towards the gate in Meereen. Arya, Jon, Daario, and Daenerys. Jon glanced at Dany many times, while he was walking in front of her. They were smiling at each other continuously, it was not hard to notice for Dario. As I see you quickly forgave him. He leaned closer to her ears. Jon Snow is the father of my child. He'll always have an important role in my life. Even if I forgive him or not. What did he do against you? He was the one, who? He asked her. He hurt me. Dany turned to Dario and stopped with the walk. That is all you have to know. But now he is here, and he wanna save my daughter and protect her. Are you sure? He raised his eyebrow. If you hurt him or his sister, I swore I'll burn you alive when you get back. I have enemies around the world. I don't need any close to me. She was talking seriously. Anything wrong? Jon stepped closer to them. No. Dany smiled at him. Nothing wrong. Dario just wanted to be sure. I'll be alright if you all leave. Jon frowned. He could say when she was lying, and that answer sounded like a lie. She did not look at him. He raised his eyes to Dario. He did not trust him, and he knew the feeling is mutual. 2 soldiers waited for them at the gates with horses. Arya was in silence all the time long while they were walking there. She wanted to help Jon's daughter, but she couldn't understand why he insisted Dario go with them. That was so unnecessary. He was an irritating asshole, and he was dangerous. That was clear from the first moment for Arya. She always kept her eyes on him. My queen. Dario turned to Dany. You better go, Dario Naharis. If you want to keep your oath, then help to bring my daughter here. In safe. She nodded. I will do everything. He glanced at Jon, but he avoided to look at him. He did not want any fight before they leave, but Dario clearly trying to provocate it. Dario turned back to Daenerys and leaned closer. Dany took a step back, but not far enough, and he could easily kiss her cheek. If I didn't survive, he smirked. You may forget again, she is your queen. Jon stepped closer. I did not. He turned to him with his whole body. Do you have any problem with it? Yes, I do. Jon frowned. I am not your enemy. Dario leaned closer to him, patted his back, and he continued quietly. You don't have any idea how many places I kissed her before. He smirked again, but Jon pushed him away and wanted to punch him out. Enough. Dany yelled and stood between them, placed her hands to their chest. What the hell is your problem? She turned to Jon. Mine. Dario is not your enemy. She told him slowly and strongly. If you can't work together, I'll find someone who can bring back my daughter, because she is more important than anything else. Are you able to understand this? The risk of this? The importance? She was on fire, and she was heated. Dario was just smiling behind her, but then she turned to him. This is also true for you. She cut it into his face too, then walked a bit further from them. Arya smiled a bit at the situation. She had to admit, how Dany solved it, was quite cool, because how these two acted with each other, even irritates her. Jon and Dario still staring at each other, and at the next moment they saw a dagger what passes through them towards to Daenerys. They both followed it with their eyes and got scared. It dropped into the head of a man, who was standing behind Dany with a knife. Daenerys was just staring at Arya, who just saved her life with that move. She had no idea what to think when she saw Jon's sister throwing a dagger towards her. After some seconds, she looked down and saw the men. He was dead. Are you all right? Jon almost jumped next to her and Dario followed him too. My queen. Dario continued. Yet. She raised her eyes to Arya. She walked closer and crouched next to the dead body. He pulled out the dagger and then ripped off the face of the man. That was a mask. All of them were speechless. How? Dany started. She was surprised. Arya stood up and looked at her. He was a faceless man. Someone hired him. She answered. Dany and Jon looked at each other. They knew the answer. So Bran did not give up and using newer and newer methods to kill them. To kill her. As I said earlier. I am not going anywhere. I don't leave you here. Dario stepped closer to Dany and placed his hand to her arms. You go. Arya answered. Both of you. No way. We can't. Jon stepped to his sister. I'll stay. Arya told him confidentially. I know them. I know how they move, I know their methods, I know their faces. I am one of them if you forget it already. None of you noticed him, just me. I'll stay. Arya told them, then turned to Jon. Bring your daughter home. Chapter 20. Miraen. It was not easy, but in the end, Arya confessed them to leave as soon as they can. To bring back Miss Sandai where she belongs. She was also surprised. She did not expect a faceless assassin is trying to kill Daenerys. That was strange. She knew how it works. She knew those assassins can be hired to kill people, even if those people are innocent. Sure, Daenerys was not innocent, but she had to protect her. She just felt it. When she saw the man behind her and saw the knife in his hand, she did not hesitate. She knew what she had to do. From her heart. It was strange. She wanted to kill Daenerys and a few days later she was the one who saved her life from a murderer. She did not even understand herself, but after the things Jon told her, that was the right thing to do. A child cannot live without her mother. Until the mother can control herself. That Daenerys, in Essos nothing like the queen she was in Westeros. She did not saw any sign of madness in her. She started to think maybe they were wrong, but meanwhile, she was there. She was with the many innocent women and children in the streets of King's Landing when Dany just started to burn them alive. She saved her, because of her brother, because he loves and trusts her. And they have a daughter. A daughter who deserves a better life, than any of them had. She deserves a family and love. Dany came out from the bath and Arya stood there. In her room. She was staring out at the window. You don't have to be here all time long. I know you probably don't want to spend your time with me. Daenerys told her while she was dressing up. We have to set up some guards around. She turned to her. Are there any who you trust? Instead of Jon and the leader of the Second Sons. Daario. His name is Daario. I don't care about his name, Arya told her with indifference. Some of the Dothraki were with me in Westeros. I know them the best, they would never harm me. She sighed. Then you should order them to keep their eyes open, and stand guard. Alternately. Arya answered. I will. Arya turned back to the window. Dany walked closer to her. I did not say thank you. For saving me. I did not expect it, from you. My brother thinks that you are a good person. He told me, you are not the monster who I think you are. If I let that man kill you. She took a deep breath. I don't know. I just thought it is the right choice. Thank you, Arya. Dany told her quietly. Do you love him? She asked her without any emotions. She just wanted to see things clear because he loves you. He is there because he loves you. The answer is not that easy. Daenerys sighed. Because he killed you. Arya raised her eyes to Dany. Loving someone, who put a dagger to your heart is not easy. Dany raised her eyebrows. You deserved it. After what you did. And it hurts Jon even more. You did not see him after that. He blamed himself, he was questioning himself. We tried to convince him he made the right choice, but it did not matter. He loved you, and even if he did not tell it to us, I know. I know it killed him too. Arya explained. I believe you. He told me many times that he regret it. He shouldn't. If he would have not done it, someone else would. That was the clearest way. Arya answered. Many things led me to do that horrible thing in King's Landing. Daenerys walked past Arya and went to the balcony. I am not that person. Never was. Maybe you don't believe it, but it is true. I started as a lost innocent girl. My brother ruled over me. He sold me to the Dothrakis. I've been shamed and defiled. I needed to learn how to be strong. How to take advantage of everything around me. My husband, the Khal, killed my brother in front of my eyes. He needed to die or he would destroy me even more. He had our father's madness in himself. That was clear. When he died, I remained the last living Targaryen. I kept listening from him, that we have to take back what is ours. That was my goal. All my life I wanted one thing: to take back the Iron Throne. I freed the Slavers' Bay and killed many people. Bad people. Slave keepers, tyrants, and gained armies. I went to Westeros years later, to fulfill my destiny. Then I met your brother. He came from nowhere and changed something in me. While Daenerys was talking, Arya walked closer to her and listening quietly. He came into my life, and my goals started to. I don't know. I still wanted to Iron Throne, but I saw a chance. With him, I can have a better life. I thought I don't have to be alone. I thought, together, we, ahm. Did you know he almost died beyond the wall? Many times, as I heard. Yes, many times, but I did not know him earlier. When I got the Raven, that I am their only chance, I went there. I risked my life, my children lives to save him. I lost one dragon because I couldn't accept I am gonna lose him. I fall in love with him, even if I tried to deny it. Everything goes as in a fairy tale story. I found a man. A king, and everything seemed perfect. Until we did not go back to Winterfell. When he got to know the truth about himself, he pushed me away. And when your sister... Arya looked up to her angrily, but Dany did not look at her. When your sister told the truth about Jon's heritage to Tyrion, everything falls apart. I've lost my advisors because they thought Jon would be a better king than me. Varys wanted to poison me. Jon couldn't love me anymore. I saw with my own eyes how they shot my other children and they beheaded my closest friend in front of my eyes. I had nothing left. The pain and grief were just grown over me. I couldn't control it anymore. All the pain because of my losses just came to the surface. I wanted revenge. I wanted to show Cersei that I am not weak and she can't hold me back anymore. I made the greatest mistake of my life. I don't really know how it happened. I wanted to burn down the Red Keep, then I just lost. Daenerys took a deep breath. She was surprised because Arya is listening to her in quiet. She wanted to tell her those things. Maybe it helps her to see things clearly, even if she can't forgive her ever. I also took revenge on my family. Arya finally started to speak. I killed the ones who murdered my brother and my mother. I killed all the men in this family. But I did not hurt the women or children. I knew the lines. I wish I could know the lines too, Dany answered and walked back to her chamber. You did not answer my question. Arya stated and followed her. Do you love him after what he did? Or you just use him to keep yourself and daughter safe from the danger? Dany lowered her head at first, then she raised her eyes to Arya. I still love him. With all my heart. Dany sighed. Good. She nodded and started to walk out of the room. Somewhere in Essos, Daario and Jon were riding together. Without any word. They were speechless and neither of them really wanted to be there where they are. Jon wanted to be together with his family again. With his love and his daughter. Daario was the last person whom he wanted to spend a minute. The sun is going down, he stated and stopped with the horse. And Daario went past by him. Are you afraid of the dark? We should camp here and we're going forward tomorrow. Jon answered. This is why a trip to Meereen takes 2 days for you. Daario told him above his shoulder. The horses need some rest just as we do. Jon insisted. I won't stay here in the middle of the desert. I guess, you are afraid of something. Jon frowned. Daario laughed and turned his horse back to Jon. He went closer to him. You are not in Westeros. It would be better to realize it already. You cannot camp anywhere you want. Or you'll die. Now I think about that, you should just stay here. That would be the best for all of us. He turned his back at him and went forward again. I know you love her. Just as I do. Jon needed to say it. Daario stopped. You? He asked back. I do. I am here because I love her. And you hate me because she loves me. She chose me above you and you can't accept that. Jon answered confidently. I don't know too much the habits in Westeros. But, here in Essos, if you love a woman you don't betray her. He turned to Jon again. You don't hurt her. Or kill her. He raised his eyes on him. Jon remained in silence and lowered his head. So it is the truth. Daario stated after a couple of seconds. You were the one, who put a dagger to her heart. And you say you love her. You know nothing about it. You were not there. Jon answered ardently. No, I was not. It would have been better. I would have never allowed you to kill her. Because I love her. She is my queen. I would never betray her. There was no other choice. She was not the woman you or I knew. And after what you did, you think she still loves you? Pathetic. He answered sarcastically. She tolerates you because you are the father of her child. She accepted the fact that baby needs her dad. But she would never be able to love you again. Maybe she tries. Maybe she is trying to convince herself she is able to love you, but she'll never be. You lost her when you killed her. And I can't wait for the moment when she finally realizes neither her daughter doesn't need you anymore. That is what you deserve. He told it straight to his face. Jon couldn't argue. That was his biggest fear. He hated it, but Daario was right. Dany maybe never been able to love him again, but he won't give up. Not until his last breath. He has to fix his fault. He has to prove her how he loves her, and what he did, they just have to forget it somehow and move on. He can't accept the fact, to leave her and let this asshole to raise his daughter or touch Dany ever again. Come. I know a place where we can spend the night. Daario went forward with his horse and Jon followed him. He had no better choice. What I still don't understand. How you survived this. How no one killed you after what you did. Grey Worm, the Dothraki, Drogon. You should be dead already. He can't stop. Maybe the Lord of Lights wanted me to stay alive. He answered firmly. Sure. Why? Who the hell are you? Just a man. A man who murdered a woman. You don't deserve to live after what you did. I am a man, yes. The last living male Targaryen in the world. Maybe we destined to be together. Maybe this is why the gods give us our daughter. Jon smiled a bit when he said it and he saw how Daario froze. What did you say? She did not tell you. Jon continued. My real name is Aegon Targaryen, maybe that explains why Drogon did not burn me alive. And I am not gonna leave her. Do not even dream about it. If you want me to disappear you have to kill me. We'll see what she would say about it. He smirked a bit. Chapter 21 Somewhere in Essos. That is a brothel, John stated. One of the best in Essos. Mantares is not a huge town, but the girls are. Dario laughed. He went forward and John followed him. After they entered, it was clear, that is not the first time, when Dario was there. He frowned and looked around. There were different girls everywhere, different ages, from the youngest to old ones. Do not look that miserably. Dario turned to him. You act as you've never been a brothel. I wasn't. John sighed. What? I used to live my life in a different way. Different places. I spent most of my life beyond the wall and there are no brothels there in the north. Dario clearly surprised and handed an ale to his hand. He shook his head, but then Dario nodded with his head. Drink. It is better than stay in some god-forsaken place. He walked to a table and sat down. John held his ale and sat opposite to him. What you said? Dario drank into his jug is still not clear. You are a Targaryen? Just as Daenerys. I am. John nodded. I am the son of her brother. That story is more interesting. He placed his legs to the table. But it explains why she fond of you. Even if you killed her. John frowned. He did not want to talk about this topic, not with Dario, not there. He wanted to erase it from his memory. Dario drank the whole jug, then brought another for himself. And you've never been a brothel. What kind of man are you? It seems there are different things what important in our lives. He answered and felt himself unpleasantly. Did you ever fuck her? I mean you had sex with her, because you can make her pregnant, but I mean, did you really fuck her in the way she likes it? It is not a topic what I am going to discuss with you. He squinted. Oh, come on. We are alone. Have you ever fucked with anyone instead of her? As I said, it is none of your business. I did. I was with many. And I know how to please a woman. Even the Dragon Queen. Oh, I remember her moans, how those moans filled the room. She is a wild cat or a real dragon. I never experienced that kind of sex with any other girl. She never gets enough. He continued. You breaking the point. John looked him threateningly. The truth hurts. He smirked. I just can't imagine a virgin boy or man, can satisfy her needs. We all have needs. He was looking sideways and a young girl was walking towards him. I better go to sleep. John stood up. He needed to stay away from Dario, before he does some reckless thing. The feeling, he wants to kill him just grows in him day by day. When he wanted to leave, a girl stood right in front of him. You are a stranger. She looked into his eyes and placed her hand to his chest. She had blonde long hair, and blue eyes. She did not wear too many clothes, her breast can be clearly seen. I love strangers. And I love to show them how we please a man. She almost licked his lips and with her hand, she grabbed his dick through his pants. John clutched her arm and pulled it away from himself right at that moment. He glanced at Dario. There was a woman in his lap and he was caressing her breast. John rolled his eyes. We are leaving at dawn. We are not here because of this. He told him, then started to walk away. He has no idea what he misses. Dario smiled at the girl, then kissed her while with his other hand he pulled the other girl to his lap too. John was laying on the bed. He heard many groans and moans and he couldn't sleep. He was just staring the ceiling and thinking about Daenerys. Those things what Dario told him earlier, still bothered him. Even the fact that how he was fucking her. He knew it is her past. He had a past too, and they were never talking about it. Maybe they should. He felt maybe he is right and he is not enough for Dany. Maybe she just let him stay because of their daughter. Many things were in his mind that night, and he missed her. Miriam. Dany couldn't sleep either. She was standing at the balcony. She wanted to know where are they. She was worried, for John. And for Dario too. Maybe let them leave together was not the best idea. Both men were intense, reckless sometimes, and both were in love with her. She still had no idea what to expect from Dario if she let John back to her life as her lover. She closed her eyes and placed her arms around her body. She missed him. Missed his touch and his kisses. She never stopped loving him no matter how she tried to deny it. He was her one true love. She touched the wound. It was still there. It will never heal. She may forgive him someday, but that wound will be there forever. To remind her for his betrayal. She smiled a bit when she thought about Miss Sandai. Their daughter, maybe she was the sign. The reason to forgive him. A miracle what created the balance between them. The reason to forget the horrible things in the past and create a better future together. Good night, Dany. John whispered to the moon. Good night, John. Dany was also staring at the moon, what was brighter than usual. She lowered her head and walked back into her chamber. Somewhere in Essos. Dario opened his eyes in the morning, and one of the girls was standing above him. She did not blink, and there was a sword edge in her chest. He almost jumped up from the bed, and the girl has fallen to the floor. John was standing behind her and pulled his sword out from her body. The other girl also woke up and ran out of the room, screaming when she saw what happened. Dario was looking at John questioningly. John just tossed a dagger to him. She wanted to cut your throat with this. He turned his back to Dario. It is time to leave. He stormed out from the room. Dario looked to the girl, who was laying on the floor. He knelt down and she found a small piece of paper on her hand. The king won't be ungrateful. He went after John after he got dressed. He was standing next to their horses and he was ready to leave. I paid the price of the girl to the owner. He won't tell anything to anyone. Dario stepped next to John. Can we leave finally? How did you know? Dario asked him. I did not. The sun comes up and I couldn't sleep. I entered your room and that woman was standing there and placed a dagger to your throat. If I did not kill her, she'll just cut your throat. Why you did not let her? Because no matter how much I wanna see you dead or away from her, I need you to take back my daughter to Miran. And I could never explain to Daenerys, it was not me who killed you. That is also true for you. If one of us dies, we lost. John told him. He was more brooding than usual. I owe you one. Dario frowned. He hated it, he still hated John, and he still hated he is there, but he saved his life. He had to admit it. I found a note in her hand. From the king. John took a deep breath. Wonder how many letters did he send to Essos. We have to hurry. Before any of those hired killers find my daughter. He jumped up to the horse. Miran. Dany was walking down the throne room. Arya was sitting there alone. She was looking at her sword. That small, and thin sword. That was the one what your brother gave you. Dany stepped closer. Needle. Arya answered. Quite a good name for a sword. She stated and walked past by her. Where are you going? Arya frowned. I need to organize the feeding of Drogon. I don't want him to burn or eat anything that he shouldn't, he needs food. Dany explained if he got enough food, everyone is in safe. Arya did not answer. Dany lowered her head and went forward, but at the next moment, Arya was there. Right next to her. She looked down at her. I promised my brother to keep you in safe. Look She turned to her. She wanted to tell her she doesn't need a guard or someone who is always next to her. No. She was Daenerys Targaryen. She was a warrior queen herself. Then she realized if she did not save her, she won't be there already. Arya was staring at her. Thank you. She took a deep breath and go forward. They did not talk too much. Arya was listening quietly about how she was speaking to the Dothraki. When she finished the riders immediately left. What did you say? I sent them to hunt and gave them gold to buy lambs and cows. How many? As much as they can. Dany answered. Dragons can eat 50 cows or lambs at once. Sometimes they hunt for themselves but... She lowered her head. But... Drogon killed a baby once. I'll always remember the father's face. When she put that baby to the stairs in front of me. Her eyes were in tears after that. She sighed. I locked my dragons. Vice Ryan and Regal. I did not want them to hurt any innocents. Any children. Why not Drogon? Arya asked her. We couldn't lock him. He disappeared after that. He always had his own personality. He always was the strongest of all of them. The leader. Dany explained, but he never hurt any innocent children after that. Maybe he knew it was wrong. Until King's Landing. Arya reminded her. Dany made a face. She was right, she knew it. No matter how much she wanted to forget what happened there, she always reminded her. King's Landing. Dany hesitated. Was not his mistake. Not his decision. I wanted to blame him, I wanted to blame Drogon for it. But it was not him. No. He just followed his mother. He did what I ordered him to do. Nothing else. Maybe he knew it was not right. Maybe that is why he did not burn Jon alive after he killed me. What do you mean? Arya asked back. Dragons are very intelligent creatures. We wouldn't think how much. He brought me here, to the Red Temple. I still have no idea how he knew. Why he brought me here. But he did. And he did not burn your brother alive after he killed me. He burned down the Iron Throne and not Jon. As if he knew, he can't blame him, for my mistakes. For my revenge. For my, bad decision. They were walking towards in silence. Arya started to realize, maybe the Daenerys Jon knew and fall in love, was really different. Maybe. What do you think? They already arrived at Miran. Arya asked Dany after some minutes. Probably soon. She lowered her head. I hope that two idiots can handle their jealousy and don't kill each other. Arya mentioned with a small smile. Dany started to laugh a bit. They were both laughing. That was the first time when Dany also felt, maybe there is a chance to get along well with Arya. They were not that different as they thought at first. And what will be after that? When they brought her back? Arya questioned her. I don't know. It depends on. She glanced at Arya. On, your other brother. If he leaves us alone, let to live our lives then, we live our life. And if he is not? Arya raised her eyes to her. Then I'll do everything to protect my daughter and this country. She walked into the pyramid. Arya left behind and she was thinking. Would it be the truth? Bran is now their enemy? Chapter 22. Volantis. I have a bad feeling, Daario stated when they arrived at the Red Temple. There were no people in the streets and it was too quiet everywhere. Jon looked at him worriedly then entered into the building. It also looked empty. They looked at each other then went inside. Jon was worried too. Kinvara told them their daughter is safe there. They believed her. His hand was on Longclaw and walked slowly. Some noises came out from a room. He placed his hand to the door button and raised his eyes to Daario again. He was holding his weapon and nodded. Jon took a deep breath and entered. Jon Snow. Kinvara stood in front of them, and she was surprised. There were children around the room. They were in their beds and everyone looking at them in shock. Kinvara gave them an angry look. Don't worry. These two men won't hurt you. She smiled at the children then turned back to Jon and Daario. She walked out from the room and they were following her. Are you crazy? She asked them. We thought. Jon started. We thought there is something wrong. Daario finished his sentence. Daario Naharis. Kinvara eyed him and smiled with satisfaction. How do you know my name? He frowned and placed his sword back to the sheath. It doesn't matter. Not now. Jon cut him. Where is my daughter? Sleeping. Kinvara smiled. She is a baby, and it is late at night. You can meet with her soon, but I don't want to wake her up. Jon nodded. The red woman started to walk and they followed her. I suppose you are hungry. She stated and led them into the kitchen. They sat down and Daario immediately started to eat. Jon just sat there and he relieved a bit. They were there. His daughter is safe, and tomorrow they can bring her back to her mother. Surprising to see you two together. Kinvara told them and staring the two men. The two important men in the queen's life. Two men who would die for her. Two men who would kill anything or anyone for her. And only one man who was capable to kill her, Daario added, and Jon could kill him with his eyes. Daenerys Targaryen had to die. That is how her fate fulfilled. Just as his. She raised her eyes to Jon Snow. This is how it can be a whole. I don't understand, what are you talking about? Daario frowned. There are things in the universe that only our God knows. They were chosen from their birth. The ice and fire. Daenerys as fire and Jon Snow, as ice. Our task was, to bring them together. Melisandre. Jon realized, and Kinvara just nodded. They had to go through a parallel journey to be here. Where are they now? They fought, they lost, they loved, they suffered, they saved many, and killed many. They led people to war and saved people. They made mistakes, and they died for their mistakes. Kinvara sat down. I never understood, when you are talking. Daario wiped his mouth. You don't have to. You only have to keep your oath. Now and forever. She looked him suspiciously. Where are the people from the street? Jon asked her. They are hiding. Most of them left. They knew something is coming. Some great threat. They saw the army. They scared. And the Iron Bank sent exactors. Why? Jon did not understand. To let people know the war is coming. They chose a side. They chose to support Westeros and they wanted to weaken Essos in their own way. She explained. Can you imagine what happens in Essos if your brother occupies it? Westeros lords never interested in Essos. Daario leaned back. No. They did not. But that king is different. He is the living memory of the human. He has huge power and that power eroded him. He wants more. He wants the whole known and unknown world. Not just Westeros. How do you know? Jon asked her. You still trust your brother Jon Snow? She lowered her head. Your trust and loyalty to your family will be the death of you if you don't accept who you are finally. You have to accept the dragon inside, and let the wolf go because that is not what she or your daughter needs now. I am just. He sighed trying to understand. Your brother is dead. Kinvara looked into his eyes. And you know that too, you just don't want to accept it. Sooner or later you have to, but I hope it won't be too late for her. I told you. Daario stated you should go home, and live your life, and let her live her life with that child. You really don't know when you should shut your mouth. John straightened in the chair and looked at him threateningly. That is not an option. Never was. Without Jon Snow, she can't win the war. Why? Dario shrugged his shoulder. Why is he so special? Because the Lord chose him to protect the princess who will bring the dawn. Kinvara answered. They keep the balance together. I think I heard enough for today. Dario stood up. Where can I find a room where I can sleep? One of the priestesses will show you one. Kinvara nodded towards Dario and pointed to the door. He started to walk out. And Dario Naharis. Do not dare to dream about it. You're gonna spend this night alone. She added. His mouth falls open. He did not understand how she knew. She had sex with some red priestesses earlier and those women really know how to fuck. He wanted to enjoy the night. You can go, she finished with him and raised her eyes to John. And you should sleep too. Tomorrow you have to take back the princess to her mother. John nodded, but it was clear he wanted to say something. He waited some more seconds until Dario closed the door behind him. You worried about something? Kinvara told him. Many things. John faked a smile. But... Bran. He sighed. I told you everything that I know. We are not masters, we don't have knowledge from the books. I don't know how to defeat him. I don't know what he sees and what not. His power is not the same as the other three-eyed ravens earlier. He let it outgrow himself, and without control that power is... What? John leaned forward. Are dangerous for everyone. Not just for you and Daenerys. Not just for your daughter. Now the fate of humanity is in your hands. I thought we already saved the humans when we defeated the Night King. John took a deep breath. Maybe you defeated him too soon. Kinvara stood up and started to walk out from the kitchen. Second door on the left. There is your daughter. You find a bed next to her. Good night, Jon Snow. Miriam. Dany opened her eyes in the morning. She was caressing the pillow next to her. She missed John. And she missed her daughter. Their daughter. Every minute, she knew if everything goes well they'll be there again. With her. Just a few days, and only that mattered. She knew they are in danger, but she also knew, if they are together everything will be fine. She turned on the bed and she shocked. A raven stood at the end of her bed. She was just staring at. Some seconds later she sat up on the bed but did not take her eyes off of the bird. The raven eyes were white. She knew. She felt. That is Bran. She had no doubts about it. The blackbird was staring her. It did not move. What do you want? She asked the bird. She was calm but scared. Leave us alone. Leave my daughter alone. She stood up and took a step closer. I am not scared of you. She took another step, and in that minute the raven flew up. The bird took circles in the chamber, then flew towards the window. Dany followed. She went to the balcony, and when the raven tried to fly away, Drogon just snapped it. Daenerys smiled a bit. Do not mess with me, she added, and she was proud. Drogon was still there for her. He took care of her. The dragon roared, then fly away. Dany was just looking at the big beast in the air. She heard a knock. Come in. I heard some noises. Arya stepped into the room. Since when you were in front of my room? Dany asked her. I promised to my brother I'll take care of you, she answered and walked to the window. She looked around. A raven. Dany told her a raven was in my room. A raven with white eyes. Ravens don't have white eyes. Arya rolled her eyes. Sometimes they have, Dany answered. Maybe you are wrong. Arya looked at her. Or maybe you are in denial. She told her, but I understand. He is your brother. Jon also can't believe his brother is. What? Arya raised her eyes to her. Brandon Stark not exists anymore. He is something else. And he doesn't care about who is innocent or not. He wanna kill my daughter. You better accept it if you wanna stay here. Dany told her, then walked towards the bath. You wanna learn how to fight? What? Dany turned to Arya. I can teach you. How to defend yourself. If you want to. Arya answered. Dany was surprised. She did not expect that. Her advisors and guards always fought for her. Keep her away from the face-to-face fights. But, she had to use a sword at the Battle of Winterfell. Maybe if she knew how to use it she could save Ser Yora. You wanna train me? Would help a lot. Arya stated. If you can defend yourself. And your daughter. If it is necessary. Why would you wanna teach me? Dany raised her eyebrows. Do you want to learn it or not? She sighed and raised her eyes to Dany. Voluntas. Jon slept in the bed close to her daughter. Honestly, he did not sleep a lot. He was staring at that beautiful miracle almost all night long. She was the most amazing thing he ever saw in his life. And she was, his daughter. The fulfillment of their love. A thing what he never thought he ever has. Not after he killed the love of his life, but Kinvara said. It had to happen in this way. This is how they make a whole now. He did not really understand that, but Kinvara always told things what he doesn't really understand totally. The first rises of the sun lit up the room. He sighed. They have to go. They had a long journey ahead of them. She is Nisra. She'll go with you to keep you hidden as much as she can. Kinvara presented a girl to them an hour later when they were ready to leave. A beautiful young girl. Dario's eyes immediately stuck on her. I thought you. John frowned at Kinvara. I have my own tasks here. I can't leave Volantis. It is not the right time yet. But she can help. The road will be longer this time. We prepared a chariot for you. I still don't get why the queen did not just fly here on Drogon. Dario stated. Because she made a wise decision. No one can know who that baby really is until the time has come. The time? John asked. Miss Sandai has an important role in the future of the humanity. Like it or not. She is the one who we waited for. How many times did I hear this? Dario rolled his eyes. You better start to believe Dario Naharis. Nisra answered and stepped closer to him. The ones who don't believe cannot stay close to the princess for too long. She walked to the chariot with the baby in her arms and sat down. Thank you. For everything. John nodded towards to Kinvara. Your role just starts. She answered and bowed. Aegon Targaryen. Chapter 23. Somewhere in Essos. So where were you born? Dario asked their new fellow traveler. He was riding on a horse meanwhile John and the woman were sitting in the chariot. It doesn't matter. I am not the same girl now. I am the servant of the Lord of Lights. She answered. And what kind of servant you are? New age or old age one? Dario smiled at her. It was clear he was trying to seduce her. John just sitting there in silence and watching his daughter. She was sleeping. Barely can be seen from the clothes around her tiny body. You better pay attention to the important things. And ask less questions. Nisra answered coldly. John smiled a bit under his nose. Your charm does not have any effect on me. She added and kept her eyes on the lands around them. Dario made a face and went a bit forward with the horse. Do not pay any attention to him. John stated quietly. As I see it is in his veins. I know men like him. I was not always a red priestess. She answered. What happened? John frowned. A man who I loved betrayed me. I had to leave my city. I had nowhere to go. The Lord found me and showed me the way that I had to follow. She sighed. John did not like her answer. He did not understand what kind of game Kinvara played with him. Sent a girl with him who also betrayed by her lover. Just as he betrayed Daenerys. You also betrayed a woman who you loved. She raised her eyes to him. I did. And I am not proud of it. He took a deep breath. But you are here now. Maybe some betrayals can be forgiven, Nisra answered. John nodded but remained in silence. Do you love her? I do. There is no other woman for me. Just her. He answered with a smile. Time will tell. The girl answered. She used the same sentence as Arya and Dany when they were talking about trust and Bran. That was weird. And even her answer was weird. King's Landing. We have to send a raven to my sister. Bran told to Tyrion. Samwell left but I take care of it, your grace. Tyrion answered. Arya is caught. She is the prisoner of Daenerys Targaryen. Bran continued. Maybe that will force her to give us an answer, and if she knows about it the Free North will join us in our war. Did you see it? That Arya Stark is? Tyrion asked him. Are you questioning me again? Bran turned to him. No. No, I don't, of course, but if you forgive me, Daenerys never put anyone in prison. I served her for years. The ones who against her just. He searched the right words. Burn alive. Mostly. Tyrion frowned. That was never her method to keep prisoners. It was neither her method to burn innocent people alive until she arrived to King's Landing. Bran told him without emotions. For me it seems you don't know your old queen at all. Maybe I don't. He lowered his head. The raven. Bran raised his eyebrow. I am going already. He bowed and left the king in his room. Everything that Bran said about Daenerys was just nonsense in his mind. It was not the same queen who he served. Is it possible she changed in that many things? Is it possible she risked her child life? A child life what she thought she never has. A child life what she always wanted. And captured the sister of her love? And keep her in prison? Of course he never thought she'll burn down King's Landing either. Maybe he was wrong all time long. Mirian. You hold it wrong. Arya told to Daenerys and walked to her. Adjusted the sword in her hand. Heavy. Dani stated. And it is just a wooden sword. Arya answered and raised her sword. A real one is much heavier. I know. If I could hold it or use it well I could have saved Sir Yura. When she finished the sentence Arya attacked her and the sword fell to the floor. Less talk. More concentration. Arya raised her eyebrow. That was not regular. She took the sword again but at the next moment Arya knocked it out from her hand again. There are no rules when you are fighting with an enemy. They use your weakness. And turn it against you. She stand in front of her and pointed to her heart with her sword and you are dead. Dani grabbed the sword again and squeezed it. Finally when Arya attacked her she can block it. Their swords met and they were staring at each other. When someone is trying to kill me, or my daughter, I only can use my mouth. One word and they'll burn. Dani told her confidentially. Unless they kill your dragon sooner just as they did with the other ones. Arya answered and they continued. And you are dead again. Arya smiled when the sword fell to the floor the next time. Maybe I was wrong. You are not ready for this. She lowered the sword and stared her. Again. Dani answered. She was ready. She knew she has to learn it. Arya was right. What if Drogon dies? What if Jon dies, and Daario, and everyone who can keep her daughter safe? What if no one else left just her? And what if she can't save her daughter just as she couldn't save Sir Yura? He died for her. He died because he protected her. She blamed herself because of his death. It cannot happen again. Not when it is about Miss Sandai. Dead. Arya told her. Again Dani was determined. Arya liked it. She saw how she wanted it. That woman was ready to save her child life. She was really a warrior. Now she started to understand how she is able to lead that many people. Her strength, her power, her will was huge and for start, that was enough. Citadel. Samwell, as he promised started to learn more about the Red Priestesses and the Lord of Light. There were many stories about them but mostly tales, never proved informations. They blindly serve their god and somehow they are able to see things. No one could explain how. That was kind of magic. He remembered how Melisandre was able to light fire at Winterfell. How she made flame swords for the Dothraki. He had no idea how and the books did not give him any answers either. He walked back to the bookshelves. Now he had permission to enter into the hidden section. He looked around. Maybe there he'll find someone. His eyes stuck on a book Ravens. Sam looked around then took it from the bookshelf. He opened it and started to scrolling. There were many things in it about Bran's power. About the three-eyed raven's power. They are the living memory of the humans, but when they don't learn well how to use their power they can be the end of the humanity. Somewhere in Essos. And what your god say, where we should spend the night? It darkens. Daario turned to the girl. Don't have to worry Daario Naharis. Our god show us the way and fill the night with light when it is needed. Nisra answered. Sure. How? You blow the chariot to make fire. You saw things like this earlier and you still don't have faith. You get your queen back thanks to our lord and you still don't have faith. Maybe this is not your way that you take now. Maybe you should be, somewhere else. I won't leave my queen. Daario answered madly. I hope you'll always remember your words. She raised her eyes to him. Soon we can stop. Here. Jon surprised. I thought. We are not going into a city. Not with her. We spend the night here. Nisra answered calmly. You are crazier than the others. We are in the middle of a desert. There are animals here and... Daario raised his voice. Then go and enjoy your night in a brothel. This is what you want, no? She asked him. I've just said. If she says we stay here, then we stay here. Jon closed the argument. We need to set up a tent, Jon stated, and get off from the chariot. An hour passed and the night arrived. Jon held his daughter in his arms. Caressing her. He smiled about her short silver blonde hair. No one else could have hair like this, just a Targaryen princess. Just as her mother. He raised his eyes. The moon was full and shining. Gave them some light in the darkness. He did not understand why they had to stay there, but he trusted more and more in those red women and their god. They gave back his life. They gave back his love, and maybe, that God gave them the miracle what he was holding in his arms. Dani was so sure she can't be pregnant. She said it many times. They were talking about it meanwhile they traveled to Winterfell on the boat. He smiled a bit. There was a night when Dani was so sad. She told him she can't give him a full life because she cannot give him a child. He just leaned closer to her and told her, he would never give up because he did not believe in a witch. They were thinking about their future together. That was not a question back then. He wondered why he did not propose her. Maybe that would change many things, or not. When the truth revealed about his heritage he pushed her away. He couldn't handle with it. He couldn't imagine he can be in love with someone who he related. And now, it doesn't matter anymore. He realized he should have never cared about it. It was not a big deal, only he made it a big deal. What the hell is she doing? Dario asked him while he was watching Nisra. She was kneeling on the ground and prayed. Only the god knows. John smiled. Do not say you believe in this shit. Dario answered. I got killed. I got a dagger to my heart. And I am here. Just as Daenerys. Sooner or later we all have to accept there is a greater power which influences our lives. We want it or not. He answered and got into the tent with his daughter. He placed her to soft spot what he made for her that he put together for her from several blankets. Soon you'll be in your mother's arms again, little girl. He caressed her small hand with his finger. Missandei grabbed it and smiled. Your smile is your mother's. He stated and gave a kiss to her hand. The most beautiful smile in the world. And the two most beautiful women in this world belongs to my family. When you grow up, promise me little girl you won't hate me. I want to tell you everything what I did. I don't want to keep any secrets from you. Maybe just small ones. He continuously smiling. I want to give you everything. And I hope someday I can marry her. Your mother. Because I made an oath a long time ago. I promised myself I won't be a father of a bastard. Of course you are not a bastard. You are a princess, but someday maybe your mother let me marry her and I can make her the happiest person in the world. She and you. John knew she did not understand what he was saying, but he needed to talk about his feelings with someone. What they? He heard Dario shouted and he ran out from the tent immediately. See? I've told you. You'll be in safe while the darkness lasts. Nisra told them and smiled in satisfaction. John just stared Drogon, who landed in front of them with a loud roar and laid down next to them. You can sleep now. Tomorrow will be a long day. Chapter 24. Miriam. She felt how he went along with his kisses on her body. She felt his breath, and when he reached her breasts he bit her nipple and playing it with his tongue. Dany moaned quietly. His hand was sliding down in her belly and he started to massage her clit. Gently, slowly. He was clearly teasing her. She wanted to come. Wanted to feel him inside her again and experienced again the pleasure what he can give to her. Dany, he whispered while he went down with his kisses towards to her sex. He barely touched her with his lips, and it made those kisses even more stirring. He raised her leg and continued at her inner tights. You are so perfect. He groaned, and at that moment he thrust his finger into her pussy while did not stop the kisses at her inner tights. Yes. She moaned again. He was moving his finger in and out, frenzied, and he raised his eyes to her. He wanted to see her face. Her eyes were closed and her moans filled the room. Louder and louder with every second. Before she could come in the last moment he stopped and placed himself between her legs. He could not wait any longer. He thrust his hard cock into her without any hesitation. Dany grabbed the pillows and almost screamed, but he did not stop. He became more frenzied and wild. John. She moaned his name in pleasure. He leaned closer to her ears. I just wanted to feel you. He moved his hips quickly, his dick was so deep in her sex. His voice was different. Before he bit her neck, kill you again. Dany opened her eyes and felt how a dagger stuck into her chest. At the exact same place where John stuck it first when he killed her in King's Landing. Her eyes widened and raised her eyes to John. She did not see his face, it was too dark. Suddenly the black shape turned to at least hundreds of ravens and the birds flew apart. One towards her face. Dany screamed and woke up, jumped up from the bed. It was the middle of the night. No one was in her room. She barely could breathe and her heart beat so heavy. She squeezed the blanket to her chest and tried to come back to her mind. Those nightmares became scarier day by day. She lowered the blanket and looked at her wound. Touched it. It did not hurt anymore, but it was there. And that wound will be there forever. Somewhere in Essos. John held Missandei in his arms and stepped out from the tent. He saw Dario standing next to his horse and Nisra was packing something on the chariot. Drogon roared quietly. He was still laying next to the camp and raised his enormous head. He was staring at John and the baby in his arms. He walked closer to the dragon with her daughter. Nisra noticed what is happening and immediately went closer to them. She did not care about Dario, who was talking to her. Just left him there. I don't think you know each other. John stopped in front of the big creature. He did not fear him. He did not worry a bit. He was sure Drogon would never harm that child. She is my. He smiled a bit, daughter, Missandei. Dany would probably say she is kinda your sister. He uncovered the baby a bit and Drogon smelled her. John placed one of his hand to his face and caressed it while he sounded purring. Thank you for bringing me here. John stated. Dario and Nisra stood a bit further and they were watching them. Dario couldn't believe his own eyes. He knew that dragon for a while now, but he never let him, that close. Not to mention he never had a chance to touch him. That is something, what he could do because he has that Targaryen blood or what? He wondered. He can do this because he is the one she chose. She gave her heart to him. Gave herself to him and the dragon knows it. He belongs to their family. Now, with that child, even more. Nisrid told him and slowly walked back to the carriage. We should go. She told them loudly. Jon removed his hand from Drogon and he flew up to the air. Miss Sandai babbled something and she followed Drogon with her eyes. Mirren. You look worried. Arya stated. She was standing next to Daenerys in the throne room. I did not sleep well. She answered and tried to smile to her. I just want them to arrive finally. Your Grace. A soldier from the second son stood at the bottom of the stairs. You can let the first one in. Daenerys smiled and sat down. He bowed and walked out. What? Arya started but she doesn't know how to ask. What are you going to do? I mean. Now. Here. A good ruler pays attention to the people. Listen and help them. Hear their words and measure. I always tried to. She sighed. Your Grace. A man bowed and started to talk in Valyrian. Dany answered and after a couple of minutes he was smiling and bowed again then walked out. What did he ask? Arya asked Dany. Help. He need help to harvest the crop. He assured me that he'll give some of my soldiers too, to help us protect Mirren. Dany explained. And you help him. Beneficial for both of us. She answered to Arya. So I told him I'll send some soldiers to help him before it starts to rot. Arya frowned. As the days passed she gets to know Daenerys more and more and her opinion changes about her. She was not even close to the woman she thought she is. Maybe the child changed her. Maybe Jon changed her or her death, or, she was telling her the truth and that was the real Daenerys, not the one who burned down King's Landing. Your Grace, another man stepped it. Dany raised her eyebrow. He was talking to her in the common language. Thanks to the gods the gossips are true and you are here again. Alive. He bowed towards her. You are not from Mirren. Dany stated. No. No, I am not. My name is Tycho Nestoris. I represent the Iron Bank from the free city of Braavos. He answered and crossed his hands in front of his body. Dany stood up. What can I do for you? She asked him. The better question is what can we do for you? He answered. I don't understand. Dany shook her head and started walking down on the stairs. Maybe if we can talk in private. He looked to the Dothraki blood riders then the two soldiers from the second sons. Then looked at Arya who followed Daenerys every step. Anything you want to say you can say in front of those people. These people have my trust. She glanced at Arya and looked at the man again. We heard you are preparing for war. He started after some hesitation. I am afraid. Daenerys walked closer to him. Your pieces of information are incorrect. We are not. She was standing right in front of him and stared at his face. Westeros is. And. If they are preparing for a war with you then you also have to prepare for a war with them. How does it affect the Iron Bank? She asked him calmly. Last time. Tycho started to explain we made a mistake. We support the wrong side and, the Iron Bank hate great losses. This time we don't want to make that mistake again. I am here to discuss your needs for the war. I am afraid you come here unnecessarily. She told him. Maybe we can make a favorable deal. He answered. I have gold. I have an army. I have food. What can you offer? We both know you don't have enough of these things. But we can help. Wars can be won with gold. He answered with a smile. Not necessary. As we saw it. Dany made a face. What if, I am interested. What the Iron Bank wants for exchange. She turned her back at him. I don't deny, you caused many problems when you freed the slaves here. We lost much gold because of it. Maybe if. No. Your Grace at least. He tried again. I said no. She turned to him and her eyes were on fire. Slavery never returned to Essos. I promised my people and I intend to keep that promise. She stepped closer to the man. I understand but maybe we can make a compromise. We can. Dany leaned closer. If you get out right now I won't burn you alive with my dragon. That is my compromise. She told straight to his face. The man scared. It was obvious. Arya was still standing close to Daenerys, keep her hand on needle. Your Grace. He bowed a bit. I hope you won't regret it. He answered. If you don't get out of here right now maybe I change my mind. She answered angrily and the men started to backing. He walked away in a hurry. When he finally left the room Dany took a deep breath. That was quite cool. Arya stated and smiled a bit. Dany smiled back at her. A couple of hours passed. Dany listened to many people, helped them or sent them away. Arya was next to her all time long. She hated to admit it, but she really thought maybe she is not that bad. Maybe John was right and she is the queen who should rule the 7 kingdoms. Arya was thinking a lot that day. Maybe if they gave her a chance things would be different. That woman was strong and clever. She was a true ruler. A fair and justice one. She did not understand how she could do what she did in Westeros. When they finished with the people, Dany looked out of the window. The sun is going down, she stated quietly. They are gonna be okay. John keeps her in safe. Arya answered. They should have been arrived by now. Dany sighed. She was clearly nervous and strained. She worries. Maybe it is not that easy with a baby. Arya placed her hand to her arm. Everything is gonna be okay. You trust him, don't you? Dany looked at Arya. The young girl, who went through many things in her life and she was younger than her but still, she was so strong. I do. She answered. John would die for her. He would die for you. Arya continued and released her arm. I know it. I've never seen my father in this way. What way? He loves you. More than anything. Isn't it clear for you? Arya smiled a bit. Before Dany could answer, a soldier stormed into the room. Your Grace. He started. What happened? She frowned and looked him questioningly. They are back. Arya and Dany looked at each other, then Dany almost ran out from the chamber. Arya followed her. They were in a hurry. She has been waiting for this for days. To hold her daughter in her arms again. And they are back. They made it. She wanted to see Miss Sandai immediately. She ran out of the pyramid and held her breath. Arya tried to see something in the dark. Then suddenly a rider appeared, then a chariot behind him. Dany squinted to see it better. She can recognize Daario in the horse, then a couple of seconds later she finally spotted her. Her daughter. In the arms of her father. She walked forward and Arya followed her. When John saw her he started to smile. He missed her. He wanted to be with her. With his family, and now they are back. When the chariot stopped, John get off with her daughter in his arms and walking towards to Daenerys. She was standing there with tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe they are there. Finally. That was all that she wanted. That was all that she needed. Miss Sandai, she whispered and almost ran towards to John and her daughter. Chapter 25. Miriam. John couldn't take his eyes off of Daenerys. Her face and her eyes told everything that she had in her mind at that moment. He spotted a small tear in her cheek and swiped it gently with his finger, then gave their daughter to her arms. She did not care about anything else. She did not even notice Daario or the Red Priestess. She did not care about them. No. Her daughter was there finally. I promised I'd take her back, he told her. Daenerys hugged Miss Sandai close, and couldn't stop smiling. She was just staring at the baby. Holding her in her arms again makes her feel happy. That feeling was better than anything. That little girl gives a reason for her to be strong. That little girl gives her a reason to, she raised her eyes to John after a couple of minutes later. They were looking into each other's eyes and both were smiling a bit. Thank you. She whispered to him. John nodded. We should go inside. She should have been in her bed already. He stated. They walked inside and left the others there. Did you find what you've searched? Nisra raised her eyes to Arya. She did not understand. You don't remember me? The Red Priestess stated. No. I was there at the Red Temple. When you wanted to help a family, to get their son back. But you didn't succeed. She answered. No. No, I didn't. She looked the woman suspiciously. But in the end, you find what you are searching for, aren't you? What do you mean? Family is an important thing, and sometimes our true family is the ones with whom we are not connected by blood, but by heart. She told her without any emotions in her face, and walked into the pyramid. Do not worry. Most of the times I have no idea what is she talking about. Daario told her and followed Nisra. Arya was still standing there and thinking. She understood her words, but it was hard to accept. Bran and Sansa also belonged to her family, just as John and her daughter. Even if John was not her real brother, she loved him, and she knows him. He was the best man in this world, after her father. He was always closer to her than any of her other siblings. Until, he arrived at Winterfell with the Dragon Queen. Maybe she was wrong. The days what she spent with Daenerys made her questioning many things. She even questioned Sansa's opinion about the Mad King's daughter. She was not the woman who they thought she is. That was clear by now. Are you going to stand there all night long? John watched Daenerys, who was staring at Miss Sandai. She noticed how her tiny silver blonde curls are growing. She was a Targaryen princess, she cannot deny it. John walked a bit closer to her. She was an angel all time long. John told her quietly, and she met with Drogon. What? Dany looked at him questioningly. He appeared to take care of us, I think he frowned. And I, introduced them to each other. She is her mother's daughter. She was amazed by Drogon. He explained. He was standing right behind her and everything that Dario told him still racing in his mind. He had no idea what to think. What if he was right? What if Dany will never forgive him? What if she only accepts him, because of Miss Sandai? Ahm. He searched the words. I am glad that you and Arya both alive. She glanced at Jon. He laughed a bit. I could say the same about you and Dario, she answered. We had some disagreements but we discussed those, most of those. Ahm. A long story. It was a quite interesting journey. I wanna hear it. Dany turned to him and their eyes locked. I am not sure you wanna hear everything. He whispered and his eyes went from her eyes to her lips. Why not? She was still staring at his eyes. What if I? He wiped a lock away from her face. We make a deal. He smiled at her. I'm going to tell you everything tomorrow, and you're gonna tell me what you and Arya did without us. Many things, she giggled. You wouldn't even think. He was still staring her face. That beautiful face, what was unique, and he knew he wants to see that face every morning and every night, every damn day in the rest of his life. Dany leaned closer to him. Jon did not move and he was so surprised when her lips touched his lips. She gave a gentle, small kiss to him. Thank you. She whispered to his mouth for bringing her back. I would do this again if this is how you express your gratitude. He smiled a bit. We should go to sleep. Dany lowered her head. I am sure you are tired. She went a step further from him. She went back to Miss Sandai for checking her. Jon followed. Can I stay here? He asked her. If you don't want to spend the night somewhere else. She answered, but she was still watching her daughter. She felt how his arms went around her body from the back and placed his chin to her shoulder. There is nowhere else where I want to be. Just here. He whispered. With you. With my family. They remained in that embrace for a couple more seconds. They were together again. With their daughter. The way how they should be. Beyond the wall. What did you bring for me? Tormund asked his men after they arrived back from the hunting. A man was with them. A soldier. Who are you? Tormund raised his eyebrow. The soldier remained in silence. The big red-haired man just sat down and placed his legs to the table. I have time. What are you doing here? He was still speechless. Staring at the ground. Look, we can do it in an easy way or a hard one. Tormund told him again. And none of us wants the hard one. I don't say anything to a wilding. He made a face. Let him in. Tormund ordered the man behind his back and he opened the tent. The big white wolf slowly walked inside and started to grumble. He really hates strangers, Tormund mentioned. But love to taste them. Their legs. Their arms. And their dicks. He pressed his last word. Do you want to lose your dick? 'Cause he wants to eat it. He smirked. Ghost was grumbling even more. His teeth were scary and he was ready to rip that man into pieces. The stranger just staring at Ghost. His fear even has a smell. Fine. Tormund stood up. He is yours. He looked at Ghost and he was ready to jump. Tormund turned his back at them. Wait. Wait. The man dropped to his knees and started to beg. I love that beast. Tormund started to laugh and pet the big wolf head. The wolf always brought out the words from the people. He laughed even more and louder. So. The queen in the north sent me here. The soldier almost cried. Ghost was standing in front of him. He can feel the wolf breathing. Why would she do this? Tormund crouched. She wants to know, his brother is here or not. She wanted to be sure he is left. Why? Why does that bitch care about her brother now? She did not care about him for months. He asked and leaned to his face. Why? He raised his voice. Because of the king. The soldier stuttered. Bran, the broken saw something. I swear I don't know anything else. She did not tell me more. Well then. Tormund straightened. We have to find out. By ourselves. Mirian. When Jon opened his eyes, Daenerys was not there in the bed. He immediately came to mind and started to look for her. He smiled when he spotted her in a chair with Miss Sandai in her arms. That sight melted his heart. The two women of his life. He got up from the bed and walked closer to them. He noticed a wooden sword leaning on the table. He frowned. Did we wake you up? Dany smiled at him. No. He shook his head. No. He looked back to the sword and Dany noticed it. As I said, many things happened in the past few days. Daenerys told him. That is a practicing sword. It is. Dany nodded. Whose? He asked. Mine. She answered with a smile. Arya started to teach me how to use it. Arya. Jon surprised. She told me I should defend myself and my daughter if anything goes wrong. Maybe she is right. Dani sighed. Maybe if I would have learned it years ago The words hardly came out from her mouth. That thing still hurt her. Maybe I could have to save Yura. Dani. John took a deep breath and walked closer to her. Crouched in front of her and placed his hand to hers. I don't want this to happen again. She deserves more. If anything goes wrong I don't want to let her down. She told him and her eyes were still laid on Miss Sandai. But I am here to keep you safe. Both of you. You were not there at Winterfell. You went to, save your brother. I was alone then, only Yura was there. He died to, save me. He died for me. She sighed. There were too many things what he screwed up. He knew it. He placed many things above her in the past. He wanted to save the North. He wanted to save everyone and meanwhile, he forgot about the most important thing in his life. His love. Dani. He started but a knock disturbed them. Dario opened the door and when he saw that small family together and he lowered his head. He hated it. John stood up. It was clear he spent the night there and Dario felt anger towards him. Dani stood up too and placed Miss Sandai back to the cradle. My queen. Dario started. There is someone who want to talk with you. He stepped sideways and Nisra came into the room. Your Grace. She bowed a bit towards Daenerys. Yesterday I did not have a chance to introduce myself. My name is Nisra. Dani was looking at the girl. She was beautiful, young, prim. She noticed how pretty she is and she noticed how Dario's eyes sometimes stuck on her. Thank you for your help. Dani smiled at her. Lady Kinvaram must have a good reason to choose you to come here, instead of herself, she stated. She has many things to do in Volantis now. Things that may help you in the upcoming war. Nisra answered. I spent most of my days with Miss Sandai since you left her there. I am here to protect her from the darkness and hide her from the eyes. You can hide her from. Dani raised her eyes to John then looked back to the Red Priestess Bran. I'll try my best. She answered, but I only can do what our God let me do, nothing more. We don't have anything else, only what he gave us. I hope it will be enough. Dani stated. At the next moment, Miss Sandai cried out. Dani immediately went to the cradle and raised her to her arms. May I? Nisra stopped next to her and raised her arms for the baby. Daenerys hesitated but then gave her daughter to the Red Woman. She started to sing to her quietly and placed her back to the cradle. Dani was grateful for her help, but meanwhile, she hated how she could easily keep her daughter calm. Your Grace. Dario cut her thoughts. There are some other things what we should discuss. Just go. Nisra looked at her. This is why I am here. To help. She smiled at Dani. She was confused. She did not want to deal with the problems now. She did not want to take care of Essos or anything else at that moment. She wanted to spend her time with Miss Sandai. That is all she wanted after those days. She wanted a normal life. I stay if you want, John told her quietly. You can trust her, but I stay if you want me to stay. He placed his hand to her shoulder, and she nodded without any words. Chapter 26. Miraen. What was so urgent? Daenerys walked with Dario out from her chamber. She was tense and she was really not on the mood to discuss the things about Essos or the war. She finally got back her daughter and she wanted to spend time with her. She knew she is the queen, she knew she had responsibilities but she was a mother now, and that things made her see things differently. We experienced some worrisome things. Dario started. People are afraid. The streets of Volantis are empty. The news of the war, maybe make some of them turn against you. Why? I want to save them. Dani spread her arms. I know you do. He stood in front of her. But they only see, you came here, announced you are alive, and now Westeros want to subjugate the country. Bran would do this anyway, even if I wasn't there. She answered and rolled her eyes. Sooner or later he probably would, but the people in Essos. What do you offer me to do? She looked at him. Dario went a bit closer to her. I am not your counselor. I would never tell you what to do. You are my queen and I trust your decisions. He sighed. I only know I don't want you to be hurt. Neither that child, and I would do everything to keep you in safe. I appreciate it. Dani raised her eyes to him. What about the soldiers who went to the Isle of Noth? She walked a bit further from Dario. We have no news about them, but I am sure they already reached the island. I have no doubts if the Unsullied get to know you are alive, they are coming back. And I am still not sure, we have a chance. She sighed. If Bran unites all armies in Westeros. If he can believe them, I am a danger for them. She was thinking loudly. I'll always be next to you, he answered and lowered his head. Dani smiled a bit to him. And I'll kill the king for you. I promise. I don't think he'll come here. She shook her head. Then maybe we should go there. It won't work. He sees many things, and we still have no idea how his power works exactly. Did Kinvara? No. She can't help in this. I am not sure they can help with anything, to be honest. Dario answered. He really did not believe in it. She explained something about they are not masters, and don't have knowledge from the books, but, if you ask me, they have less power than we think. They brought me back. Daenerys looked at him angrily. After that, who I am to questioning their power? Dario remained in silence. That was true, but still, he has many doubts in the Lord of Lights and his followers. He never believed in those things. He believed in love and fight. Those two things were real for him. What, how was the trip with Jon Snow? Dany asked him after some hesitation. Eventful, he answered in one word. What does that mean? Dany frowned. We spent a night in a brothel. And what? Dany felt how her blood started to boil. You did what? We thought it is better to spend a night in some safe place, than in the middle of the desert. So we. You took my daughter to a brothel? That is what you call a safe place? Dany stepped closer. No. That was our first night. Miss Sandai wasn't with us that night. He swallowed. We spent the night there and a girl tried to kill me. I assume he tried to kill him but she missed it. It was before or after you fucked her. Are you jealous? Dario smiled a bit. She was, but not because of Dario. The thing Jon spent the night in a brothel just makes her feel nervous and mad. That feeling freaked her out. She imagined maybe Jon spent the night with some other woman, who is not afraid to love or please him, and that, if that happened, it would destroy every step they made already towards each other. I am disappointed. I sent you to bring back my daughter and save, and you did not even care about your task, and just went to a brothel to fuck some women. Because you are men and that is all you can think about. She was on fire, and she raised her voice. I did not say we spent the night with any women. Really? Then how a girl tried to kill you? In front of everyone? In the pub? After that many years, you still think I am just a stupid girl who believes everything? I thought you are smarter than that. She could kill him with her eyes. Dario hesitated. If he tells her the truth, he lost the chance to get her back, ever. And he did not want to lose her. He did not want to give up on her. Not yet. No, if he still has a small chance. You better go now. The girl. I did not spend the night with her. He swallowed, then took a step backward. Then what was she doing in your room? Dario just bowed towards her, and without an answer, he left the room. Her eyes widened and her mind was racing. She had no idea what to think about it. What to think about everything. She knew Jon. She thought she knew him. She did not know him at all. She would never think he is able to kill her, but he was. Maybe he was the same as every other man around the world. Not that special how she sees him. Maybe it was a lie, what she wanted to believe, about him. Somewhere in Westeros. You have to travel in secret. The letter will keep you in safe. Samwell told to Gilly, and he was clearly worried. But, why you don't come with us? Gilly was holding his face between her hands. And why I can't stay here? Because it is not safe, here. Tormund will help. But North is. She looked anxiously. 2 weeks in a horse. I know. I would not send you there if it won't be necessary. When you reach the wall, they can help. Where you can find the wildings. But Sam. You. We are ready. 2 soldiers arrived next to them. They were from Hornhill. Sam asked his mother to send some soldiers who she trusted. He did not tell her why, or what reason. He just knew he has to send Gilly far away from the capital, or from the war. Gilly and their children too. He was sure, Tormund behind the wall can keep them in safe. That was not the best place for a mother and for children, but he can't bring them with himself. No. That would be too dangerous. Everything that he found seemed too worrisome. Trust me, Gilly, please, he begged her. I do. You know I do. She had tears in her eyes. Miriam. Dany and Arya continued their lessons. Daenerys decided to learn how to fight, and that practice helped her to derive her tension, what she felt because of the things that Dario told her. She spent some time with her daughter before the training with Arya, but she felt tense, the jealousy drove her crazy. She did not have the patience for anything. Concentrate, Arya told her. She sighed and lifted the wooden sword again. She attacked Arya. She fought with full of fierce and anger, but Arya easily prevented her. What's wrong? She frowned and she knocked the sword out of her hand in the minute she raised it. Can we just skip the talk, and do this? Dany answered. They continued, but Arya saw there is something wrong with her. She was calmer when the boys were not there, she could concentrate, but now, she just looked puzzled and nervous. John was standing at the top of the stairs and watched them. Okay, I am done. Arya throws the sword to the floor. We'll continue when you can pay attention to me. You can't leave me here, Dany answered. Why not? Arya spread her arms and walked away. She was not her queen. They both knew it. They both knew the peace between them is so fragile and easily can be broken at any time. John slowly walked down on the stairs. He saw the scene, but he did not really understand what is going on. What's wrong? John stopped next to Dany. Your sister should learn some respect, but it seems that is also a family trait. She was cold with him and wanted to walk away, but John stopped her with the practice sword. I don't think the lesson is over. He told her. He saw there is something wrong and he wanted to know what is it. He hated when she does this. When she was not honest with him. It is. Your sister left if you have not noticed it. She raised her eyes to him. But I am here. He answered and took a step back. He raised up the sword. So. I have to. She is sleeping. And you've told me you want to learn how to fight. He held the sword with one hand and spun it. Maybe I can teach you some things too. They were staring at each other and John waited. Fine. Dany turned to him and she was ready. She has anger towards him and she can't hide it well. The picture was in front of her eyes. Him with someone else. She struck with the sword but John easily prevented it, and with a turn, she was in his arms. He was holding her from the back. She pushed him away and they started it again. Dany was so intense and wild, and John had no idea what happened. Anger he held her attack back, never a good advisor. And hate? Dany asked and John clearly surprised. He hit out the sword from her hand and he was holding her in his arms again. One of his arms were around her neck meanwhile the other held her by her belly. They were both panted and they were both heated. Who do you hate that much? John asked her meanwhile still holding her close. Guess it, Dany answered, and tried to escape from his arms but he did not let her. What did I do since I came back? His face was so close to her ears, she felt his breathing on her neck. You did it before you came back. Dany hit him at his abs with her elbow, and she escaped from his arms finally. That wasn't nice. He held his tummy. Lie to me isn't a nice thing either, she answered and stared him with wrath. What the hell are you talking about? John spread his arms. I did nothing wrong, just brought our daughter back. I do everything to prove you can trust me. He took a step closer, and he became a bit mad too. He was fierce. But doesn't matter what I do, you always find a reason to hate me, or argue with me. You want me to trust you? You want me to forgive you and let you back into my life? How a girl in a brothel fits in that picture? She asked him with rage. What they? I know about it, yes. But you know what, at least it proved again that you are not that special as I thought you are. No. She stepped closer to him. You are all the same as the other men. I don't know what Dario told you but... John started to explain. He did not have to tell me anything. She was almost yelling with him. I did not sleep with any other girl, Dany. You know me, I would never. You would never. She was so close to him. Their faces almost met and she was wild and on fire. You would never do what, John? I also thought you would never able to kill me, but you did it. She told right to his face, and they were staring each other. The feeling was there again. The tension and passion between them were undeniable and huge. She wanted to leave but John pulled her back. You better ask your favorite leader again what happened at that brothel, and who wanted to go there. And who fucked a girl. Because as I see he is trying to mislead you and you easily believe every word of him, without even asking me. Sometimes I don't understand why I try that hard. It is clear you would never forgive me. No matter what I do for you, or for our family. He released her arm and walked away from her. Dany was surprised. He never acted like this earlier. He was mad and disappointed, and Daenerys was just, confused. Chapter 27. Mirian. John was storming through every room and every corridor. The things that Dario told him while they were away just spinning in his mind. She tolerates you because you are the father of her child. She accepted the fact, that baby needs her dad. But she would never be able to love you again. You lost her when you killed her. Maybe he was right in those things. No matter how he tried to believe in their love. She believed to everyone except him. He hit the wall when no one was around. He couldn't believe Dario told Dany he spent the night with a woman. With another woman, he wanted nothing else, just bring back their daughter. He wanted nothing else, just her love. But maybe his words were true. There was no hope for them. Not anymore. But he decided he won't let him lie to Dany. That was clear. Dario still wanted to move him away from their lives. The fact he saved him did not matter for him at all. Where is he? He went out of the pyramid and spotted Arya. Who? She asked. She was sitting on the rocks and she surprised how furious John is. She did not remember she ever seen her in that mood. That fucking asshole. He continued. Oh. Must be talking about Dario. Arya noticed. As I saw he left but I did not ask him where. You look, she was looking at him fucked up. John took a deep breath and rolled his eyes. Just as she. Arya continued and looked at her sword. I thought you enjoy family reunion now. Me too. He sighed and leaned to the stone wall next to her. Things just, always goes wrong. No matter how hard I try to, keep that in line. He spread his arms. When you get over your madness maybe you, can show me your daughter. Arya stated, I saw her once in Volantis but. I am sorry. John placed his hand to her shoulder. I am the worst brother in the planet. He sighed. You just had, many other things in your mind. I understand. Arya smiled a bit but I wanna meet my niece if you have some time to. Sure I have. He leaned closer to her and gave a kiss to the top of her head. They entered into the room and Dany was there. All anger that he felt towards her just go away at the moment when he spotted her with their daughter. She was giggling with her and she was singing to her. John never heard her singing. That moment will always remain in his mind and his heart, he was sure about that. When they went closer and Dany spotted them, she stopped and remained in silence. John took a deep breath and lowered his head. Arya. He started, wanted to meet her, niece. John told her quietly. If you don't mind of course. Arya added. No. Of course not. She turned to them with Miss Sandai. She was staring Arya with her big brown innocent eyes. Those eyes even melted the Stark girl's heart. She is beautiful. She stated and touched her small, tiny hands. Do you want to hold her? Dany smiled. Can I? Of course. She handed her daughter to Arya. Cautiously. Helped her how to hold the baby. Oh my god. Arya couldn't stop smiling. Hello, baby girl. She was started to babbling with the little girl. You are beautiful. Arya looked to Dany. Has your hair it seems. She does. Dany smiled and caressed her daughter's head and his father's eyes. She added. John went closer and stood behind Arya. He wanted to tell her how sorry he is. About what happened. How he talked with her. Wanted to tell her she was totally wrong but that was not the right time. Not with Arya in the room. But her smile is yours. John looked up to Dany. They were smiling at each other. That moment they forgot the argument that they had earlier. They were just parents around Miss Sandai. The parents of the most amazing miracle in the world. Arya raised her up then let her down. The baby was bubbling and she clearly enjoyed it. Dany watched all her moves. She was worried but after some seconds she was sure that baby has the best family around in the world. At least by now. She couldn't imagine Sansa would act like this if she would be there. John walked to her and looked into her eyes. There was sadness in his eyes. All he wanted was to love her. Now and forever. And he hated how she pushed him away again and again. You are so lucky. You have a wonderful daddy but do not let him brooding all the time. Arya continued the talk with Miss Sandai. John and Dany laughed a bit. They were standing next to each other but did not touch. And you have a great mother too. Arya stated. Dany was surprised. She did not expect that from Arya. It seemed the baby really brought out the best from everyone. But do not tell her I said that. Arya continued quietly and raised her eyes to Dany. John enjoyed the moment. They all enjoyed it. It was a peaceful moment and they all needed that, in the mess around them. If. John took a deep breath. If Dany doesn't mind, would you please stay here with her, until we, have a word? John asked his sister then looked at Dany. She nodded and Arya just hugged Miss Sandai closer. I stay as long as you need. I do not have any better things to do. She told them and she continued playing with the baby. The pair walked out. John I. Dany I. They started at once after they closed the door behind them. They both smiled a bit at each other. They usually do that. Started or finished each other's sentences. They were one. They were two parts of a whole. It was just hard to put those two pieces together. Even harder when it was about them. I did not want to argue. I am tired and. Dany started but John cut her. I did not want to argue either. I just want you to see things clear and be honest with me. No matter how it hurts. Well, it depends on two people. She answered. It is. And depends on you are able to trust me again or not. That is the big question here. The most important question. He sighed because no matter how we try to do this together, this parental thing, everything, if you can't trust me, it won't work. He told her seriously. I've already told you that I. You did but you really feel it, Dany. He tried to look into her eyes. People can say many things but I care about how you feel. How you really feel about me. Even if it hurts. I need to know. I don't want you to leave. Dany answered quietly. I won't. Not until you send me away. Not until my daughter is in danger. I would never leave you here. Alone. I know. He took a deep breath. I know it is a hard question and I know maybe I ask too much, and I can wait. Days. Weeks. Months. Even years if you need it, if you are sure someday you'll be able to put your trust in me again. He meant it. If she can forgive him after 70 years on her deathbed, but if she will, it worths it. What happened in that brothel? She took a deep breath. I wanna hear it even if it hurts. She finally looks at him. I did not want to go there. He started, but maybe Dario was right, and that was safer than spend the night at the desert. I spent most of the night awake. That was the last place where I wanted to be. I wanted to go on, I wanted to reach Volantis as soon as we can, but we needed some rest. Even if I couldn't have any. Not because of some other girl, but because of you and my daughter. He sighed. I spend most of the night thinking about you too. How our life goes on when we come back. He was honest. Dany just felt it. She was listening to him quietly. I've never been a brothel ever before, why would I start now? When I have a family to go home with. I only interested in one woman, no matter how others try to seduce me. I never felt I needed that kind of pleasure. He frowned and raised his eyes on her. I know you have no reason to believe my words or trust me, but I believe you. Dany answered with a small smile. They were standing in silence in front of each other. Their tempers are just billowy. Once they wanted to kill each other, meanwhile some hours later, they wanted to feel each other close. Neither of them felt those kinds of feelings ever before. And you have to listen to me and others before you believe one thing. I trust Dario too, and he loves you. John stated calmly. And he wanna see me out of the picture. I don't blame him, but the way he plays. He was just aiming, but did not say any details. Dany looked at the floor. And that was enough for another argument between us. John was staring at her blue eyes. Dany walked a bit closer to him and placed her hand to his chest. John grabbed and squeezed it. The thought, maybe another woman touches you, and a woman who could give you what you need. She was searching the words to express her feelings. I don't need any other woman, Dany. Isn't it obvious? He caressed her hand gently, then took a deep breath. But if I think this through, I lied to you. He realized it. About what? She raised her eyebrows. I've been a brothel once. When I was young. Before I left Winterfell, before I went to the wall. We went to a brothel with Rob. He started the story. There was a woman there. Why do you tell me this? Dany did not understand. Because I want you to know. John continued. So we went there, and there was that woman. Beautiful, with an amazing body, and she was ready to be with me. To take away my virginity. But I was not. Not because I was too young, but because of I raised as a bastard. I never knew my mother. That time all I know about my mother, she was a woman, and Ned Stark made her pregnant, then left her. I did not want to. I did not want to be the father of a bastard. I did not want to bring a child to his world, who has to raise up as a bastard. So I couldn't have sex with that woman either. He explained. Why would I do now, when I have a family? Dany tried to breathe. She did not know. She had no idea. She knew that John is different than the others, but that thing surprised her. They never talked about their past. Their past hurt too much. They had many losses and she did not want to live in the past. And now, she had more reason to live in the future. Miss Sandai and John. What you asked? She started. About my trust. Your Grace. Dario almost stormed into the corridor where they were standing. John could kill him with his eyes. What happened? Dany looked at him angrily. Ships. Some ships arrived at the harbor. The Unsullied. She turned to Dario. She hoped maybe Grey Worm returned to her. No. No. These ships are from West Eros and white flags flipping over them. He answered, but we cannot be sure, maybe just another scam from his brother. He nodded towards John. John frowned but kept his mouth. The ships were enough problem for them at that moment. Dany and John looked at each other worriedly. Tell Arya to stay with Miss Sandai. She ordered John and walked away from him. She wanted to know what is going on. Dario followed her. Chapter 28. Miran. You have to stay here. John told to his sister nervously and stepped closer. You have to promise me you'll protect her. No matter what happens. If you need to escape with her, you'll do that. He told straight to her face. Arya's smile was just gone. She was scanning his face. What happened? I know if you made a promise you keep it. John continued. Promise me. He was talking seriously. I am going to protect her at the cost of my life, she nodded. John caressed the small little hands of Miss Sandai, then stormed out from the chamber. Arya held the baby and walked to the window. Now she understood. She saw the ships. Many ships, at the harbor. She held Miss Sandai closer and looked at her face. She was so innocent and small. She knew what she has to do. Daenerys was standing at the harbor. Dario was standing right next to her. His hand rested on his sword. The second sons lined up behind them. John reached them after a couple of minutes and stood next to Dany. She raised her eyes to him and felt how he touched her hand a bit with his finger. Those are. Dany squinted. Greyjoy ships, John stated, and he placed his hand to Longclaw. John and Dario were standing so close to her. They both wanted to protect her, and they were both ready to give their life for her if it is necessary. She took a step forward. She was the queen, and she started to get rid of how they trying to show which one of them is the better warrior. They saw a boat was on the way to the shore. Get ready. Dario turned to his soldiers and ordered them. Wait. John showed them to stop with his hand. Dany glanced at him then turned back. She walked forward and John followed her. Stay here. He turned to Dario. You don't command me. I've already. Shut up. Dany commanded him and stay there. But pay attention to everything. She took some more steps towards to the sea. Where the boat reached the shore, she kept some distance and John followed every step of her. Their mouth falls open when they noticed who are their visitors. Gendry gets off from the boat and looked sideways to Yara, then, behind them Sir Davos stepped out from the boat. They stood next to each other, and they were all in silence and stared at each other for some seconds. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Daenerys Targaryen, the woman who they all betrayed in some way, was standing in front of them. Alive. Even Davos was surprised. He saw when John came back to life, but that thing, the resurrection things, was still nonsense and kind of abnormal. Dany had no idea what to think. Neither John. No matter how he trusted Davos or Gendry, that was in the past. If they are here because of Bran and if they are here to hurt his family, he was ready to stop them. If it is necessary. His hand was still on Longclaw and stood close to his queen and his love. Yara looked at the two men next to her and rolled her eyes. Wimps, she stated, and took a step forward, but at that moment Drogon landed right behind Dany and John. He stood between his mother and the second son's army and roared loudly. John did not even shake a bit. He got used to the mighty beast and in some way he felt some bond towards him. Yara was staring the big monster, then took another step. She looked back to Davos and Gendry. They were still standing there without a move. They were frozen. Their eyes stuck on Drogon. I am not sure that was a good idea. Gendry stated quietly. Yara sighed and knelt down. She placed her sword to the ground in front of herself. My queen. Why are you here? Daenerys asked her calmly. With so much power in her voice. I am here because I chose you to be my queen. I am here because my loyalty towards you is unbroken. You ended the repression in Westeros and I was not there to serve or save you. I kept the Iron Island for you if you need it, but I was not there in the need. Let me correct my mistake. Yara explained, but she did not look at her. Why would I believe you? Dany learned to not trust everyone from the first moment. She promised to herself she won't make this mistake ever again. Because I am here and I brought my army. To help you to win the war what the King of the Six Kingdoms started against you and your people. Yara raised her head and looked to Daenerys. You call him a king? So you accepted him as your king? The Iron Island belongs to the Six Kingdoms, as I know. Dany was cold and mistrustful. John was still standing next to her and he did not take his eyes off of Sir Davos. He is not our king. I chose to serve a queen, and the minute I got to know you are alive I set sail and come here to keep my promise. No matter what I've done at King's Landing. There were too many people in that city already. Yara smiled at her. After a couple of seconds, Dany returned her smile and nodded. Welcome to Myrran, Lady Greyjoy. Yara stood sideways and Daenerys raised her eyes to the other two men. Lord Baratheon. She looked at Gendry. My queen. He stuttered and knelt down. I felt like my place is here. He told her quietly. Dany knew he has no power. No army. He has the name and the land what she gave to him. She saw how John started to walk forward. Passed by her. Towards to Sir Davos. She kept her eyes on them. The two men just looking at each other. Davos smiled at him finally and he hugged John close. He surprised but returned his hug. John couldn't talk. He couldn't believe they were there. He smiled finally and felt some relief. Sir Davos. Daenerys calls him at his name and waited. Maybe we still have more friends in Westeros than we thought. John looked at her. I heard why Lady Greyjoy is here. I understand why Lord Baratheon is here. She walked closer, but I don't remember when you explained why are you here. She continued. He is not our enemy. John answered immediately. We'll never be sure, are we? People who I trust the most betrayed me. She was staring at John, or am I wrong? Dani. John frowned. No. No. It doesn't matter. Davos started to talk. She is right and I understand. And I want to be honest with you. I am not here because I support you as our queen. I did once. Before King's Landing. I thought you two can be the bright future for Westeros. Before that day happened. He explained and John took a step further from him. But I am here. I betrayed the king and I am here because of you. He looked at John. Because you are like my son, the most honorable man who I ever met and I would never look into the mirror again if I would help in a war against you. I left Westeros to see that is true. That you are here and if you put your trust in Daenerys Targaryen again, no matter what horrible things happened that day, then I am sure she worth it and deserves it. Then I am sure there must be some misunderstandings and I am here to fight for you and your son in this war. Davos bowed. Daughter. Dani answered without any emotions in her face. Davos looked at John and he nodded proudly with a smile. If. Dani continued, Jon Snow wants you to stay and he trusts you. She raised her eyes to John. I do. Then thank you for coming to Sir Davos. We need every help to stop the ones who want to destroy our family. She turned her back at them and Drogon flew up to the air. She walked away and Daario followed her. Guided her back towards the pyramid. Yara went with them. After they remained alone, Jon hugged Davos again. Then Gendry also hugged him. For a minute I thought we are going to die. He admitted. How, and? Jon still was surprised and he was happy. He did not find the right words to express how happy he was. I can ask the same. Last thing we knew about you, that you left the wall and joined to the Wildings. Davos frowned. It is a long story. Jon lowered his head. Well, if there are some ale here, I am ready to listen to it. He placed his hand to Jon's shoulder. Jon nodded. He was happy. He hoped even if he denied it. He had hopes that Davos would never let him down. And he brought an army with himself. Jon was sure, if they spend some more time with Daenerys they will understand. Daenerys immediately went back to her daughter. When she entered into the room she was surprised, because Nisra was there, and not Arya. Your Grace, she bowed a bit. Where is Arya? I thought Jon told her to stay. She mentioned immediately. She was mad a bit, she thought she can count on her. I am here. She walked out from the other side of the room and Dani surprised. I thought it is better if they attack us, if I stay hidden, and kill them from the shadows. Lady Nisra was helpful and agreed with me. She explained, while Dani nodded. You thought I am left? I did. Dani answered honestly. You should learn to trust people again. Even if it is hard. If you can't trust anyone you'll be all alone at the end. Arya told her. It seems now, we don't need any protection. Not from those who arrived. Dani tried to change the topic and walked towards the balcony. Arya frowned but followed her. Who's arrived with those ships? Allies. Dani placed her hand at the railing and looked around. The Unsullied. Arya stood next to her. No. Some. She looked down at her. Some unexpected allies, she answered, and then Dani spotted Jon and his company. Walking towards the pyramid on the streets. She glanced at Arya. She knew since Winterfell she and Gendry have something. That was clear from the first moment. Even if they did not have time to talk, or even if she was so hostile with her, she just saw it. Saw how they look at each other, and she was how they were looking for the opportunity to meet. Arya's mouth falls open, she looked to Dani then looked back to the streets. As I said. Some unexpected allies. Dani smiled a bit. She was staring at them too. Her love, Jon. Who was so different in those days since he was in Meereen. He was so protective and honest and open towards her. They were honest with each other earlier too, or at least she was with him, but that Jon was something else. She just felt, he really meant his words, and he was really ready to protect them at all cost. This will come to the light now. She knew Sir Davos disappointed in her. He made it clear he is not there because of her, and she worried a bit. What if with him by his side, Jon will change, but then she realized a Stark girl stood next to her. A Stark girl was ready to protect her, and her family, and Arya's opinion clearly changed about her in the past few days, even if she doesn't accept her as her queen. That did not matter anymore. She did not want to be a queen. She wanted to be a mother, and keep her family and save. That is all that mattered now. That is all she cares about now. And Jon. She missed him more and more. She missed his touches and his kisses. Maybe jealousy changed those feelings in here more intense, but she felt it. Chapter 29. Somewhere at the Narrow Sea. Before the long night, Jon did not stop kissing her. Not even for a minute. They were on that boat, sailing to Winterfell to defeat the army of the dead, and that was the second night what Jon Snow spent at her room. Behind closed doors. In her arms. She got what she never thought she ever gets. A love. A true love, because that was what Jon Snow meant to her. It was unexpected for her. He just appeared at Dragonstone and she slowly fell in love with him. Their kisses became deeper and the feeling of their naked bodies intertwined was the best thing what Daenerys felt in her life. She never felt this way towards Daario. He was just her lover, but there were no real and deep emotions in her for that man. And even she fell in love with Drogo, she couldn't compare the feeling being in Jon Snow arms than being in his arms. If she would believe Faith, she would say, Jon Snow was born to be her true love. His fingers were playing with her clit wildly. She moaned several times to his mouth between passionate kisses. He was so good at this. He exactly knew what she needed and he wanted to please her. Not his queen, his love. When she came, she spotted the little smirk in his face and then he licked her neck. I wanna kiss you. He whispered to her ears. Everywhere. He added and he thrust her with his finger. Deep. Her moans brought out the wolf from him. Or something else, but he was the most passionate lover. Sometimes she wondered how many girls did he bring to bed earlier, but that did not really matter. He was there with her. And he loved her. He continued with the thrusts and kisses on her body. Lower and lower with every kiss. Dany kept her eyes on him. She loved to see how he enjoyed her body. When he gave a kiss at the bottom of her belly, he looked to her eyes. Then continued but kept the eye contact until he gave a kiss to her clit. She wanted it. She wanted him. She was so ready for him, whatever he wanted to do with her. At the next moment, he started to lick her. His tongue played with her clit in a way she never thought a man can lick. He broke the eye contact and grabbed her hands. Pressed those to the bed. Dany spread her legs more and his mouth stuck on her sex. Yes, a loud moan came out from her and her whole body was shaking. Yes, she moaned again loudly. She did not care about others. She did not care anyone can hear them. Let them hear how amazing lover that wolf is. He was teasing her so well. Every time when she was close to come, he slowed down with his tongue. He did not want to hurry anywhere. They had time. They owned the whole night. And they knew they have some more nights together before they reach Winterfell. And if they defeat the army of the dead, they'll have many more nights to enjoy each other. Jon licked her for long minutes and playing with her in that way. Please. She begged him when she was almost come again, at the 5th time, almost, but he did not let her to come. He enjoyed that game. Please. She moaned. He slowed down again, but then he continued ardently, and he felt how her hands stretched and her legs embraced his head. Yes. She almost screamed when her climax hit her body like an explosion. She closed her eyes, and felt how her pussy beaten hard. That climax took her breath. That climax was amazing. Jon licked her clit again once and she started to giggle. He raised his eyes to her and they were smiling at each other. He gave a kiss to her inner tight and ran his fingers through her sex. Jon. She whispered his name. He placed himself between her legs and caressed her cheek. She felt how his hard cock pressed to her pussy. I want you, he told her while he was looking deep into her eyes. I want you so much. Then take me. She answered and placed her arms around his neck to press him close. While their lips met again, he put his dick to her sex and continued to please her. Mirian. What you think about? Nizra was looking at Daenerys. Her mind was clearly somewhere else. Her mind was with Jon. And the boat. Nothing. She shook her head and smiled a bit. They were with Miss Sandai and it was late at night. Jon was still with his friends, and that makes her a bit worried. She really did not know what she can expect from them. She trusted Yara. Maybe she was the only one she trusted from Westeros. She knew, she supported her, she knew she meant her words, and she brought her the Iron Fleet. That was a help what she can't expect. Now they have the protection from the seaside too if the king attacks them. You worries. Nizra stated. Because of the visitors. They have every reason to hate me. She sighed. They don't. If they would hate you, they would not be here. To help you. They are here because of Jon and not because of me. They disappointed in me. When You did what you always promised. Get back what is yours with fire and blood. Nizra answered. Dany frowned at her. Everything that we do, have a reason. Even if it is horrible. If you wouldn't do it you would not be here. No. If I wouldn't do it, I probably rule the 7 kingdoms at that moment, she answered coldly. Without him. Nizra added. Who? Dany frowned. Without the man you love. We both know he would never stay with you in King's Landing. He did not want to rule. He did not want to accept his Targaryen side. He was not ready for it. Not that time. She explained. He would never leave her daughter behind. Dany looked at Miss Sandai. Maybe. But would he be happy? Or the throne would kill him inside? Nisra raised her eyebrow. If you did not do what you did that day, if things would go in a different way, you two couldn't be together. No matter the love that you felt to each other. Because that was not your way. Not the way how it should have been. Jon Snow had to let Aegon Targaryen born. And he could be born only in this way. He had to do a horrible thing for it. He had to kill his love. And that was what killed Jon Snow. Without this, he would still be the same man. Dany wanted to answer, but her words made her thinking. The next moment he stepped into the room. He was a bit drunk. That was clear at the first moment. Your Grace. Nisra bowed and left them there with a small smile on her face. I don't want to disturb. Jon had to concentrate to form words. You don't. She was about to leave already. She turned to Miss Sandai, she was still sleeping. She heard how Jon bobbed behind her, and he almost fell. You should go to sleep. She stated and looked at him above her shoulder. I will but. He answered. But. Dany turned to him. She was not mad, she was not angry. She knew Jon needed his friends. He was alone there, around with people who didn't really like him. Expect his sister. He brought her daughter back. He had many rough days behind him. She can't blame him because he had some drinks with some friends, who he thought he lost. I don't want to go to sleep alone. He waggled but he managed to walk to her. He was standing right in front of her. You are drunk. A bit. He answered with a smile and pointing with his hand how bit drunk he is. So that means the afternoon with Sir Davos and Lord Baratheon went, quite well. She stated. You can trust them. He answered and placed his hand to her cheek. They are here, to help us. He was talking slowly. You. They are here because of you, not because of us. Sir Davos made it clear. Dany tried to lower her head but Jon held her face between his hands but did not answer. Just staring her. Jon, she continued, but he pressed his lips to her lips. He pressed his tongue to her mouth and almost ate her. He wanted to feel her. He wanted to kiss her. He wanted to be with her. Not because he was drunk, but it made him a bit braver to do this. To kiss her. And she wanted it too, but it did not take too much time for her to come to mind. She ended it some seconds later and sighed. Do not push me away, he begged her even with his eyes. I don't, she answered quietly. But you should sleep now. I don't want to sleep. He pulled her close. I want you, Dany. I need you. I want to prove. He placed his hand at the back of her neck and tried to pull her closer. I want you to feel how much I love you. I want to prove it. You already did. She answered and placed her hand to his chest. You brought our daughter back, and not in that way. He pulled her close again, and kissed her. More passionately than before. She felt she couldn't resist for too long. She wanted him too, but not now. Not in that way. Not while he was drunk. That was definitely not the right time. Jon, she pulled him away by his chest. They were standing against each other, and Jon lowered his head. Dany swallowed, then started to walk out from the room. Do you even, still love me? He asked shattered. Dany stopped, and he turned to her direction. Do you still love me? He asked her again. Be honest with me. Do you love me, or you just tolerate me because of her? He pointed to Miss Sandai with his finger. I never stopped loving you, Jon. Not even for a minute. She answered and walked out from the room. Jon surprised. He expected the worst answer, not that, but meanwhile, she was refusing him again and he did not understand. If she loves him, if she still loves him, why she does this? Again and again. Dany leaned to the wall next to the door. She took a deep breath. He had no idea. How much she misses him. How much she was starving for his touch, but not now when he was not himself, not when the ale speaks instead of him. She wanted to be with him again with a clear mind, and she knew if she stays close to him, she can't resist. Gendry was walking around at the pyramid. He was not tired, he did not drink that much as Jon. He wanted to know the place better. He was never been in Essos, and he was amazed by how different it was than Westeros. He saw many guards around, and they did not really like their appearance here. They watched them. Keep their eyes on them. That was also not surprising. They wanted to keep their queen safe, and the princess. He smiled a bit, when he thought about Jon as now a father. He was happy because of him. He also wanted to be a father someday, but after the woman who he loved refused to be his wife, he had no idea when it is going to happen. There was no girl like Arya Stark for him. She was different and unique and that night with her just stuck in his memory. Why are you not sleeping? Her voice came from the shadows as a lightning strike. He looked around but did not saw anyone. He thought maybe only his mind playing with him. Maybe the ale was too much. Then Arya walked out from the dark and she was really there. And that moment Gendry couldn't breathe. Chapter 30. Mirain. Gendry was staring at the girl, who left him. The girl who broke his heart. The girl who he wanted to spend his life, but she refused it. She wanted something else. Not a bastard, who got a name and a castle. Arya. He finally can form a word. Are you surprised? She asked him. What? How? He stuttered. I am glad to see you again too. She smiled a bit. I did not expect to meet you here. Yet we are here, too. He was still amazed and embarrassed. To help Jon and his family. I know and I am glad you came here. If the things that they say about he is your brother. Gendry stated. I don't know which side I should be. I mean. Jon is my brother too. And his daughter. They are my family too. She shrugged her shoulders. I decided to stay. And help them. For now. But we'll see it more clear soon, Gendry answered. We probably will. Arya nodded and smiled a bit. She was happy because of Gendry. Deep in her heart, she misses him. Somewhere in the narrow sea. Before the long night. He knocked on her door. She waited for him. At daytime, they couldn't be together. There were too many other people on that boat. They did not want to show their feelings in front of everyone. Jon treated her as his queen along the day. And this is how it should have been. This is how they have to act. Even if everyone knows they spent the past 2 nights together. Dany opened the door and Jon stepped in. There was no hesitation in him anymore, just lust and love what he felt towards her. At the moment the door closed behind him, he pressed his love to the wall and kissed her ardently and wild. He immediately started to remove her clothes, and Dany did the same with him. They couldn't get enough of each other. They wanted more and more. They wanted happiness, what they never really had. They wanted to be loved. I thought you. She whispered to his mouth. Never come, she continued while she almost ripped the shirt from his perfect body. When Daenerys' dress fallen to the floor, Jon pulled her close and squeezed her to himself. Kissing her thirsty. He grabbed her perfect butt and walked with her to the bed. Placed her under himself and kissed her deeper. Dany turned with him in the bed and placed herself into his lap. Jon wondered. She raised her hips a bit and started to move her hands in his cock. She bit her lower lip and smiled. The beauty in front of him amazes him. That woman was the perfection itself. Her long silver blonde hair covered her breasts. Her perfectly curved breasts. He wanted to sit up and pull her close, but she pushed him back to the bed. I want something else tonight. She leaned over him and with the help of her hand she let him enter into her sex. I want to feel you deep, she whispered to his mouth and pressed her hips more to his lap. His cock was so deep in her, Jon couldn't talk, just placed his hands to her waist and Dany sit up. She was moving her hips slowly at first and she felt how Jon accelerated her moves with his hands. Yes. He groaned. The feeling to be inside her was so good. That was what he wanted. To feel her, to make love with her, to please her in every way how it is possible. Fuck me, Jon, Dany moaned and her words turned him on. He did not have too much experience with other women, only one, but that romance was short, and that was not even a real romance. He never had a chance to get to know what he loves in sex, and how he loves it more, but he knew one thing. He wanted that woman, that queen who is riding on his cock at that moment. Fiercely with full of passion. She enjoyed every move, and every thrust followed by a moan. He did not even notice how fast rhythm he dictated with his hands. He just lost in it. Lost in her. Yes. Yes. Ride it, faster, he groaned suddenly, and when Dany felt her climaxes near she dug her nails to his chest and scraped him. He enjoyed it. He enjoyed the wild, brainless, and delirious sex they had that moment. Come for me, Dany. He groaned again. When he noticed how it turns her on, when he was talking, he continued. Come for me. Yes. She screamed and she did. Her climax was like an explosion and she couldn't even breathe, but Jon did not stop. He sat up and kissed her neck while he continued thrusting her. We're not done yet. He bit her neck and forced her to continue. She did not mind it. No, that was the sex what she needed. The frenzied sex, what fulfilled all her desires and needs. Jon, she moaned and fell into his arms. She was not even over her first climax, but she felt how the next one reaches her body. Jon. Ride it. Yes. He was vehemently and wild, and after a minute he falls back to the bed with her in his arms. He spread himself in her and panting heavily. She was laying over him, her head was on his chest and she caressed it with her fingers. Jon was still holding her in his arms. He felt how her sex pulsating around his cock. He loved it. He loved that woman. Every inch of her. Miran. He started to open his eyes. His dream about the time what they spent in that boat made him smile a bit, but he came to mind when he heard Miss Sandai cry. He immediately sat up on the bed, but his head hurts. He wanted to go there and check his daughter, but it was not that easy at that moment. He slowly stood up and took a deep breath, then leaned over her daughter. Hey! He caressed her stomach a bit. What is wrong, darling? He asked. Probably she is hungry. Dani was standing at the door and smiled a bit. I take care of her. She walked closer. John was watching how she raised up Miss Sandai from the cradle with very cautious moves. It always melted his heart. Seeing them together. Daenerys was a perfect mother. The baby almost immediately stopped with the crying when Dani took her into her arms. You. John raised his eyes to the bed. You were not sleeping here. He stated. No. She avoided looking at him. I am sorry, I should have not drank that much. He sighed and frowned. No. No, it doesn't matter. You deserved it. After everything. You needed, your friends. She stated quietly. You don't look mad. He was analyzing her face. I am not mad. Why would I? She smiled a bit. At least I heard you sing. What? John did not understand. I left you here with her, but I couldn't sleep, so I came back to check everything is all right. You were singing to her. That was quite cute even if you have a horrible voice. Dani told him. Yeah. I remember something. He nodded. She falls asleep while I was singing, so that couldn't be that bad. He tried to joke. Then you were talking in your dream. Dani raised Miss Sandai a bit more while she was talking to John. He remembered his dream and made a face. What did I? He asked with a bit fear. I did not understand. But you probably dream about. She took a break. About what? John smiled. Me. You probably dreamed of me. You told my name, several times. Dani's cheek went a bit red. So there is nothing new. John laughed a bit. I always, so. You, usually I dream about you. He was embarrassed a bit. But, how do you know? I mean, you just said you were not sleeping here. No. But do you think I let you alone with my daughter in that condition? Dani was smiling, then she turned away from him and walked towards the door. I kissed you. He remembered. You did, she answered quietly but did not turn to him. And you kissed me back. He continued. I did. She looked at him over her shoulder, then walked out from the room with their daughter. John smiled after she left. Maybe they were taking another step. King's Landing. Bran was mad, but Tyrion had no idea what is his problem and he did not talk about it. He kept more and more secrets from him and it makes him concerned. They did not hear about Sir Davos since he left. Neither the Iron Fleet. They should have arrived by now, but they were not there. He did not know what to think. My sister? Bran asked him. She did not send an answer yet, but I freed the North, but when I need her she denies it. He stated. I don't think she denies to help you. Maybe it just takes more time. I am sure. How? You are there? Why are you so sure? Bran raised his voice. His behavior became worse and worse as the days passed. Are there anything what you want to tell me, my king? Tyrion swallowed and kept his eyes on Bran. We need allies and I only see you. Always. Why? The Dornish army is on the way. The Vale too. They are coming, but the capital is far from them and they had to prepare their soldiers and I don't care. Bran looked at Tyrion. More days pass, the Targaryen girl power grows. You really don't understand. He was angry and his eyes were different. More darker than before. Miran. Your Grace. Davos and Daenerys ran into each other after she feeds her daughter. She was still in her arms. The old man nodded towards her and his eyes stuck on the baby. Sir Davos. She still kept the distance from him. She is. He started. The little princess. Miss Sandai. Dani answered shortly. That name is. He raised his eyebrow. Yes. I did not expect it. I mean, that name is not a traditional name in your family as I know. He answered with sincerely. When she born? She was born in a little cottage in Volantis. I did not want to make her life harder. I named her after my closest friend. And I wanted her to live a normal life with a normal name. I thought we have a chance for it. Daenerys explained. But things were changed. Yes. She was looking into Miss Sandai's eyes and smiled. Things were changed. Can I? Davos stepped closer. He just wanted to look at her. He wanted to see the daughter of Jon Snow. Dani uncovered her a bit and showed her to Davos. Miss Sandai started to smile when the old man leaned over her. She is a miracle. Dany stated. She is a beautiful miracle. And so small. Davos smiled at her. And she already has enemies. Enemies who want to kill her. No matter how small she is. Daenerys sighed. If you forgive me She took a step back then walked away. Davos was looking after them. That Daenerys was clearly not the same person who destroyed King's Landing. He easily could notice it but, she did. He supported Jon. He would kill for him or his daughter but he still had doubts about the Queen. She was so normal when they first met. She was just and kind-hearted and in a minute everything changed in her. Everything that they thought about her just turned wrong. She killed many innocents without self-control. What if it happens again? What if that Daenerys is still there just, hidden? He wanted to believe he is wrong but he can't be sure. Not yet, no matter what he wanted to think. Jon was in love with her that was clear, he just hoped his love and their daughter is enough to control her. Chapter 31. Winterfell. My queen. A guard stood in front of Sansa. What happened? She frowned. Wildings. They passed the wall and they sent a messenger. Their leader wanna meet with you. He told her. Our spy? She asked. He did not return. I am afraid, he may not survive. The guard answered. Who is their leader now? Sansa raised her eyes to the guard. Some man who calls himself Tormund Giantsbane. He answered. She knew him but she did not understand. Why the Wildings coming towards Winterfell and what they want? Do you want me to prepare our army? I don't think it is necessary. She answered in a hurry. I know him. He won't attack us and we have to prepare for another battle. She tried to act confident but she was not sure. Not at all. But be ready. She added then walked away. She was squeezing a letter from her brother. From the king. She can't think anything else just what he wrote her about Arya is being a prisoner now. In Essos. She is a prisoner of Daenerys Targaryen, the queen who murdered many innocents in King's Landing. She couldn't understand how Jon let her do it. Or maybe Jon is her prisoner too. Her mind was racing and at the moment he got the letter she knew she has to join this war. Her sister was more important to her than anything. And she was worried about her. Miriam. Jon ran into Daario at the corridor. They did not have a chance to talk about the things what he told Daenerys. He was still mad at him. He could choke him with his bare hands. Hard night? He asked sardonically. Not as hard as yours. Must be overwhelming to remember all the lies you tell to the queen. Jon answered. I did not lie to her. He answered. Yet. Just made some comments, to turn her against me. I don't know what are you talking about. He shrugged his shoulders. Must be annoying it is backfiring at you. Jon continued that thing just brought us closer. Jon told him and stared at him. You better give up on her. I won't ask again. Really? He stepped closer to Jon. Then what will you do? You can't kill me. She would never let you and never forgive you. He was confident and pompous. Especially not now. I am the only one who did not betray her earlier. Do not forget that. No matter how many allies are coming from the other side of the world you all let her down. Let her die or killed her. He told straight to his face. Wonder how hard it could be to make her feel unsure about you. I should have let you die when that woman tried to cut your throat, Jon answered with anger. As I said you can't. If you kill me you're gonna lose her. If I am alive. He smirked you also gonna lose her. Because you are a threat to her. No matter how hard you trying. You killed her once and I know you would do it again when you don't like what she does. When you don't agree with her decisions. And I won't let it happen again. They stood so close to each other and Jon hated the way how he spoke with him. You forget where is your place. Jon told to his face. Not just me. He leaned over him. Jon Davos spotted them at the corridor. He arrived at the best moment to stop this argument. May I have a word with you? Sure. He answered to Davos but kept his eyes on Daario. We are not done yet. He added then left him. Gendry and Arya were walking around in Mirren. So I started to teach her how to use it. Arya told him what happened to her since she was there. And she is not unwarrantable. When she concentrated she is quite good at it. I would have never thought you'll be the one who teaches Daenerys Targaryen how to fight. Gendry laughed a bit. Me neither. Arya lowered her head. Maybe. I should have given her a chance. At Winterfell, but, that does not change the fact, she burned down the capital with all people in it. And yet you are here. Why? Gendry wondered. I wanna hate her. Arya continued honesty I did. I hated her, and I wanted to kill her, but I don't know. In the past few days, I got to know her and, maybe death changed her but she is not evil. She is not a mad queen. And she is a mother. She finished. And you would never hurt a mother or an innocent child? Gendry nodded. She is my family now. John would never let anyone hurt her. He. Gendry frowned. He was the one who killed her. Why are you that sure? Because of the baby? No, not just because of her. John did it, because he thought it is the right decision, but he regretted it in the minute he put that stake into her heart. He realized that was not even close the right decision. He did it, because people manipulated him. John is a too good man. Too good and honorable for this world. He believed he did it to save many people around Westeros. But he never can forgive himself. And Daenerys? Do you think she can forgive him? Time will tell. Arya hurried up her steps and went forward. Gendy followed her. This must be a special love, he thought. Something above everything, if she can ever forgive him. He knew he would never be able to forgive that crime. Daenerys was sitting in her throne, and listening to the people of Mirren. The things that Daario told him, about their fears were right, and she tried to calm them. You give us everything that we need. A man explained, but we don't need war. And Westeros threatened with war, because of you. Watch your mouth. Daario stepped closer to the man. You are talking to your queen. I understand why are you afraid, but do I have to remember you who broke your chains? Who freed you and gave a better life to you? No. No, of course not, my queen. He bowed. Then maybe, you should not believe everything that you hear from strangers. I am here because Essos is in danger. I reunited my army to save this country. If I would not be here, you'd be all loss. She explained. If you respect your queen, you'll spread my words. I will. He was backing. Thank you, your grace. Davos and Jon were standing at the edge of the hall. Daenerys couldn't see them. They were listening. Jon was proud of her. Her words, her actions. She was a great ruler, he always knew it. She was just, confident, honorable, understanding and chimney if it is needed. My queen. Another man stepped into the hall. He bowed towards Dany. Where are you from? She raised her eyebrow. I am a traitor, and I brought some presents for you. Present? Dany frowned. Speciality. I wanted to thank you in this way, that you come back and keep the peace in Dragon's Bay. He forwarded a bag. Since when a traitor give gifts without payment? Dany stood up. I already got my payment. You gave us a free country, he smiled. Daenerys started to walk down at the stairs, and Daario followed her. What is in the bag? She asked him. Chocolate, he answered and handed one to her. A specialty from the other side of Essos. Just for you and your child. It is a rare thing and only a few people were lucky enough to taste it. She took the little sweetness from him. Taste it. I promise you won't be disappointed, he told her kindly. You first. Dany answered. She remembered when someone tried to poison her with wine at the market. She was not that silly girl anymore. She knew she has to be careful. It is not for a man like me. It is. He started. You heard your queen. Taste it. Daario kept his hand on his sword. Now they suspect, but the man put the chocolate into his mouth and after a second he swallowed it. You wasted a piece. He told her, and forwarded the bag to her. We can never be careful enough, Dany told him with a smile and opened the bag. She took a piece of chocolate from it and raised to her mouth. Wait. Davos told her loudly and walked to them. Jon was surprised. He did not understand, neither Daenerys. We don't need your advice, Pater. Daario told him. Maybe you do. He answered and leaned his hand for the bag. Do you mind if I? He asked Daenerys and she gave it to him. Jon was standing behind Davos. He smelled the chocolate. Are you an expert? Or you just hungry? Daario told him sardonically. Eat. Davos forwarded the bag to the traitor. I just ate from it. You ate from the other bag. I saw that. Eat. He told him again. I won't eat it, it is for the queen. He tried to protest. And the queen wants you to eat it. Daenerys answered, and that moment the traitor's eyes went wide. He was clearly worried, and afraid. I said, eat it. Daenerys told him again. He raised the chocolate to his mouth, but before he could eat it, he dropped it away and tried to run. The second sons grabbed him and forced him to his knees. Who sent you? Dany walked a bit closer to him. I know that kind of bags. I used those when I was a smuggler. Those are not from Essos. Davos analyzed the chocolate sack. Take him to the prison, Daenerys told to her soldiers immediately. No. No. Please. I have a family. The traitor started to beg her. The king paid me well. He told me he takes care of my family and all their lives if you kill me. She was staring at his face. What is your name? Jon asked him. Vargaeros. He answered and lowered his head. She has a family too. John stepped closer and pierced his sword in the man's chest. Danny's mouth falls open, just as everyone else's. He was mad. The man has fallen to the floor. She raised her eyes to John. He looked mad and angry, but she did not expect that. No one expected that. He deserved to die. Find his family, and give them what they need. They are innocent. John told them and placed back Long Claw to the sword hole, then walked away from them. Daenerys looked after him. She can't find the right words. That was unexpected. Clean it up, Dario told to the soldiers, while Daenerys was still standing there surprised. If you allow me, I destroy these. Sir Davos told her and turned his back at her. Sir Davos Dany came to mind, and went after him. Grabbed his arm. Thank you. For saving me. We are here to help. Even if I have doubts in you, I don't have doubts about Jon, and I know he won't survive if he loses you again. He answered. I hope someday your mind changes about me, Daenerys answered. Did you regret it? He asked her. Is it matter? More than you think, he told her. We all made mistakes. Smaller or larger mistakes. If we regret those, then we are able to learn from those. And maybe, the people around us start to believe in us again. Despite our mistakes. But it is never easy. The remorse, the screams of those people will haunt me forever. I cannot describe in words. I am not just regretted. I would give my life to change it back. To make it not done. She sighed. Well, that is a good start. Davos smiled a bit. It shows what you are. A mad queen. Dany asked him, this is how you see me. I don't. People are not black or white. Maybe that mad queen is a part of who you are, and your biggest task in your new life to hold her back. Maybe the masters who wrote in the books, there is some madness in every Targaryen, were right. But you are here, you can prove, you still can prove they are wrong. Jon is a Targaryen too, Dany answered, and still wondered about what he did a couple of minutes earlier. How he killed that man, without any hesitation. We just saw how much he is. Davos answered to her. He was shocked too. That move from Jon wasn't typical. He was much more merciful than this. Earlier. Chapter 32. Mirian. Don't be offended, but what was that? Davos asked Jon later. He still couldn't believe he just stabbed that man, without any more questions. What? He looked up to him. They were outside in the city. Jon was sitting in a huge rock and thinking. He just needed some air. Without Dario in his life. He was still pissed about him, and he felt if he stay close to him, sooner or later he'll do some reckless moves. He needed to vent his head. That man. You just killed him. He tried to kill her. He answered, I promised her, and to myself, I won't let anyone hurt her or our child. Don't you think that was hasty? Davos asked him. The Jon I knew. The Jon you knew killed the woman who he loved, and let himself be manipulated. He straightened. The Jon you knew refused her and leave her alone in her need. The Jon you knew put duty above all. He was looking at him, gloomily. The Jon you knew died when he put a stake into her heart. I don't want to be that man again. I understand, but you can't force yourself to be a man who you are not. Davos frowned. I am a father now. He answered. And I promised to my daughter that I keep her safe. No matter who is the enemy. I won't betray her again. Jon was clearly upset and nervous. Is it about that man who tried to poison her, or more about the tall, masculine captain on her side? Davos asked him after some hesitation. He was her lover. And he still acts like as her lover. Jon took a deep breath. Davos nodded. And she trusts him. Jon continued, trust him more than she trusts me at this moment. And I cannot change the past, and our past can't let us move on. So you want to get her trust back, by killing a man in front of her, who tries to poison her. I don't think she needs this. Davos raised his eyebrow. Then what she needs? Jon spread his arms. You. He placed his hand to his shoulder. Not promises. Not victims. Not great actions. He continued. A woman's heart is very simple. Even if they try us to believe it is so complex. It is not. A woman only needs love. From the man who she loves. Wish it would be that easy. Jon sat back to the huge rock and placed his face to his hands. Why would you listen to me? You never did. Davos stated. That is not true. Jon shook his head. Correct me if I'd be mistaken. He sat next to him, but sitting here, brooding and avoiding her is not a great declaration of love. Not to mention, meanwhile you are here, probably that man is with her. Jon raised his eyes to him, and he knew he is so right, but he still had no idea what to do. How to show her how much he loves her, that was an impossible task. Daenerys was in Miss Sandai's room and watching her. She tried to find John, but he was not in the pyramid. She wanted to ask him, what happened? Why he did what he did? He wanted to protect her, she knew that, but they already caught that man and killing him was not necessary. My Queen Dario stepped into her room. We found the family. And we gave the gold to them, and they accepted it. But his wife told us nothing can attenuate her grief, no matter how much gold you'll send her. Dario continued. If I can, say a word, maybe you should not let him create enemies around you. In Essos. We don't need more enemies. This is why I wanted to imprison him and not kill him. Dany answered. It seems he thought it otherwise without asking you. He told her. He wanted to keep me safe. That man tried to kill me. Dany did not look at Dario. Her eyes were still laying on Miss Sandai. I want to keep you safe too. But I also use my mind to think. He noticed. I don't need more commentary about it. It happened. She looked at him angrily then turned back to her daughter. I am sorry. Dario continued and walked closer to her. I know he is the father of your child. I don't want to be rude. He whispered. Dany felt how close he was to her. She felt his breath on her ears. Dario placed his hands to her arms and caressed those. You're so tense nowadays. Since you came back. He told her why you don't let me, to set you free of those tensions. He moved her hair away from her neck just like old times. Old times are gone. She answered coldly. But we can bring those back. He continued. You forget I am your queen. You should respect me and my words. She was still standing there. She knew how to handle with Dario. The strange thing was, she did not even felt any lust towards him. Like old times. Those feelings are really gone. She couldn't imagine herself with him. Just with one man. Jon Snow. I respect you. This is why I want to satisfy your needs, Dario added, and his hands went down in her arms, and Dany turned to him to send him away, but she did not have a chance to it. When she came to mind, Dario was laying on the floor and Jon was standing in front of her, and staring her with anger. He just punched him and that was unexpected for the captain. You don't get away with it. Dario stood up and pulled his sword. I told you to stay away from her. Jon answered and he took Longclaw in his hand too. Stop. Daenerys tried to command them, but they did not hear or see her. They just saw each other, and the fight what they waited for too long. The swords clashed, again and again, meanwhile Daenerys tried to yell with them. Stop it! You have no idea how I waited for this. Dario stated, and attacked him again. I should let you die there by a hand of a woman, Jon answered. Whom was sent by your brother, to kill you. Do not forget that. He told him, and they fought fiercely. After a second Miss Sandai cried out. Dany looked at her and scared. She never heard her crying that loud, so bitter. She went closer to Jon and Dario to take them apart. She grabbed the closest arm to her, which was Dario's, but he pushed her away. Dany just fell to the floor and the baby cried even more. Jon noticed it immediately and he dropped his sword, then avoided a strike from Dario, then crouched next to Dany. That second Dario also noticed what they did. Dany, he checked her head. She punched it to the edge of the cradle. She needed some seconds to came to mind, but when she did, she pushed Jon away and stood up, while clinging in the cradle. She took Miss Sandai to her arms and tried to calm her down. Shhhh. She was holding her so close, everything is all right. I am here, she was cradling her. Jon knew. Jon knew what is coming, and he knew he should have not attacked him in that way, but seeing his hands on her arms just, made him mad. He lost control. He had no idea what is going on with him recently. Both men standing there in silence and they were watching Daenerys. A couple of minutes passed when Miss Sandai finally stopped with the crying. Dany sighed and gave a kiss to her small, rose cheek. I love you darling, she whispered to her and placed her back to the cradle. What happened? Nizra stormed into the room, and Arya followed her. We heard noise. Both girls stopped when they saw the sword on the floor, meanwhile Dario was still holding his. What is going on? Arya stared Dario. It was obvious what happened, and why they heard sword clashes and the baby crying, but she was not sure it is finished. Dany was still standing with her back at them and watching her daughter. A second later she took a deep breath and turned to Nizra, while avoided to look at Jon or Dario. Would you please stay here and take care of my daughter? I need to change a few words with them. Now. She glanced at them and at that moment when Nizra nodded she stormed out from the room. Dario placed his sword back to the place and followed her, while Jon bending down for Longclaw. Jon Arya grabbed his arm. I have to go now. He forced a smile at his sister. Later. And with that word, he went after Dany and Dario. I can't believe they start a fight in this room. Arya rolled her eyes. But I swear if he trying to kill him, I'll be the one who cut his throat. She was talking seriously. I have no doubts about it. Nisra answered. But that is your brother's fight. Not yours. He is an asshole. I don't even understand why is he still here. Arya was heated. Because the queen knew, she needs his army to keep Miss Sandai safe, and he was a loyal soldier all time long. She doesn't care about how they hate each other. It is not important now. She doesn't care about your brother jealousy. She Nisra looked at Miss Sandai is more important than anything. Daenerys was looking at them and shook her head. She couldn't believe what happened. Are you totally out of your mind? She asked them and raised her voice. Let me explain. Jon tried to have a word, but Dany did not let him. Explain what? That you storm into your daughter's room and start a fight? What if you hurt her accidentally? What if you overthrow her? Do you even use your mind? She was raging and shouting. Dario smiled a bit while he lowered his head but Dany noticed it. Did I say something funny? She raised her eyes to him. He slowly looked at her and shook his head. She rolled her eyes and walked up and down then stopped in front of them. If it ever happens again, if you can't solve your issues, I swear I will solve it. Once and for all. She told straight to their faces. Maybe you should decide which one of us do you need as your lover. Jon looked into her eyes. That would solve many things. Dany could kill him with her eyes. That was unfair and she couldn't believe he still doesn't understand it. She needed Dario but she would never sleep with him again, and she couldn't believe she still has to explain it to Jon. She stepped closer to him and her eyes were on fire. You, put your daughter lives in danger at the moment, when you punched him. She was talking slowly. So do not instruct me what to do. Fine. Then next time do not start your rendezvous in her room. He was staring at her eyes. They were both heated and mad. Anything else, what I can do for you my queen? He asked emphatically. Get out of my sight. Both of you. She answered and turned away from them. She heard how Jon slamming the door behind his back. My queen. Dario started. I said, get out. Now. She told him again even stronger voice. And if it ever happens again, you better find another queen to serve. She walked out to the balcony and left Dario at the room. When she heard he also left, she let her tears out. She was so scared and she hated Jon still thinks she and Dario have a thing. How could they? Her heart only belongs to him, even if at that moment she hated him so much because of what he did. Not because he punched Dario, but because they started a sword fight in their daughter's room, and did not care about the consequences or the harm what they could cause. Chapter 33. Somewhere in the narrow sea. Before the long night. I don't agree. Jon told to Dany meanwhile they were talking about strategy on the boat. Everyone raised their eyes to their queen. She hardly accepts when someone did not agree with her. She was open for conversations but every advisors chose the right words to talk with her. Expect Jon. He was always honest and told straight to her face if she made hasty decisions. I don't remember when I asked your opinion. She answered. She was upset. But you should listen to it. He leaned forward and stared at her. The tension between them filled the whole room. I will. When I want to. She answered and turned her back at him then left the cabin. They did not talk with each other that day. She waited for him to knock on her door. As every night earlier. That was their last night before they arrive at Winterfell. But he did not come. She was mad and she wanted to make him understand no matter what is going on between them he should respect her. That night she was the one who knocked on his door. My queen. He welcomed her. I want to have a word with you. She went into his room without any permission or any more word. He stood further from her than usual. He kept the distance and it killed her. She wanted his kisses and his touches. She wanted that man even more since their argument but she would never tell this to him. No. She was his queen. I am listening. Jon told her but he was cold. I've been waiting for you. She told him with a serious face. Why? Why? She asked back and she was angry. Because I thought you want to spend the last night with me. Before we reach the shores. She tried to act confident. I apologize your grace, but you've made it clear you don't want to hear my opinion. I assumed you don't even want my company. He answered and his answer just made her more strained. They were staring at each other. Fine Dany made a face and turned to leave. Jon grabbed her arm and pushed her to the wall. He leaned over her. You are my queen. But I am not your puppet. He told her. Their faces were so close. His eyes stopped on her full lips. The silence was huge around them. Their breath filled it. Who do you think you are? Dany asked arrogantly. I will never be like the other men around you. I am an honest man. I've always been. If you humiliate me in front of everyone and you still expect me to go to your bedroom, then I am not the right man for you. He told her and their lips almost touched. I am your queen. That not means you can do everything. He answered and they were both starving for each other kiss. Dany leaned closer to finally kiss him but he did not let her. The anger grows in her. If you don't want to serve your queen then let me go. She told him but he was still pressing her to the wall. I wanted to serve you but you were not interested. I don't want to be just your lover behind closed doors. That is not me. If you want me then you should learn how to listen to my opinion. He was so hard with his words. Maybe I don't want you, she lied. They both knew that was a lie. A huge one. But they were more stubborn than to admit it. You don't. John leaned to her neck and barely touched it with his lips while he searched the bottom of her dress. He lifted it and his fingers immediately found her sex. She had no chance to move away, not that she wanted to. As I feel you want me. He thrust his finger into her wet pussy. She moaned to his ears and placed her arms around his neck. Just as I want you. He whispered to her ears and thrust her more deeper. But I hate your behavior. You better get used to it, she moaned again. John stopped with the thrust and almost ripped her clothes off. Dany did the same with him. Not even a minute passed and all their clothes were on the floor. Meanwhile their kisses became wilder and deeper. John raised her leg and placed it around to waist. He was ready for her. His cock was ready to feel her. He grabbed her hair with his other hand and pushed his hard dick into her. Fuck. Dany lost control. Lost herself. That man was the perfect man and she fell in love with him, no matter how she wanted to hate him at that moment. She couldn't. Yes. She moaned louder while John was fucking her like a wild animal. He grabbed her butt and raised her up. She was leaning to the wall with her back while her legs clasped around him. Fuck me, John. Yes. She was in ecstasy. She never experienced that kind of love. They were made for each other. They were like ice and fire and that just made them more crazy for the other. Miran. They spent the night separated. When Dany woke up after her dream, at least now she dreamed about better things than that horrible day at King's Landing, but still, it doesn't help her mood, just made her more strained. Every time when she thinks everything is gonna be alright between them, something happens. She understood his jealousy, but that does not allow him to start a fight in Miss Sandai's chamber. That move was reckless and irresponsible, and even if she loved that man, that was not a thing what she can leave to him without any word. Her daughter was more important than anything. She was more important than her love for John. John was just tossing and turning in the other chamber all night long. He couldn't sleep well that night. When he finally could, nightmares comes to his mind. Nightmares about Dario. And Dany. He couldn't forget the sight when he entered into the room and his hands were sliding down on her arms. He started to stare at the ceiling. He can't do anything. He had to accept if he wants to stay close to his daughter, he has to accept Dario too. Especially if Dany chooses him. He sat up on the bed and thinking. Why wouldn't she? He was not worse than him. He would have never killed her probably. That makes him better in Dany's eyes. He was sure about that. Meanwhile, he knew that should be the honorable move, let them be together if they want to, a piece of him couldn't let him let it happen. And he never knew that feeling. That jealousy and rage. It was something new and he had no idea how to handle it. The day passed in this way. Dany spent most of her time with Miss Sandai. John avoided meeting with her. He tried to find other things to do, but they can't avoid the meeting because no matter their love life was a mess, that did not change the fact they had to prepare for the war. They were all there except Dario and Daenerys. John tried to hide his feelings, but everyone around him knew why he is more brooding than usual. A couple of minutes passed in this way, then they entered. Dany did not even look at John. My apologies. There were some things what mothers to do. She smiled a bit and looked around but still avoided to look at John. Dario enjoyed the situation and it was written on his face. I went around the shores. There are many good hidden places for the ships where we can hide before the attack. Yara started to explain. Do not tell the details. It is not safe. I trust you. Do it as the best you can do. Daenerys answered. We have to keep our strategy in secret as much as we can. Your Grace. Dario stepped closer. During the patrol, we found some more rebels. Probably the king tried to destroy us from inside. We took them to prison. Why you did not tell me this earlier? She looked at him. I thought we are here to discuss those things. Thank you. She took a deep breath. Well done, Dario. And keep it in this way. Do not kill those people because we don't need more enemies that we already have. She glanced at John and he answered with a sarcastic smile. Dany noticed it. Is there anything you want to say? She asked him. The air froze in the room. Is it matter for you, Your Grace? He asked her back and his eyes were so dark. He was clearly still mad at her. You don't have to be here. If you want to leave, just go. I don't need any commentary or sarcasm when the war is almost here. She answered without any hesitation. John almost jumped up from his seat. You are right. You don't need me here. It seems your perfect captain can take care of anything better than me. He told to her face and she felt the shade in his voice. Everyone could understand what he meant. That was so obvious. Isn't he? He frowned then turned away and left the room. Dani felt herself defeated. She wanted to answer but he did not even give her a chance. He was so different. She never saw him act like this. They had arguments but now, he was hurt and mad and he had no idea how wrong he is. Your Grace. Davos tried to get her attention back. Where? Dani needed a second. Where were we? Davos and Arya looked at each other then Arya raised her eyes to Dario. He was the only one who enjoyed that interlude between Jon and Daenerys. The others were more worried about it. They saw how easily things can turn wrong when these two refuse and disown each other. Jon went to see his daughter. He missed her and now he had a chance to see her. Meanwhile Dani was somewhere else. When he entered he saw Nisra next to the cradle. She bowed to him. No need for this. I am not your king. Jon stepped closer and placed his finger to his daughter's hand. She caught it and smiled. She misses you. Nisra stated. She is just a baby. And she feels when her parents are fighting. She raised her eyes to Jon. We are not. Jon let her daughter hand go and sighed. He turned to Nisra. Fighting. Then how would you call it? When two people who love each other debating. How people call it in Westeros. She raised her eyebrow. She doesn't love me. He lowered his head. She did once but not anymore. If she still loves me she would have sent that asshole away already. You should learn to see things not only with your eyes, Jon Snow. She stepped closer to him and placed her hand to his chest. But with your heart. Our eyes can betray us sometimes but our heart can't. Her hand was still on his chest and she was staring at his eyes. What do you feel with this? With your heart? She asked him quietly and placed her other hand to his cheek. At the next moment they noticed how the door slammed. They both raised their eyes to the door. Nisra stepped back from him. Dani. Jon realized it must be her and she just misunderstood the situation. Now she probably thinks the same that you think about her and Daario Naharis. Nisra stated. You knew she'll come here. Jon stepped back from her. No, I did not know. I just wanted to help you to see. Now, what your heart thinks, Jon Snow. She smiled a bit and turned back to Miss Sandai. Jon was staring at the Red Priestess for another minute. He had no idea what to think about her but then he left the room. He knew they have to solve this thing. Once and for all. Chapter 34. Daenerys was almost running through the corridors. She couldn't believe that is how he gets revenge on her. That situation was so clear. She decided later she'll tell him. She'll tell him to stay away from his daughter if he can't control himself. First, he started a fight next to her cradle and now they were caressing each other. She knew at the first moment when she saw Nisra, she saw how Daario and Jon looked at her. She was beautiful and she knew the Red Priestesses. She heard the things about them, how they satisfy the men needs. That thing was known everywhere around Essos. She went down the stairs and ran into Arya. I thought you forget it. Arya stood in the middle of the hall with Gendry and looking at her. What? She asked back. Our training. Not now. She answered and went forward. You know you act like two idiots by now, do you? Arya asked her and she stopped. Gendry gave her a scared look. You forget who are you talking with? Dani turned to her and she was not in the mood to handle Arya right now. She cannot be kind and sweet. She needed to get out from there. The truth hurts. It is so tiring seeing you two always fighting, for nothing. You made your own drama and fight with each other all the time, meanwhile, you are crazy for each other. Do you enjoy it? Or he is right, and you enjoy and let that asshole back to your bed? That would explain many things, she stated. Pick your words. Why? Arya raised her eyebrow. You are not my queen. I've already told you. I am not here, because you are my queen. I am here because of my brother and your daughter. I am here because of my family, and you, belongs to my family now, more or less. Arya explained, and her words surprised Dani. She did not expect that. I am honest with my family, no matter how it hurts. If you chose that, man, then tell this to his face. You know what? Dani took a step towards her. I appreciate your honesty, and may I ask you to talk with your brother? Maybe he will be honest with you because it is clearly hard for him to be honest with me. She frowned. It is not my task. Arya shook her head then just turned her back at her and walked away. Your Grace. Gendry bowed to her with his head then almost run away. Dani was speechless. Arya did not show any respect towards her. She rolled her eyes, and she really had enough of all the Starks. They are all just made her life harder and more complicated. Especially John. Your Grace. Dario appeared at the entrance, at the same time when John finally caught her up. Can we talk? John asked her. He was calm and serious. She looked at him then back to Dario. She couldn't believe she always got into this situation. Between those two. It is important. Dario continued and raised his eyes to John. Dani. John grabbed her hand. Please. He asked her. He tried to act as kind and patient as he could. He felt his rage filling his whole body but he had to keep himself back. What is it? She raised her eyes to him, but pulled her hand away. In private. He answered and looked up to Dario. Your Grace. Dario did not give up and continued the unsullied. At that moment, Dani turned to Dario and looked at him questioningly. John rolled his eyes. What? Dani wanted to know what is going on, but she did not have to wait for any longer. The door opened and Grey Worm walked in, accompanied by the second sons. Her eyes almost filled with tears when she saw her most loyal soldier and, her friend. He was loyal to her until the end. She smiled and took a step closer to him, but his eyes stuck on something else. On Jon Snow. His face showed every hate and anger that he felt towards Jon. He would never forgive him what he did. That he killed his queen. Grey Worm. Dani stood in front of him, and he bent the knee to her, but his eyes were still laying on Jon. Jon noticed it. He was afraid of this meeting, even if he knew it had to happen. They needed them to keep their daughter in safe, to keep Essos in safe, but he had no idea how things will go between them. My queen, he started. At the minute we got to know you are alive, we sailed back here. I knew you would. Dani smiled and showed him to stand up. And I really appreciate it. I need you and the Unsullied more than ever. She continued, but she couldn't notice how he was staring at Jon. He got my forgiveness. He and everyone else, who are here now. She glanced at Jon then raised her eyes to Grey Worm again. No one can harm them. He killed you, the leader answered in a different language. How can you? He had to. Her answer surprised everyone. She answered with the common language. She meant it, she finally understood. Jon frowned and staring at her. She thought a lot about the things Nisra said to her. About her death, about her life, about everything. Maybe everything had to happen in this way. Maybe her faith was never to rule Westeros. Maybe there is something else. And it doesn't matter now. Not anymore. Not in this situation. Dani continued. I serve you, you know it. Until the day I die, but I don't trust him. Grey Worm answered. You don't have to. But he is the father of my child. That is the only thing why he is here. Because my daughter needs him. She answered, and Jon did not like it. He hated that answer. He wanted to discuss everything with Dani, but she did not let him. She did not give him a chance. What? Grey Worm did not understand. We have to talk about a lot of things. She smiled a bit. Please. She started to walk away and Grey Worm followed her. Jon was just looking after them. Dani. He tried again. He still wanted to talk with her. She stopped in the stairs and took a deep breath. She is your queen. You can't call her as that, Grey Worm mentioned. Dario just enjoyed the situation again. At least, now there is someone else who hated that man from Westeros even more than him. Jon just stared at Dani. She did not say anything, did not turn to him, and it just frustrates him even more. She went forward and Jon stayed there. At the minute Dani and her company left the hall, Dario stepped closer to Jon. I love how you do it. I do not even have to try. You turn her against yourself. All my appreciation. He stated. You don't have anything to do. Jon frowned. I have. Many things. And thanks to you it seems I am going to have many things to do in her bedroom too. He was backing, and when he finished the sentence he left the room. He did not give Jon a chance to react. Winterfell. We met a long time ago. Sansa greeted the giant red-hair man at the gates of Winterfell. Her guards did not move away from her. What do I owe the visit? She asked as kind as she can. As I know you wanted to know how we feel ourselves. So we are here to show you. Tormund answered. I don't really understand. She tried to save the situation but Tormund looked behind his back and the wildlings bring forward a man and throw it to Sansa's feet. I know you do. Tormund told to her face angrily. The soldiers who were standing next to Sansa were ready to defend her. So. Here's my offer. Send those irritating armored idiots away and we can talk. Why would I do this? Sansa was mordant. They swore to serve their queen. You. Tormund raised his eyebrow and stepped closer. Where would you be without your brother? The soldiers also stepped forward but Tormund kept his eyes on Sansa. And when was the last time you talked with him? As I see you are not a queen. Just an ungrateful child who forgot where she comes from. He was honest and spoke from his heart. He glanced to the soldiers then looked at Sansa again. Tell them to back. I don't want to hurt them. Sansa swallowed a big one then turned to the soldier next to her. Nodded towards him and he took a step back. Where is my brother? She asked him while her voice was shaking a bit. Why does it matter now? Tormund still stared her face. Because, the king wants to find him and I wanted to know what is the truth. She answered and tried to act confident. I wanted to know he left or not. He did. On Dragon's back. He stated. What the king wants from Jon Snow exactly? He raised his eyebrow. Sansa hesitated and did not want to answer. I don't know. You don't? Are you sure? He frowned and did not believe her words. What is going on? Mirian. The island is beautiful just as she was. Grey Worm told everything to Daenerys that happened with him after she died. He sailed to the Isle of Nath with the Unsullied, they started a new life and then the second sons arrived. He was still mourning Missandei. Dany felt it. She knew it. They did not have a chance for happiness and somehow she blamed herself. Since she resurrected she saw many things in a different way. Or since her daughter was born, but she missed Missandei. How could you forgive him? He asked her. Dany lowered her head. She was still mad at Jon but even he hurt her, her feelings did not change to him. It is complicated. It isn't. He killed you. He should be dead already. I still regret I did not kill him after he killed you. I should have had. He explained angrily. I am glad you did not. Dany told him immediately I have to accept and understand that everything has a reason. Even my death. She took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. Not now. Not anymore. I have a beautiful daughter and only that matters. Even if she is his child. Sometimes we can't choose who we love. Even if that person did horrible things against us. Dany smiled a bit. Your Grace. Nisra stood at the door. At that moment Dany remembered the scene that she saw earlier that day. She stood up and gave her an angry look. What do you want? She asked her. I wanted to apologize. That is the least what you should do. She cut her and she felt how her jealousy filled her whole body. I did nothing. Why I have to apologize, Your Grace? She answered kindly. I just wanted to help. Yeah, I can imagine. She stepped closer and looking at her. From bottom to the top. I am glad you here. I wanted to talk with you. She continued in a serious tone. If I see you around my daughter or my... She hesitated. She almost said her husband but he was not that. No. She had no idea what Jon is for her at that moment. Or him again. I am not your enemy, but what do you expect if you push him away? She asked her. You better go now. Dany answered. Pray to your God to save you from my wrath. She turned her back at Nisra. You are blinded by anger and jealousy. If you don't want to see things clear everything is gonna be worse. I said leave. Dany sighed. Your daughter needs you. I came here to tell you. She stated then turned away and left them there. Chapter 35. When Nisra told her that her daughter needs her she immediately left Grey Worm and went to see Missandei. She was worried. She thought the worst. She thought there is something wrong. She entered into the room and surprised. There was silence there and some pale light. Jon was sitting next to the cradle and his hand was on her daughter's hand. Dany stopped at the door and watched them for a second. What are you doing here? She asked quietly. Spend some time with my daughter. He answered, but he kept his eyes on Missandei. Is this a problem for you? No, of course not, but... She was still standing at the door. Nisra told me, my daughter, needs me, but as I see you, are here. So. She wanted to leave. I asked her to bring you here if she could, he answered, and Dany stopped. If you want to talk with me, you just have to. I did. I asked you to talk with me, but you had more important things to do. He stood up and stared her. With anyone else than me. I can tell you the same. She swallowed and raised her eyes to him. It seemed you enjoyed her company in the afternoon. Where is he? He stepped closer to her. Who? You know whom I'm talking about. Jon answered and he was fighting with his feelings. No Jon. I have no idea. She answered angrily. She took a deep breath and tried to hold himself back. Their daughter was there, he can't shout with her, can't argue with her, he knew it. If you... Dany continued wanna go because you have some other plans, you can leave. Enjoy your night. She wanted to walk past by him, but he did not let her. He stood right in front of her. Why are you doing this? His face was closed and staring at her eyes. I am not doing anything. She avoided him and walked forward to the cradle. When will you willing to talk to me? John took a deep breath. I am talking with you right now, she stated. He tried to breathe normally, then stormed out from the room. Dany's eyes filled with tears. She was just watching and caressing Miss Sandai's small little hands. A couple of minutes passed in this way, then the door opened. Nisra and John were standing there. Dany felt his hand on her arm. We need to talk. In private. Now. John looked at her. I can't, leave her now. You can. He was determined and confident. She'll be in good hands, and she is sleeping. Oh, I am sure you know how good those hands are. Her eyes filled with rage and jealousy. Nisra just stood there in silence. I want to talk with you right now. It is enough. It is. She frowned. I don't want to argue in front of her. He glanced to Miss Sandai. No, you just start a fight in front of her. And get her into trouble. Dany was fighting with him. She had so many emotions and Nisra's presence did not help in the situation. She felt how his hand still squeezing her arm. Let me go. I will. When you finally act like an adult, not a huffish child. I want to talk with you, now. John still held her, and that was clear, he won't give up. Not now. Dany pulled her arm from his hand and walked out. She gave an angry killing look towards Nisra while she passed the door of the chamber. She went with him. To his room and standing at the other side of the room. Crossing her arms. John took a deep breath and closed the door. He leaned to the door and did not say a word. So? I don't have time for all night. Dany stated mockingly. Why? What else you have to do? John sighed. Maybe someone is waiting for you. Do not start this. What? So you can be jealous because you think you saw something, but I can't be jealous because that asshole wants to. He stopped and went closer to her while he was talking. Wants to do what? John slammed the wall above her head and leaned over her. He was fiercer than usual. He was not that calm and nice man, as he was usually. You know what he wants. He doesn't even try to hide it. And you want me to let things happen without a word? I hate that he is around you. I hate that you let him be that close to you. I hate. But you found a great way to take revenge on me. She told to his face. For fuck's sake Dany, I did not get revenge on you. He shouted there is nothing between her and me, and you know it. You fucking know it, you just find another excuse why you can hate me. I saw. Saw what? That I am caressing her body? Caressing her arms. Kissing her neck from behind? Because that is what I saw. That is what that Dario did with you. He turned away from her and walking up and down. That is not true. She answered after some seconds. From my point of view, it looked just like that. He stood up for his words. Believe what you want. I won't apologize for it. There is nothing between Dario and me, but you'll never believe it, so why would I explain it for you? Why you let him be that close? Tell me. Do you want him? Did you choose him? Just tell it to my face for fuck's sake. It will hurt, but at least be honest with me. He yelled. Why? Because if I chose him you can fuck her without any regret? This is why you wanna know. She yelled back and for an answer, John pressed her to the wall. I don't want her. I never wanted her. See? I can say it. I can say it to your face because that is the fucking truth. She is no one for me. It doesn't matter what you think. Now I wanna hear. Do you love him? He placed his hand next to her face, to the wall. If I say I don't, would you believe it? She leaned closer and told it to his face, and that was the last move. The last answer. He did not want to hold it back anymore. He grabbed her hair and pressed her lips to his lips. His tongue went deep into her mouth and started that crazy and passionate dance. His body pressed against her body and squeezed her to the wall. They were kissing so passionately, all the tense and rage what they held back in the past few days are coming out, and changed into something else. Changed into lust and desire. John almost ate her beautiful lips and she took off his shirt above his head. They stopped for a minute and staring at each other's eyes. Panting. Analyzing the other. Then John continued with the kisses, while he was taking off the dress strap from her shoulder. It slowly sliding down from her body, let her beautiful breasts to be seen. He stopped with the kiss for a minute, to see her naked perfection again, but his eyes stopped just like his hands. He was staring the huge wound on her body. He lowered his head and stepped back. That was a thing what he did not expect. He forgot it. He had no idea, how it looks like now. When he saw it he realized, what he did. He realized again, he felt the guilt again. John Dany stepped closer to him and placed her hand to his wound. Caressed it, looking at it. It was so similar to her wound. Maybe that was that Nisra was talking about. This is how they can be one. This is how their faith could unite. They both had to die for something that they believed. I had no idea, that. He started. Danny took his hand and placed it to her wound. It will never heal. He stated, and Danny answered with a head shake. She knew it. That wound will be there forever. Remind her of his betrayal. I am so sorry. His eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't get his eyes off of that gash. Daenerys realized he can't touch her, she saw the disgust in his eyes. How he was looking at it. She pulled the straps back to her shoulder and hid her body from him. She tried to speak between her tears. Better go now. She started to walk away, but Jon stopped her and pulled her back into his arms. Gave a kiss to the top of her head and squeezed her, close. I understand. Now I understand, why you can't forgive me. Why you can't trust me. He started. I executed the ones who did this with me. And though there is a chance for us. After what I did. Now I understand. He explained. I understand why you hate me. I don't. Danny raised her eyes to him. I can't hate you. A tear fallen from her eye. I tried. I wanted. But I can't. Why? Jon smiled a bit but his eyes were so sad. Because I love you. Danny answered so quietly and shrugged her shoulder. No matter how I tried to not. Maybe this is why I wanted to push you away. Because I found the reason to do what is reasonable. But my heart always pulls me back into your arms. Because no matter how I tried to not love you. I can't. Jon just stared her. Held her face between his hands and stared her. But. I understand too. If you can't love me in this way, and, if you can't. Danny tried to know what he really feels because she had no idea what to think. I love you, Jon whispered to his mouth and he kissed her. That was not a passionate kiss, not led by passion. No. That kiss was that the books called true love's kiss. They both felt it. She placed her arms around his neck and he pulled her more close by her waist, while with her other hand he was still holding her cheek. He never wanted to let her go, never again, but he did not want to rush. He raised her up a bit and leaned with her to his bed. I don't want to let you. He started. Just kiss me. Please, Danny asked him, and he did. I love you so much, he groaned to her mouth while he was kissing her with all his heart, with all his love, with all his mind. She was his, and he was hers. After many months that they spent alone, they were finally in each other's arms again. In an embrace. Nothing mattered. Not Dario. Not Nizra. Not all the arguments they had. They did not care about that. Jon started to remove her dress again while he was kissing her body. Lower and lower. When the wound was in front of his eyes again he leaned closer and gave a gentle little kiss to it, then go on. He stood up and took off her dress, then leaned over her again. Danny. He whispered and just staring her eyes for a second. What's wrong? She was worried a bit. Nothing. Now, there is nothing wrong. He pressed his lips to hers and his finger finally found the way to her sex. At the minute he started to massage her down there, he felt how her body was shaking. Jon, she moaned quietly, then they became one again in a deep kiss while he thrust his fingers into her wet pussy and moved in and out. Jon, she moaned a bit louder to his mouth, and the sight of her, the sounds of her just turned him on. He wanted that woman. He never wanted anyone else. He wanted to show her how much he loves her. He wanted to please her. He wanted to get Dario off from her head once and for all. They still had many issues, many things to talk about, but not now. Not at that moment. That moment was finally theirs. That moment was the moment of their reunion. What they both waited for too long. Chapter 36. Miraen. When Daenerys opened her eyes in the morning she immediately started to smile. She was in his arms. She spent the whole night in his arms. After the argument, after he saw the wound he caused, they were there. Together. In that bed. She was with a man, the man who she loved and who she trust. Because that was the truth. After everything that they went through she trusted in him again. She believed in him again. Of course, there are some doubts in her, maybe always will, but she wanted to forget those. She wanted to give themselves a new chance. A new hope. Because she wanted it. Because her daughter needed it. Because, she started to believe maybe this is their fate. Together. She felt pleased and satisfied. Every inch of her body. Last night. He was licking her for long minutes, and Daenerys couldn't count her climaxes. Jon really outdid himself that night. He really wanted to prove how much he loved her and she enjoyed it. Yes. Yes. She screamed, oh my god. She clutched her tights around his head at the moment, when she reached her climax, and she tried to breathe. Tried to stop him. She did not even think her body can bear more. Jon was caressing and kissing her. He was not tired. He finally got her back, and he wanted to make up for every missed minute with her. He placed himself between her legs and gave a small kiss to her lips. That was. She barely could breathe. I hope. He kissed her lips again. My queen, and kissed her again. Is satisfied? No, she whispered, and John surprised. He frowned and looked into her eyes. I don't want to be your queen. I don't want you to call me your queen. I hate it. It reminds me. She sighed. Bad things. He smiled a bit and caressed her cheek. Fine. And is my love? He smiled even more satisfied. Sounds much better. She smiled back at him. And maybe. He raised his eyebrow. Danny bit her lower lip and his smile grows with it. He pressed his lips to her lips and at the next moment, he thrust his hard cock into her sex. John. She moaned into his mouth and grabbed his back. Miran. When John opened his eyes, she was not there. He was alone in the bed, and he got scared. He looked around, but Danny was not in the room. For a second he thought he just dreamed the night, but no. It had to happen. He immediately picked up some clothes and started to search for her. When he entered into Miss Sandai's room he took a deep breath and calmed down. Daenerys was there, her hair was still messy because of the wild and passionate night they had. She was wearing a long robe-like dress. She clearly came here from his bed. She was holding her daughter in her arms. She glanced at him and smiled, and John walked closer to them. He placed his arms around them and kissed both of the girls. The women of his life. The two most amazing women. And she did not move away, just snuggled to him more. Did it, really, happen or? He asked quietly. After the past few days, no, after the past few months, that was something unbelievable. It did. Danny couldn't hide her smile. I was afraid when I awake and we have a daughter. I can't spend the whole day in your arms, Jon Snow. No matter how I wanted to. She raised her eyes to him. You are the most perfect mother in this world, I hope you know that. Just as a mother. She teased him. No. He placed his hand to her cheek and pulled her closer. Not just as a mother. He gave a kiss to her and at that moment Miss Sandai started to giggle and she stretched her small arm towards to their faces. They started to laugh. All together. As a family. As a perfect family. Their mood clearly changed, and everyone could easily notice it. Every time when they ran into each other, they were smiling and they were staring at the other. Focus. Arya told her while they were doing the training. Jon and Gendry were sitting at the stairs, and watching them. Dany forgot her eyes too many times on Jon and his sister noticed it. She was happy about it. It was better to see them in this way, than what they've done in the past few days. That behavior freaked out everyone. I am sorry. Dany still couldn't hide her smile. No. She was happier than hide it. Hold it straight, Arya told her, and raised her sword. She attacked Dany, and she did a quite good move to avoid it. Arya glanced appreciatively. That is it, she smiled a bit. Again. Dany stood in the position to continue, and Arya was proud. She really gets better and better each days. So. Jon looked at Gendry. What is going on between you and my sister? Gendry surprised about the question. He did not expect that. His face went red immediately and started to stutter. We. Nothing. We knew each other for a long time, and since you are here, you spend most of your time with her. We. He had no idea what to answer. Here you are. Davos interrupted the talk. Gendry was so glad about it. Even he had no idea what is between Arya and him. He wished, he can call her as his love. His fiancée. His wife, but she was clear. She wanted adventure and not him. She wanted something else. Something more. He couldn't be mad with her. He loved her more than be mad with her. And now he can spend time with her and only that mattered. As I see, the queen is really determined. Davos raised his eyes at the girls. Hope he won't use her new skills to put a dagger to your heart. Gendry tried to joke with Jon but neither of them get his joke. Jon's smile gone and Davos gave an angry look to the Baratheon guy. I just. The wound. Her wound is still there. Jon told them with sadness in his voice. It will never heal. Kinvara, the Red Priestess brought her back, but that gash will always remind us. What I did. How do you know it is still there? Gendry turned to him. Jon realized he should have not tell it to them. He looked up to Davos. He get it. He understood and he smiled at him. As I told you. You just have to love her. And it may heal that wound. Even if it never disappear. He patted his shoulder. All of them raised their eyes to Dany and Arya again. They were still training and clearly enjoying it. They are both warriors. Davos said. They are. John smiled and he was happy. He never expected, he can see these two together. As, family. Kinda. Your Grace. Dario stopped next to Daenerys and waited until they finished. John immediately stood up. They spent the night together but Dario still make him out of his mind. Make him jealous and mad. They did not talk through this thing, maybe they should have had, but their love and lust for each other won. When Dany and Arya stopped he leaned to her ear and told her something. She nodded. Thank you Arya. She turned to her. We are done for today. I have to go now. Arya just nodded and Dany looked at John. We should go. Dario told her. What happened? John started to walk down on the stairs. It is not your business. Dario straightened himself. It is. He answered and raised his eyebrow while looking at Daenerys. Davos also went closer to them. He was ready to stop John if he wanna do some hasty thing again. May I ask you to stay with our daughter here while we take care of this thing? Dany asked John. What thing? And why you don't want me to know? John asked back. We are staying here as you wish. Davos stepped next to John. We'll be back soon. Dany nodded and left the room while Dario was following her. Why you don't want to tell them? Because less people know about it is better. You've told me that. I trust them. I trust John. Dany answered immediately. I will never understand why. And I don't weigh any more dead people if it is not necessary. Dario told her come. This way. He led her forward out from the pyramid through the streets. Winterfell. How long do you want to stay here? Sansa asked Tormund at the yard. As long as you finally accept what you should do. You cannot go to a war against your brother because your other brother gone mad. He sharpened his sword. He is not mad. He isn't. How would you call a man who wanna kill an innocent child who is his brother's child? And he wanna kill John too. If everything that you said to me is true. He is mad. He is not. He just wants to save the realm from the Targaryen threat. Sansa raised her voice and Tormund jumped up. Jon Snow is a Targaryen or something, Tormund told to her face. So he told you. Sansa lowered her head. He did. But tell me why you hate the Dragon Queen that much. She burned down the capital and killed many innocent people. And she wanna do it again. And. But you've hated her since the beginning. Not just because of that. Jon Snow brought her here to save the North. He did everything to save your ass. And you never said a thank you for this. Just accept that crown and let your brother rot at the wall. Jon is manipulated by her. Yet. By her. And by everyone else around him. He made a fucking mistake because he always wanted to fit to that everyone wanted from him. He killed her. He loved her and he killed her. He died with her. Do you even care about that? Daenerys was mad she had to die. You've never thought about maybe if you gave them a chance she won't go mad? Maybe if you keep your mouth? If you support her? Them? You've stolen everything from Jon and now you wanna betray him again? I do not wonder if he chose another family instead of you. He was always a honest man. He told everything that he think with his heart. I won't let the king and my sister down. She is her prisoner. And she wanna kill her. How can you be so sure? Tormund made a face. My brother is a honest man. He would never lie these kind of things to me. I believe in him and his words. Sansa answered. Yes. Your brother, Jon Snow is a honest man. After everything you've told me I am not sure about your other brother honesty. Tormund turned his back at her and walked away. Sansa had no idea what to think. She was between her two brothers. She wanted to know what is the truth. She really wanted to know. His father always said there always have to be a Stark in Winterfell, but it seemed now she has to leave. To find out the truth. To meet with Bran and find out what is going on. She started to questioning things. She started to questioning the king and she thought maybe she get her answers at the capital. Brienne and Tyrion were there. They must know what is going on. They must know what is the truth behind everything. Giantsbane she called him. Yes. I am not going to a war against Jon until I don't find out what is the truth. We are leaving tomorrow. To the capital. She told him then went back to the castle. Tormund nodded. At least now she has some conscience. Maybe that is enough. Chapter 37. Mirian. You are quite good teacher. Gendry told to Arya. What? She raised her eyes at him. I saw how you train with the queen. He answered. Oh. Well. Yes. She needs to learn how to defend herself, if something goes wrong. When she pays attention to me she is pretty good at it. Arya shrugged her shoulders. Maybe, you. Gendry sighed. Of course if it is not a too big favor. I What do you want to ask? Arya wondered. Maybe you can teach me too. I mean I can fight pretty good with the sledge but I never fought with a sword. He admitted. Arya smiled a bit at him. It was so obvious, he just wanted to spend more time with her, but she didn't mind it. Even if she sent him away, she had feelings for Gendry, and she was happy because he was there. She kinda misses him, but she did not change her mind. She still doesn't want to be his wife or his lady. That was not her way, not her life. That was not enough for her. She enjoyed the adventure at the sea, and when Jon doesn't need her anymore, she planned to continue. Discover Essos maybe, or travel somewhere to the south. If it is, not. Gendry started to explain and he started to stutter again. No. No, I think it is kinda a good idea. Arya nodded. Be here in the morning. Early morning, and we'll see. She answered and started to walk away. Where are you going? Gendry asked, but he regretted it at that minute. She was not his love, they were not in a relationship. He knew. He lowered his head. A walk. I love the city at night. So peaceful and quiet. Arya told him and hesitated for another minute. Do you wanna join? Sure. If you don't mind. He started to smile and followed the Stark girl. The girl who stole his heart. Jon tried to avoid his attention from Daario and Daenerys. He was mad. He did not understand why Dany did not tell him where were they going, or what happened. He knew Daario, he knew his methods, and it just made him even more nervous. He knew that man will never give up on her, but he can't attack him face to face. That only caused more trouble, but he doesn't know how he can keep himself back, how long. The sun almost went down, and they were still away. Jon spent his time with Missandei, because she was the only one who can calm him down. Almost an hour passed, but he did not even notice. He was smiling, singing, laughing, babbling with his daughter, but he couldn't really forget the Daario thing. No matter how he tried. Daenerys entered into the room in silence. He raised his eyes to her, but did not say a word. She knew. She knew without words, what he was thinking. She walked closer to him and put her arms around him, placed her head to his chest. He returned her moves and gave a kiss to the top of her head. He was angry with her, but he loved her. And his love was stronger than anything. She did not want to sleep. He stated. Maybe she missed you. Thank you for being here with her. She answered. I am her father. You don't have to thank this. Jon whispered. He wanted to ask, he wanted to know what happened, but he kept himself back. He wanted her to tell him by her free will. They were standing there, in an embrace, and in silence. Dany let him go and her eyes stuck on the railing. He looked at her, then turned his face to the direction, where she was looking. A raven stood there. A black raven. It was quite dark, so they did not see it clearly. Jon went there to have a closer look. The raven croaked, looked straight to Jon's eyes with his big white eyes, then flew up to the air. He went closer to the railings to see where he goes, but the bird disappeared in the darkness. When he turned back, he saw, Daenerys held Missandei in her arms and tried to calm her down. She started to cry at the minute when she heard the voice of the raven. Jon went back to them and hugged his family. Dany raised her eyes to him. I thought we destroyed all of them. She told him quietly, but he did not understand. A couple hours earlier. Mirian. Where the hell are we going? Daenerys followed Daario and the second sons. You will be grateful. He stopped in front of a door and looked at her with a smile. He opened it, and inside there were two men bounded and they were kneeling on the floor. Surrounded by Daario's army. Come, I would not bring you here, if there is any danger. He told her and guided her inside. What are their sin? Dany raised her eyebrow. She did not understand, why she had to be there. Rebels. More than that, Daario answered and went forward, to a back room. Dany hesitated, but then she followed him. She had no reason to not trust him. When he opened the other door, Daenerys' eyes went wide, and she was in a shock. Her mouth falls open. There was a huge cage inside the room, filled with ravens. Many ravens. Locked. The birds were confused and tried to break out from the cell. She couldn't find the right words. We interrogated them. It wasn't easy, but they got a huge amount of gold, from Westeros, if they take care of the birds, and scatter them in Essos. Especially here, in Mirian. The eyes of the king. They told that. Daario explained, and he was so proud of himself. Pretty ugly animals. And loud he added. Daenerys walked forward and watched the ravens. Suddenly one of the bird's eyes turned to white and tried to fly straight to her face, but the cell didn't let him. She was looking at it and her face changed. What are we going to do with them? Dario stepped closer to her. Burn them. Burn them all. She answered, and she was still eyeing with the one with white eyes. Daenerys started to walk out of the flat. Mercy, my queen. One of the men started to beg her. She stopped but did not turn to him. Please. We did not know what are those for. We just did what your kings command. She turned to them and frowned, since when the king of Westeros is the lord of the men in Essos. Please. The other man started. We did not want to hurt you. We did not want to hurt anyone. You have no idea what you did. Dany answered, and she was so serious and angry. How many? I asked how many? How many cages did you bring here from Westeros? Just this one. The man lowered his head and started to cry. We did nothing wrong, we did not want to hurt anyone. If I mention, Dario leaned closer to Dany's ear, maybe they really had no idea. Look at them. Bring them too. She answered and stared the two men, then she turned her back at them, and left the house. Dario nodded towards to his soldiers and they dragged the two men with themselves and followed the queen. Some other soldiers lifted the cage and they were going into the glade. Daenerys did not have to wait too long. In the past few months, her connection with Drogon was stronger. Since he saved her life. Since she came back to life. They just felt each other more. The enormous beast landed next to Daenerys after a minute. Everyone was in silence, and they were watching her, and the dragon. They knew what is coming. They were sure she'll going to burn those men, because of what they did. Dario still standing next to her with a smirk on his face. Dany nodded towards the soldiers, who held the cage, and they went away. A bird with white eyes was still looking at her. My queen, Dario wanted to ask her, she really wants to do this, but she did not hear him. She did not want anything else, just stop the thing what threatens her daughter. Dracarys. She ordered Drogon, without any more hesitation, while she was still eyeing with the white-eyed raven. The bird's voice filled the air for some seconds, but then they all burned and nothing left of them. Only ashes. When the flames went away, she turned to the two men who were responsible for it. She stepped closer to them while they were begging and crying. Please. Please. My queen, please, mercy. She was looking at them and she felt the rage. Felt how her other side wanna come out. Felt the same feeling, that she felt in Westeros. She wanted to burn them. She wanted to see how their bodies turned to ashes. They deserved to die. Drogon roared loudly behind her and everyone was breathless. We did not know. We had no idea. One of the men lowered his head and still begging for her. At that moment Dany spotted Arya and Gendry. They were a bit further, and they were watching her. Watching what she will do. She lowered her head. Arya's presence reminded her, how evil and cruel she was in King's Landing. She did not want to be that queen. She did not want to be that woman. She was not the same woman anymore. Take them into the prison. We'll decide their fate later. She ordered Dario. And feed the dragon, before he ate those two. She added, then turned away. Drogon leaned closer to the two men and they were scared. They thought the beast burned them, but the next moment he flew up to the air and Daenerys followed him with her eyes, then turned back to the direction where she saw Arya and Gendry. The Stark girl nodded with her face, then they were just walking away. Miran. Jon was listening to her quietly. She told him everything that happened that day. It was still so hard him to believe it, even if it was clear. He never thought Bran can do things like these. He never thought Bran can be evil or his enemy. Dario did not want to tell you or everyone else, because the fewer people know about it, is better. She finished. He just nodded, while his mind was racing. But. Dany continued and held his hand. I told him, I have no secrets from you. Because you are the father of my child, and you would never let her be hurt. You've only told him this reason. He asked back. He was happy she did it, but he still did not understand. He looked into her eyes. Jon. Please do not start this again. She shook her head. I did not start anything, I just wanna know, why you don't tell him that. He started to raise his voice but he reminded himself, that won't help, but it was too late. Tell him what? That I forgive and spent the night with the man, who killed me. He would never understand. She answered quietly, but at that moment he releases her hands. Who cares? He asked angrily. Me. Because I need them. We need them. Dany tried to explain. I don't. I need you. And I need you to be my love and don't be ashamed of me in front of your ex-lover. He answered madly. You really don't understand. No, Dany. I don't. He almost yelled, but Dany immediately looked at their daughter. She fell asleep so hard after the visit of the raven, and she did not want her to wake up. I need every man who stood next to me right now. Even the second sons. Dario is loyal to me because, he is in love with me. I am not a fool, I know that. She explained to him, and tried to remain calm and quiet. You know. He stepped closer and looked into her eyes. I thought I meant something, I thought the last night, meant something. I thought you understand. Understand what? She rolled her eyes. That you are jealous? Sorry, John, but I don't care. Miss Sandai needs to be protected. Even if it destroys us. He asked her with the same words, how she asked him before he told the truth to his sisters about his heritage. He was staring at her for a couple more seconds, then left her there. Chapter 38. Miran. John storming in the corridor and he ran into Grey Worm. They did not meet. Not alone. Not since he stabbed Daenerys at Winterfell. He still hated him. He still wanted to see him dead. It was written to his face. What are you doing here? John sighed. I don't make the mistake I made, not again. I keep my eyes open. That is why are you slinking here? He rolled his eyes. If you hurt her again I am going to kill you. Grey Worm stepped closer. And if you raise your hand on him, I am going to kill you. Arya stood behind Grey Worm and her sword pointed towards to his back. So everyone gonna kills everyone or we try to work and live together. And do the thing why we are here. She added and placed her sword back to its place. John and Grey Worm were looking at each other. I am here because of my queen. Grey Worm told to his face. Why would I trust you after you killed her? What the hell is going on here? Davos arrived at them. Nothing. We were just discussing our priorities. John told him, but his eyes were still laying on the unsullied man. John. Do you have a minute for me? Arya asked him. She tried everything to end this conflict between them. I want to talk about the things I saw today. Without any more words, John walked past Grey Worm, but the soldier grabbed his arm. I keep my eyes on you. He added and then pulled him away. He walked further while they were watching him. Davos shook his head. Arya and John walked away. Davos see the problems. All of those. More people arrive, it seems more conflicts coming to the light. Many of them have problems with each other and if they can't put those away, there will be horrible consequences. While he was standing there he spotted Daario. He entered into his room with a woman. He did not see it clear, only her long blonde hair. He frowned then just walked towards to Miss Sandai's room. After some knocks, he entered. The room seemed empty and he walked forward to the cradle. Miss Sandai was sleeping there. She was calm and looked like an angel. Sir Davos. It is a bit late for a visit. Daenerys was walking towards him. I am sorry, Your Grace. I did not know you are here. Where else would I be? She stopped next to him. I thought, it doesn't matter. He hesitated. It matters. What kind of mother would I be if I don't take care of her safety and leave her here alone? She mentioned. I know her safety is more important for you than anything. He nodded. Understandable. At least for you. Dany sighed. Do not blame him. Davos lowered his head. He is so insecure. Maybe you forgive him, but he can't forgive himself. He is afraid. He knew that the thing he did is horrible even if it was necessary. Dany raised her eyes to him. You know my opinion about it. He nodded. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do with him. I thought everything is gonna be okay, but he doesn't want to understand. Did you try to imagine yourself in his place? Davos raised his eyes to her. There is a man next to you who was loyal to you no matter what you did, and there is him. The one who made a terrible thing against you. The one whose brother trying to kill you. The smarter choice would be the first one. He knows it. Daario was never an option. Dany was staring Miss Sandai. It is not me who you have to convince. I don't want to convince anyone. I want to keep her in safe. With or without him. No matter. No matter what. No matter how I love him. She turned to Davos. Now if you forgive me. I would like to sleep. She told me that. John looked to Arya after she finished. She told him that she saw how Dany showed mercy towards the traitors. She is not ready to kill again. To burn people again. I don't see that as a problem. Arya frowned. Sometimes we have no other choice. You would have killed them. Arya surprised. Maybe. John. What? He spread his arms. What is wrong again? Arya started to realize his madness came from somewhere else. Nothing. Is that all you wanted to talk about? He asked. Stop being a jerk. Arya stated while he was walking towards the door. When he opened it, Gendry was there. He wanted to knock, but they were both frozen and surprised. Ahem. Gendry tried to talk. Gendry. Arya's eyes widened. What are you doing here? I wanted to. About the morning practice. I just wanted to fix, when We. Gendry was embarrassed. You came here that late to talk about the morning training. John raised his eyebrow then turned to his sister. What training? I think you should go, Arya answered with a small smile. John shook his head with a smile and stepped out. She is my sister. He leaned closer to Gendry's ear and patted his shoulder. He just nodded with a sigh. That moment was embarrassing for all of them. He just wanted to see Arya. John looked back and saw how they were chatting at the door. He had to accept his sister grew up. She was a warrior, a hero, and a woman too. And Gendry was a good man. She would have chosen worse than him. He wanted to go back to his family, but after their argument again he was almost sure Daenerys doesn't want to see him. And maybe she, no. Not in their daughter's room. Daario probably not there with her, but that image burned into his mind. He needed to have some sleep. Tomorrow maybe everything is gonna be better. At the morning Dany left the room with Miss Sandai in her arms. You woke up early. John greeted her and tried to smile. She did not sleep well. Dany lowered her head and John stepped closer. He caressed the head of their daughter and leaned closer to kiss it. Dany followed his moves and smiled. That man was so perfect. As a father, and she loved him from the bottom of her heart. I did not sleep well either. He answered softly. It is not my fault. Dany answered quietly. He wanted to answer something, but if he does, another argument would come. He doesn't want it. You were the one who left me there. I did not want to argue. He took a deep breath. So you just left us there. She raised her daughter a bit and stared at John's face. I don't know what to say. I've told you how I feel about it, about everything, but you don't want to hear it. He rolled his eyes. I heard it. But you don't really give me a chance to answer. You know where you can find me. He answered. And? Just leave her there alone? After the crow appeared there. Dany looked at him questioningly. Anyway, have you seen Nisra? I did not see her since last night. Why would I? Do not combine things. I have nothing to do with her. He became a bit angry. It was just a question, John. But it is clear you can't talk to me without any misunderstanding. She turned away. Are you doing it for reason? If you want to push me away, just say it. If you want to leave, just go. She continued. I've told you how I feel for you. I've told you. I forgave you already, and I don't understand. Dany turned back to him. Why are you here if you can't love me or can't move on? Dany. He stepped closer and placed his hand to her cheek. I love you. More than anything. This is why that asshole just brings out the worst from me. Because. He caressed Miss Sandai with his other hand. I know he wants my family. Your family wants you. She answered and leaned closer. Gave a gently little kiss to his lips. Just keep that in mind, please. Because I won't tell it again and again. She looked to his eyes. Would you want to join us? For a small walk? She smiled a bit. Anytime. He smiled finally and kissed his love again. My queen. Nisra nodded towards to them. Where were you? Dany raised her eyebrow. I fall asleep. My apologize. She lowered her head. Dany and John looked at each other. Now I can take care of the little girl if you have any other things to do. No. Not now. Dany smiled at John. But later I am gonna need you. She went forward and John followed her. Nisra smiled a bit. She lied to the queen, but she did not want to tell her, either to John. Her night was kinda satisfying. Arya and Gendry were at the hall. They were training, and when the parents entered, Gendry was sitting on the floor while Arya pointing towards him with her sword. John and Dany looked at each other and smiled. If Bran would leave them alone, they may have such a normal life. Away from Westeros. Maybe you should just stay with the axe. The sword is not your weapon. Arya stated with a flirty smile and let him stand up. John took a step forward. He wanted to interrupt them, but Dany placed her hand to his chest to stop him. John turned to her and frowned. She just shook her head with a small smile. Don't, she formed the word with her mouth. John lowered his head and started to smile, then turned back to Arya's direction. So. Lord Baratheon. Arya teased Gendry. What are you? The Lord of the Sledge? Or you want to be a real warrior already? Gendry almost jumped up and stood right face to face her. They were staring each other and they had no idea there are others in the room. So. Arya has clearly teased him, continuously. Deep in her heart, she still has a feeling for him. Even if she wanted to deny it. You give up already? I never give up on. He answered, but before he could finish, Daario and Grey Worm entered into the room and they immediately spotted Jon and Daenerys. Your Grace. Daario looked at Dany, and that moment all of them turned to them. Arya's eyes met with Jon's and her cheek went red. She had no idea since when her brother standing there, watching them. Gendry thought it is better if he doesn't look to anyone. He was totally embarrassed. What happened again? Dany sighed. Our guards brought news from the other cities in Dragon's Bay. Dario continued while Daenerys walked closer to them. Jon followed her closely. The masters are on something again. Dario continued. Call the others. I want to discuss this topic together with them. Dany answered in a serious tone, while Miss Sandai was still in her arms. And first I have to take care of my daughter. Then we can talk about this. But. There is no but. Dany turned her back at them, then looked at Jon. Can we go? Jon smiled and nodded. He was surprised. Dany just turned down Dario no matter what he wanted to say and chose her family above all. Chose him, and their daughter. We should find Nisra, Jon mentioned. That sounded serious. Yeah. Dany nodded and gave a kiss to Miss Sandai. I hate that we don't have any rest. I just want to be with her. He placed his hand to her arms from the back and gave a kiss to her head, then sighed. I know. Not just with her. With both of you. Is that a too big thing to ask? Dany snuggled closer to him. No. It is not. And we'll find the way. I promise. Chapter 39. Mirian. So what is going on? Daenerys entered the room, where the others are already waiting for them. Jon followed her closely. He noticed how Dario and Grey Worm made a face when they saw him. Jon rolled his eyes, barely noticeable. Dany stopped at the table and everyone was watching her. The masters. Dario walked to her and pointing to the map at the table. They have united again, against you. I think they got the support from Westeros. Maybe from Braavos too. He explained. I thought you and the Second Son stopped them. You've told me. Dany started. We did. But it is a never-ending war. Slavery is important to them. Also for the Iron Bank. They'll never give up, it seems. Well then, we should show them their place again. She raised her eyebrow. Great idea. Dario smirked. So let me escort you there with my army. I am sure if they see you again, with your dragon, it makes a deep impression on them, he continued. Dany was watching the map, then looked up to Jon. He had no emotions on his face. He tried to cover it. She looked around. Stopped at Sir Davos, and with a small little smile, he nodded toward her. Dany lowered her head. Your Grace. Dario stepped more close to her. You've told me, you could take care of them, while I was away. Dany raised her eyes to Dario. I am sure you can handle it now too. What do you mean? Dario did not understand. I am not going to have a fight with the masters here, while we have a bigger threat from Westeros. You go there, with as many soldiers as you need. She continued. Jon looked up to Sir Davos. He was sure, if Davos thinks that is a bad idea, he will indicate somehow to him, but he was just listening to the Queen. But. Yara going with you? She glanced at Yara, who immediately nodded with some of the Ironborns. It is easier to surprise them from the seaside. She was exploring the map with her eyes. I don't think this is the best plan. I mean, they should get to know that. Everyone knows that I am alive, and I am here. She was so calm and serious. As I told, I am not going to have a fight with them. My daughter is here, I stay with her. Daenerys. He tried again. Your queen gave you a command. She was so emotionless. She was a queen at that moment. A queen who wanted respect from the ones who swore their loyalty to her. You made an oath, years ago. You swore me to keep the slavery away from Dragon's Bay. Do you intend to keep your oath, Daario Naharis? Always my queen. He bowed with his face. I would never break my oath. He raised his eyes to Jon. He rolled his eyes again, but he did not answer. It was the better option now. His inner dragon wanted to kill that smug, but it still won't help in the situation. Thank you. You can leave, as soon as you can. We don't need enemies close to us. It is enough to deal with Westeros and the king. You mean the usurper of the throne, Daario added and looked to her eyes. He is a king now. No matter who he is. And he wants to kill my daughter, and he is a threat to my family. I don't care about how you or anyone call him. She raised her voice. Let's call him who he is. Their brother. Do not forget that. Daario bowed while he said it, my queen. He took a step back, then walked out from the room. Dany sighed. I want to have a word with Yara. Alone. She looked around. Everyone understood they had to leave. They stood up and started to walk out. Jon did not move, and Daenerys noticed it. When the last person left, she turned to him. Do you want me to go too? He sighed. She said alone, Yara answered instead of her. She neither liked Jon. She still felt he betrayed them, all of them, when he killed her, but she accepted him. She had no right to condemn him if her queen forgave him. Dany smiled a bit to Yara. Her strength was the same as hers. She was a great female leader, who can control all the iron-born men, which is not an easy task. They all know that. He can stay. If he wants to. She glanced at John. I have no secrets from him. She added, and John started to smile. I leave the ladies to have a talk. He took a step back to leave. You may miss something, but we are not just ladies. Yara added, and Dany smiled more. We are leaders. Even if we are women. Great ones, actually. John nodded towards them, and Yara had nothing to say to that. She surprised by his answer. Thank you. Dany turned to him and watching him leave. It seems, maybe they can live and work together when they able to control their emotions. They have to learn how to trust each other again. In their love. Daenerys knew the change comes in John because of her decision. Because she sent Daario to leave alone. She had reasons for it. Several reasons. And she had a reason to send Yara with him. I thought you trust him. Yara started. With all my heart. He would never do that again. He would never betray me again. I believe in him. He knew that was not the best decision. I am not talking about him. Yara answered Daario Naharis. I thought you trust him, but you want me to go with him. We understand each other without too many words, this is why I decide to have you as an ally. Dany smiled a bit, then turned to the table. Daario Naharis is loyal to me. I know that, but I have to test his loyalty because he is in love with you. It is clear. Yara continued when Dany started to hesitate. He is. He always was. But I am not sure how long his loyalty lasts if I can't give him what he wants. Dany sighed. I need the second sons in this war. I need them to protect my child. I trust him. Even when I was dead, he kept his promise and keep the bay safe from the masters. Then why are you worried? Yara frowned. He is a man. Men do stupid things, because of love. Aren't we all? Yara laughed a bit. Keep your eyes on him. Make sure he keeps his oath, and report if there anything that I have to worry about. I will. Yara bowed. Anything else what I can do for you? Stay safe, and return alive. Dany raised her eyes to her. Are you sure, Bran won't attack us while we were away? I am not sure about anything, but I still have two great armies here to keep me safe. To keep us safe. And Jon. If you forgive me. I have to mention. I am still not sure Jon and Arya would fight against their brother when the time comes. They are all Starks. I know. Daenerys nodded. And yet they are all here. She took a deep breath. And Jon Snow is not a Stark. A part of him always be a Stark. Yara answered with some hesitation. Jon saw Grey Worm and Daario at the corridor. Talking with each other in silence. He was so sure, Daario just gave the orders to the leader of the Unsullied how to keep him away from Daenerys. Am I interrupting something? Jon couldn't hold himself back. We were just discussing our strategy. Daario straightened himself. He was quite taller than Jon and he always liked to emphasize it. As I know Grey Worm is not going anywhere. Neither the Unsullied. Jon answered and he was eyeing them. No, they are not. But until traitors are inside the pyramid, in hard by the Queen. Daario leaned closer. I won't leave without discussing how to keep her safe. When will you finally accept that I am not going anywhere? No matter how you want it. Unless if you kill me, but you are not able to do it. We both know that. Wonder who the Queen would call a traitor if she gets to know you threaten me. Jon was calm and confident. You are too confident in yourself. Maybe you shouldn't be. Daario told Jon. He just stepped closer to him. I almost forgot. If you ever touch her again, with one finger. I'll take care of you. Won't touch any other women in your fucking life. Jon meant it. What if she wants me to touch her? After the things happened between us. I am not afraid of that. She doesn't love you. Move on. Jon answered, then just avoided him, and walked on. The two men just watching him walking away. Are you ready or just having a chat here? Yara arrived at them. Later that day, Daenerys came out from Miss Sandai's room. She closed the door so cautiously. She left her daughter with Nisra. She was really a great help for them. Dany felt a bit ashamed because she attacked her earlier. She was totally wrong. They left. Davos was standing in front of her. I wanted to inform you. Thank you. Dany smiled. If I could mention. That was a wise decision. He added with a smile. Do you know? He went to his room when I last saw him. A couple of minutes ago. He bowed, then walked away from her. Dany went there and knocked. She waited while he was opening the door. She did not want to just enter. Why you just, don't come in. John greeted her with a smile. I did not want to. She lowered her head. She is not here. I have nothing. John immediately started to explain himself. I know. Dani smiled a bit. She is with Miss Sandai. She'll spend the night there, and as I noticed you doubled the guards around her room. So, everything will be fine. I asked Grey Worm and he took care of it. I was surprised. I did not think he will help. He is here to protect us. Even if he doesn't like you. It is a mild expression. John frowned. True. Dani smiled at him. They were staring at each other for a couple more minutes. Don't you wanna, come in? John finally broke the silence between them, and Dani nodded. She walked into his room. They had no idea how the other feels about, they were both afraid to make the first step towards each other. John, I. Dani, I. They started at once again, and they just giggled about the situation. Thank you what you did today. John sighed. I did nothing, just what the best for us. Our family. If we are separated, it won't help. I knew that. And I really believe Dario and the second sons can handle this issue. This is why you sent Yara with him. John raised his eyebrow. Yara is loyal to me. Not because of love. She started to walk in the room but, because she believes in me. I think she may have a good influence on Dario. She turned back to his direction, but that moment he was standing right in front of her. Close. John, she whispered, but she did not have a chance to say anything else. He placed one of his arms around her waist, meanwhile, he held her cheek with the other hand and he kissed her. Dani placed her arms around his neck, and let him love her. The soft and gentle kiss became more hunger and passionate one in a minute. I will never doubt you again, John whispered to her mouth. I love you, Dani. I love you too. She moaned to his mouth, while she felt how he untying her clothes and they were walking towards the bed meanwhile their lips stuck to the other. Chapter 40. Dani stopped him while he was pulling her with himself towards the bed. I am sorry John did not know what he did wrong but she confused him. I thought you want it. I do. She looked to his eyes then pushed him towards the table by his chest. He leaned to the table with his arms and followed her moves with his eyes. He was untying his pants and clutched his hard manhood. Started to move her hand on it. Up and down. John groaned but he still doesn't understand what she wants. I want to show you how much I love you. She whispered to his mouth but instead of kissing him she suddenly kneeling down in front of him. Dani. John wondered. She never, they had amazing nights together but she never put his dick to her mouth and he never forced it. It is a different thing than licking her out. She was his queen, too. Not just his love and he never wanted to degrade her. She gave a soft kiss to the top of his cock while she was moving her hand on it. She licked it, then she took it. Took it to her lips and John felt the warmth of her mouth. It was an incredibly good feeling. She swallowed his dick and moaned and that makes it more enjoyable. She raised her eyes to John meanwhile she was sucking his dick. He placed his hand to the back of her head and controlled the rhythm while with his other hand he removed her fingers from his manhood. He thrust his cock more into her mouth and she welcomed it with a moan. He did not even have to show her the rhythm, she felt it, she just felt how to do it. John was almost sure she never did it with anyone but maybe he was wrong. He can't be sure but that moment those amazing, mesmerizing eyes were staring at him while his dick was totally disappeared in the most beautiful woman's mouth. Fuck Dani. He closed his eyes and groaned again. To be honest he neither had too many experiences in this thing, he had one lover before Daenerys and he would not call it real and true love. She was his true love. Daenerys Targaryen. The one and only. You are so good at this. He groaned again and he pressed his dick deeper. She just moaned and grabbed his butt. Pulled him more close, squeezing her lips to the bottom of his dick. Closed her eyes and did what he asked. She sucked him faster, wildly and without any doubts. She wanted it. She wanted to please him. She wanted to make him happy. She was not sure she did it in the right way but John's face and his groans made her confident. When she raised her eyes to him again his eyes were closed and she felt how he squeezed her locks with his fingers. Dani. Dani I. Dani I. She wanted to pull his cock out from her mouth but she did not let him. No. She wanted him to come. She wanted to taste him in this way too. She wanted every piece, every juice of that man. Dani. He groaned her name loudly and she felt how he spread himself in her mouth. She tried to swallow all of it and cough a bit. He lowered his head and watching her with some worry in his eyes. But he had no reason. She swiped her lower lip a bit and smiled at him. He stretched his hand to her and helped her to stand up, then just pulled her into his arms. He placed his hand to her cheek and staring her blue-green eyes. She leaned closer and John knew what she wanted. She wanted him to kiss her and he did. He raised her to his lap and finally walked with her to the bed. He placed her there and leaning over her while his kisses were wilder. I love you, John. I love you so much. She moaned to his mouth and she felt how his dick was ready for the next round. Love you too. He answered elatedly, and at the moment when he pressed his lips to hers again, he trusts his dick to her pussy. The first rises of the sun already lightened the room. Their night was satisfying, wild, and loud. They were caressing each other and they knew, they want nothing else in their life. Just the person who they were holding right at that moment. The thing, that you did, with your mouth. John was still amazed by that. How she pleased him. How she sucked him. I've never done it before. She answered quietly. I had no idea. I did it well or not. She was caressing his chest with her finger. John turned and leaned over her in the bed, staring her beautiful face. You didn't do it well, he started, and she raised her eyebrow. You did it perfectly. I've never experienced that kind of pleasure in my whole life. It is good to hear. She was smiling. But I don't want you to do things what you don't want to do. I mean. He was sure that thing was not as enjoyable for her as it was for him, but she stopped him and placed her finger to his mouth. I wanted to. I wanted to. She lowered her head and she felt a bit embarrassed. I wanted to taste you. And I want to do it again. I won't resist, he answered with a quiet laugh meanwhile he was caressing her hair. I would place a bet on it. She giggled. I really wanted to thank you. What? She frowned. That, how you handled with him. That you stay here. With us. With your family. You thanked it last night. She smiled. I am sure he can handle this, she sighed. And I wanted to see how things going on between us, if he is not around. If you are not acting like a jealous dousebag all the time. She sighed. John placed himself next to her in the bed and they turned to each other direction, holding hands. I try. Believe me, but he is not that saint. He never was. I know it. I've been thinking about it a lot and I will tell him. I mean, I am gonna tell him that you are a part of my life. That I am in love with you no matter what happened in our past. And nothing can change that, of course, if you want to. Is this even a question? He gave a small kiss to her hand. It was never a question for me. The feeling that I feel for you. She took a deep breath. Not since the day I've met you. I did inexplicable things in King's Landing, but the things that I've told you. I meant it. I wanted to build a new world with you. By your side. Together. I believed in it. She told him. John felt the guilt again. Dani was just lost. And she was so in love with him, and he took advantage of her feelings and just did that horrible thing. He squeezed her hands even more. Come here. He pulled her closer and placed his arms around her body. He gave a kiss to the top of her head. He had no idea what to say. She knew he feels sorry about it. She knew he regretted it at the moment he did it, but that did not change anything. If you. She continued, don't push me away again. I still believe there is hope for us. Because of our daughter. John swallowed. He was not sure he wanted to hear the answer. What? She raised her head from his chest and looked to his face. You. He swiped a lock of hair away from her face. You forgave an unforgivable thing to me. I don't think any other woman would do this. No, I am sure, no human in this world would do this. I just want to know. If Miss Sandeyu would have not exists, you would have forgiven me then. I don't know. She lowered her head. I love you, John. Still. Despite. She glanced to her wound. The thing you've done to me. But. Miss Sandeyu was the reason why I accept your presence at first. Because you are her father. I have no idea what would have happened if she doesn't exists. But she does. And she gave us another chance for happiness. She smiled at him. And I also did some horrible things there. It was my fault too. He frowned. If I did not push you away, if I kept my mouth from my family. If. There are many ifs, John. She placed her hand to her bearded face. Without Miss Sandeyu. I am not sure you even wanted to find me. She sighed. You would probably choose a woman there in the north and live another life. I had no idea about Miss Sandeyu when I came here, Dani. And I could never get over you. I tried. He sighed. I had chances. But. I couldn't love anyone else. My heart died with you. I died with you. There was no life for me. Not anymore. Now we have. We have, life after death. Both of us. And it depends on us how we are living it. She answered and he pulled her to his face. Kissed her full lips again. Together. John whispered. Together. Dani nodded. Of course if we can stop your brother. He is not my brother anymore. John took a deep breath. You were right. He is not the same person. The boy I knew would never try to kill my love or my child. He lowered his head. That was the truth even if he hated it. He told us. I mean he told many times he is not Brandon Stark anymore. I never understood. An area. Dany covered herself with the blanket and sat opposite to him. She is here. She is but I am not sure, she would save me or my daughter when the time has come. Not against her own brother. She was honest. She had to. She wanted to tell him her fears because they were together in this. As a family. She swore to me, she'll keep Miss Sandai safe. No matter what is going to happen. She is not the one, who would break an oath easily. John answered. She would never hurt you. I am still not sure in this but I trust you. She sighed and lowered her head. Just say it. What you want. I don't want any secrets between us. He held her hand. Will she keep her oath, when it is about Sansa? She asked him but there was some hesitation in her voice. Because I am sure she joined to your brother in this war. We cannot be sure about that. He has hopes. Come on. Dany rolled her eyes. She hates me. She always hated me. She is not. John looked into her eyes but he knew she is right. Maybe she doesn't like you but that not means she joined to Bran and leave Westeros to fight in war what is not hers. Hate to say it but she is more selfish than that. At least you admit she is not perfect. Dany sighed. I never told you she is perfect. And the Northerners. It is not easy to move them away from their comfort zone. I don't think they sail across the narrow sea. Especially because the North is independent now. And their independence lasts until Bran is the king in Westeros. Dany answered, so they have every reason to fight for him. She stood up and poured a glass of water. If Sansa, and the Northerners join Bran and come here, there is only one person who can change my sister's mind about it. His mind was racing. You. Dany looked at him. Arya. She is the only one who can convince her. Chapter 41. Mirian. Dany and Arya finished the training for that day. John was staring them from the stairs. He was more and more sure about the things he told to Dany. Arya would never betray them, but he also knew. Sansa's appearance can change the situation. His sisters became closer than ever at the time while he was at Dragonstone. I would never have thought you have talent in this, Arya told to Daenerys and smiled a bit. I have a good teacher. Dany answered. Have you finished for today? John went closer to them. Dany was smiling at him. The last night was incredible. She was tired, but she doesn't mind it. Being in his arms again meant the world to her. Yes. Why? Arya looked at her brother. Can we talk? He frowned. Are you sure? Dany started quietly, and John just nodded. What is going on? Arya looked at Dany, then at John. I go and check Miss Sandai. She walked closer to John and stroked his shoulder. He smiled at her and turned after her while she was leaving. It seems everything is fine between you two now. Let's no wonder, Arya told him. He was looking at her questioningly. She should be quieter. She lowered her head. Oh. John finally understood. Yes, the previous night was loud and enjoyable for them. They did not even care about anyone or anything. His face went red and he was totally embarrassed. That was not a thing that he used to talk with his sister. What did you want to talk about? She placed the two training sword back to their places then turned to John. Sir Davos. I thought. Dany surprised when entered into Miss Sandai's room. Sir Davos was standing next to the cradle and held Miss Sandai in his arms. She was smiling and babbling with the old man. She did not look well. I offered her my help, I hope you don't mind it. Davos answered. No. No, of course not. She walked closer. It seems she doesn't mind it either. She is a beautiful little girl. And I don't even hear her crying. He told Dany, while he was staring the baby. Yet. Dany laughed a bit. She can cry. Believe me. She knows how she can get what she wants. Just as her mother. He stated. Of course not with the crying thing. He explained. If you want me to leave, just. No. No. You can stay as long as you want. I just wanted to check everything is alright with her. She caressed her daughter's tiny head. It will be easier. Davos noticed, and Dany raised her eyes to him. When? She sighed. When the war is over. Maybe. He answered. I don't have any proper answer to this. A child always takes great responsibility from us. Maybe it will never be easier, just we can handle it better. You have no children? Dany asked quietly. He was so tender-hearted and kind with Miss Sandai. I had a son. He died. In a lost war. I couldn't save him. I am sorry. I had no idea. Daenerys tried to find the right words. You could not have known. Davos tried to smile. I lost him. And I lost another child. She was not mine, but I was closer to her than her own dad. I couldn't save her either. What happened? She was Stannis Baratheon's daughter. Her own father burned her on a stack because the Lord of Lights wanted royal blood. They sacrificed her for nothing. His eyes filled with tears. How could he? He believed in something. He believed that could help him to get that throne. To be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Davos raised his eyes to Daenerys. She couldn't stand his look. She did the same just with others. She did horrible things also because of that throne. She did not kill one, but many children and mothers. I can't imagine, I would sacrifice her, for anything. Nothing is worth it. She was almost whispering. This is why I have doubts about the Red Priestesses. Yes, they, somehow brought you back to life, brought Jon back, but killing an innocent child is not something that I ever accept. He was clearly still mad about this thing. Who could blame him? Maybe this time, you can help to save an innocent child. Dany gave her a kind smile. I will do everything for it. He nodded and smiled at Dany, then handed the little girl to her arms. She hugged her close and gave a kiss to the top of her head. Davos bowed then walked out from the room. What do you want me to do? Arya raised her voice. Jon told her his concerns about their sister. About Sansa. First, you've told me Bran is our enemy. Our brother. Bran. Now you want me to turn against my sister. I don't. Jon raised his voice too. I want to stop this nonsense situation. I want peace. It is not us who want to start a war. Not even Daenerys. She wants a normal life for her daughter. For our daughter. He lowered his head. I want you to help to stop this. I want you, if the situation becomes hard. I want you to stand with us. Not against us, but with us, and if she comes here just try to convince her she is wrong. Bran is wrong. Sansa would never accept her. Arya shook her head. She doesn't have to. The North is independent, and it remains in that way, even if Dany want to take back the Seven Kingdoms. The North has nothing to lose. I have. Jon went closer to his sister and placed his hand to her shoulder. I don't want to lose my family. My daughter. My love. Neither my sisters. He sighed. I just want you to help me in this. How? She shrugged her shoulders. We figure this out. Okay? But I need to know I can count on you. A week passed. The departure of Daario had a good influence on Jon and Dany relationship. They did not argue. They were often seen together just giggling and chatting in the corridors, walking around with their daughter. They were almost stuck together. Davos was watching them that day. He was talking with Gendry, and he spotted the small family in the gardens, playing with their daughter. When they thought no one is around, Jon kissed his love. They look so happy. Gendry stated. They are, but the storm clouds are here already. They have many things to worry about. Daario and Yharem mission seems successful, but probably the masters won't ever stop. So I don't know when they can come back. We have no news from Westeros, but I am sure Bran did not give up to end the Targaryen threat. The enemy is coming, and no matter how they deserve happiness, life is crueler than that. It is a great lesson, what you should learn too. He looked at Gendry. Why don't they go somewhere? Gendry asked back. Because the three-eyed raven would find them everywhere. They can't hide, and I don't think any of them would hide from the danger. They are warriors. Both of them. They would never give up. Especially not when it is about their child. Gendry nodded. That three-eyed raven thing is still very confusing for him. He did not understand it, but Jon was kinda his brother, and Daenerys gave him something that he never dreamed of. And we are here to help them, Gendry added. Even if we have differences. Davos spotted Grey Worm at the other side of the garden. He was staring at the family too. His face was cold, there were no emotions on it. Davos doesn't even remember he ever saw any emotions from Grey Worm. Maybe when he was with Miss Sandai. He understood his hate towards all the Westeros men, but it did not help them to work together. Grey Worm treated them as the queen enemies. He couldn't forgive as easily as his queen. He started to walk towards them. My queen. He bowed. Grey Worm. Dany turned to him while Jon was standing next to her. His smile is immediately gone. What happened? I asked you to not leave the pyramid without a guard. For her safety. He was serious and confident. I did not. Her father is here, he is our guard. Dany smiled a bit. I still don't trust him, he answered in Valyrian language. Enough, Dany answered in Valyrian and raised her voice. I know you have every reason to hate him, but her death is not his fault. We have to work together if we wanna end the threat. If we wanna save my daughter. Miss Sandai. Dany was staring at Grey Worm, who was clearly surprised. She never had an opportunity to mention her daughter's name to him. They never had a chat, about her daughter, about Jon Snow's daughter. Jon was standing there, but he doesn't understand what are they talking about. Her name is Miss Sandai. Dany continued in the common language and held her daughter in her arms, then stepped closer to Grey Worm. I named her after the most courageous woman I have ever known. I can't bring her back. She lowered her head, but I will never forget her. She was my closest friend. My only true friend. If you wanna hate someone because of her death, hate me. She looked into his eyes. I could never hate you. His eyes stopped on Miss Sandai, but his face was still emotionless. But I don't understand. How could you trust him? He frowned and raised his eyes to Jon. I love him. It was a straight and honest answer. You loved him when he killed you. It did not stop him. Grey Worm couldn't control his hate towards Jon. He still felt he should have killed him there. In King's Landing. At the moment, when he found out what he did. Every one of us, made mistakes. Jon sighed. She is here. Alive. Not due to you, Grey Worm answered. You know what? Jon stepped forward. If you would have accepted my plan and Daenerys comes to King's Landing with our army, then they couldn't surprise you at Dragonstone. Couldn't kill Rhaegal, or Miss Sandai. But you did not even trust me back then. He was yelling with him. Stop. Now. Dany looked at Jon. Miss Sandai started to cry when he started to yell with Grey Worm. Dany hugged her close and tried to calm her down. We all made mistakes in the past. Each of us. He looked both of them. You don't have to like each other, but you have to work together. You, both of you made an oath to me to keep me in safe until the day I die. If you want to keep your promise, then forget the past, and focus on the current situation. Are you able to do that? Jon nodded, and after some hesitation Grey Worm too. Fine. Dany was still looking at them with anger in her eyes. I would really appreciate if I shouldn't have to worry about you two will kill each other, meanwhile the enemy is coming. She started to walk away, but an unsullied soldier stepped to her and bowed. My queen. He started in Valyrian. What happened? Dany asked him. A man is here. He is from Westeros. He wanna talk with you and Jon Snow. He continued. Who? I don't know his name. He is under our arrest now. Thank you. We'll be there in a couple of minutes. Dany frowned and nodded. The man turned away and walked back into the pyramid. What happened? Jon placed his hand to her shoulder from the back. We have a visitor. From Westeros. Dany raised her eyes to Jon. She was clearly worried and held her daughter closer if it was possible. Jon took a deep breath. He had no idea who it can be. Tormund. Or, no, they would have recognized if it is Tyrion. They would probably kill him in the minute when he enters the city. Where is Nisra? Or Davos? Dany turned to Grey Worm. She wanted to put her daughter in safe before they met the man from Westeros. No one has to know about her. Chapter 42. Mirian. Are you ready? Jon asked Dany after she brought Miss Sandai back to her room. Nisra and Davos both stayed with her. Two Dothrakis stood at the door. Grey Worm insisted to stay next to them while the meeting lasts. Who can it be? Dany raised her eyes to Jon. Her eyes filled with fear now. Jon knew she is not worrying because of her safety. She worried because of their daughter. We have to go there and meet with him if we want to know. What if it is a trap? She stopped and grabbed his hand. Dany. She isn't safe. He turned to her. They went forward and entered into the hall. They spotted the group of the Unsullied who stand around the visitor. Jon stepped forward, he walked one step ahead of Daenerys. The Unsullied did not move away. Dany nodded towards to them, and that moment, they opened the circle around the man. Jon's jaws dropped. Jon. Hi. I am so glad I found you here. Samwell started. He was scared. At the moment he entered into the pyramid he was captured by the soldiers, and it seemed eternal since he finally saw his friend. Sam. Jon sighed and without any hesitation, he went closer and hugged him. Dany could not share his joy. She and Sam. Since she told him that she was the one who killed his father and his brother, they did not even talk a word, but his eyes told everything that he feels towards to her. Sam and Jon were hugging each other, as lost old brothers, and Dany just stood there and eyeing him. Jon turned to her with a smile, but then he noticed why she was still glum. His smile is gone away too. He remembered back at Winterfell. Why are you here? Dany asked him coldly. Jon gave her an angry look. He was sure Sam is not there because of some great evil plan. You are in danger. All of you. Sam answered. We have known about this already. She crossed her fingers in front of her body. No, I am afraid you have no idea. Sam lowered his head. Sam. John placed his hand to his shoulder. Bran, the broken. It was a mistake. Chose him as a king was a mistake, but we had no idea. No one had. No one knew. We gave power to some greater evil. He continued. What? John still doesn't understand. Why should I believe you? Dany stepped closer, and Grey Worm followed her. Closely. Because I am here. He stuttered. I am sure you are not here because you want to save me from dead, Dany answered sardonically. At least listen to him. John turned to Dany again. She rolled her eyes and then she was just staring at Sam. Last time, when you listened to him and your brother, you turned out from yourself and pushed me away because you couldn't handle the things that they've told you. I am sorry, I have doubts about whether I want to listen to him or not. Daenerys answered without any emotions on her face. If you want. Grey Worm took a step forward. We took this man to prison. Now. I want to help. I did some research and I know how to defeat him. You need me. Please. You have to trust me. I would not be here alone, if I want to hurt you. You are like my brother, Jon. You know me. Samwell looked at Jon, who immediately turned to his love. Dany. Please. Near to King's Landing. Is this really the big capital that you adore that much? Tormund was looking at the city, from the top of the hill. How could anyone live here? I learned many things there. Sansa answered to him. What? That how you forget your siblings and leave them alone? He asked her. He still doesn't like that woman. He only knew, she left Jon behind the wall, and never searched him, or never tried to talk with him after being exiled. She did not care about him. Family is important to me. This is why are we here. Sansa told him. She tried to act confident with him, but she failed many times with many talks. Tormund did not know anything about courtesy. He was just honest and straight. Sometimes too much. We are here because of you, afraid you're gonna lose the north. Tormund frowned. Maybe I am a wild man, but I am not an idiot. Why do you hate me that much? Sansa spread her arms. I don't care about you. He turned to her. You are no one for me. You are talking with a queen. At least respect that. She straightened herself. I tell you something. I don't care. You are not my queen. You'll never be. You did nothing to deserve it. Jon did, and now he is in the biggest danger. Why I hate you? Because you betrayed your brother, as I heard. You get everything, by doing nothing. He lost everything that he earned, because of you. Watch your mouth, we are not in the north anymore. Was this a threat? 'Cause. He stepped closer. No matter where we are, I easily can kill you before anyone could notice. Do not forget that. He almost pushed her away without even touching her and walked forward. Sansa took a deep breath. She was a queen. She would never accept a wilding talking her in this way. Even if, he may right. And it was not her fault. She told the truth to Tyrion because she wanted Jon to rule. And free the north. It was not her fault it went in another way. It was Daenerys' fault. Mirian. Do they really need to be here? Sam asked Jon quietly while kept his eyes on the Unsullied and some Dothrakis. We have to be careful. Jon answered inside. We. If we would have to trust everyone who came here for a friendly visit we'd be dead already, Daenerys added. She accepted to listen to the things that he wanted to tell to them but only because of Jon. Meanwhile, she did not understand how he still can trust him after everything. Sam clearly wanted to see her dead earlier. He wanted to erase her from Jon's memory. He wanted him to send her away. No matter, she saved the north and many others from the dead. They won't hurt you. Jon tried to calm Sam down. Unless if it is necessary. Dany raised her eyes to him. You were the one who killed my father and my brother and you wondering why I never support you. Sam was afraid but he had to say it. Dany surprised but she remained calm. Jon had no idea what to do. It was necessary. We were in a war. Dany answered coldly. It was not necessary. Killing people never necessary. Then you massacred many innocents in King's Landing. Was it? Sam was heated. Sam. Enough. Jon stopped him before Dany could answer. She knew it was a mistake. She died for it. Please. Just. Yes. Dany took a step towards to Sam. It was a mistake. I lost control. I paid the price. And I get a new chance. I wanted to live a normal life with my daughter. Our daughter. But you and your king. She was so close to Sam just want us to be dead. I never wanted to return to Westeros. I never wanted to start a war. But you gave me no choice. I will protect her from every threat. I don't care who the enemy is. I am not your enemy. Now I want to help. He lowered his head. He couldn't stand her look. Why? She was still staring at his face. Because that man. He looked to John as my best friend. My brother. And I would never turn against him. You already did when you agreed to exile him to the wall. Dani was not convinced by Sam. Did you ever ask what happened to him after that? She asked it right to his face. He did not answer. She was right in this. As I guessed. Dani raised her eyebrow then turned her back at him. As you said, we all made mistakes in the past. Sam finally answered, but now I am here to help, just let me. Dani was still standing with her back at him, then John walked to her. Dani. No, she shook her head. I understand. I really do. But. He started but she tried to turn away but he grabbed her arm and placed his other hand to her cheek. He kind of forced her to look at him. You've asked me to accept Dario, Grey Worm. You've asked me to forget all our differences because our child is more important. Now I am the one who is asking you to listen to him. We have nothing to lose. We have to accept all the help. No matter where it comes from. Because of her. He leaned closer and held her cheek. You know I am right. Sam was looking at them. He never asked John how he feels for her. He never really cared he loves her or not. His hate towards Daenerys kind of blinded him. Now he saw it. It was clear. He was soft, affectionate, and how he looked at her. That was so clear. Maybe he really made a mistake at Winterfell. Not because he told John the truth, but because of how he did it. We have to, work together. Sam continued. I did some research and I want to save you. And your daughter. I left my family in Westeros to help you. Fine. Dani finally nodded then turned to Grey Worm. Leave. She ordered them in Valyrian language. Grey Worm frowned and hesitated. It was your queen's command. She continued. John and Sam looked at each other. They had no idea what is going on, then a couple of seconds later the soldiers left the room. Grey Worm looked to Dani one last time then left them there and closed the door. So. What do we have to know? Dani still kept the distance from him but she was ready to listen to him. John smiled at her a bit. His eyes said thank you to her instead of his words. She did not understand why he still trusts in Sam but he was right. They have to accept every help to save their daughter, and their family. Bran became weirder every day. He wanted us to find Drogon at all costs. We knew he flew towards to Volantis, after that day. That day when? He did not want to remind them that moment when John killed her so he hesitated a bit. When he killed me because all of you confessed to him that is the right choice. She finished his sentence. I was not there. Sam answered quietly. I never wanted him to kill you. That is true. He was not there. John nodded. Please just continue. He raised his eyes to Sam. Bran's mind changed. When he got to know you are alive, he immediately wanted us to call the banners and he confessed many of us about, we have to destroy you. Because you are a threat. And you did not even question him. Dani raised her eyebrow. I did. At the moment when he told us, he want to kill even John and his child if it is necessary. He sighed. I sent the ravens. I had to but, we did not get too many answers. Sir Davos left to bring the Iron Army there probably they already arrived. And they didn't. John looked to Dani. She nodded. Yara and her army are there. Just as Sir Davos and Gendry. At least these are good news. Sam kinda looks relieved. And his sister? Sansa? And the Northerners? Dani had to ask this. Probably she will join him. I don't know. She had no idea what is Bran now, and she thinks he is just his brother. Sam tried to think I couldn't warn them. Bran, knows too many things. He sees too many things. Now he probably knows I am here. So my life is in danger too. Chapter 43. King's Landing. Lady Sansa. I mean. Queen Sansa. Welcome to the capital. Tyrion greeted her with a huge smile. He always loved that woman and adored her because of her strength. Sansa smiled back at him. Lord Tyrion. I hope all is well with you. She answered. Where is he? Tormund stepped closer and asked. Giantsbane. What are you doing here? Tyrion was surprised. He raised his eyes to Sansa, but she avoided to look at him. Your chosen king plans to kill my friend as I heard. He went closer to Tyrion. Not that loud. Tyrion gave a look to him. Sansa frowned and did not understand. She looked around and she spotted some Dornish soldiers, also the Knights of the Valley, but Tyrion acted weird. He looked up to Sansa. "Follow me," he tried to fake a smile. Tormund turned to his men and waved to them with his hand, meanwhile Sansa caught up next to Tyrion. "Where is my brother?" she asked quietly. "In his room. He is always there. He is planning the destruction of Mirren and Daenerys." "So is it true?" Sansa asked. "Decide for yourself." Tyrion stopped and sighed. Maybe. He looked up and he spotted the king at the window. "I am glad you are here, Tyrion." Sansa placed her hand to his shoulder. "What, you don't tell me?" He was just looking at Bran, and Sansa raised her eyes to the window too, but he was not there anymore. A raven overflew their heads and landed to the fence next to them. As it blinked, his eyes turned white, then back to normal. Sansa noticed it. She noticed how that dwarf is afraid. There must be something with Bran. "We should go. He is waiting for you." He tried to smile at Sansa. Mirren. They were still discussing the issues with Samwell. He told them what happened in King's Landing since he left. "And what did you know about his power?" Dany crossed her arms. "His power took over the control of him. Bran Stark is lost. He is not there anymore. He. Your Grace." Nisra entered into the room. "What happened?" Dany turned to her and scared a bit. Nisra should be next to Miss Sandai, not there. She is hungry. It is time. And. Very hysterical. She told her quietly and smiled. "I." She turned to Jon, then looked to Sam. "Just go." Jon nodded. "If you want to, wait until you come back. If you want to hear with your own ears." He sighed. Dany went closer to him and held his arms, then looked to his eyes. "I trust you. Just, find a solution." She took a deep breath. "We will." Jon smiled a bit at her, and caressed her hand. She slowly took a step back and walked out of the room. Jon stared at her since she left. "I've never noticed that you have those deep feelings for her," Sam stated. "I love her, Sam. More than anything. I know you have problems with her, but... No. No, I get it. To be honest, it is good to see. I mean... you. Not being grumpy." Sam smiled. You really love her. And she loves you. It is so clear. I did not want to destroy it, Jon. You need to know the truth. Wish you've never said it." Jon sighed. "I was happy with her. I thought I can have a normal life. With love, family. Then I just pushed her away. Screwed up. It seems you can still have a family with her. You have a daughter." Sam answered. "I killed her, Sam." Jon raised his eyes to his friend. "Her wound will never heal. That is not a thing that can be changed. Even if she loves me, it is not the same. You did that you thought is right." He walked to Jon. "No, I did that everyone else thought is right." He sighed. "I should have just loved her, and in that way maybe I could have saved her." "You still can." Sam took a deep breath. "I mean, it may sound weird, but..." He started to thinking. "I think it has to happen in this way. I've already heard it. The Red Priestess told me that she had to die, because our union could have not been created." Jon tried to remember Kinvara words, but that is nonsense. No. No, it is not." Sam stood up and started to search for something in his bag. He took out some papers and turning those. "Sam." Jon raised his eyebrow and walked closer. "Here." Sam turned a page to Jon. "Only one thing can defeat the Dawn. The union of ice and fire." "That is a myth," Jon stated and shook his head. "There is also a legend about a Lightbringer. Azor Ahai. Nissa Nissa. You know about it." Sam tried to explain. "He killed his love to create Lightbringer, to defeat the greatest monster, the evil." "I don't understand what you want to say." Jon shook his head. Maybe the Lightbringer is not a sword. It is, maybe it is your daughter. Maybe we misunderstood this prophecy. That not makes any sense." Jon took a deep breath. "It makes sense actually." Sam shrugged his shoulder. "I mean you and her. Both died. Both resurrected, and now you have a daughter. Who is? Bran wanna kill her." Jon. He was scared when he got to know about her. It was clear. I would say, he is afraid of her. It just doesn't make sense. Just, tell me about the things that you've learned about his power. Okay. Let's just skip those myths and legends. King's Landing. Bran with a big smile. Sansa almost ran towards to Bran, but he just looked at her coldly and did not return her hug. "You did not change anything. I mean being a king fits you. She was smiling but she did not get any response or kindness. Where is he? Who? Sansa surprised. The red-haired big man. He wanna kill me. He stated. No. No, he is not. Sansa surprised and looked to Tyrion. He avoided looking into her eyes. He just wanna know, why you wanna kill Jon? She hesitated a bit. She noticed that Tyrion is too quiet. There is something wrong there. He is a traitor. He joined to that killer as soon as he got to know she is alive. He is our brother. Sansa tried. Are you on his side? After they captured and tortured our sister? I thought we let you know. Didn't we, Tyrion? He was so emotionless and cold. We did, your grace. We sent the raven. Tyrion nodded immediately. How can you be that sure? Sansa still has doubts. I saw it. Daenerys Targaryen is alive and no matter who you think Jon Snow is. He is not our brother anymore. He changed. He is not a wolf. He never was. Not one of our pack. He let his Targaryen side rule over his body and mind. He has a new family now and he would even kill our sister if it is necessary. Bran told her very slowly. I don't believe you. Jon would never hurt Arya. Sansa took a step back. Bran turned to her with his chair. The child. Their child changed him. And that child will be the death of us. The death for all of us. His eyes widen. If they get the throne back, if we let them take Westeros back, we're all lost. Bran continued. Jon did everything to save us. He killed her. He fought for us. I am sorry brother but I can't join you in this war. She started to leave. You'll gonna regret it. What do you think how long the North remain independent under your rule if they took back Westeros? You were the one who betrayed him the most. You betrayed both of them. Maybe you don't want to kill your brother but he is not going to hesitate when the time comes to kill you. To the order of his queen. He finished and turned away. He turned his back at them and none of them could see his smile that appeared on his face. Sansa glanced at Tyrion. He shook his head a bit then opened the door for her. Mirian. Jon entered into Miss Sandai's chamber, and Daenerys was still there. She was giggling and playing with their daughter. Jon could watch them all day long in this way. Dany raised her eyes to him and smiled a bit. I am sorry. I did not want to leave her. I can understand. Jon walked closer to them. I would spend the whole day with her too. Sam? She asked. With Davos and Jonry. Probably drinking some ale, and enjoying the free time they have. Away from Westeros. He sighed. You can join them. If you want. I don't mind it. She told him. I don't want to. He held her in his arms and gave a kiss to her cheek. All day long I just waited the time, when I can be with you. And her. Did Sam told anything useful? Against. She took a deep breath. Against Bran. Yes. Dany lowered her head. He did say some interesting things. We were right, he is not able to see everything, every time. He needs those ravens. To see the things in the present. But, he can easily jump back to the past. So we have to be careful. We already knew it, Dany stated. And he has visions, about the future. This is how he knew, what is going to be the end, when we went to King's Landing. He probably saw all of it. Jon sighed. So, he was against us. All time long. He was. I think he knew how he had to manage the happenings to get the thing that he wanted the most. The Iron Throne. But why? Dany frowned. Sam thinks, he read many things about the three-eyed ravens. There were another. Generations ago. The power took over control of him. He became the most dangerous creature in the world. That raven wanted to rule the whole of humanity. Wanted to destroy everyone, and transform everyone into something else. But, he doesn't know the details. Somehow myths and history did not really mention him. Sam thinks the three-eyed ravens after that one erased the memory of him. They thought it can never happen again. Jon tried to remember all his friends' words. It seems it happens again. Dany sighed. He told me, maybe he did not have time to prepare for this power, and this is why he kinda lost his mind. This is why his power could control him, and this is why it changed him. He should be good. He should be the memory of the living, but Sam thinks he wanna erase the memory of the humans. Change into something else. Still don't understand, why Kinvara and Nyzra told us. She looked back to Miss Sandai. I mean. Why we? Why her? Why are we so special? Why is she so special? Why she had to be the chosen one? If she is. Dany's mind was racing. Maybe because we are the last living Targaryens, Jon answered calmly. Our ancestors changed the world, created dragons. Our ancestors. Dany looked at him and smiled. Did I say something wrong? Jon frowned. I think this is the first time, when you, identify yourself as a Targaryen. Dany lowered her head. The first time, when, you accept your roots, Aegon Targaryen. Dany smiled at him. True. Jon smiled back at her. Dany was still holding Missandei in her arms and Jon was just holding them in his. But I don't care. He continued. Dany looked up at him and raised her eyebrow. I mean. I don't care where I come from. Who are my parents? I am done with the past. I only care about our present and our future. He smiled a bit. And my future is you and her. Nothing else matters. Nothing can change that. He caressed the baby face, and she was smiling at her father. Her eyes were shining and a small dimple appeared on her face. As I see, your daughter really loves your plan. Dany laughed a bit. And her mother? Her mother thinks it is the best plan she ever heard. I just hope. Dany. Don't. He placed his hand to her cheek and looked into her eyes. You don't have to be afraid. Never again. He leaned closer and gave a kiss to her lips, then to her forehead. Chapter 44. King's Landing. Tyrion. Sansa was walking in the crypts. She got a message from Tyrion. He wanted to talk with her there. She did not understand. The bones of the dead dragons frightened her. She walked past the small ones, then stopped next to the giant dragon face. Most part of the crypts destroyed, but of course, those giant beasts, the memory of those giant beasts survived the attack against King's Landing. Lady Sansa. Tyrion stepped closer to her. Queen, she corrected him. Tyrion nodded appreciatively. Not that it matters how she calls herself. Not in this situation. Not now. You wanted to talk with me. Why here? Sansa asked him. It is safe here. No, living creature around. Just you and me. He looked around again to be sure. Safe from who? Sansa raised her eyebrow. You. He lowered his head. Have you noticed anything weird about your brother? About Bran? Sansa asked, and Tyrion nodded, barely noticeable. He is your king. You chose him, to be the king of the Six Kingdoms. You are his hand. I know. This is why I am here. Because I stand my choice, until the end. But, maybe I am paranoid. Everyone disappeared. I have a feeling Sir Davos and Samwell are not a way to help us. He tried to be as honest as he could. What do you mean? When your brother, the king, told us, he wanna kill Jon Snow and his child. Not just Daenerys. Many of us, scared. He is his brother. You, all grew up together. I tried to understand his reasons. But the Targaryens has to die, Sansa stated and looked up to Balerion Bones. All of them. This is the only way how peace can come. You heard him. Jon is also a Targaryen. Tyrion mentioned quietly. And a Stark. He saw it. He saw him changed. Sansa continued. Are we sure, he saw it? What you're doing now, is treason. Sansa looked at him with anger in her eyes. I am just talking to an old friend. An old friend, who loves her brother. Both of her brothers. I know you don't want to see him die. Not after the things he did for the North. If Jon is with Daenerys. If he supports her, then he has to die. His child too. Daenerys is a murderer. If he chose to be on the wrong side, we have no other choice. Sansa turned her back at him and started to walk away. Who said, he chose the wrong side? Who decides which side is wrong or good? You've always hated Daenerys, not just because of the things she has done in King's Landing, but, you always loved your brother. Can you imagine, he would support her if she is still, act the same way, as she did in King's Landing? You know him. Maybe. Better than any of us. Mirian. Sam entered into Missandei's chamber without any knock. Daenerys was there with her daughter in her arms. She raised her eyebrow and staring him. My apologies. I thought. Sir Davos told me, that. Jon is here. He started embarrassing. He went to take a bath. A couple of minutes ago. I'll tell him, that you are looking for him. She answered quietly, and she still kept the distance from him. He was looking at them and did not move. His eyes stopped on the little baby. Is she? Of course, she is. She is our daughter. Missandei. Dany answered and turned to him with the baby in her arms. May I? He stepped closer but Daenerys did not answer. She lowered her head, and Sam slowly walked to them. He did not touch the baby, just wanted to take a look at her, more closely. She is a really beautiful little girl. He stated. Thank you. Danny tried to be polite, but it was so clear, she did not want him to be around. Sam stuttered. I better go. And wait for John until he finishes. You've Danny stopped him. Wanted to tell something about Bran and his power? Or? She asked. Yet. He lowered his head with a smile. When I care about something, I usually dig really deep in that topic, and I wanted to share with him. You can share with me. I mean, he told me everything, what you've told him. Yesterday. She placed Miss Sandai to the cradle. Sure. Sure. I am here to help you. So, of course. Daenerys sat to the chair, near to her daughter, and looking at Sam. She waited. So he probably mentions you the Azor Ahai theory. What I've told him. He thinks that is nonsense, but deeper I go, it is more obvious. He started, but Danny was looking at him questioningly. He did tell you, didn't he? No. He skipped that part. What theory? Danny shook her head. Short version. Azor Ahai killed, stabbed his love. And in this way, he created Lightbringer, a sword, what brings the dawn. Sam tried to explain it in a short way. I don't understand. You want to tell me, that the dagger that he used? No. No, I did not mean the dagger. Or you want him to kill me again? Danny stood up and walked closer. No. Sam answered, neither of that. I think your daughter is the light. The one who brings the better world. She is the Lightbringer. She is the one who can save the world from the fights, the madness, the hate, the wars. She is a bright future for all of us. She is the one who somehow can defeat the darkness. She is a few months old baby. Danny answered. I know. I don't know the details. Maybe Bran is not able to control her. Or not able to see things around her. I don't know. Why else would they bring you back? I mean, you died. And you are here. You gave birth to this child, because the world needs her. I thought we defeat the darkness and the great evil when we defeated the army of the dead. Danny tried to understand. Me too, but Bran is some evil creature now. Maybe the Night King was not that evil. I found something about it too. Sam explained. I don't want to tell anything about it until I have proof, but Sam. Jon stepped into the room. What are you doing here? Telling the details that you forgot to tell me. Danny immediately answered. What? Jon looked at his friend. I thought you. Sam started. About our daughter is the future savior of the world. Danny made a face. Or is it not important enough? Lightbringer. Or how he called her. Danny. It is just some generations of old legend. Jon rolled his eyes. The army of the death. The dragons. Those were just legends too. And yet those things happened. Now. In our lives. She answered. She is right, Sam stated quietly. Jon gave an angry look to him, then turned back to Danny. Why not this be true? Danny asked him. Danny. It is nonsense. How could a baby? I was a small little girl when my brother sold me to the Dothrakis. No one ever thought I can be their leader someday. No one ever thought I can be a queen someday. No one ever thought I really sail to Westeros someday. And no one ever thought how it ends, Jon answered to her. Power is a dangerous thing. We all saw that. I don't want my daughter to be some kind of hero. I want her to be my daughter. With a normal life. It is not a thing we chose, Danny answered. I thought you are done with it. The ruling. Westeros. Everything. I thought you want a normal life. I wanted. She was looking into his eyes. But we'll never have a normal life. No matter what we want. No matter how we want it. The Red Priestesses brought us back for reason. Maybe we have to accept our fate. Our destiny. Her destiny. You talk the same way as. He started, but he stopped. As? In King's Landing. Her eyes clearly shown how hurt she is because he told that. Danny, we need to learn more. No more. You better go, she told him and turned away. Danny. You better go, she told again and walked back to the cradle. Jon looked at Sam again, shook his head and walked out of the room. Sam followed him. Jon. I am sorry, I did not want to. Sam started. No. You did not want to. You never want to cause any trouble, Sam, and you always do. Why the hell you told her those things? I thought you told her already. What? John spread his arms. That nonsense theory about Nissa Nissa, and Lightbringer? Seriously? Sam. I've told you yesterday I don't believe this. I've told you, to let this thing go, and, just rely on the facts. That we know for sure. He raised his voice. Why you did not tell her? Because I want to protect them. I don't want my child to be a savior. I don't want her to be some kind of queen or the hope for the future. I want to protect her. Just as her mother. She believes in it. Because you've told her. I don't want my daughter to be. He stopped. Lowered his voice. You are afraid. Sam stated, you are afraid, she might do the same that her mother did. As I said, power is dangerous. John tried to be calm. She is still recovering. She is still, has those nightmares. About that day. I hear her screams, at night. She is suffering. I don't want her to be around Westeros again. I don't want her, to. I don't want to lose her again, Sam. I want to end the threat that Bran means to us, and live. With her. Here, or behind the wall. Wherever she wants to. But if she thinks our daughter, has some great role in the future. She. John closed his eyes and took a deep breath. She won't give this up. You should tell her. Your fears. Maybe, but it would be better if you would have not told her anything. John shook his head and walked away from him. Dany did not really talk with anyone that day. She spent her day with Miss Sandai. John needed to think. He was walking around in the city. He still saw how the Unsullied looking at him. He knew they would never hurt him, but, it was clear, they don't trust him. He saw Drogon overflown the city. He thought back to the moment when he went for him. To the north. He found him and brought him here. His best decision was, to get on his back and flew here, but Sam's appearance just mixed the things. He really doesn't know, what he should say to Dany. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want her daughter, put in that risk. He spotted Arya and Gendry. Laughing together. Walking around in the city. He was staring them, and he envied them. They don't have those problems. They are not chosen ones, just a woman and a man. Who can easily live happily, ever after. That is all that he wanted. He always wanted that. A normal life. Without responsibility, duty, and yet, he always in the same situation. He is the one who has to save the humans, the realm, everyone. No matter how many times he did it already. No matter what he did for the realm already. He really wanted to be honest with Dany, but he knew. Dany is more like him, she would never let the people suffer, if the choice is in her hands. She cares more. She was born to be a queen, just as their daughter. Maybe Sam was right. Maybe Dany was right. He should accept their destiny. But that destiny means, more losses and more pain, and a never-ending fight. Chapter 45. Mirian. My Queen Nisra entered into Miss Sandai's room. Dany was there. She was standing at the balcony and her mind was racing. Racing about everything that Samwell told. Dany turned to the Red Priestess. May I ask something? She started. Anything, my queen. Do you, why your lord brought me back? She frowned. I don't have a proper answer to this. Nisra lowered her head. I can only tell my thoughts. Go on. Dany nodded. You've always been a chosen one. The one who born in the most ruthless storm in Westeros history. There were many men who tried to kill you even in your childhood, but you survived. You became a leader, you brought back the dragons into life. You made impossible things to happen. You became the most powerful woman in the world. Maybe this power made you make wrong choices, but just as Jon Snow you get another chance. From the Lord. Because he has plans with you. Maybe his plan was always your child. Maybe everything that happened leads you there. Both of you. Maybe we are not even close to the end. The world always needs heroes. Rescuers. The ones who want to make the world a better place. You and Jon Snow are the ones who always did the things for the others. For the people. For the realm. Nisra explained. Not always. Dany sighed. You made the wrong choice once, or it was also written for you. We'll never know. But, you did it because you believed in something bigger, something better. Some greater good. Not because of yourself. Nisra added and sighed. I've told you earlier, we have no idea what our God wants from us, but we try to serve him as much as we can. Yet. We do. Dany took a deep breath and she was looking at her daughter. She was smiling back at her from the cradle and stretched her tiny arms. She held it and leaned over her, gave a small kiss to her hand. Everything will make sense. Sooner or later. I am sure. Nisra stepped next to her and staring them. What if I don't want to? Don't want what? What if I want a normal life for her? I was a hero. Kinda. I did everything for the realm. For the people, then, no one remembered. I sacrificed many things, many people who I loved, to save the living, and still, no one could love me. They saw me as a foreign threat, nothing else. Dany was honest. She was still hurt. Her feelings were still so strong, she really did not have love there, in Westeros. She was scared and lost, fear brought the worst out of her. One could love you. And maybe his love is more than enough. He couldn't. Dany looked at her. That time. He couldn't love me. When I lost him, after Sir Jorah, Missandei. Regal, when he told straight to my face. I am his queen and nothing else. That broke me apart. That moment I realized I really have nothing in Westeros. Nothing to lose. He loved you. I am sure. He was just, it must be hard for him to get to know all his life was a lie. Everything he knew. But he never stopped loving you, he loved you. Just as he loves you now. Nisra answered. You know it, right? I know. He did everything to make me sure about his feelings. She smiled a bit. And answering to your question. Sometimes we can't choose. Sometimes life or our God chose our path, and we can't do anything else, just follow it. The Red Priestess stared her face. But sometimes we can choose. She turned back to Missandei again and caressed her cheek. Her eyes started to close. She was sleepy. Ahm. My queen. Can I? Do we know something about Daario Naharis? Nisra asked shyly. Dany raised her eyebrow and smiled barely noticeable. You worry about him, she stated. I am not. Nisra answered immediately. I mean. Her cheek went red. Are there anything between you two, what I should know? Dany heard the gossips around, but she had many other things to worry about, than Daario and Nisra. She just hoped it is true. In that way, Jon finally can stop with his jealousy. Nothing, Your Grace. I am just. She stuttered a bit, worries about your safety. It would be better if, they would be here. We don't know when, the king wants to attack us and. Sure. Dany nodded with a satisfied smile. We did not get any news in the past 2 days, but I am sure he is okay and alive. Daario is a survivor, he cannot be killed too easily. I hope you are right. Nisra smiled and still avoided to look into her eyes. The next moment, the door opened and Jon stepped into the room. He took a deep breath before he started. I don't want to interrupt. You didn't. We're just finished. Dany answered. What can I do for you? It is late. I wanted to, no, Jon sighed. You can go. I'll be here tonight. Nisra told them and went closer to the cradle. If you want to, of course. She looked at Daenerys. Thank you. She nodded towards her, then turned to Jon. She was still hurt a bit because of their talk earlier, but she did not want to argue. She understood. She understood his feelings, and his worries, but she still hated he has doubts in her. Arya and Gendry arrived back to the pyramids and walked together towards her room. They stopped at the door and they were staring each other, without any words. Arya opened her room, but they did not take their eyes off of each other. Good night. Gendry lowered his head and took a deep breath. Arya frowned, she did not really understand. She thought, he wanted to come in. She thought he wants the same thing as her. She missed him. That night in Winterfell, before the long night, was her first night with a man, but she knew one thing. She enjoyed it and she would, do this thing with him again. Why are you a coward? Arya asked him when he turned his back at her. He stopped and stared at the floor in front of his feet. I am not. He answered, but did not look at her. As I see, you are. You don't understand it, do you? Gendry finally turned to her and leaned over her. They were so close to each other. I don't want to use you. I don't want to only have sex with you. I am in love with you, Arya Stark, and, you've made it clear. You don't need me. You broke my heart and I don't want to feel it again. I know how it will go. We'll wake up in the morning, you'll send me away, and you're gonna tell me that was just a one-night thing, and you wanna be free. I don't want to restrict your freedom, and. He placed his hand to her cheek. I can't just have sex with you. I am an idiot, I know, but I am trustworthy. I already can't even look into your brother's eyes. You have to look into my eyes. Not his. Arya pulled his face closer. Arya, please, he whispered to her mouth. Let me choose again. Let me try again. She almost moaned to his mouth, and she pressed her lips to his. She pulled him with herself to the room and closed the door behind them. Somewhere near to Winterfell. Gilly was sitting on the chariot, and they were almost reaching Winterfell. The soldiers stopped and looked around. Did you hear it? One soldier whispered to another. Gilly held her children close. She looked out in the window. She saw some shadows passing through between the trees. Mama. SHH, everything is all right. She gave a kiss to her son's forehead. They heard noises from outside and screams. Swords clashed. No. Please no. Gilly heard a man screaming. She shut her son's ears. Her daughter was sleeping next to her. She had no idea what is going on outside. Suddenly someone tore the chariot door. A man was standing there. He was wearing ripped clothes, he looked really thin, his face was white. He looked ill or, maybe worse. Please. Do not hurt us. Give me the gold. He almost yelled with her and stepped closer, pointing towards her with his sword. I don't have gold. I don't have anything. Please. Gilly almost cried. You are lying. Your dress is too pretty. He snarled and took another step towards her. She closed her eyes for a minute. Sam. She whispered, meanwhile she knew he is far away from them. He left them behind, to help in a war, she couldn't understand his choice. She heard a huge roar, and something white flits in front of her eyes, and took the man with him. Stay here. She told to her son, keep your sister safe. Gilly get off from the chariot and slowly looked around. The bandits were dead, just as her soldiers. She heard the roar again, and then the big white wolf walked out of the chariot. Ghost. Gilly relieved. The animal face was bloody, but that dire wolf saved her life again. She knelt down and stretched her hand towards the wolf. Ghost went closer and sniffed, then licked her hand. Gilly cautiously stroking his head. Thank you. She whispered to the huge animal. Miran. They walked to their chamber in silence. They both had many things in their minds, but they were a bit afraid to say it loud. John closed the room behind them, but Dani walked further. Take a bath. It was a long day. She told him, barely audible, but did not turn to him. He nodded. John sat to the chair in the room and leaned to the table. He held his face in his hand. Minutes passed in this way. Dani left him there and went to the other room. He heard when she got into the water. He hated when they were that far away from each other. These moments even worse than when they argue. At least when they have a fight they find a solution at the end, but the silence was slowly killing him. He did not want to hurt her with his words. He did not want to argue or fight with her. He just wanted to keep her and their child and save from everything, but he has to accept sooner or later Daenerys has never been a damsel in distress. She was a strong and powerful woman. She was clever and confident. She was fire herself. He spotted the papers that Sam showed him earlier. The pages from a book about the Lightbringer. Azor Ahai prophecy. He was staring at. The illustration was frightfully the same, it reminded him to the moment when he put that dagger into her heart. He wanted to forget it. He wanted to erase it from their memory. If it is the way it should have happened, then that Lord of Lights, or whatever they called it, is not good at all. How can a good god let this to happen? He crumpled it and almost thrown away the page to the other side of the room. He felt the emotions grow in him. Felt the fire inside, he more and more felt it in the past few months. Since Miss Sandai was born. It changed him. He was always protective when it was about his family, but that was something different. The dragon, the Targaryen, grows in him and he had no idea about it. He just felt, he is changing. He jumped up from the seat and entered into the other room. Dani surprised and raised her eyes to him. Her beautiful body was covered by the water, but John just stared her for some seconds. Then he took a deep breath. Chapter 46. Miran. John. Dani raised her eyebrow and staring the man, who was standing in front of her. He looked confused and nervous. I hate when you are doing this. He started. I am not doing anything. I am taking a bath, she answered quietly. You know what I am talking about. You, take offense, and avoid to talk with me, he answered ardently. I hate it. Just as I hate, you still have doubts in me. She sighed. Yes. I have. John answered. I have doubts. In you, in myself. In this thing. This is nonsense. And do you think I want this for her? Dani looked up to his face. He was surprised. He did not understand. It gave meaning to everything. I did not understand. Why he brought me back. After the things I've done. Why brought me back, and gave me a miracle. Miss Sandai. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve to live, but I am here. I wanted nothing else, just normal life for her, but it is not possible. Don't say this. John took a deep breath. How? How it can be possible? I wanted. I tried. I was happy. When I was pregnant. I was alone, but I knew, she is growing in me, and I was a normal girl. I was happy. I lived a normal life in those months, and I thought I can start my life again in this way. I did not want to queen again, but life showed I have no choice. No matter how I wanted to hide, everyone found me. Everyone, including my enemies. And they want to kill my daughter. They would easily do it if I did not accept my fate, again. The fate that I hate the most. She was talking calmly. Quietly. Did you regret, you accepted me to stay here? It is not about you, John. Her eyes went to tears. You are the only one, who I am glad to find me. Not the first time, but now I am. But that did not change the fact, that, we cannot choose our own path. Did you ever think about, why he brought you back? Many times. He lowered his head. But I never found the answer. I thought because of the Night King. To kill him. To protect the realm of the human, but, it was not me, who killed him. No. You did not. But you brought the biggest army to save the north. She smiled a bit and we saved it, together. Then everyone just, forgot it. They forgot that. I went there and sacrificed that many things, many people who I loved. It will, always hurts me. But I can't do anything with it. Anyway, there was no other reason for you either. To be alive. Again. Just this. She tried to make him understand. Why she is so sure about in this prophecy. I am. Dany, I don't want her to, you. He tried to find the words. Do you want to go back? To Westeros? Do you want to take back the throne? Or, I mean, do you want to be their queen again? His mind was racing, and he had no idea why he asked exactly that thing. He tried to be honest, and that was his biggest fear. If I want this, would you support me? Again. I would follow you everywhere, but you are afraid. She stood up from the bath. John followed her with his eyes. His eyes stuck on her beautiful body. She was wet, and the water drops scrolling her skin. She grabbed a silk cloth from the chair next to her and covered her body with it. You are afraid, I lose the control again, right? She walked closer to him. I don't want to lose you again, Dany, John whispered. That is my biggest fear. Not that you lose control, but, losing you. Losing our daughter. Nothing scares me more. I am not that lost bastard from Winterfell anymore. I am a father, I am, a man in love. I trust you, and I love you. I don't want to go back. I don't want you to rule, neither our daughter. That is the truth. I want to live a normal life, as much normal as it can be. With you. With our daughter, and if it is possible, with many other little children. I don't think it can happen, Then we'll help some orphan children, there are many who just wants to be loved. He smiled a bit and placed his hands to her cheek. Held it between his palms. I wish, we would have stayed at those waterfalls. Everything was so perfect. That is the life that I want with you. I want to marry you and live. Until we grow old. Together. He told straight to her face. You, want to? Dany stuttered. I want to marry you, Dany, yes. Since the moment I saw you. He caressed his cheek with his finger, but, after that, I've done, I had no idea. How should I ask you? I had no idea you wanted to or not. I should have asked you, years ago. Maybe. At that night. After we won the battle against the dead. When I pushed you away. Wish I could take it back. Wish I've never done it. John. Dany tried to stop him. I love you, and I would follow you everywhere. Even, to Westeros. If you want it. I never wanted to be. I never wanted to rule, but if you think this is our destiny, our daughter destiny, then I accept it. Because I know I would never leave you again. He was so definite in his eyes, told even more than his words. Dany was smiling at him, with tears in her eyes. She placed her hands to his hands on her cheek and closed her eyes for a minute. Do you think, I want to go there? Dany sighed finally and asked him. John raised his eyebrow. That place. King's Landing, caused so much pain for me. So much, bad memories. Westeros. She gave a kiss to his palm, then walked a bit away from him. I don't want to go there. I don't want to be their queen, how could I be? She glanced at John. I killed half of the city. They would never accept me as their queen. And I don't want to live my life in a dread when someone wants to kill me. She explained. Or our daughter. I don't think I understand. John frowned and followed her. We have to accept, that we have to stop Bran. Because if everything is true, that the Red Priestesses and Sam told about him, he is not dangerous just for us. But for everyone else too. Dany continued. And then, John grabbed her hand. Then, Dany turned to him. If we are lucky enough, and if we both survive, and if Bran was all the threat that we had to deal with, maybe we should get married. Her cheek went red and she shuddered her shoulders, but she did not look into his eyes. And stay here, for the rest of our lives. John was smiling at her. From his heart. And Westeros. John swiped away a hairpin from her face. There are many great lords there. They can choose a new ruler for themselves. I don't care. I do, will do, that is necessary. For the realm. For the people. But, then I don't want to take responsibility for anyone. I've done it too long. Now, and in my future. I only want to be responsible for my daughter. And my husband. Did I tell you how much I love you? Not enough times. Dany smiled a bit and their forehead met. But I don't understand, why you did not talk with me? We did not even argue about it. Why? John leaned back a bit and watching her. Sometimes I just need time to think through things. I thought you are mad at me because I sent you away. Dany smiled a bit. I was. But. He placed his hand to her waist. But if my soon-to-be wife would be so kind, and be honest with me, and share her thoughts with me, that would not cause arguments. I'll keep that in mind. She was smiling at him, while he was leaning closer to her mouth, and then he finally kissed her. But I am sure, we'll have many arguments in the future, she whispered to his mouth between two kisses. If it is how those will ends. John pulled her closer, while he was almost eating her face. I am ready for it. He grabbed her butt and raised her a bit from the floor. Started to walk towards the other room. To their bed. He pulled off the thin dress from her shoulder and gave kisses to it. That thin cloth has fallen to the floor so quickly, and John started to kneel in front of her, while he was kissing her whole body. They were standing in front of their bed, but John did not let her lay down. He held her by her waist and his warm expiration gets her more and more excited. John, she moaned quietly, and her fingers ran through his hair, while he went closer to her sex with those kisses. He did not kiss her there, no matter how she wanted it. He felt how she wanted to direct his lips there, but he teased her. He loved to tease her. He was kissing her inner tights, close to her sex, almost there, almost her clit, but he did not give a kiss to it. His hands were running up and down on her tights, then he clutched her perfectly rounded butt. John. Yes. He asked her, while she felt his warm breath on her sex, but he was still just playing with her. Please. She leaned back her head and she was crazy for him. She hated that he had that effect on her. She hated that, she loved him that much, but no matter how many things she could control, that was not one of it. No. Jon Snow is something different. Jon Snow was not a usual man. He was her twin flame. Her soulmate. The one for her. Everything that happened with them, it leads them to each other's arms. Please what? Jon smirked and asked her, while he gently touched her sex with his lower lip. Her legs were trembling but Jon still held her and forced her to stay in that damn place. Standing. Kiss me. Please, she moaned. He did. He gave a small, innocent, hardly felt kiss to her sex, then next to it. To her inner tight. Then to the other side. Jon. Dany looked down and he raised his eyes to her. I did the exact thing. He leaned closer and gave another kiss to her sex, meanwhile he stretched his tongue a bit, licked her clit once. That you asked. He finished the sentence, while Dany was trying to hold on something, but she couldn't. I've kissed you, he continued, with the small kisses many places. He licked her clit again slowly, gently, barely touched it. Do not play with me, Jon Snow. Dany tried to command him, but that was a lost cause. She, in his arms, was a lost cause. She had no power over him, the good and gentle man, disappeared when it was about sex. He was a wolf. A dragon. Dany couldn't identify him in those moments. He was the most passionate, most heated lover she ever had. She would have never thought. I would never play with you. Dany, he whispered to her sex. Lick me with that tongue, right now. She clutched his hair at the back of his head and he pressed his mouth to her sex and started to licking and kissing her pussy so vehemently. Jon. She tried to stay standing, but she felt how all her strength gone, and she couldn't focus anymore, not to anything else, just his wild lover, and how he ate her pussy at those moments. Jon. She moaned again, and she fell to the bed with Jon between her tights, with his tongue on her wet sex. Chapter 47. Meereen. Daenerys was staring at Jon. He was still sleeping. His curly hair was disheveled, that is no wonder after their passionate night. She was looking at his so perfect lips and bite her own lower lip. She smiled a bit when she thought back how he used those lips and his tongue last night. For long, long minutes. Or more. She had no idea. She just knows, he gave her stupendous orgasms at the previous night. Maybe they fight and argue a lot. They are ice and vice, but their love was unquestionable. It was real and true. She would have never thought, after his betrayal, she could trust him again, but she couldn't command to her heart. The Lord of Lights really made it hard for them to be together. But they were there. In each other's arms. They need to learn how to make a compromise, how to listen to the other, that is their next big lesson. She knew it. She knew her temper sometimes is hard to handle, but even John's temper is hard to handle. Sometimes he is so heated and vehemently. He was a kind and cute boy, but he became some kind of dragon since their daughter born. She felt it and she was happy about it. Even if they argued sometimes. She stretched out her hand towards his bearded face, but before she could touch him, he started to move. Hey, John slowly opened his eyes. I did not want to wake you up. She pulled back her hand and smiled at him. Since when you are staring at me? John asked her. A couple of minutes, Dani answered honestly. John smiled back at her and placed his hand to her cheek. Leaned closer and kissed her. The woman he loved more than anything. Your eyes are brighter when you are happy. John stated. How do you know I am? Daenerys teased him. I just hope. Dani leaned over him. She was naked just as he. She placed her tight between his legs and she felt his manhood is hard. She raised her eyebrows, while John put his arms around her. It is just because of the morning. John tried to explain himself. Sure. Dani nodded and giggled. So not because. She leaned to his neck. You are desperately in love with me. Right. She gave a small kiss to him, right below to his ears. I am. John placed one of his hand to the back of her neck and answered. Wish we can just stay here. All day long. Dani sighed. I swear when someone is around us, it just makes things confusing. She placed her hand to his chest. He grabbed it and gave a small kiss to it. Dani raised her head. Maybe we should not let them confuse things, John answered. We should just talk about our fears and thoughts with each other. Even if we have different opinions. It is not me who afraid to tell my opinion. Dani frowned. True. But you have no idea how powerful you are sometimes. You are scary. John joked with her. Am I? Then maybe I should find another husband candidate who can handle my power. She bit her lower lip. Poor guy. John caressed her neck. I am afraid if you do that, I have to kill him. John raised her eyes to her face and he was so serious. Then. Dani leaned closer to his face, and her lips barely touched his. You better. She couldn't finish, because he kissed her. He plugged his tongue to her mouth and kissed her with so much passion and lust. They turned on the bed, and John was top on her. We should. Dani moaned to his mouth between two kisses. Not now. John was definite and confident and closed her mouth with his and they lost in each other again. Nisra was asleep. She immediately raised her eyes to the door when she heard it open. She almost jumped up from the bed, that was next to the cradle. Miss Sandai was still sleeping like an angel. She was a real miracle, a saint. She was a dream child for every parent. She slept through the nights, and barely had some voices or cries. Grey Worm Nisra surprised. What can I do for you? The silence was too big. He stated and stood at the door. Yes. We were sleeping. Nisra answered with a kind smile then turned to Miss Sandai. You are not coming here. Too often. I have many other tasks, he answered rigidly. Or you. Still have anger in you. Towards her dad. She continued and you don't understand, how could your queen forgive him? I can understand. It is hard to grasp. For an average person. The power of their love is something more powerful that we can understand. They're always meant to be together, even if the road to be together is hard and painful. But what else proved their love towards each other, if not forgiveness? She glanced at Grey Worm. He killed her. He answered shortly. He did. He killed her, just as his brothers killed him. 'Cause that was the thing that he had to do. And she reborn. She brought back to life by the Lord of Light. A miracle only can be born in this way. You promised loyalty to your queen. Until your last breath. You have to find a way to see the good in Jon Snow. Despite your hate and anger. He doesn't deserve it. He betrayed us. And she? I can feel your hate towards this child. She did nothing against you. She is something good. She is the future of your queen. She is the future of the house, to whom you swore your loyalty. If you condemn her, because of who is her father, you are not better than the people in Westeros, who never really believed in Daenerys Targaryen. Grey Worm wanted to answer, but he knew. Nisra is right. They blamed Daenerys, they had doubts in her, because of her father. He may hate Jon, but, that child was innocent. He took some steps closer and looked down to the baby. Nisra smiled barely noticeable. When Grey Worm looked into Miss Sandai's eyes, he forgot his hate for a moment. The little baby started to smile and babbled something. Is that a smile on your face, soldier? Nisra glanced at Grey Worm. He became serious again and took a step back. I have to go, he bowed a bit, then left the room. The other side of the pyramid, another two find some happiness that night. In each other's arms. Gendry was trying to sneak out from Arya's room that morning. Without anyone notices him, but they fell asleep, and that time, many others were walking on those corridors. Gendry. Daenerys frowned when she spotted him, looking around, and he looked like he did some sin. My queen. He bowed. I was just. Dany was just smiling, tried to restrain her laughter. They were really acted like two teens, who are forbidden to meet. That was kinda cute. You better go, to your room. Or, wherever you plan to go. Dany told him quietly and took another step to him. Jon is somewhere here. She whispered to his ears, then walked forward. She also ran into Arya, who just left her room. You are shining today. Daenerys mentioned to her. It was clear, both of them had, pleasing night in the arms of the men they loved. Daenerys. Arya was surprised. I did not see you. Gendry neither. Dany lowered her head. Oh. Arya was so embarrassed. I am happy about you two, Dany stated with a smile. He seems like a good and kind man. He is. Arya admitted and sighed, but, please do not. Morning. Jon stepped next to Daenerys and looked to her sister. I thought we are going to our daughter. Arya was still staring Dany, and she understood. She won't mention Jon that she saw in the morning, but she did not understand why. I just wanted. Daenerys looked at Jon, then to Arya. Discuss when we can continue our training today. She smiled at Arya. If you want to, I can train you, Jon offered. Do not be offended, but I am a better teacher than you, Arya stated. Depends on the student, Jon answered, and his eyes were shining when he looked at Dany. Arya noticed it, and she was happy. It was good to see them in this way. In peace. Yes, she had many doubts and distrust towards Daenerys, but it slowly changed in her. Jon was right at Winterfell, she should have given her a chance. Okay, what if both of you show me some tricks? Dany answered to them. But now I have to go. I have a daughter too. I am coming with you, Jon answered, and they walked away. King's Landing. My lady. Tormund finally met with Brienne. He was still amazed by her huge, grand sizes. She was still the prettiest woman he ever saw. What are you doing here? Brienne surprised by his presence at King's Landing. I thought you, wildlings, never leave the north. I come with the Stark woman, to discuss that freaking idea about killing my bastard friend, who is not even a bastard. Jon Snow broke his oath and betrayed our king. He left his place where we sent him, Brienne tried to be polite. Jon Snow should sit on that throne where your king's sitting now. Tormund took a step towards her. What do you think why your great king wanna kill him? Because she made an alliance with the Dragon Queen, Brienne answered. They are thousands of miles away. Tormund almost yelled with her. But she. Did you see it with your own eyes? Isn't it weird? I saw many horrible things in my life. But I would never turn against my family. No matter what they do. Because we are the same blood, even if we are not. My family is the Wildings, and I would protect them in any case. How could you believe in your king that much, when he wanna kill his own family? You are a loyal woman, but you forgot sometimes we have to say fuck loyalty. Brienne couldn't answer to that one. She remembered, she said the same sentence to Sir Jaime years ago, when he tried to stay loyal to Cersei. In the end, no matter, he went to Winterfell to help them, he left her behind after the war and went back, to his family. To the woman he loved. It did not matter, it was right or not. Sir Brienne Tyrion disturbed them. Do you mind if I change some words with Giantsbane? No, my lord. I have better things to do. She nodded towards him, and walked away from them. I don't think there is anything that we can talk about. Tormund stared the small man with disgust. I want to help. Yet, Jon told me how you wanted to help him too. And then you not just betrayed your queen but him too. Poisoned his mind with your smart words, to save your negligible life. He was responsible for all of your sins. I could vomit because of the many hypocrites, so no, I don't want to hear that you want to say. He was hostile with him for good reason. Maybe I made some mistakes, Tyrion admitted and lowered his head. I don't care. He started to walk away. Tormund. Tyrion tried to hold him up. Be careful. You are right, people here are dangerous. You should leave until you can. Are you threatening me? He turned back to him, with anger. No, my old friend. As I said. I wanna help. There is no reason for you to stay here. You, got to know, everything that you wanna know. You have nothing else to do here. Do not stay. There are, others who need you. Somewhere else. Tyrion walked past by him and he was just watching him. Tormund stood there for a couple of more minutes, then he started to think. Tyrion words sound, weird and a bit confusing, but, maybe he really wanted to help? Chapter 48. Mirian. Daenerys and Jon spent their morning with their daughter. Together, as a family. Those were the best moments. Jon sometimes just stared the woman he loved, the woman who he betrayed, and the woman who forgave him. Sometimes, he still couldn't believe he really got those things from life. Daenerys and Missandei. The two most precious treasure in his life. He belonged to the North earlier, when he was just Jon Snow. Yes, he was born there. He grew up there, but he doesn't belong there anymore. He belonged to Daenerys, no matter where she is. Because he was not just Jon Snow anymore. He had to accept, he also was the blood of the dragon. His ancestors were Targaryens too. He was half fire and half ice, and that was a hard combination. He often thought about his parents those days. Parents who he never knew. Daenerys told him many things about his father, that she also just heard from Sir Barristan Selmy. He must be a good man, who fought also for his family, until he could. He died to protect them. He died to protect his love and his child. He wishes, he could have known them. He would have so many questions, but, he had to accept, he never has a chance to get answers for those. Ned Stark, when he last saw him, he promised him he'll tell everything to him, about his mother. Then he never saw the man again, who raised him as his own son. Where is your mind? Dany asked him softly. I've been thinking. About, my father and my mother. What would they say? If they, were here? Jon answered in a loving voice. They would be proud. And happy. Dany smiled a bit. Did I ever tell you, my brother, my other brother? Viserys. He told me when I was a child, if Rhaegal would have a son, who survived. I would have been married to him. There were no Targaryens anymore, so, he sold me to Drogo, to get his army and power. To take back the throne, but originally, if there would be another male Targaryen, who is alive, they would have wanted me to marry to Rhaegal's son. It is still weird, Jon stated. Daenerys knew he meant about the relative thing. Even if he did not say it loud. Why you changed your mind? I mean. Dany was not sure she wanna hear his answer, but she wanted to know. You pushed me away. When you got to know the truth, and now you are here. I am. Jon nodded and sighed. It just, confused me. All of it. And how you reacted it. When I've told you. You did not talk about anything else, just the throne, as if my real heritage didn't matter. It did not matter. Not for me. Dany lowered her head and staring Missandei. It was not a strange thing for me. I know everything about my family history. Marrying, or love, someone who I related to, is not a bad or a too special thing. Even some Westeros family did that many times. To be honest, I did not understand your reaction. Yes, I worried about the throne, 'cause that thing about, you are Aegon Targaryen, changed many things, but not my feelings for you. I should have talked about my feelings at that time. But I just pushed you away. I know it. I loved you. I never stopped loving you, Dany. I just couldn't decide I can love you or not. Is that feeling is right or not? He caressed Missandei's cheek. Then, after your death, I was still in love with you. To be honest. Tormund put my brain to the right place. Tormund? You mean Giantsbane? Dany raised her eyebrow. Yes. He told right to my face, that I am an idiot, because I care about what would people think if I stay with you. Not that it mattered at that time, you. I thought you are dead. Jon sighed. And then Drogon came for me. And brought me here. I am glad he did. Dany smiled at him. Jon wanted to make her sure, his feelings would never change again. He wanted to tell her those things don't matter anymore, but Sam entered into the room and disturbed them. I am sorry. I need to talk with you. He started. What happened? Jon frowned. They called Sir Davos to take care of the baby, then they went to another room. Sam looked strained and nervous. I hope you don't want to come with those prophecies again. Jon took a deep breath. No. It is another thing. He started. I wanted to tell you days ago, but now I find some other things about it. I brought some books from the Citadel. I had to. And Sam was thinking meanwhile he was speaking, and it was so annoying for Jon and Dany. They did not understand. Sam. John tried to hurry him. It's about the Night King. He blurted it out. I thought he is gone. Arya killed him. Or, not. Dany frowned. She did. He died. That Night King is dead. That Night King. John took a step closer. They. I don't know how to tell you, to understand. Sam sighed. Sam. John almost yelled with him, to finally talk. The Night King was not bad. Not that bad. He was bad and evil and wanted to kill the humans, but, on the other side, it was their justice. It was how they wanted to save the realm. The world. I am lost, Dany admitted. What are you talking about? They were created by the children of the forest. To protect them. Yes, it went wrong, and not everything goes on the way they planned. They did not want to protect them anymore, but they wanted to protect themselves and create a new world, without remembering how bad the old was. Without a fight, without war, without any other power that can destroy them. They wanted to kill Bran because he was the biggest threat to their new world. This is why they always wanted to kill the three-eyed ravens. This is why they wanted to erase the memory of the world. To create their own. If you ask me, it still sounds like a great evil. John shook his head. He was. In a way, but on the other hand, he knew Bran is dangerous. They knew, and they wanted to stop him, and we stopped them before they could kill him. If we let him kill Bran, the memory of the human realm. Dany tried to remember. Would have been remained intact. The part that is in the books. It would never disappear. Just the three-eyed raven, and his power, like he saw how your parents got married. He looked at John. They killed many three-eyed ravens before. But there was always another one. There was always two. The master and his student. I don't know, maybe Bran doesn't have anyone, because he thinks we are done with them and he focuses only you and Essos, but what do you mean when you say, he thinks we are done with them? John stepped closer and his eyes widened. The dead are gone. I am afraid they are not. Not forever. Just, many years, generations, passed between the long nights, but another will come again. Until there is a three-eyed raven alive, there will be a Night King. Maybe this is why you or your child have to be the chosen one. I mean, it is kinda a balance thing. Those two balances each other, meanwhile you the bastard son of the north, the Ice and you, the one who was born in the biggest storm, and brought dragons back, the fire. You are the other balance. And this is why your daughter can fulfill this prophecy, and can end the long night, once and for all. But these are just some guessings, right? Dany asked Sam while John was clearly frozen. He was thinking and he couldn't believe the things Sam just told them. We can never be sure. I mean the dead are living, well not literally living but, resting in a place called the Lands of Always Winter. Living people never been there. John. Sam raised his eyes to his friend. Do you remember Casters and his sons? Yet. John did not understand why is that important. Well. I think they did not eat or sacrifice babies. They are part of the army. The leaders. The White Walkers. And maybe some left. I know it sounds nonsense but, we have to prepare for the worst. He sighed. What if we defeat Bran? I mean, with this move the deads are gone too. Dany asked Sam. Perhaps. Sam shrugged his shoulders. I think yes because of the balance. We have to tell others. They have to understand, if it is true, all the things you said, then we have more reason to defeat Bran than before. John stated. You're right. Call them. Dany agreed and nodded. John hesitated for a couple more minutes then started to leave. Samwell followed him. Sam. Dany stopped him. For a minute. Sam looked at John but he shook his head and raised his eyebrow. He had no idea what Dany wants from Sam. Dany looked at John and nodded. It was a clear sign she wanted him to leave and talk with Sam alone. We'll be in the map room. John told her before he stepped out. Sam was confused. He kept the distance from Dany. Maybe she was not the monster he thought but she killed his father and brother, that thing will never change. First of all. I wanted to thank you. Dany started with a huge smile. All the help and the research. The Red Priestesses told us some things but those were, not clear. I would do anything for John. He is my best friend. Sam made it clear again he is not there because of her. She faked a smile for an answer. I wanted to hear it. Because if you don't find a way no one will. Daenerys started. For what? Sam did not understand. Bran is not his brother anymore. He knows it. He understands it but, it is not a thing that a man easily can accept. He grew up with him. Played with him. Took care of him. No matter how evil he is in that moment, people always have hope. Especially people like John. Daenerys talked very primly. I don't blame him. I never had a family who loved me. But, he had. And now that family fell apart. I apologize, but I still don't understand. What do you want to say? Sam was staring at her. If there is any way, any chance to save Bran. The real Bran. If there any chance to bring him back without killing him, find it. For Jon. Daenerys was looking at his face and Sam was clearly surprised. He did not expect that. Would you please do this? Not for me. For him. She walked closer to Sam. I will. He nodded confusedly, but I am afraid, there is no way. Sam lowered his head. If there is no way, we have to accept it. But if there is any small chance to save him, I am sure you are going to find it. Dany told him again. I am not that special. Just a master. Half. I never. He was embarrassed. You are special, Samwell Tarly. You cured Ser Jorah when no one could. You saved him. Without him, I would have died in the Battle of Winterfell. But I assume you would not mind it. Dany lowered her head. I never wanted you to die. You, made horrible things, but, if you die, Jon will die too. He loves you more than anything. And I want him to be happy. He suffered and fought all in his life. Now he is happy. Sam answered and bowed with his head. He turned his back at Dany. I know it means nothing, but I am sorry. I did not know who are they. They were my enemies. I had to show my power. I show mercy for many men there. They bent the knee. They joined my army. Your father was loyal to Westeros until his last breath. And your brother was loyal to his father, your father. Until his last breath. They did not give me any other choice. Dany wanted him to know the full truth. Not just the half of it. And you killed them. Sam sighed but did not turn back to her. I did. After they refused to bend the knee. After they refused to go to the wall and join the Night's Watch. Sometimes we have to make horrible choices in war. Dany walked past by him and left the room. Chapter 49. Meereen. Everyone was in the map room. Listening Samwell while he was telling them everything that he told to Dany and Jon earlier. The couple was standing next to each other. Close. They tried to keep distance, and do not show their love in front of them, but even if they did not touch each other, it was clear. They belonged together. Davos smiled a bit about them. He was staring them, and he couldn't think about anything else, just the thing he told to Tyrion and Varys in Winterfell. What if the Seven Kingdoms, for once in their whole shit history, was ruled by a just woman and an honorable man? Maybe if he told his idea about that proposal to Jon, things would be formed differently. That Daenerys really did not look like the one he saw in Drogon's back in King's Landing. How she was looking at Jon. Her eyes filled with love. Something must have to be broken in her that time, when she burned down the city. He still couldn't understand how she was able to do that horrible thing, but maybe everyone deserves another chance. No matter what sins you commit. Dany noticed how Ser Davos staring at them. He immediately turned his face away, when she raised her eyes on him. So. Samwell finished, that is it. Everyone remained in silence. Those things that Sam told them, was hard to believe, but they already saw some unbelievable things in their lives. For example, Jon and Daenerys. They both died, and both resurrected. They were there. With them. That was also a miracle. I've killed him. Arya shook her head. I put a dagger to his heart. He turned to dust. He and his army too. It cannot be possible. We can never be sure, Davos answered to her. As Samwell said, no human being been in that land, and I don't think it is even possible to go there. Who would have taken the risk? We don't even know we would survive or not. I heard theories about that land, Jon stated. When I was in the Night's Watch. Commander Mormont told us, it is cold to the bone, and you can't move when you got too close. Because you freeze before you realize it. Jon was staring at the floor while talking. Dany raised her eyes to him. Yes, I remember it, Samwell answered. So we don't have proof of your theories. Maybe you are all wrong, and misread the signs, and Bran doesn't want to. Arya stood up and started. He is not Bran. Jon yelled back at her. Everyone remained in silence and they were staring at him. He was looking at his sister. Their eyes locked. The silence just grows in the room. No one dared to speak. He is my brother. Arya stepped closer to Jon. He was your brother, and he was my brother too, Jon answered vehemently. Dany realized how sad his eyes were when he was talking about it. Now, he is something else. You have to accept that, or... Jon stopped. He sighed. Or... You're gonna kill me too? Arya asked him. What are you talking about? I would never hurt you. You are my sister. Jon frowned. But if you don't help us, then it is better if you leave. Stay away from this war. He lowered his voice and sighed. I asked Samwell, to find a way to save him. Daenerys interjected. Jon and Arya turned to her and they both were surprised, then Jon looked at his friend. If there is any chance to save him, of course. Dany lowered her head. Is it possible? Jon straightened. Sam? Is it possible? I don't know. Sam was muttering. I did not want to tell you until we are sure, there is a chance. I asked Samwell. She raised her eyes to Sam too. Try it. I did not want to get your hopes in vain. I mean. Daenerys explained. Jon stepped to her and held her hand. Dany, Jon whispered her name and he was amazed. He surprised. He did not expect that. She had every reason to take revenge on Bran, and despite everything, she asked Sam to find a solution. He forgot there are many others around them. Thank you. I did nothing. She looked at him. I know it must be hard for you. She glanced to the side, and she noticed everyone was staring them. She took a step back. We can talk about it later. She forced a small smile to Jon. Now. She turned to the others. I would like to know. Are you with me to save my daughter and? She looked at Sam. The country? Maybe all humans. Everyone nodded and stood up, except Arya. She still had many questions. Many doubts. She couldn't accept her brother doesn't exist anymore. Your brother told me, you made an oath to him. To keep his daughter in safe. Dany mentioned to her. Because she is an innocent child. I did. I understand if you want to leave. Dany lowered her head. You are a free woman, you can go if you want. Or you can stay, and maybe you can discover the truth with your own eyes. I won't attack Westeros. I don't want to start a war. I don't want to defeat him. I want peace and live a normal life, as much as possible. She glanced at Jon. But if he attacks us, I'll show him no mercy. Daenerys was still a queen. A leader. A real ruler. She was always just indefinite, except that one day. I stay, Arya answered. But if you are wrong, I take responsibility for it, and I'll apologize. But I am afraid, I am not wrong. Dany told her so confidently. They were looking at each other for a couple more minutes, and the tension in the room was perceptible. Your Grace. Davos tried to distract the subject. Do we have any news about Lady Greyjoy and the Slavers Bay? Dragon's Bay. Grey Worm corrected him. Dany shook her head, then looked to Grey Worm. He took a step forward. Last time we got news was 3 days ago, he told primly. Maybe we should send some soldiers after them, Jon stated. To be sure, they are all right. Dany nodded and smiled a bit to Jon. Now she was worrying too. She was not in love with Daario, but he was important for her. He was a loyal soldier and she did not want to lose more people. Her losses were too much already. I go after him, myself. Grey Worm looked at Dany. No. You won't. I need you here. You are my greatest warrior. She told him. I don't want you to leave. She walked closer to him. You are the one whose loyalty I would never doubt. Jon frowned. Even if she was right, it was still hurt to hear. Grey Worm just nodded and Dany turned to the others. If you don't have any more questions. She looked around. She felt the gap grows a bit between her and Arya, but she couldn't do anything about it. She nodded towards the people in the room, then walked out. She needed some peace, after those things. She wanted nothing else, just hold her daughter in her arms. King's Landing. Our armies left Winterfell. They are marching towards the capital. Sansa told Bran. He just returned from a vision, and slowly turned to his sister with his chair. I see you finally understand how important the situation is, he stated. I do. I want to protect the North. I would do everything to protect our independence. Sansa answered. But. He raised his head slowly. His eyes were so cold, and rigid. When Sansa looked into his eyes, she did not see her brother in those eyes. Bran had kind and warm eyes. Filled with love. She remembered back when they were little children. Bran always smiled, he was kind and loved to playing around. He always stalked after his brothers. He always wanted to be like Robb. Then they lost everything, and when they reunited Bran was not the same. He literally felt nothing when he saw his sister again at Winterfell. That was weird. Sansa. But. He asked her again. Maybe, we may, try to start negotiations with them. I really doubt Jon wants to war with us. We are his family. And. He would never hurt Arya. This is why they keep her in detention. Even worse. Bran turned a bit away from Sansa. I understand you don't wanna accept it, but Jon Snow is not your brother. Not since he knows the truth about himself. He refused his Stark heritage at the moment when he left Westeros and joined to her. Bran continued. He is a Targaryen. And Targaryens are dangerous. We all know that. We all see that. Do you really want to give her a chance, to do the same with all Westeros, what she did with King's Landing? She is not here. Why is she not attacking us? Sansa tried to ask him politely and in a kind way. She is playing with us. She is playing with everyone. She wants people to believe in her again, but that is hard after the massacre that she did in King's Landing. She knows nothing else, just fire and blood. She will be the end of Westeros if we don't stop her. I can't believe Jon supports her. Sansa still had doubts. Especially after those things, what Tyrion told her. Leave. Bran only answered with one word. But. I said, leave. I need to concentrate. Sansa started to walk out of the room. Bran was clearly changed. He became darker, or, it was just because he had to act like a king. She couldn't decide. She heard some croaks and looked up to the air. Few ravens overflew her towards to the sea. She followed those with her eyes until they disappeared into the clouds. Dragon's Bay somewhere between Astapor and Yunkai. How long do we want to stay here? Yara asked Daario. They were inside the ship. They made the necessary steps in the bay and killed some of the masters. Daario was laying on a bed and eating some fruits. I know them. We have to wait a couple more days to be sure. They are not planning anything against the queen, he answered so naturally while he was eating grapes one by one. He was so easygoing, so calm, and hot. Yara couldn't help but notice it. He had some charm in him. Some bad boy charm. She understood why Daenerys slept with him. He must be a fucking good lover. She forgot herself and forgot her eyes on him. Daario started to smile. Many women are starving for this body, he smirked. You are annoying, Yara stated and turned her back at him. He was an asshole, a hot asshole, but still a jerk. She went to the other room and started to change her clothes. She needed some bath. She was almost naked when she heard some steps behind her. Who would have thought that hot body is under those armors? Daario leaned to the doorway. Many men. Yara turned to him without any shyness. And many women are starving for this body, she answered. I'd love to taste it too, he told straight to her face. I thought you are in love with the queen. Yara leaned closer to him, she teased him. She was in mind. His charm did not take her mind. She met many men and women while she was traveling around. She knew the Daario type of men. Love and lust are two different things. He placed his hand to her neck and clutched her hair from the back. And we all have needs. And I would never refuse pleasure. He almost kissed her lips, but before he could do it. Sad that you are not my type. She grimaced and licked his lips. I prefer curved women. And we are not here for pleasure. Maybe I'd be in a sweet threesome, but alone, just with you. I am just not interested. She took a step back and patted his face. We are leaving tomorrow. You can stay here if you want. She walked past by him, and he was destroyed. It was clear, there were not too many women who refused him earlier, especially not in that way. Chapter 50. Mirian. May I have a word with you? Davos stopped Jon at the corridor. He wanted to find Dany, but he would never refuse to talk with Sir Davos. He has always supported him. Always stood next to him. Always tried to keep him calm. He knew one father earlier, one strict father. Ned Stark. Davos was different. He smiled a bit at him and nodded. I've been thinking about you and your queen. He started. Davos, I know she made mistakes, but no. No. You are right. He stopped. Jon, I see why are you here. Maybe motherhood changed her or the resurrection, but she is clearly not the mad queen who she was in King's Landing. Davos stated. She was never mad, Jon answered coldly and confidently. He hated when people call Dany mad. Her father. My grandfather was mad. She is not. Do not let love blind you. Davos sighed. I know you love her, but that she did there, how would you call it if not madness? He frowned. Grief. Sadness. And lost. Jon was angry. He thought they can move on, but people always reminded him that horrible day. She is not that woman. I know. Now she is not. This is why I wanted to propose something. Davos lowered his head while Jon was staring at his face. People would never question you too, if you have been married. He looked up to Jon. He started to smile. That smile was honest this time. Came from his heart. I should have done it in Winterfell. John raised his eyebrows and agreed. Maybe you should. We'll never know what would have happened if you did. But, anyway, this is not too late. Why are you so sure she wants it? John asked him. They did not show their feelings in front of each other. He had no idea why Davos comes up with this idea right now. Because I see how she is looking at you. Davos laughed a bit. I should have proposed this thing earlier to you. But I assume that would not change anything. After you got to know the truth about yourself. Maybe not. I was confused. It did not feel right to love her. He lowered his head. He was a fool. He almost lost the greatest thing in his life. His love. And now? Davos wondered. Now it is right. I was never that sure in anything, as my love for her. John answered, and after we won the war. I am going to marry her. And you'll be the greatest rulers of the 7 kingdoms. Davos patted his shoulder and smiled. Ahm. John took a deep breath. We're not. We don't want to rule. We just want to live. I don't think you have a choice in that. Davos frowned. If you defeat the king, the Westeros needs new rulers. This should be you. They will choose new rulers. At the same way, they chose Bran. John nodded and wanted to leave him there. What if they chose you? Davos asked him. John stopped and started to think. He did not even think about that. He did not want it. Then they have to choose another. He turned back to Davos, then walked away. Daenerys was sitting in the hall. She was waiting for Arya, but she did not show up. It seems that the council meeting hit her hard. Dany was not surprised about it. That thing was a mess. Why would she fight for her, and her daughter against her brother? Probably she wouldn't do it either for Arya. Especially if she would have done the same horrible things that she did. She hated her life have to be that hard and problematic. She really thought she got a new chance when she was resurrected. When her child was born. But, that did not last long. She couldn't hide from her destiny. No matter how hard she tried. What are you doing here? The soft and kind voice came from behind. She did not have to turn to know it is John. Waiting for your sister. She sighed. But maybe it is not the right time after our council meeting. John sat next to her and placed his arms around her. He gave a kiss to her head. She needs time. He whispered to her. I know. I really wish there is another way. I hope Sam finds something. She leaned to his shoulder with her head. You surprised me with that. You proved, not just for me, because I already knew it, but you proved everyone else that you have a good heart. And you are not cruel and mad. Dany asked back. Yeah. John sighed, but I know what they think of me. I understand. I can't blame them. They were there. They saw it with their own eyes. For them, it would probably look madness. She admitted. Can we ever move on? Can we ever forget it? John sighed. No. But we can learn how to live with it. Even if it is hard. Dany was caressing his hand. I can train with you today if you want to. John gave a smile to her. Dany giggled a bit and raised her eyes to him. Maybe you can learn some things from me. He said admiringly. What things? Dany teased him. Well, I am pretty good at that, so. Not just in that, Dany answered and leaned closer. She gave a kiss to him. Arya will calm down. Just give her time. He sighed and kissed her again. Then he stood up and raised the training sword from the floor and handed it to Dany. So can we start? Arya was walking around in Mirren. He went to the clear field. Away from people. Away from everyone. She usually knows what to do. What she should do, but that time it was different. One thing was always constant in her life. One thing to fight for. Her family. And now, her family has torn apart. She was on the other side of the world away from her home, with her half-brother who was not really her half-brother but when she was a little child. John was the closest family member to her. She loved him. She loved him unconditionally. No matter he was just a bastard, she never cared. But things changed since she went back to Winterfell. She spent most of her time with Bran and Sansa, they became closer than ever, and now John asked her to fight against them for him and his child and his queen. She still had many questions in her about Dany. She knew she is not mad or crazy. She saw it with her own eyes how she rules in Mirren, but Sansa and Bran were her family. That was a nonsense situation with many questions and doubts. She heard a big roar and suddenly something covered the sun. It was Drogon. He landed next to her and they were looking at each other. She was taking some steps back at first. He was a beast. A gorgeous beast, but still, a wild huge beast, and his rider, his mother, was not there. Not even close. Drogon kept his eyes on Arya, then a couple of minutes later he laid to the ground. I always wanted to see a dragon with my own eyes. I grew up, listening histories about the women who were riding dragons. I adored them. She sat down to a rock a bit further from the dragon. You won't hurt me. Right. She glanced at him. She smiled at herself. She was talking to a dragon. How ridiculous is it? She lowered her head then looked at Drogon again. You must be lonely. Alone in the world. I know the feeling. I don't know where I belong to. She leaned forward and tore out a flower. Can I trust your mother? Of course, you would probably say yes but... I don't know. I want to. I want to believe they are right, but, you lost your family too. You are alone. Just as I am. It is hard. Knowing who you can trust, and who you can't. She was talking continuously. Even if she knows the beast probably don't understand her, it was good to tell someone loudly what she feels. And of course there is Gendry. He loves me I think. But... I don't even feel I belong to him. My father would say he is the perfect choice for a husband but, that is not me. That is Sansa. I never dreamed about marriage or, love. I wanted to be a hero. As... She stopped for a second. As Jon. She smiled. Yes. Her brother was always everyone's hero. Even the hard times. Maybe that was the answer that she needed. Jon was a good man. He would never ask her to do things that are not right. Or at least the Jon she knew. But that Jon was in love. Can love change who we are? Can love change how we are thinking? Maybe this is why I am confused too because no matter how I try to deny I am in love with Gendry. Her mind was racing. There were too many questions in her, about sides and even about herself. She took a deep breath while she was playing with the flowers. Suddenly Drogon almost jumped up and grabbed something in the air. A bird. He caught it in a second and threw it in front of her feet. She stood up and staring at the black raven. It was blinking. She leaned closer and she spotted the white eyes it has. Then it turned to black and then, the bird died. Arya raised her eyes to Drogon. He just laid back and placed his huge wings around his body, and closed his eyes. You're cheating. Dany rolled her eyes when Jon disarmed her again. No. That was just a trick that you should learn. He smiled and spun the sword in his hand. When I was training with Arya I felt. I am getting better and better but now. I feel I know nothing again. She sighed. That is not true. You are good. I just wanted to show some unfair moves what you can expect if, you have to fight with any soldier from Westeros. But I hope that never happens. Jon admitted. We've never known, Dany answered. One more round? In a fair fight? She raised her sword. You never give up, don't you? Jon smiled a bit at her. I thought you know me. Now fight with me, Jon Snow. She smiled at him. He attacked her and she prevents it in a very good way. And again. She bit her lower lip and attacked him but he grabbed her and squeezed her to his body. Held her arms so she couldn't raise the sword. She felt his breathing on her neck. I don't think it is part of the training. She told him quietly while his lips gently touched her skin. It is. He whispered to her neck what if a man, wanna take you, and wanna do some indecent things with you? You have to prepare for this. He told her quietly and she did not want to move away. She felt how his hand were sliding down on her belly. So? What would you do? I think I owe you apologize. She turned her face to him. For what? Jon raised his eyebrow but he was still squeezing her to his body. Her eyes locked with his. Jon lost in those eyes a bit. For this. She pushed him away with her hip then hit him with her elbow in his stomach. He doubled over and a couple of seconds passed before he raised his eyes to Dany again. I should have known. I know that move. He told her while he was holding his lower belly. Are you all right? Dany smiled a bit. You should owe me a better apologize than a sorry. He answered and they were both laughing. Jon stood up and pulled his love close. We should go and check our daughter, Dany whispered to his mouth. He nodded but did not let her go. He leaned more closer and plugged his tongue to her mouth. He needed to kiss her. He wanted to kiss her. And he did. In a very passionate way.